The world is at peace, and everyone is living a life of their own. Then one day, huge cracks suddenly appeared in the sky. At first, they appeared in 1, 2, 3. Then they quickly covered the whole world, as if this world was living in a glass cage, and the glass cage cracked, with shards falling all over the cities. Everyone was confused, not knowing what humanity was about to face. Those who have knowledge of it, they call it mana. People all over the city came out to watch, some were excited, some were scared by this strange thing. However, only a small part of people can touch mana well. They gain special abilities from the effects they bring. Those people are called false awakenings. Some get muscle power, some get combat skills and much more. But in the end, typhoon mana no longer happened, the sky returned to normal, and streaks of blue energy no longer appeared, but strangely, the cracks in the sky were still there, and they looked terrifying, as if the glass cage would break and collapse at any moment. After a while, people got used to it, they went back to their normal lives, and of course they also gradually adapted to the existence of the false awakenings at that time. It seemed that typhoon mana would not happen again, but one day, typhoon mana will occur all over the world again. This time they didn't crack the sky like the first time, but it came through the black hole weevil with maximum attraction. Once again, the people were horrified by this incident. The army was also dispatched to places where black support appeared, erecting barriers to protect people. When the blue light at the gate was gradually overwhelmed by a strange red, the soldiers at this time began to be confused. I don't know what danger will come, because usually, when the color of the energy changes, either a monster appears, or some villain, or death is imminent. The frightened soldier turned his head and looked, just as expected. From within the gate, an enveloping and deep red flashed like the eye of something big, bloodthirsty. That thing had appeared, a huge two-headed monster. It looked disgusting with the right half of its body with horns and thick coarse scales like an evolved pangolin. The left half of the body was covered with pimples, like the skin of a poisonous toad. I don't know if they were brave soldiers, ready to fight giant monsters to protect the people, or because they were too scared to lift their legs to run, and I thought that with that distance, even if they ran away, they wouldn't be able to keep up with it, and that monster would trample them like an ant. Seeing that disgusting thing come out, he held a mace in his hand, ready to hit something he liked or didn't like. People rushed to flee as a natural reflex. At that time it wanted to sweep through the city and devour everything here. The people fled and they hoped that someone would save the world from this destruction. In the midst of the flow of people who were panicking to find a way to escape from the ferocious monster, a boy appeared. He did not run, he was not afraid, but faced the monster alone. Maybe this is a master. Is he a fake awakening? Would he have the ability to destroy that monstrous thing? The world is going through a disaster, and he is facing it. Looking at this scene that I imagined, if the monster raised its mace and slapped him once, it would definitely break his bones, not joke. Oh my God, he raised his mace, gentlemen. It was as if he could read his thoughts, but why didn't he dodge the blow, but still stood and looked at him blankly. Someone tell me who this guy is, let me imagine the next fight. But no, he didn't see any battle scenes with it. It was still the scene where he glared at the monster. Probably the next part will continue. With this handsomeness and courage, he must be the main character, and the main character will not die at the beginning of the movie. Moving on to another scene, not the world being destroyed, but an ice cave. Where is this place? Why is there this scene? Let's listen to Shin Junseo talk about himself in his memories here. That day, I thought that when I became a false awakener, everything would change. I will live differently from ordinary people or roughly something superior. I don't want to work all day long, 8 hours a day, or even 16 hours at work, and I still find life too boring and a failure. Just like in a battle with the ice and snow monster last time, I was attacked and chased by it. I can't do anything about it. I wish I could take it down right away just to feel like I've succeeded. Just like in real life, I don't want people to admire me or anything, as long as I get what I want and be happy with it. If in the game, when I can't fight the enemy, I will die. My comrades also died. In real life, at least I just don't want to be beaten or robbed. It's as simple as that. At least that time I resisted the ice monster with a knife. The knife was made by myself from my meager mana. I used all my strength to throw the knife at it, although I didn't know if it would work, but surely the percentage of effectiveness will be very small. Damn it, my tiny knife seemed to be unharmed by its huge and rock-hard body. My knife, my strength was nothing. I didn't even hurt him or lose a drop of blood. I wish I could get stronger, as strong as other false awakenings with clearly visible superpowers. If I get stronger like that, I don't want to be the one to bully others, I swear. I just want to be called a friend and be called that way. I was not recognized by anyone, they didn't even consider me a friend because of the difference in caste. It's true that when the levels are different, even my name doesn't even know how to call a friend, do you think so? I tried very hard with the power I received when I absorbed mana from that storm, but it seems that I don't know how to use and promote it, or maybe it's because my talent is incompetent. The giant ice monster that killed me that time, a punch with thousands of sharp snow and ice bars flew out, I couldn't escape. I lost, I myself don't even win, how can I win who wants to be recognized? I hope to be more talented, recognized and less self-conscious. It was a simple hope, but that alone would have been too far-fetched. A useless D-class craftsman like me has no friends, no way to be admired by people and fantasize, I just deserve to carry slippers for others. Every time I introduce myself as a hunter, I get a laugh in my face, people are hunters with assassin skills, mages, gladiators or something, and I'm a blacksmith, sounds so funny, sirs. I knew I was going to die like this one day, I was always a loser, one sinks to the bottom. Even though I knew that, I still didn't want to die. After breaking the snow and ice and dropping me into the water, the monster still hadn't let go. It was still watching to see if the prey could resist, and it waited for me to stand up and kill me a few more times. I don't want to die. At that moment, I found something of unknown usefulness. From the bitter cold stream beneath the ice swords formed and lined up, leading me back to the fight. I came back to life, standing in front of the enemy, but this time with the mana covered, I gained more strength. The ice monster held up the second punch mushroom to finish me off, but this time I didn't let it do it anymore. I don't want to die helplessly like last time, an obvious kind of death that everyone thought I would suffer when I didn't have time to fight, a kind of death that could not be resisted, a true kind of shameful death. I was able to control the ice swords with my thoughts and attack it on all sides, this time it seems that the power has worked. The cold sword blows that stabbed the monster from multiple directions at once made it unable to resist, and I learned combat skills. The monster was lying down, pierced by the swords, and it was dead. Standing in front of his corpse, I, Shin Junseo, still don't believe that I can do it. I was inherently powerful, but I didn't know how to use it, so they thought I was incompetent. Now I thought, if I become stronger than everyone else, even if it's just a supporter, then maybe my life will be much different. That match was over, notifications pop up, you found the fountain, you've achieved all the conditions to become a player. I couldn't believe my eyes, I almost cried because I never thought I could be the chosen one. Greetings player Shin Junseo, that time of becoming a player seems to have haunted Shin Junseo until now. He is a D-rank assistant who is always treated like a miscreant because of his lack of mana and combat skills. Even though he is a fake awakener, he is always trying to prove himself. Let's go back to the past a little, when the guy still didn't make any jokes and was ridiculed by everyone. He was lucky to be recruited by a guild. At this time, I don't know where Shin Junseo is going, but he runs like a fly. He was rushing into a dense forest. I'm late for an important day. Shin Junseo was in a hurry and worried. He didn't know what important day today was, that he was so late, he didn't know if it was okay. He's here. The two of them were waiting for Shin Junseo in that forest, a girl and a boy. New soldiers arrive late. Why are all new recruits late? They were hunters, and it seemed that they had come into contact with many new soldiers, and every time they were made to climb trees by new soldiers for an hour. The girl is Kim Jimin, a C-rank hunter, who is a melee warrior of the Dawn Guild. The other guy was Lim Do-won, who was also a C-rank hunter, and was the Dawn's Guild's melee support. Sorry everyone, I was late. Shin Junseo was reluctant to apologize for his delay, hoping not to be scolded or expelled from the team at this time, as Shin Junseo had become a D-class support, with a career as a weapon creation support for the guild. Then there will be a day when his abilities are useful to someone. Fortunately, Shin Junseo was not blamed, and they happily walked around and talked. It's okay to be a little late. Kim Jimin patted him on the shoulder and said, Hyun-woo and Doyeon have already entered that dungeon, we have to chase them quickly. It's just a happy smile, but in Shin Junseo's heart, he feels really bad. He feels that he is really inferior. He had joined the guild for about 3 months, and this was the first dungeon conquest that he had arrived so late. Come on, Shin Junseo encouraged himself, I need to regain my composure and focus to complete this dungeon break. This is my first time, it is very important. I'm here as a supporter, so I need to show that I'm useful to the guild, and also show them that recruiting them is the right thing to do. A mysterious portal appears, leading them inside. I have to admit that these warriors are extremely brave. If it were me, just looking at this gate, I would never dare to enter because I saw how terrible it was. I don't know if I can go in there and get out. Shin Junseo enters the dungeon and meets the other members of the team. A guy wears a black mask, but he doesn't wear it because through that mask, I still see that his face is too handsome, the kind of handsome man who is mature, just the type of person I love here. Hey, this is your first dungeon launch, the handsome man asked Shin Junseo. He is Moon Doyun, whom Kim Jimin talks about at the time of the jump, is a B-rank hunter, melee assassin, and the leader of the Dawn Guild, because when I first met him, I already exuded his handsomeness and superhuman ability. The president of the Dawn Guild must not be simple. Looking at Shin Junseo's expression, he was a little timid. Yes, this is my first time participating as a support for people, I don't have much experience either, I hope everyone helps. After that, Moon Doyun also explained and told the guy a few more things before starting the match. If you are a support, there is no need to fight monsters, so you just stand behind the attackers so that they can protect you from being attacked by monsters, but he also needed to pay a little attention. If you stand too far away from us, the chances of you being caught by the monster are very high, and it will be very difficult for us to leave the formation and save you. Everyone must keep their position well. In general, you need to observe and keep a good distance. Since you're a weapon maker, as long as you're safe, I'll always have a weapon to use. Remember to pay attention to the signs. When I hold the dagger, make it for me right away, Moon Doyun carefully instructed Shin Junseo. You can do it. Okay, this time, Shin Junseo should try his best. The first task must be to do well, to gain the trust of the president. But Shin Junseo also wondered if Moon Doyun needed to make other weapons, or if he just needed a dagger. Moon Doyun said yes, I usually use daggers to attack monsters, but my skills are a little special, so I need more weapons than others. He just did it. Hearing this, Shin Junseo didn't understand very well. If he created so many daggers, how could the president hold them all? He added that this is a relatively easy dungeon, and this is the first time Shin Junseo has participated in the attack, so he just needs to be a little careful, and it is not difficult. At that moment, Lee Hyunwoo told them to wait for a while, because he sensed that the monster Chi was nearby. Lee Hyunwoo is a C-rank hunter, the guild's ranged attack mage, so what he warns must be paid attention to. So Captain Moon Doyun signaled everyone to start preparing, keeping the same lineup as they had practiced before. Supporting melee attacks, Lim Do-won took the lead to attract monsters, followed by Kim Jimin, Lee Hyunwoo, Moon Doyun, and finally Shin Junseo. Moon Doyun turned to ask the magician Lee Hyunwoo if he felt anything strange. He said, I feel that the monster's magic chi has 3 large and small sources emitted recently. Yes, that big chi can be a boss. Oddly enough, usually the boss would not appear in this place, or the boss would only appear near the end, after the soldiers had been almost destroyed. It seems that Moon Doyun has calculated a strategy to fight them. Okay, then let me handle the boss. Everyone take care of his disciples. By the way, how long can you make a dagger? Moon Doyun turned to ask the new soldier Shin Junseo. The fast night is about 20 seconds, and the slow is about 1 minute. That's good, you make it for me to always go. Moon Doyun pulls down his mask and orders the new soldiers to start their work lest they be late. Immediately afterwards, the monsters attacked. They were crystal lizards, D-class danger. They were monsters with a strong love for mana stones and often appeared near mana stones. Their bodies and skills changed based on the mana stones they absorbed. I don't know what you guys think, but when I look at these monsters, I see that they are all over the place, just like the ones in Pokemon. I'm here to fight. Everyone is also excited and starts the fight with the crystal lizards ahead. Lim Do-won raised his legendary shield and rushed forward quickly. He slammed his shield on the ground, creating a seismic wave around him and emitting a massive burst of energy that instantly stopped the 4 monsters. At this moment, Kim Jimin quickly flew up to strike while the monsters were still affected by the power of the attack that had just been emitted from the legendary shield. She had no weapons, her weapon was a steel fist. Could a small girl with her fist mushroom do anything to those big monsters? Their skin was very thick. Quayo, a beautiful punch, she landed a precise move on the blue lizard, causing its blood to splatter. One more acrobatic shot knocked down the board in an instant. Kim Jimin is indeed beneficial. One by one, Kim Jimin punched her mouth and spewed blood everywhere, but something happened that made her panic. These lizards recovered so quickly, they were severely injured, but just a few seconds later, they were able to get up and continue to attack. With the strength of her alone, fighting the council like this, and adding that lightning recovery was really tough. Be careful, there are 2 more coming. Lim Do-won was still continuing to block the attack so that the team could avoid the mana emitted by the monsters, and at the same time he asked Lee Hyunwoo to quickly cast a spell. Lee Hyunwoo stood behind him and the spell was almost finished. Lee Hyunwoo creates a magic circle of fire to burn the monsters that are regaining energy. He uses his magic and launches hundreds of rockets at the monsters. The sparks melted like lava erupting, just touching the flesh or anything will burn to ashes in an instant. Unexpectedly, the destructive power of the magic fire circle was so strong, the flames burned everything, making the dungeon light up. I'm sure their move won't work on their teammates, because if their teammates are also damaged, Kim Jimin will probably be burned to a dry skeleton right now. The support has been successful, now it's just waiting for Moon Doyoon's turn to take action. Let's finish off the other boss. While making weapons, Shin Junseo was both impressed when he saw the scene in front of him. What a great coordination, this is how the hunters coordinate to fight together. Shin Junseo was distracted when Moon Doyoon asked how the dagger was. I'm almost done, I have to hurry up. This is not the time when I lose focus on other things, my job is to support the president and create weapons for him. Shin Junseo began to use his F-grade artist skills to perfect the rest. This is the basic skill of the creator. By using his mana to craft objects, the durability of the quality of the created item will depend on the level of the crafter. Finally, a dagger was created. Shin Junseo immediately threw the knife towards Bucho. As fast as lightning, Moon Doyoon grabs the dagger and rushes forward. As he rushed up, he used his technique to transform ordinary daggers into dark weapons to enhance his power. A-class shadow weapon is created by using his weapon and mana to transform the weapon to the desired dark weapon bar. The shadow weapon has special powers that are used to increase damage as well as mana coverage when attacking enemies. After a while, the dark weapon will gradually disappear, so it is important to use it quickly and decisively, aiming at the target. Moon Doyoon approached the monster at close range, and he immediately unleashed the newly formed shadow dagger. In just one stroke, the monster had its head in one place, and its body in one place. The fairy lizard has become a headless lizard ghost under the heroic Moon Doyoon. The dead monsters couldn't close their mouths, couldn't close their eyes, didn't understand why they were dying. At the feet of the hero are always the corpses of the evildoers, which in this case is the corpse of the lizard that paves the way for the divine Moon Doyoon. After using it for a while, the dark dagger also disappeared. At this point, I suddenly imagined that an assassin, if he also used this kind of dark weapon, after killing someone, the weapon would also disappear on its own, which was an effective way to destroy evidence. The match is over. How easy is it? Maybe this is a D-class challenge, so it's simple for a team with a lot of skills like this. Is anyone injured? No, everyone is fine. Only Shin Junseo stood dumbfounded. He didn't look okay at all, not because he was injured or hit by a monster mana, but because he admired him. They have coordinated with each other so skillfully, everyone has fully promoted their role in the team, everyone has a place to perform and shine. Not only that, their teamwork is so good, they know when to do what to do and can remind each other. It was true that they could become one of the leading guilds at this time. And me? Shin Junseo looked at his hand and he was inferior because he thought it was very useless. He couldn't even hold Lim Doan's shield, he couldn't throw a steel punch like Kim Jimin, he couldn't control magic like Lee Hyunwoo, and he couldn't create a powerful move, a blow to finish off the enemy like Bucho Moon Doyoon just did. This hand is really too bad. I can only create inferior items. It's true that following them doesn't help them at all, and even when I'm fighting, I'm distracted by many other things. I'm terrible. Negative thoughts constantly pop up in Shin Junseo's mind, making him feel extremely sorry for himself. Do I deserve to be part of this team with them? I understand Shin Junseo's feelings very well, because on weekdays when I play games with my teammates, there are games that I let the whole team carry for me. I also carry them, but it's a burden for them. I think it's sad and scary. Sinking into a sea of inferior thoughts, President Moon Doyoon praised Shin Junseo for doing a good job. It's okay for the first time like this. Are you injured anywhere? Hearing these words of the handsome president, Shin Junseo gasped in surprise, because now is the first time he has been praised. Yes, it's okay, I'm fine, you guys coordinate greatly, and I don't have much use, laughing haha, but the heart hurts like a cut. Shin Junseo's crime is terrible. Seeing him like this, the president was also surprised. Why is this kid so inferior? He is obviously useful. What are you saying? Thanks to your weapon crafting skills, I have many opportunities to attack monsters. At this time, I thought, why didn't Moon Doyoon buy or forge his own weapon for me? Why did he need Shin Junseo's weapon crafting skills? You see, my skill consumes too many weapons. After a while it automatically disappears. I haven't seen anyone use a weapon like I always do, therefore, if it weren't for your crafting skills, would be poor, because just thinking about buying weapons would be enough to make me die. In the past, even the cheapest weapon I couldn't buy much to use, that's why I need someone with a crafting function like you. Oh my god, that's it, now I understand, Shin Junseo is like an endless arsenal and especially free for the president. At this moment, Shin Junseo's eyes lit up, as if he had a function that others needed. Roughly speaking, it is valuable, but it is no longer underestimated. Although his usefulness has not been promoted well and sometimes he is too distracted. This time, although it was the first time he participated in the dungeon demolition, he did a good job. It must be said that President Moon Doyun is both handsome and talented, and he also knows how to encourage his teammates. Hope next time we work together well, you don't leave that guild. Hi, so happy. Shin Junseo thanked the president for his encouragement, and promised to do his best to be able to complete his task in the next time. It's enough to praise each other like that. Now let's collect the items that the monsters have dropped. But then the cellar shook and got stronger and stronger, causing everyone to panic. What, is it an earthquake, or because after we defeat the boss, this dungeon will automatically collapse? Hurry up. Shin Junseo pointed to everyone looking over there. There was something tough next. The wall to escape has collapsed. We are stuck. If they didn't escape quickly, in less than a minute, they would all be buried in this rubble. The mage Lee Hyunwoo stepped forward to see everything to find a way. We need to quickly find a way out of here. The trail ahead could lead somewhere. The trail, it's a secret connection in the dungeon. These monsters have a secret trail that hides something. Bucho began to doubt. Has this trail ever led to the secret treasure of the lizard monsters? Lim Do-won is also good at imagining scary. Looking at his greedy expression, he definitely wants to go in there. Let's go. I thought that only Lim Do-won was excited about that treasure, but I didn't expect Kim Jimin to be the same. They are eager to come in and see it right away. Lee Hyunwoo stopped him. But we haven't explored anything. How can you go in there? You have to be careful not to kill that bunch. So did you find anything unusual? Well, no. Alright, hurry up, everyone, otherwise this dungeon will collapse right there. Let's just go in there and have something to do later. Biu Chang said that. What are you waiting for? But you don't go right away. Although he was a little worried, Lee Hyunwoo listened because there was no other way. It'll be fine, go Shin Junseo. Yes, the young man Shin Junseo is like a baby following his seniors, always protected and encouraged. So the whole group entered the secret trail. Kim Jimin volunteered to run first because he thought that the treasure was waiting for them. Lim Do-won put on Lee Hyunwoo's shoulder as if to say that it was okay, just go. Anyway, he didn't feel any signal at this time. The other two also followed. To be honest, I have a hunch, it's like the five of them are being lured into that path. Is there anything dangerous inside? If it's a treasure, it's too lucky. I'm just afraid that the monster when the president kills is not a real boss. The boss will usually be bigger and look more different. I thought something was inside waiting for them. Oh my god, what the hell is this? My hunch is terrible. Friends, I guessed right, the boss has just really appeared. Everyone turned their heads and ran away. Damn, why did something like this happen? At this time, he only saw Shin Junseo panicking, 3 legs and 4 legs running fast, and the monster was chasing right behind. Wait, how is this scene so familiar? Is it the ice monster that Shin Junseo told you about at the beginning? Is the terrifying memory that made him a player later? All of Shin Junseo's teammates are dead, only he escaped, not knowing why and how he survived to this point. How could that monster appear in a D-rank hell like this? The 4 of them were all killed by it, and the sharp blocks of ice pierced through the body and died on the spot. I've never heard of any kind of monster that can escape the detection of a magician. It's too stealthy, so everyone has been subjectively unaware of this outcome. Even B-rank and C-rank hunters died in his hands. How could a D-rank weapon artifact escape? I'm probably going to bury my body here, too, in a more tragic way than them. A craftsman with no fighting skills, Shin Junseo kept running. The monster still chased after him frantically. Oh my god, he's about to catch up with me. It will swallow itself. You don't eat me, my meat is not good at all. He caught up with Shin Junseo, and raised his fist to attack him mercilessly. That's right, the monster doesn't know who to mourn. He is now different from his prey, a sick prey, who has contributed to killing the monsters guarding his door. Shin Junseo was hit by it. He was thrown tens of meters away and vomited blood. I need to move faster, try to get up. Shin Junseo has to quickly continue running or think of another way. The monster's face looked at him like this, and he ran away. Kid, do you think you can escape me? I can't die here. Shin Junseo stood up and used mana to create a weapon against the monster. A dagger has been created. It seems that making daggers is faster than others, so the guy prioritizes this one. In 20 seconds for you to create this knife, what the hell is it busy doing? Leave it alone. At that time he must have stood by and watched his prey make a farce like the Superman cartoons I used to watch when I was a child. The knife that had just been created flew straight to the monster, and you probably know the result. Just scratch itch, and it's not itchy at the moment, so he'll feel more angry, and he'll be more aggressive. The next blow, it punched Shin Junseo directly, causing the ice under his feet to break. Shin Junseo also sank into the water. The bone-chilling cold of the water beneath the thick ice was enough to freeze him and kill him in an instant. In the midst of sinking, the human brain will begin to think about the last things like a concern, and Shin Junseo is the same. He thinks about his teammates, thinks about himself and his uselessness. It's this damn life. Why can it be like that? Why do you treat yourself like that? A D-rank support like me doesn't have any skills to increase power or heal teammates. Luck finally meets a guild where they need their crafting skills. I stood behind them, but when I was in danger I ran away, leaving everything behind. I was disgusting, a person who is both useless and shy. Now that I have this ending, I really don't have any effect. What kind of artifice? The faces of Dawn's teammates appeared, making Shin Junseo extremely tormented. I wish that I had never awakened, to be able to be a normal person. I'm the one who harms people and harms you. Shin Junseo sank deeper and deeper. He couldn't breathe anymore and was about to die. Suddenly, you have discovered the spring. You have completed the condition of becoming a player. Oh what? Shin Junseo opened his eyes and was reborn. All around him was covered in immense energy, which sucked from the bottom of the star-frozen water. This is indeed a true death and resurrection. Accidentally picked up the secret life. Sometimes in this life, a mediocre ability that everyone takes lightly can also shine, but it is just not at the right time, in the right place, and not activated. Welcome player Shin Junseo. So Shin Junseo became such a player. A blue screen appeared in front of Shin Junseo, making him surprised, not knowing what was going on, thinking that he was dead but not dead, but also became a player. This is a new bonus. Do you want to check it out? Oh my god, players, rewards. What the hell is coming to me? I really don't understand. Is there a time when Shin Junseo still doesn't believe and thinks that he died in hell and was teased by the bald king of Pluto, because Pluto also knows how much he aspires to be a player? Damn, I don't know what's going on, but I don't care. Between the boundary of life and death, Risk wants to have a new ray of hope or die in oblivion and low self-esteem memories. He had a choice, just press the loud, to die is to die. Thinking so, Shin Junseo also tried to lean over to the blue screen in front of him. He presses the select button and waits to see what the result is. Hopefully something useful will save you from this current, save you from that terrifying monster, or at least a teleportation button to somewhere safer than here. Strangely, Shin Junseo's feet that were struggling in the water had something to support him, allowing him to walk steadily. They were ice swords. The flow of mana energy surrounded Shin Junseo's body and led him to the right place where the monster had broken the ice. The monster's face at this time is like, oh my god, aren't you dead yet? Do you want to be beaten again? Weapon Blacksmith Shin Junseo, you will inherit all the experience of your previous life. Wait, does it mean that Shin Junseo has been reborn into a new life, and he can inherit all his memories and experiences from his previous life into the new life? The player has received the reward. At this moment, fragments of memories of past lives began to appear. And the ice swords flew up as if ready to wait for Shin Junseo's order to attack the giant monster. The sword stabbed into the monster, but it didn't seem to have any effect. It was so powerful. Suddenly Shin Junseo felt a headache. Something was running around in his head. What is this? Unclear memories are being planted in my head. Information about the monster flashed in his mind as if he had met and fought it somewhere. Is it in a past life? The monster is determined not to let go of Shin Junseo again. It will kill him and there will be no rebirth again. Your life is over for your family, you stupid man. Shin Junseo is still standing there thinking and passively receiving information from his past life in his head. Oh my god, take action. The monster won't stop and look at you like you did when you created the dagger of the first half. It struck, 1,000 pounds of heavenly punch, but in an instant, Shin Junseo didn't know where to find the giant ice shield to block the monster's attack. It must have been a memory. Very good. Although he was able to block its blow, this was not the way, because he couldn't take the initiative to attack it. If he prolongs the time, he will definitely be exhausted by it. It wasn't injured at all. its toughness was terrible compared to an ordinary golem-type monster. How did Shin Junseo know that it was a golem monster? I forgot, it was the memories of his past life that told him that. It had broken the ice shield and was about to strike its next blow. Think about how to go Shin Junseo. If the information obtained from these memories was true, even if it was a golem-type monster, its weaknesses and tactics to defeat it would remain the same. This type of monster that is considered a golem does not have a specific weakness. Oh what, I can't find its weakness. Shin Junseo is joking, then how can it be defeated? Even if you deal damage, it has the ability to regenerate immediately, its healing and cooldown abilities are extremely fast. If there is a possibility of being a siege, the only way to fight it is to use the network world skill. It is best to deal damage from multiple angles at once, so that it can distract attention. Let's talk a little about the network world skill for you to understand. That is, the person who uses this skill will take themselves as the center, then create a network evenly and surround themselves. What is created in the network will be able to move at will of the skill user, i.e., controlled by brainwaves rather than physically. Shin Junseo understood the problem and he created a network around him, and the ice swords were also ready to fight. They rushed at the monster from all sides to deal damage. And the loud explosion sounded. It was the explosion of the giant ice monster's corpse. When he used the right skill, and in the right way, he was able to take it down easily. Its head broke into many pieces, its limbs, and body, one lump in each place, and Shin Junseo was still standing there. He must have been very surprised and happy because he had done such a thing for the first time. By now, I can breathe a sigh of relief. I guess the monster won't reunite its own body and regenerate to continue fighting. This network world skills are just like Shin Junseo thought, it's just an add-on skill that allows him to use his creations faster, and it seems that as the mastery of the skill increases, it can also be used to attack enemies. Seeing the monster die at his feet, Shin Junseo had to shed tears, but he probably didn't have to cry for it, but he cried because he was too happy. The system window pops up and announces that the monster boss has just been defeated. So why can't you see the monster's information? At least it had to have a name. I was just calling it the name of the giant ice monster from the beginning. What was this? The glowing air swirled up as if it was sucking something from the corpse of this monster. Activates the skill to passively absorb magic. That aura had gathered into a round mass in Shin Junseo's hand. What is this? Holding it in his hand, Shin Junseo was scared because he didn't know what it was. Whether it was dangerous or not, he was curious and looked inside it. Looking at what just happened, kind of rewinding what happened to him before. I don't know when to rewind, just watch. Memories of a past life. Weaponsmith Shin Junseo, you will inherit the entire experience of your past life. Shin Junseo is confused because he himself doesn't understand exactly what his past life is, and who is what appears in this sphere about, but he guesses that it seems to be talking about him, a short film of his past life. To be precise, a different version of Shin Junseo in a different space, a different time now. At that time, the whole world had been destroyed by something terrible, the buildings had collapsed, the road had been torn apart, and there was no one left on the road but him. There are things that are so terrible that they cannot be put into words. Everywhere were corpses, old, young, big, and small, and Shin Junseo of this life has learned all the skills and knowledge of that life. But even if it is the future of the present, this probably will not be the future of the world that Shin Junseo lives in. The slightly disturbing information, which is the past life, which is the future of the present, really gives me a headache, friends. There are so many different things between the two worlds, it's hard to identify. In front of Shin Junseo suddenly appeared on the screen with a list of skills he had acquired, which he couldn't see in his previous life, including crafting, linking, paying rents, and the networking world. Wait, someone please explain the skill of paying the rent for me. It sounds too strange. So I really became a player, can you believe it? Player is a term that refers to a small number of individuals who are chosen to awaken their abilities, but as far as Shin Junseo remembers, the concept of players has not yet appeared in the world at this time. About 2 years from now, Assassin Moon Doyun has been chosen to become a player. A small number of false awakeners will be selected to become players. And only those who have been selected will see a blue screen, which is not visible to others. In the future, a mysterious thing that sounds like a joke, called a system, will appear. It alone is enough to shock players all over the world. Players are not only given bonuses on the system, but also receive a different reward. They receive abilities and skills that ordinary false awakens do not have. System and rewards, these two things suddenly appeared and were used by the player. which led to a huge gap between this player and the other false consciousness. Thanks to the work of Chairman Moon Doyun, who was chosen to become a player, the Dawn Guild I joined was able to grow into a leading guild. I don't have any direct connection to the Dawn Society, but that was a stepping stone for my development in my previous life. I am confident that standing with the members of the growing association will be very convenient. At first, Shin Junseo thought so, and it was true. At this time, Shin Junseo can test his skills and proficiency in the system window by himself. At first, when he first heard this concept, it seemed that he thought it would be very convenient, and the truth is that it is very good for players, both smart and convenient. No physical tools are needed to still run smoothly and appear when needed. He thought that if the skills and mastery of his previous life were transferred to this life, it would be too top-notch. The skill Shin Junseo used on the golem's corpse was a skill that he didn't have even in his previous life. The passive skill absorbs magic, accumulating energy from the unclean mana that exists inside the dungeon. If the player's accumulated energy exceeds the limit, they will receive a reward. At this time, Shin Junseo's current accumulated energy bar has reached about 1/5. Shin Junseo hadn't heard of anything like this before. Maybe the reward he received was the best and he was the only one who had it. It accumulates energy from the unclean mana. Now Shin Junseo also relatively understood how to obtain this magic. But that's later. For now, he has to take care of cleaning up the bodies of his comrades first. They're all dead. Looking at the corpse of President Moon Doyun, I felt that he was so handsome and talented, and yet he died like this, and he couldn't even lie down straight, because just said, no matter how talented and handsome he is, he will be overshadowed and give the aura to the main character. Goodbye to you. This was the headquarters of the Hunters Association, a large building with many modern technologies at that time. From the top floor, there are two people lifting the plastic curtain and looking at Shin Junseo. The girl was not committed to letting Shin Junseo go home so easily. It was really strange. It was just a small group that had an accident while attacking an unknown dungeon. 4 of the 5 were killed, but the only survivor who returned was a formidable D-rank support. It's understandable, if he runs away while those hunters fight, he will survive, but it wasn't, as he even disposed of the corpses of his comrades and reported them to the association, proving that he was still there. Unfortunately, that gate has also disappeared, so we can't verify anything more. The girl was still wondering, what do you think, senior? But I see something strange, wrong, so I think a D-rank support killed all those hunters and went back to get the reward, the boy replied. Stay awake for me, miss, this is not a civil case. Less inference, we can't prove that he was the cause of the deaths of the other 4, so we can't arrest him or do anything. All we can do is investigate and ask him about the attack. Besides, I know, even if something strange happens, when we lack evidence, we can't conclude anything. Only when there is evidence can it be proven. Let's wait and see. That's right, but, interrupting the girl, the boy seems to be tired of her fantasies and inferences. Just complicate things. Don't you have any other judgments? Something like this has happened like a meal lately. There were hunters who went missing after finding the gate, but no one reported it, because if they reported it to the association and it was auctioned, they would only get a small amount of prize money at best, so they secretly risked their lives to find it themselves instead of doing so. After all, it was almost impossible for a small guild to win a high price. Anyway, I just call him to investigate further or something. He went first. After speaking, he also turned his back and left. Who are the 2 of them in the association and what are they investigating in Shin Junseo? Although he said that this was a normal incident like a meal, the guy couldn't help but be skeptical. Flip through the hunter's file and look at it again. His name is Shin Junseo. It's quite interesting. It's true that I say whatever I say, but I feel that this is not an ordinary case. This situation was definitely understandable, but my hunch always told me that something was wrong with this. The investigator recalled the time Shin Junseo was summoned to the investigation headquarters, and found that his temperament at that time was too calm to be allowed, as if there was no fear or anything unusual. He had no experience in going into the dungeon before, and had an accident like that, so it wasn't strange for him to panic. There were passages in his account that lacked coherence even though he explained the incident very clearly. Of course, it can also be considered that it is just his daily temperament. As an investigator for a long time, I have met people like that. But what does it feel like? I still feel that something is not right, but I don't know what it is. It's really frustrating, to be honest. I am also very difficult to understand, let alone those who have not witnessed the whole incident, but the investigator did say in detail that in Shin Junseo's account, there were passages that lacked coherence, whether Shin Junseo was trying to hide something, or if there were other twists and turns. Anyway, it's not something I need to care about at the moment. The investigator temporarily ignored questions about Shin Junseo. I also have to investigate it. Shin Junseo is also investigating something. He was walking on the road, holding his phone as if he was reading the news. Shin Junseo has just been released from the association after 7749 questions from investigators. No matter what I thought, there was still something very strange. What an unverified gate is, it doesn't sound like anything, but it already exists. This dungeon didn't exist in Shin Junseo's memories of his past life, and since every member of the guild had already checked the gate auction ticket before, why did he come out of the gate without verification? It sounds like a fantasy. It's like you're dreaming and waking up and don't remember anything. Look at the seal. If it is registered as a portal that has not been verified by the association, then maybe someone pretended to be the association to deceive the Dawn Association, or it is also possible that the association itself will also assist in this. And what Shin Junseo is more worried about is that other associations are also affected, not just the Dawn Association. According to what the investigator said, the unverified gates had people who were missing in them, and had been a sore issue for a long time. Shin Junseo was reading a news report about someone missing inside unverified gates, which is already the third case this year. I don't know how the story ends, but all the associations that are published in the newspaper have one thing in common. It all includes players like Bucho Moon Doyun, and there are also geniuses who will later be hailed as heroes in the future, as Shin Junseo can see the future and past life after the encounter with the monster in that dungeon, so he knows this. Maybe someone is trying to erase the existence of those heroes. Is it the kind of air penetration of the present moment to kidnap and kill the chosen ones, to prevent these people from destroying their evil plans? So what Shin Junseo needs to do now is to hide his abilities well. If someone finds out that he is also the chosen one, they will be destroyed like the previous ones. Too dangerous. Because Shin Junseo has become the only survivor of an unsolved disappearance, if he does something suspicious, he will also be arrested and investigated immediately. Shin Junseo has about 2 years to prepare until the first player selection exam takes place. He needs to activate the skills one by one, and develop them proficiently until then. But somehow to develop them without attracting too much attention is possible. Oh, I just told him not to draw attention because he was the chosen one. Why did Shin Junseo casually stand in the middle of the street looking at the green screen, and then point to the screen to find skill information? At this moment, if any bad guy finds out about his suspicious actions, he will probably be killed just like Bucho Dawn. Have any skills that can be used by me? Ah, there it is. It's okay to have this. Shin Junseo has chosen a skill to practice, but is it too dangerous to stand in the middle of the road? It has been 1 year since Shin Junseo started practicing his skills. I don't know if he's any better now. As in the old days, there were still dungeons and guilds that went to fight monsters for bounties or something that members needed. In a certain cellar, there was a team fighting. A guy from the team was struggling to block the monster's move. I said that holding a sword that was broken in half and his face was devoid of blood, he looked no different from an ordinary person, fit the sword in his face and hugged it in self-defense in front of the enemy. This monster must not be the type just now. Breaking the enemy's weapon, the monster took advantage of the attack, each move it unleashed with terrible power. The hunter had lost his position. He couldn't do anything to that monster without a weapon in his hand. I don't know where his comrades are standing at this time. Why can't I see anyone supporting him? It's impossible to fight these guys alone, and this hunter's face is not very handsome. His skills must be average. Then, he was knocked face down by the monster. If he didn't have the support of his teammates, I boldly guessed that in less than 3 moves, he would buy a ticket to visit heaven right away, but it was a one-way ticket, no round trip, no cancellation. You is heaven. Not only is there only one, but this hunter also has a large team of people, and no one comes up to support him. To see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 of them are standing like heaven planted like that. This monster said that only heaven can save you, the corn leper hunters. Then it slowly approached with its mace. Every sound of its footsteps was like a countdown waiting for death to come to the whole team. Wait, let me wonder a little. Why do I see that every boss monster likes to hold a mace like that? It's like there's a separate weapon forged for these monsters, or whatever. Whoever is evil has a mace. To see this monster up close, see what it is. This is the King Gnoll. D-rank danger, is a high-level gnoll creature. It has physical abilities far beyond normal gnolls. Gnoll's skin can not only resist physical damage, but also have the ability to counter, or in other words, be immune to magic. One gnoll in an E-rank dungeon is enough to kill everyone. I had fought it all. The unknown hunter was still trembling as the monster approached. Even if it's D-class, I've heard rumors that this monster is very difficult to deal with. The rank of my team is not that high, why arrange the error like this? As soon as the monster got very close, it seemed that he would be rewarded with another mace, which was too lucky. The assistant also rushed up, holding a shield to shield the team, applaud for bravery. Seeing that there was a shiny metal plate, the monster was also curious, smashed the mace on it and lost the owl. I don't know if it's fun to play like that, but I see that the assistant guy can't resist any longer. We won't last long if we keep defending like this. We have to think of a way. I'm not going to be able to do it. You can do anything, at least try to deal damage to it, maybe it won't work. The death of a low-level hunter. The reason that Null the Lord is considered so is because of its ability to inflict supernatural damage. Because the monsters at this level were all weak with magic, no matter how adventurous the group was, they were very dependent on magic. The three people behind it were probably magicians and this team was also low-level hunters. The Lord Null did not follow this rule. Hunters who believed in their low-level magic had to face fear for the first time in their lives. They didn't even damage it, as it was immune to magic. Then you understand, go with the whole group, 1 assassin, 1 supporter, 3 magicians, choose this kind of champion and meet the opponent to equip resistance and enhance physical damage, you will only die. There was only one person in this group who dealt pure physical damage, that blonde guy, and on top of that, he got caught up in the occasional hand-to-hand fight, so that his weapon was already broken. I don't have any weapons left to attack the knoll. While the blonde was busy thinking, the poor beater still had to take a blow from the monster. The shield that was originally standing upright, now it was about to lie flat and be crushed. Before he finished thinking, the blonde hugged his head again and blamed himself for being stupid. If I had known this beforehand, would have hired as many people as I could, who knew that hiring fewer people, and saving money to hire magicians, would become like this. It was a real mistake. The 3 mages were of no help in this battle. But wait, at the moment when 1,000 pounds hang this hair, who beat something so noisy, he heard something coming from the distance. That guy, I remember, I hired him. He was an assistant, and the assistant would not participate in the battle directly, but was tasked with collecting and transporting byproducts from magic stones. The work of an assistant is very simple and does not require any special skills. As long as they have a little ability to sense mana, anyone can do this. So it is not very good to treat and recognize them in the false awakenings. This is simply a run-and-run person, an errand in the group. Assistant, that's right, we have an assistant. Oh my god, we're almost dead, and he's still so arrogant, the hateful wind monkey. The blonde must have regretted the money to hire that assistant, but then he opened his eyes in surprise. Let's see what happens in front of us. That assistant had created something in his spare time. Looking at that thing for a long time, it looked like a sword, and the mana pieces were bonding together like atoms to form a sword. That's artifact. I don't expect much from quality, but it's better than nothing. There is hope now. Hey, that guy, the hunter called the assistant to come back. I guess it's to ask about and discuss the weapon forging. At this time, I don't know who the assistant is. Who else has this ability besides Shin Junseo? You see, it's Shin Junseo. Why is he with this low-level team, and he's still in the role of an assistant, not a craft? Hey, you're a crafter, aren't you? Can you help me make a sword? The exchange has officially begun, but it seems that Shin Junseo is the top handicap this time. Yes, I can. He was very calm and didn't care about the blonde who was gasping for fear of the monster, nor did he care about the assistant who was about to be crushed by it, nor did he pay attention to the 3 magicians who were trembling out there. Shin Junseo was so cold. Well, anything is fine, but give me a sword. A hard sword is best, so that I can slash that monster. My sword is broken. It seemed that Shin Junseo would help right away, but no, he coldly waved his hands. I'm sorry, but I joined your team as an assistant, not as a support. He hired me as an assistant. Are you mad? This is not the time to talk so heartlessly. Don't you see that we are all about to die? If we can't kill that monster, we're all going to die. Well, come to think of it, while the blonde was busy thinking and running to negotiate with Shin Junseo, what was the monster doing? Or was it still frantically smashing the mace on the assistant's shield? Or was the whole group sitting and resting, waiting for the camera to come and stand up to act? Just kidding for fun. Shin Junseo closed his eyes and sighed. He must have made some kind of condition. All right, I'll give you a sword, but I have a condition. Play no. That is, after completing this warm-up, you guys should forget everything about my skills, and when he divided the reward, he had to pay me the same amount as a support. If you're okay, I'll help you. What do you say? A person who can't get the title of author, but has to work as an assistant like you, requires such an impossible. You think you can complete the dungeon with just a solid weapon, without my combat skills? Your weapons are just scrap metal. How stubborn have you ever been? And he said, forget everything, forget what it means. With only weapons, it sounds ridiculous. Shin Junseo chuckled because the blonde seemed to despise his weapons too much. Let Shin Junseo tell you, a good weapon is the necessary factor to complete that dungeon. If you have combat skills but don't have a weapon in your hand, fighting with it is solid, or even if he holds a weapon and it is broken in half like his witty sword, yes or no. I guarantee it, what he is facing is the consequence of not choosing a good weapon and using the wrong person. As long as he understood the importance of this essential factor, he could complete the dungeon. Listening to Shin Junseo's words, the blonde hunter was sweating. Looking at Shin Junseo at this time is like an enlightener for him, because just said, low-level hunters are sometimes a little corny, and Shin Junseo, after 1 year of training, must have made a lot of progress now, so he drew such a philosophy. He was like a master who was hiding and waiting for the day of the match. In another development, this was the headquarters building of the Overkill Society, one of the 3 main associations in Korea at that time. The footsteps of a girl walking in the hall, she was heading towards a room. Who is this mysterious girl who has such a curious appearance? She must be a special character or has some superhuman skills. The girl was hiding in a business attire. She must be looking for her boss. A brother was sitting in his office contemplating when he heard a knock on the door outside. Come in. Chairman, the Fake Awakening Association has sent a request for cooperation to my side. The girl informed the Overkill president about this. There must be an important new mission in the future, or something that needs such a handshake from the 2 sides. The chairman wondered if it was because of the prison that the boss was at fault that he wanted to cooperate with him. Yes, on the surface they call this a request for cooperation, but in reality they will pay all the costs that we require. Why is there such a bargain in the world? It must be a difficult task. That ministry has no other choice. Why do you have to call me? Yes, since there is no false awakening capable of penetrating the closed gate now, only the chairman can do that. The chairman was talking to the girl while watching the news on the screen. The newspaper said that another error-rating dungeon had just appeared, but fortunately they successfully completed it. While staring at the lucky faces on the news, the chairman accidentally discovered something, a familiar face. I've seen it somewhere, right? The president was trying to remember where and when he had met this person, because the black-haired man looked quite mysterious. A few weeks ago a faulty-ranking dungeon appeared in Seocho-dong. I have a job in that area, so I stopped by to check it out. I also saw him there. According to the report he was an assistant. Although it is more popular than before, the appearance of a dungeon with an error rating is still not too massive. It has been a long time coming. And the number of survivors after chest masonry can be counted on the tip of a finger. And the number of survivors after entering the fault rating dungeon can be counted on the tip of a finger, but this assistant joined the group where everyone survived, not just one, but twice. It can't be a coincidence. While the chairman was wondering about Shin Junseo's background and abilities, the girl continued, it seems that the error-ranking dungeon has appeared more frequently. A few days ago, it was a D-rank dungeon, but after the hunters entered it, it became B-rank, and they were completely destroyed. The Fake Awakening Association must be having a headache. Yes, there have been many people attacking the association. Because the task of the association is to predict, probe, and announce the rank of the dungeon, and they keep ranking errors, causing so many people to die, so the boss of the association must be very tired now. So Overkill's mission this time in cooperation with the False Awakening Association is to infiltrate the dungeon to help them. Well, while someone with invasive skills will require even more resources to recruit, the chairman told the girl to just take on this task, and observe what the next situation was. Ah, and what I said you found out, Mr. Chairman, what do you want to find out? CNGF, see what they say. I've searched everywhere but I still can't find an A-rank artifact maker or higher, but I got a B-rank weapon from a Japanese blacksmith. Do you want to try it? It turns out that they need an artifact to create good weapons, and who can use them, because any weapon below A rank would be destroyed by the chairman's skill. Even A-rank weapons could not be used over and over again. Fortunately, there were some artifacts to support them, otherwise weapons would not have been used. Coming here, I suddenly remembered the President Moon Doyun, because he and the chairman of Overkill have 2 similarities. One is handsome, the other is that they both use weapons too much. Holding something is shattered. You keep looking. If you waste weapons like this, I'll run out of money. Admittedly, the president's suffering is the same as Moon Doyun in the past. I have a very strange hunch. The similarities between these two make me imagine that in the future, the chairman of Overkill and the artifact Shin Junseo will be a pair of bombing songs, to make up for the regret for the audience because Shin Junseo and Moon Doyeon were together too little in the past. Taehyun, there's something wrong. Until now I know that the chairman's name is Taehyun. What else is going on? Taehyun walked out. As a request from the association, I checked that location. It was a D-class dungeon, where our recruits were participating in the attack there. That tunnel ranks for error again. And what is the rank after they enter it? It's a C grade, and maybe even higher. It's time to go to work again. You can't just lose a rookie like this. It seems that this is an emergency situation. Taehyun walked back and forth thinking for a while and he finally made up his mind. I'll go on my own. Kwayo, we're about to witness Taehyun's talent right now. Let's see how he uses his weapons. This is the fault-rated dungeon that the assistant just mentioned to Taehyun. The mouth of the gate was big and red. Unlike the other blue ones, people are gathering in front of the gate, including journalists, guards, and curious pseudo-awakenings. When reporters saw that the overkill was coming, people began to pay attention to the president and began interviewing him. Bucho Yoon Taehyun, please say a little bit about the faulty-ranking dungeon that keeps appearing. We heard that the False Awakening Guild has asked to cooperate with the Overkill Guild for this dungeon, and the reason you came here today is because the members of the Conquest Guild are trapped in it. Oh my god, the reporters kept surrounding and asking questions constantly, slowly, and every one of you had a part. It seems that Yoon Taehyun didn't answer anyone. Yes, he walked straight in front of the dungeon gate and met a woman. Thank goodness, I didn't think you would come here on your own, President Yoon Taehyun. Then he also asked her how the situation was inside. She said that the conquest team consisted of 6 hunters, 2 supports, and an assistant. All of them had more strength than required, but that was not enough because the dungeon had been transformed into a C rank. The enemy in the dark, I am out in the light. I really can't help it. How long has the conquering team been in there? Yes, it's about 2 o'clock. My god, 2 hours in the dungeon went wrong. With the monster being much higher than the team, it must have been more evil than good. Yoon Taehyun walked forward to look at the dungeon and turned to tell everyone, I don't know how many people are still alive, but I will do my best. He had decided to invade this gate to go inside to help, or rather, to go inside to save the recruits out. At this time, he was carrying a large suitcase in his hand. I guess this was the weapon he was carrying to use. Putting the suitcase on the ground, hearing the sound of it hitting the ground seemed very heavy. Sometimes there were a lot of weapons inside, because he used it too much. Yoon Taehyun held out his hand, implying that he would quickly give it to me. Now that I know who the red-haired girl is, it must be his personal secretary, who goes with me to carry weapons and other necessities, something like that. I see that the presidents are handsome or have some secretaries like that. The girl opened the box, and inside there was an extremely sharp iron light, and just by looking at it, she knew that it was so sharp that it could cut through everything in the world. It must have been, because if it wasn't an A-class weapon made by the crafters, it would at least be the B-rank sword that the girl mentioned when she talked to him in headquarters. The self-introduction, B-grade support, Min Hee-soo, the profession is to open the space and secretary of the President Yoon Taehyun. She has the ability to create a closed space. Min Hee-soo took out the sword and handed it to Yoon Taehyun. He began to use his skill to encroach on this sword, and the sword began to turn yellow-orange like firelight. Let's play a few lines, but not indiscriminately. Yoon Taehyun was slashing in the vortex of the red mana emanating from the gate. The red color of the gate and the orange-yellow color of the sword power blended together, and the flames that fell made the scene now envelop a very hot color, like we were walking in a volcano. The invasion skill is a powerful skill that travels down the mana stream. It can destroy any connected wall, including a portal of this type. However, when moving to another dimension, the invasion skill only works part of its power. Then, the sword cracked, and another weapon was damaged in his hand. He handed the sword back to Secretary Min Hee-soo to keep, and I would go into that gate to save the recruits. Please be careful. In front of everyone, Yoon Taehyun walked in alone. Everyone must be extremely worried, and there are also people who completely believe that he will do it. Stepping through the gate was like stepping through another world. It was like a space crater, taking Yoon Taehyun to the dungeon. He walked in and saw everything around, blue mucus, corpses, foul smells. It's disgusting. They must have fought with a bunch of small monsters in this place. Yoon Taehyun observed and detected with this temperature and humidity. Add to the stench, then these are reptiles. There was no waste on the house. It seemed that these monsters had intelligence. Plus the rating of the dungeon, the answer is simple. Flood of human epidemics, a familiar monster. the human scorpion, with a D-level danger, is a humanoid reptilian monster that lives in a tribe. Compared to other humanoid monsters, they have a longer lifespan, and as such, their intelligence and strength are stronger. Based on that information, and the level of the conquering group in the report, Yoon Taehyun could guess the number and strength of the conquering group by the number of corpses of the human relics here. But he looked around and still didn't see the bodies of any of the recruits. Could they all be dead? The guy just wanted to hope they survived, but the negative thoughts kept clinging, making him imagine the prospect of the death of that group of unfortunate people. After that, Yoon Taehyun hurriedly ran to the place where the sound of fighting came from, which was the location of the conquering group. He became stunned by what he saw in front of him. It's unbelievable. This thing he had never even thought of. The hunters were fighting with the enemy translators. He held his sword against them. The one who shot the bow, although the damage was not too great, also injured or distracted the other monster somewhat. Perhaps this was a battle to buy time because they were waiting for something else behind. One had been hit by an arrow, and its body was oozing blue mucus that looked hideous. How can they overwhelm them? There are currently 2 human and 9 hunters here. Based on their speed and movement, the epidemic flood was obviously getting stronger. If so, what sets them apart? Yoon Taehyun stood still thinking and was dumbfounded. At that time the blue humanoid relic broke a hunter's sword, and it began to attack again, startling him. Everyone is in a dangerous situation. If nothing changes, the match will have a result in the blink of an eye. A hunter is also dead, because his weapon is lost, and the translator is aggressive in front of him. Yoon Taehyun, hurry up and save people. Now is not the time to analyze. Oh, I don't know what kind of weapon he will use, because I remember that he gave the broken sword back to Secretary Min Hee-soo. At this moment, the translator raised his hand, and was about to finish off the hunter, just like a grim reaper raising his scythe and preparing to reap an irresistible life. Seeing that he couldn't wait any longer, Yoon Taehyun finally rushed out to save everyone. It's irrelevant, but this angle of his is indeed a masterpiece of everyone's creation. A huge amount of energy poured into the plague nucleus, but it seemed that this energy was not created by Yoon Taehyun. A huge ice sword flew to block the sword that took the life of the enemy translator, saving the hunter from death in front of him. At this time, I know who it is. Can you guys guess? Has anyone seen this sword familiar? It seems to have been found somewhere, right, in the dungeon the other day. After dying and coming back to life, he attacked the boss monster with these types of swords. The timely arrival of the mysterious sword saved a life for the other hunter. Yoon Taehyun was also surprised. Was it magic? But no, it looked like a weapon that had just been released in the air. But who has the capacity to do this? Yoon Taehyun looked around to find the author of the sword. Who's in here? It's Shin Junseo with his hand, the hand that he used to be inferior to because he thought it was useless. His mana is no longer as weak as before, he's more advantageous, but his appearance is still stupid and unchanged. At this time, there were still monsters and conquerors in the catacombs, but when Yoon Taehyun met Shin Junseo, it was like everything stood still, time settled, everything turned into a statue, only the 2 of them were automatic. The 4 eyes looked at each other, really cuddling. Oh, is there a mistake? It's a boy with each other, but honestly, the eyes of these 2 people make me very confused. Friends, Shin Junseo is like you. Have you been looking for me for a long time? As for Yoon Taehyun, my love, I'm here. Oh Buddha, what the hell do you think? After looking at each other, the scene below the battlefield was on fire. Everyone was struggling to wait for the 2 of you to come out and save them, but Shin Junseo started counting the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On the other side, there were 5 people. On this side, 6, 7. Then 8 and 9. Is he counting the number of hunters in this dungeon? What does he want to do? Is it to make the number of weapons according to the number of people who are participating? Counting to the 9th person, Shin Junseo looked at Yoon Taehyun and counted 10, so there are 10 of them. Yoon Taehyun was also surprised because he was also listed on Shin Junseo's list. Ah, I saw that he was also carrying a weapon box at this time. I thought I came here empty-handed. Strangely, I remember that only 9 people entered. What the hell are you doing, oh parents? When I saw Shin Junseo counting, Yoon Taehyun also counted it, but somehow I found out that there were overcrowding in the dungeon. Did Shin Junseo sneak in? The 2 guys stood and practiced counting from 1 to 10 in the air. The hunters were about to be beaten to pieces. If you hurry up, you will say. One of them was slashed away. If they don't draw their swords to help, tonight the translators will definitely have a feast with all the prey. One person had fallen to the ground. Behind him was probably a magician. He was running to save his comrades. The Red Plague came forward, holding the sword in both hands, probably intending to slash with double the force so that these two hunters would break into 8 pieces. Unable to think about it further, Yoon Taehyun decided to come out to help. As for how Shin Junseo got into this place, slowly, a little later. He made a move. His skills were indeed not to be underestimated. From a distance Shin Junseo stood and watched and admired. The sword strikes were constantly being launched, but no matter what I said, this sword was also beautiful, looking like a Japanese sword. The blade was thin, long, and terrifyingly sharp. Unexpectedly, Yoon Taehyun would come to this rescue mission by himself. Shin Junseo stood and watched them fight. Beside him was the president's weapon case. He must have brought it with him when the other sword was broken by himself. He also carries an unused weapon, spare items. I wonder if Shin Junseo knows that Yoon Taehyun also uses weapons like Moon Doyun. If that's the case, then the two of us are for each other. Yoon Taehyun's small sword supported the monster's big sword to save the two hunters, and he didn't run quickly. If the sword accidentally hit him, he would die unjustly. Quickly step back, Yoon Taehyun also reminded them. But what are you doing when you are fighting loudly? Yes, thank you, they said thank you to Yoon Taehyun and I ran away, but I ran a little far, and I was about to come to the gate. After all, the sword of the human relic had already been blown away by Yoon Taehyun, and if he stood close to it, it would have broken his body into several pieces. I didn't expect Yoon Taehyun's sword to be so strong, and what was his skill on that small sword that was so fiery yellow? Come on, let's see if he can introduce the move to us, and for now, let's look at me. Yoon Taehyun walked a few right paths. This place has turned into a bright fire. The human relic had been slashed many times, the blue fluid began to splatter, and its fierce red eyes had now become godless, and it must have been about to fall. Crush, it's a crush, not a boom. The sound of it falling sounds so strange because of the mucus. You can try to verify whether your description of onomatopoeia is correct. Haha. I haven't used my full strength yet. This is definitely a B-grade weapon, but it's too weak. The sword was cracked again and several pieces were chipped. Every time he pulled out his sword, he did whatever he wanted. Therefore, even if he is the chairman of Overkill, the money for weapons cannot be afforded. But it seems that something is missing. Yoon Taehyun had just slashed to death a red blob, and there was also a blue one. Just mention Chow Chow. Chow Chow came right away, saw his friend dying in a pile of fluids, and the blue monster also rushed furiously to vent its anger on the hunters. His teeth were sharp, his tongue was sticking out, and his claws were sharp as if he had just finished filing. How can low-level hunters resist its blows? Hey brother, ask me this little bit. Shin Junseo calls Yoon Taehyun and wants to ask him something. Every set of lions you use skills is like this. There's just a monster that has broken his sword, so I saw him carrying a spare box. It must be a waste of time. You broke the real thing. Shin Junseo also did not forget to tease him. It's only been 1 year, but the guy has also grown up a lot. Remember when he used to look very shy, not even confident enough to talk to others, but now he dares to taunt the chairman of Overkill. Annoying, you're causing trouble with me. Yoon Taehyun went from frustration to surprise when in front of him was Mana reuniting. And create a new sword. Oh my god, can you believe it? It's too fast, less than 5 seconds. I didn't expect Shin Junseo to progress so fast. He must have picked up many secrets, so his life has turned a new page. Hey, you use this, don't torture that poor weapon anymore. My gosh, don't you hate giving a sword to people when you talk about it? Look at his face. Yoon Taehyun stood looking at the newly formed sword and couldn't help but be amazed. With just one move, he had already materialized it. This is exactly what I need. I want to bring him back to raise him. He's an artist, he's not just an ordinary person, he's very skilled and talented. But why did he act like he was an assistant? He didn't look like a master at all. I've heard that low-level support lacks money or pretends to be an assistant, but this guy is not the same. However, I have one condition. Shin Junseo has a condition with Yoon Taehyun. Because he is new, there is nothing for nothing. Let's see what conditions Shin Junseo wants. It was after you swept away and left this dungeon you had to forget all the memories of me and my skills. The right kind of breakup is to erase the memory. You think I can forget what I want? The ministry is joking. The head, not the computer, has a delete button for him to delete. As he spoke, Yoon Taehyun put his hand on the hilt of his new sword. Otherwise, he would continue to sabotage his high-level weapon cave. Give this sword back to me. Saying that, Shin Junseo knows that once Yoon Taehyun uses the skill, this weapon will also dissipate, but more than enough, it seems to help him. I see, I promised to erase this memory. I just said to rekindle Yoon Taehyun. Let me see what kind of weapon he deletes tomorrow. or after he gets out of the dungeon, he will recruit Shin Junseo to his team so that he doesn't have to spend money on new weapons. Very good, hurry up and go to Yoon Taehyun. If there is a damage, I will create more for use. Hearing this sentence, both Shin Junseo and Yoon Taehyun were not afraid not to shake the roof of this vault, to use all their strength to beat those monsters to the ground without fear of spending money on a new sword. He had never felt so excited. So the second half between Yoon Taehyun and the translator began. After a minute of break, Yoon Taehyun was equipped with a new sword. I don't know how durable it is, but I just try it. The two sides rushed to fight at close range. It was a golden color of fire that radiated again. It was Yoon Taehyun's energy that had applied his skills to the new sword. The translator seemed to be tired of this energy, so he gasped and stuck out his tongue. The weapon was broken, but this time it was the monster's weapon. Yoon Taehyun's sword was still intact. It's terrible, it's terrible. Evil, I was just going to block the attack, but the opponent's weapon was smashed first. That sword of its was very thick and hard, no way. Because I used more force to control weapons than usual, but it wasn't, or was it because this weapon itself was already unusually strong? Unbelievably, an artifact can make a weapon on the spot that must be at least B grade. He was very young and looked quite normal. It is true that it should not be judged only by appearance. This is interesting. I want to see how powerful this weapon is. To see what it does, should I use more force? Yoon Taehyun stabbed deep into the human being. Heaven and earth, demon gods, he seemed to use all his strength to pour out on the monster. It was so strong that it created a whirlwind of fire as if it wanted to burn down this entire cellar. Pat the green friend on the shoulder before saying goodbye. Yoon Taehyun seems to want to comfort him. Don't be sad. And then, he pulled out his sword very quickly and strongly, leaving a very large tear on the translator's body. That wasn't enough, he even shot up, stabbing the sword straight down from above its head. This scene is like the scene of the San inserting his heirloom sword on the head of a lizard in a Vietnamese fairy tale. Wow, a fatal blow, piercing from the top of the head to the neck. This blow is a strange non-dead monster. It roared one last sound. Yoon Taehyun pulled out his sword, and the mucus began to splash out like a pressure spray. Yes, because it was cut too sweet. Boom, it has fallen. This time it is not a crushing sound like a red one when it bounces, but it is a booming sound. I don't know why not, because its mucus shot out so strongly, so it was thrown out very far, and it died instantly, so it was stronger when it fell, and there was no blood under its feet, so it didn't get wet, but it heard a creaking sound like it just now. It's disgusting. As a habit, after killing the translator, Yoon Taehyun immediately checked the weapon to see if there was any damage. This time he had to be startled. The weapon was not harmed at all. That is, this weapon has a fairly high level, higher than he expected. Bucho, here you are. Thanks to him, we are still alive. Thank you for saving us. The hunters ran to thank Yoon Taehyun for being confused. It seems that no one was seriously injured. He also felt a sense of relief in himself. But who knows that Yoon Taehyun can't even fight with his own weapons. Thanks to that person, he can hold on and save them. Turning to look at that person, Yoon Taehyun asked him. Hey, what's your name? The others were also eager to know. They stood and watched Shin Junseo diligently picking up the mana stones around him. My name is this. Just kidding. What does your uncle know the name of a little assistant for? Shin Junseo just worried about focusing on his work without even telling Yoon Taehyun's name. At least we have to know each other's names to talk. I'm Yoon Taehyun. My god, if you don't introduce me, the boy already knows you. Seeing that Yoon Taehyun also had good intentions, Shin Junseo looked back, and thought that it would be okay to just say his name, as long as he kept his promise to forget his skills. Well, my name is Shin Junseo. The two of them looked at each other again. Our eyes met. I just wanted to say that I heard a sentence. Someone came to ask where Shin Junseo would leave the mana stone. He turned to the hunter and replied that he would leave it at the entrance of the gate in a minute. At this time, Shin Junseo was about to bring the ice bags out, but Yoon Taehyun patted him on the shoulder and held on. Wait, Shin Junseo, you come with me to the boss, and leave your stuff here. As soon as he said that, Yoon Taehyun quickly took a mana ice bag from Shin Junseo's hand. Shin Junseo also refused and said that I was only here as an assistant. Yoon Taehyun handed the bag to the hunter and also told Shin Junseo that this dungeon had turned into a transformed dungeon. This means that if I don't defeat the boss here, no one will be able to get out, whether it's an assistant or a support, or even me. Shin Junseo still tried to resist, but he was too strong to defeat that boss. As you can see, no weapon can completely withstand my skills, and if it doesn't crack, it will break. No matter how talented I am, wouldn't it be useless if I damaged your weapon for me? At that time, what did he use to fight the boss? Shin Junseo affirmed that the weapon he made would not be broken. That's just because he thinks so, but this is a transformation dungeon. The creatures that inhabit this place are monsters that are much more terrifying than ordinary lizard men. Therefore, the boss here is the same, its power will be far different from ordinary bosses, so it will not be superfluous to be careful, if you don't want the whole group to bury their bodies here and go missing. Hearing this, it seems that Shin Junseo has been convinced. That's right, now even if he wants to come out, he can't come out, so he has to fight. Okay, he agreed and left the bags on the ground. The two of them started to go inside. I don't know if the other hunters would come in with them, or if they would just stay here and wait, because I thought that even if they did, it wouldn't help much, and even made Yoon Taehyun bother to go to the rescue. Shin Junseo walked after him and asked me if I could just follow. Before Yoon Taehyun could answer, the boss's place appeared. There were empty iron cages. This place was really humid, like a long-standing damp tomb, so the smell was terrible. The boss has appeared. Information shows that it is the king of lizards. The danger level is higher than C rank, the last form of the lizard man after more than a century of survival and skin change. Despite its small size, its strength and speed are many times greater than that of an ordinary lizard man. You should forget all the dangers and information you have. Shin Junseo was reading information about his opponent when Yoon Taehyun interrupted, because this was a transformation tunnel, so this information must be true. The thing now is to end this matter as quickly as possible. I was also hungry and wanted to go home to eat. If you leave it longer, your weapon will break in half, and my energy is almost at its peak. Yoon Taehyun said so, and Shin Junseo was still as strong as corn to confirm that the weapon he created was never broken, so let's see. Kwayo, look at the boss. At first glance, its face looks like a fox, but if you look closely, you can see that it looks like a cat. Its teeth are terrifyingly sharp, and this boss also brushes his teeth hard, so his teeth are very white, gentlemen. His figure sitting in the distance looked like the Joker clown, but before I want to fight it, I definitely have to step over the corpse of this lizard that looks like a short-snout crocodile. The weapon of the boss this time was not a mace like the other giant monsters, but a long, pointed spear. The boss had just ordered his disciple to attack the two of them, and the disciple was naturally very obedient, so when the boss gave the order, his eyes were red, and he rushed over frantically and was ready to bite or slap the two of them with a few slapsticks to increase the drama. Yoon Taehyun dodges its blow, he jumps high and watches his opponent, and Shin Junseo doesn't know if he is in any danger. Yoon Taehyun won't let his new friend get into trouble. He starts to use his skills on that sword to prepare for the attack. The lizard rushed forward, but for some reason it did not attack immediately, but stood there, wagging its tail back and forth as if it was celebrating its new owner, but actually, it's not like that, it's accumulating energy. Yoon Taehyun is the same, holding the sword tightly in his hand and waiting for his opponent to make a move that he will act immediately. He was creating a familiar energy vortex. This time I don't know if Shin Junseo's sword would retain the same power as before, since it had already passed around with the human relic. Just when Yoon Taehyun was about to take down the monster, something unexpected appeared. The boss also flew out at that time. It didn't have to call the disciple to fight first. The disciple died before he came up, but both swords were in spade, and the difficulty had increased. Yoon Taehyun's sword and the boss's spear collided with each other, and their four eyes looked at each other. On one side, his eyes seemed to want to finish off this transformed monster to quickly end the mission, and on the other side, he gritted his teeth and smiled as if teasing you, see if it's instantaneous. But it was boring to look at each other for a long time. The two sides threw each other's weapons away. Yoon Taehyun stepped back, to consider the situation. It is easy to hit one, but if the two work together, it will be harder. The boss stood on the back of the monster, and it turned out that this big lizard was the boss's mount, and there was a rope on its head to hold on to, which was very good. Indeed, the Lizard King also knows how to equip it. It looks really cool. Wait, look at the mouth of the monster. It knows how to breathe fire. There was fire in its mouth. As expected, the monster spewed out a huge flame, even stronger than Yoon Taehyun's energy fire. He must have been trying to grill two prey in front of him. But it didn't matter. There was something in front of Yoon Taehyun. It looked like a layer of ice. It's a giant shield. This must be a new work by Shin Junseo. In addition to creating weapons, this guy is also capable of creating attack support equipment. The shield was effective, resisting the deadly flames of the monster that spewed out. At this time, Shin Junseo looked no different from a magician who was using his magic hand, standing from a distance to support his teammates. However, the flames were so close, so strong that the shield shattered into 100 pieces, causing Yoon Taehyun to be angry and fly backwards. "Aren't you the creator? Why did you go to make such a witty shield?" No matter how much Yoon Taehyun urged, Shin Junseo replied casually, "Well, the shield can also become a weapon, and you've never been hurt by something like that. When I get out of here, I have a lot of things I want to ask you, Shin Junseo." These two people initially seemed to be a little harsh. Unlike the last time Shin Junseo met Moon Doyeon, one of them was full of words of encouragement, and the other was scorned for whatever sentence he said. But now is not the time for the two of you to stand there and bend back and forth, because the Lizard King has already made a move. Its spear stem suddenly turns into a long chain. It will fight at a long distance. Just stand on the back of the mount and control. The spear was as fast as an arrow, rushing forward and binding Yoon Taehyun's sword. Needless to say, he knew what the next move the boss would be. Of course, it will pull the chain hard so that the enemy will lose its weapon and take advantage of that time. It will rush to attack. But that was with the other opponents, and with Yoon Taehyun, it didn't make him let go of that sword. He even rushed to play with it head-on. "Stop joking, be kind." Shin Junseo is also starting to feel urgent now. He raises his hand to converge mana to create something supportive for Yoon Taehyun. "I'm just kidding, I just want to see if that sword of yours is really quality. You must have loved that sword too." Shin Junseo is now creating another sword for Yoon Taehyun, the guy with 2 hands and 2 swords. The new sword has been created, now you can start counterattacking. Yoon Taehyun let go of the bound sword and then slashed at the Lizard King's mount in succession, making it unable to dodge, and its blue blood began to shoot out. One went to sell salt. The boss saw that his disciple was being attacked, so the fire of hatred burned in his eyes. He gently stroked his fangs again, but to be honest, he looked at his face with his teeth gritted as if he was smiling, and he didn't care. Xianqing rushed forward. Yoon Taehyun flew his sword, intending to pierce through his body. But the sword had deflected to the side of the boss's shoulder. At this time, my 4 eyes met. I just wanted to bite him for a long time. The boss's face this time was richer than the first time they met. And at that moment, not knowing what move Yoon Taehyun had launched that made the boss throw away, he couldn't even keep his weapon anymore. He fell right next to his beloved disciple. Quickly ending this dungeon, Yoon Taehyun unleashed his last move. At this time, the boss was determined to wait for death. His hands were not inches of iron. His disciple was vomiting fresh blood to death, but he himself was small. That handsome brother was too strong, and he even had super high-class support. This Fen is definitely reincarnated. Yoon Taehyun put his energy into slashing at the boss, but he was cunning. He dodged to the side. Therefore, Yoon Taehyun only cut off his left arm. Ah, what kind of way has he come up with? Even if he dies, he has to drag the guy who supports him to die together for fun. He looks at Shin Junseo. Then a spear in one hand rushed forward like flying. Will Shin Junseo be able to use some kind of weapon to fight back at this time, or at least Yoon Taehyun will be able to save him in time? But life is not like a dream. The spear of the Lizard King can't even touch Shin Junseo's body, because there is a layer of mana to protect him. He can create his own star shield. The devil let the ghost catch him. Why is this guy so harmful? I'm sure I'm dead. The boss thought the last thoughts of his life. I think I'm pointing a spear at someone. Shin Junseo was communicating with him through brain waves. His eyes seemed to be hypnotizing a monster. His gaze alone was enough to scare him to death at this moment. Dare to rape my disciple Shin Junseo. The boss has disciples. Yoon Taehyun also has disciples, but the difference is that the Lizard King can't protect his disciple, and Yoon Taehyun can. He took the sword and came from behind it. Seeing this scene, you should understand for yourself. 2 to 1, not a little lame, but the boss was even lame in front of one hand. What kind of punch did he have? Stairway to Heaven is pleased to serve you. Ever since Yoon Taehyun entered, everyone was still watching outside that transformed gate. Suddenly, the energy swirling around the gate gradually changed from red to blue. The door is open, they have passed. People saw this phenomenon and began to cheer. From inside the gate, 2 handsome brothers and a group of conquerors came out like savior heroes. So the reporters quickly arrived, took pictures, interviewed, and the next issue would explode for you to see. Bucho Yoon Taehyun, how is it in the dungeon? What about the boss? Everyone is safe. Secretary Min Hee-soo also came to ask if he was injured. Of course not. The hunters in the conquering group also gathered together to thank each other. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, we would probably have died in it. On the other side, Shin Junseo is talking to someone. he sent back the bags of mana stones collected from the match and said that I had already been paid in advance, so I was leaving. The other man also thanked him and praised Shin Junseo for doing a great job. Shin Junseo turned to look at Yoon Taehyun and his radiant aura as the reporters and the expedition surrounded him. His eyes said goodbye. And then Shin Junseo quietly left, away from the crowd and not wanting anyone to remember him, nor his skills. President Yoon Taehyun, why did you wipe out the dungeon so quickly? Is this place too simple for his level? Not me, but me. At this time, Yoon Taehyun was about to say that thanks to Shin Junseo's support, he was able to do it. So when they were all at a stalemate in joining forces, the guild leader solved all of them, right? Yes, that's right, all our weapons have been destroyed like this. You can't imagine how dangerous the situation is. If it weren't for the president, we would have died a long time ago. The hunters tell reporters about Yoon Taehyun's heroism in saving them. Seeing that something was wrong, Yoon Taehyun turned around and asked the supporter, "What are you saying? It's all thanks to the person who created the weapon for us, that's why I can resist." But he didn't seem to have the slightest impression, and even asked Yoon Taehyun who he was talking about. What kind of fabrication? It is what you support as an assistant. He is a weapon artifactor. It's true that there is a support assistant in the group, but I don't know if he has that ability. Why did the conquering group show such ignorance? It's strange. Everyone didn't see how he made the weapon. Yoon Taehyun tried to remind everyone, but it didn't seem to work. No one saw Shin Junseo create anything. They only knew that he had come to dig mana stones. Slowly, I remember that he didn't bring any axes anywhere, but he did dig up all the mana stones. We've lost the axe. It's strange. Everyone was still in a daze and no one remembered that they had been saved by self-controlled weapons while fighting monsters. This makes Yoon Taehyun even more strange. What's the matter? They all received weapons from him. Why don't they remember anything? He began to recall that when he was in the cellar, Shin Junseo created the sword, and made a strange request, that is, the user must erase the memories of his skills. That is, the user must erase the memories of his ability. In the end, Yoon Taehyun found out, it was the rent payment skill that Shin Junseo used. It was also the skill that I initially wondered and asked if anyone knew. It turns out that it is. The temporary lease of weapons and the payment fee are a memory of that rental. Yoon Taehyun turned his back. How could that person be able to use a skill that only an A-level or higher artifact possessed? Seeing that the president was standing in a daze, his two secretaries also came to ask what was wrong. But he didn't answer, but ran around looking for Shin Junseo to ask why. No one understood what Yoon Taehyun was doing. Where did he go? I couldn't find it. He's already gone. Why didn't he say a word and left like this? Too angry. Two men were playing hide and seek together. One went to hide and someone went to find him, so I'm very happy. Den Yu also said the same thing. Shin Junseo was probably standing nearby, but he deliberately avoided his face and looked at Yoon Taehyun from a distance. Min Hee-soo and the other assistant also chased after the president, because they didn't know what was causing him to be so urgent. They must have thought that something else was about to happen. But no, Yoon Taehyun asks Min Hee-soo to immediately help him find that son. The one who played with him in the dungeon and quietly left him. He has to find Shin Junseo. After relentless searching, one afternoon, Secretary Min Hee-soo also got some useful information. She went to the headquarters, and reported to Yoon Taehyun, "President, I have found Shin Junseo's location." At about 1 o'clock this afternoon, he entered a D-class dungeon around the Songpa-gu area with a team of 5 people. Hearing this news, Yoon Taehyun must be very happy, but he was holding back so that she wouldn't find out that it would be good. "Okay, you did a good job. If it's Songpa-gu, it's not too far away." Yoon Taehyun is going to knock Shin Junseo upside down. I doubt it. The secretary asked more about Shin Junseo because she had some questions about this strange guy. "By the way, President, Shin Junseo is only a D-rank artifact, but why are you so interested in him? Normally, a B-level or even A-level artifact that you are not satisfied with it. Why would you pay special attention to someone who doesn't have such a reputation this time?" Miss Min Hee-soo felt the same way. He thought to himself that everyone was deceived. A D-rank artifactor, of course they could only think so much, because no one knows the secret behind him. There is a saying that the truth is not revealed. Yoon Taehyun looked at Shin Junseo's profile. All the information he had showed that he was only level D. This profile could hide his true skills. It was very simple and extremely little information. However, the rent payment skill he used that day denied everything. D-class was just fake. This young man must have at least a B+ or A, or something more. He was too mysterious and couldn't let anyone exploit more information. By the way, let me explain a little about the skill of paying the rent. it is an A-level skill. When the player materializes and lends an item, the borrower must return it by making a request. The scope and necessity of the request depends on the user's skill, that is, if the lessor is level B, the tenant is level B or lower such as C, D, E, this skill will have a radical effect, and if the tenant is level B plus, A plus or super grade, depending on the person's skills, the skill will be proportional. The skill level of rent payment is very high, and I've never seen anyone use it like that. This valuable ability is only used by him to hide his identity. Yoon Tae-hyun looked at the sky and the earth, and thought, it's irrelevant, but the president has a beautiful workplace, isn't it? When I was secretly thinking about this scene, it was really refreshing. An artifact like Shin Junseo is very difficult to meet. Such people in this world must be counted on the tip of their fingers. Looking at Yoon Tae-hyun, I know that he has a lot of desire to get Shin Junseo to raise, no, it must be called an invitation to dedicate to the guild, haha. If I meet him, I will know his true ability. The thoughts of the name Shin Junseo keep popping up in Yoon Tae-hyun's mind, making him want to meet Shin Junseo right away, the kind of day and night dreaming of face, but Shin Junseo is uncertain. He was quite sparing, only by luring him into battle could he see his special ability. Remembering that time, he gave himself a feeling that he had never had. Yoon Tae-hyun clenched his hand, and imagined the day he met that boy, when he held his sword in his hand and felt the difference. Holding the sword in his hand, the feeling was full of power, just like the feeling when Sun Wukong touched the needle for the first time. I can finally use my full strength without fear of damaging the weapon. I couldn't do my best when fighting the enemy before, because if I just can't control the force, the weapon will immediately break and I will lose. No matter how capable I am without a worthy weapon, it is useless, because I am not capable of hand-to-hand combat. Over the years, Yoon Tae-hyun has traveled everywhere from south to north, east to west, both domestically and abroad, and he has met countless blacksmiths who are considered the most skilled ever. They forged him a lot of weapons for him to try out, most of which were thin and light swords that he often used. But it was just a waste of effort. As long as he used a little firepower, the results would not be much different every time. That so-called little bit of his firepower was enough to heat and brighten the blacksmith's room more than the forge he used to work in. With just a few small parts of his skills, Yoon Tae-hyun felt that the things in his hands were just ephemeral, they would be burned after a few seconds. He held a sword and danced a few lines of mist to warm up, but he didn't dare to hit hard. The sword that is very good must be about 5 or 6 moves, and the witty one has turned into scrap metal in less than 3 moves. In his hand, the sword will usually become strong, slashing iron like slashing mud, but after slashing, iron and mud will also blend together because the sword is broken. If you go out to fight like this, if you don't bring a defensive weapon, you will probably die. Do you see anything? Those glowing fragments are the fragments that fell from the sword that passed through Yoon Tae-hyun's hands. This time was just like the previous sword test. Yoon Tae-hyun had just tried a few light moves, and the blacksmith's best sword also began to crack, which was disappointing. It's frustrating, it's laborious, it's expensive, and it costs money, because whether you buy them or not, Yoon Tae-hyun still has to pay. The blacksmith did it for you. It's the same sin for the old blacksmiths. Just show out the swords. After Yoon Tae-hyun turns his back, those trees will turn out like this, watching his superb children become scrap metal and terribly inhibited. Promise yourself that next time you will do better, but the force will not obey you. Yoon Tae-hyun has tried weapons in many places, but no one can meet his expectations, and then he gets frustrated, the kind of person who has power but can't hold something delicious in his hand. It's like a bad general. Sometimes I think he should at least practice a few hand blows or leg blows just in case. It's very useful, instead of when the weapon is broken and the enemy counterattacks. Then it is better for him to switch to a different type of attack. That is, Tang Tang is a famous blacksmith, the kind who also has blood in the world but is humiliated by Yoon Tae-hyun's power, but he has to bear it. He already has such an ability, then ordinary blacksmiths will not be able to create a worthy weapon for him. Not to mention that the crafting ability of the creator is also limited by the shape of ordinary weapons, but Shin Junseo is different. The weapons he creates are beyond the limits of ability and shape, as if those limitations no longer exist, breaking down all barriers, not only strong in nature, but also beautiful in aesthetics. The things Shin Junseo creates are very eye-catching, sometimes simple, sometimes sophisticated, but all very delicate. If it was Shin Junseo's ability, then he was the one Yoon Tae-hyun needed to look for. He was the one who could help President Yoon Tae-hyun make the most of his inherent power. Returning to the conversation with the secretary Min Hee-soo, and the information about Shin Junseo's conquest of the dungeon at this time. Normally, the time to destroy a D-rank dungeon by a team of 5 people is about 4 hours, but with him, that time has been greatly reduced. After thinking for a while, Yoon Tae-hyun asked Secretary Min Hee-soo about today's work schedule. She said that he would have a meeting with President Hyunmoo at 7 o'clock tonight, but he didn't care and left. Ask you to postpone the meeting for me, I have to go first. I'm sure you're looking for Shin Junseo, who has more priority than Shin Junseo right now. Although Min Hee-soo said that he should not delay with Hyunmoo, Yoon Tae-hyun ignored it. In another development, the place where Shin Junseo is participating in the attack, this is an ordinary prison, because the blue gate is not transformed. There is a fanged monster in it, but perhaps thanks to Shin Junseo's support, no conquering team has been able to defeat it. A few slashes sculpted on its fat blue body made it roll out of breath, because the D-rank dungeon was too simple, plus the powerful weapon that helped the conquering group shorten the time. The hunter, after slashing the monster to death, still couldn't believe what he had done and couldn't believe that this was actually a weapon created by his assistant. It was too powerful. If this mana can destroy the boss's weapon, then this thing must be C rank. Oh no, at least it must be B rank. It seems that Shin Junseo put a little more mana into the sword or something. It is too strong for their imagination. The whole group was talking. Just now when my weapon was broken in half, I thought it was all gone. Haha, I didn't expect that assistant to have this ability. So good, it was he who saved the whole group. Haha is great, it's really great. The hunter guy still can't stop admiring and showing interest in this sword. Oh my god, I've never used a sword as good as distilled water. Thank you, assistant, but Shin Junseo doesn't seem to care. He's just taking care of his job of taking the mana stone and cleaning it up, because he knows, in a moment, when they get out of the dungeon, they'll forget about your skills, just like other teams. They discussed recruiting Shin Junseo into the group to gather talented pages, establish a group to sweep and compete with other associations. It's good to hear your opinion. At that time our association may win the same position as the famous big associations today. Hey, I see him as an assistant, it's really useless. Look at our people. Well, haha, recruiting him is only beneficial, not harmful. But wait, you guys want to recruit me without asking me if I want to participate or not. Look at my face, see if there is any interest. Overkill Bucho still has a headache to find a way to recruit, then you guys only have sandals. It's true that this time Shin Junseo used more mana than he thought, although this is not a transformation dungeon, but this team is also a little inferior, so he has to struggle like this. They're to dream of bombing the dungeon. It's really a fantasy. Shin Junseo thought that if he was still mana that time, it would have been simpler, not to run out of mana like recently. Oh, every time. The unimaginable amount of mana he felt from the dungeon last time, the time he almost died in the dungeon with Dawn and the President Moon Doyun. After defeating the golem and using up all the mana, it never appeared again. At that time, it was like being possessed by a ghost. I didn't know where the mana came from, but I was so terrified. It was my most glorious moment ever. For now, I can only feel the mana of a D-rank pseudo-awakener, but fortunately, it's enough for me to make weapons. At least I can create bigger and better weapons than before, when I was a low-class artifact and was looked down upon. I didn't expect the memories of his past life to be so helpful. Shin Junseo was creating an axe to smash the mana stone. It was really happy. It was like he went to work without carrying a weapon with him. He just got to his place, he created it, used it and collected it. It was convenient to the best of his ability. That's his skill. The basic skill of the creator. Crafting is effective when creating a specific weapon. Although this is an intuitive skill, the quality will also be proportional to the amount of mana consumed and the level of the skill. There is actually still a way that can help increase the power of this skill, and it is unknown. That is the level of understanding. When the level of understanding of the weapon is crafted, the better the quality. The best thing about this ability is that when the quality is improved, the mana efficiency also increases. That means that even if we use the same amount of mana to create the exact same weapon, as we gain more level of knowledge, there will be a difference in quality. After revealing that ability, Shin Junseo had to practice very austerely, from researching materials, assisting other hunters to be instructed, to going to the forge and learning how to make weapons. But this time it feels more than what he expected. Skill type is progressing more and more. Although I don't know exactly how much this skill has been improved, but compared to the amount of mana he used, this quality is not only an increase. His powerful axe struck the mana stones, causing them to break into many small pieces, and the performance increased significantly. But the truth is that there are still many shortcomings because it is very difficult to use both crafting skills and pay the rent at the same time. It costs a lot of mana and experience. Every time he goes to the dungeon and encounters a few gangsters, he has to create weapons for them anyway. Then, after letting them use it, Shin Junseo had to revoke it again and also used his skill to pay the rent to erase the hunter's memories of the skill they had witnessed. While the equipment related to mana is very expensive, so now Shin Junseo has no way to buy it. And when he conquered the dungeon, he earned a lot of money, but it was very little, because his role was just an assistant, an errand in the group. To equip himself, Shin Junseo only has a way to buy mana potion, which is the only equipment that can help him mass-produce mana in a short time. I should order more medicinal water. Even with the income of the assistant, it's difficult, because of the misery. Shin Junseo hides his identity and skills, only acts with the label of an assistant. The salary is also very bubbly. Well, just join the Overkill Guild with Yoon Taehyun. Is it better or not? At least they are paid more, because they are a famous guild, and it is great to use that money to buy the medicinal water of mana. On the other hand, in addition to making money, I think his main purpose in actively participating in the conquest of the dungeon is to accumulate unclean mana energy, which is more precise, starting from the first time Shin Junseo activated the skills after inheriting his memories. He practiced relentlessly and was always enthusiastic about participating in conquest activities and false awakenings to accumulate unclean mana. After a year of accumulation, it's almost done. I'm sure I've got 8 parts, just try 2 more parts to reach the milestone and get the reward. I don't know what the reward will be. I'm really excited for the day the status bar reaches the 100% mark. But every time he cleans an ordinary dungeon, Shin Junseo can only exchange more than 1% of the mana, which is currently about 80%, which means that he has to participate in more than 75 dungeons. This performance is too low. However, the transformation dungeon was different. The amount of filthy mana would absorb more from the transformed monsters, although it was more dangerous. But it would help him shorten his time significantly. That's right, in order to absorb a large amount of mana at the same time, this is the only way, the transforming dungeon. The problem was that before entering it, Shin Junseo couldn't accurately guess the difficulty of the dungeon, so it was also very risky, not to mention that it would be very hard to go with a group with poor skills, because Shin Junseo's own profession was not fighting, so he will entrust that to his teammates. He can only create weapons, and strengthen the weapon. Naturally thinking of this, Shin Junseo remembered the handsome President Yoon Taehyun. If it wasn't for him to appear in time, the previous day's dungeon will be a big challenge. The only way to strengthen in the name of a D-rank pseudo-awakener now is to check the reward of absorbing mana. First of all, just go back to the assistant job to cover everyone's eyes. Shin Junseo has finally collected all the mana stones of this dungeon. After that, he and his conquering group returned to the gate. They succeeded and escaped, because this was just an ordinary gate and the conquering group was not famous, so it was easy to understand why there was not a shadow of a person gossiping in front of the tunnel gate. Or there is a strong character like President Yoon Taehyun, there will be dozens of journalists waiting for interviews and special attention. Everyone has worked hard. See you next time. Bye-bye. Everyone came home without knowing that Shin Junseo had done it. He used his skills to pay the rent on them. Shin Junseo has already erased a piece of their memory. No one remembers that after his weapon was broken, there was an assistant who created a fancy weapon and lent it to the whole group. They only remember going to the dungeon, fighting with the monster very hard and succeeding. After all, it's like a joke. Hey, Mr. Shin Junseo, who's calling that? Hearing the familiar voice, Shin Junseo was startled. It's late in the afternoon. Who is looking for me? Shin Junseo turned around to see who it was, whether it was the team just now or not, but no, it was that person. Yoon Taehyun and Min Hee-soo walked over. It's true that Yoon Taehyun successfully knocked out Shin Junseo right in front of the gate of the real dungeon, at the right time, neither sooner nor later. If he had arrived earlier, perhaps the whole group of conquerors earlier would have been very surprised, and a few things followed, and if Yoon Taehyun had arrived a little later, Shin Junseo would have already left. He must have been waiting nearby. Hello, do you remember me? Yoon Taehyun asked Shin Junseo, admitted to asking a lot of questions, but their eyes looked at each other with real affection. At this time, Shin Junseo had discovered that the skill of paying the rent had no effect on this president. He not only missed him, but also went looking for him. Shin Junseo pretended to ask if I said I didn't remember who he was, would you believe him? Of course not, you idiot. At that time, Yoon Taehyun gave Shin Junseo his business card, because last time he didn't have much time to talk or introduce himself. When he was in the dungeon, He was worried about fighting monsters, and when he came back, he disappeared. I'll have to look for a few days to find out you're here. What's wrong with you? Shin Junseo pretended to be naive. Make a set of business cards and look at them again so that the other party can see that you are also polite. Ah, I have something to say to you. I hope you give me some time. Yoon Taehyun took the initiative to make an appointment to meet Shin Junseo. Reading the business card, Shin Junseo also knew that this was the Overkill Guild, which was one of the top 3 guilds in Korea, and Yoon Taehyun was the guild president there. He was so young that he was already the president of a large guild. He was inherently a very good hunter, so why didn't the press hunt like a hero after every conquest? It looks very greedy, but Shin Junseo thinks back, I can't be involved in such a big guild, otherwise my identity will be discovered and cause a lot of trouble. I have to find an excuse to hide. I don't have time, I already have dinner with someone else. I'll see you next meal if you have a chance, and the next meal is unlucky. After speaking, Shin Junseo turned his head and left, rejecting the handsome man's invitation. But if you can't go, Yoon Taehyun pulled Shin Junseo's shoulder back. The master is not as good as the competition. You have to seize the opportunity right away. You won't regret talking to me. I'm not going to take up much of your time, and tonight I'm all, whatever you want to eat, drink, eat at any restaurant. Oh my god, my brother is too generous. If I were Shin Junseo, I would agree immediately and always without thinking about it. Shin Junseo laughed again. You're the president but you're too free. There's also time for a D-level assistant like me, Yoon Taehyun said. Well, let's just say that. The two young men talked about dating each other. One side made the most of the price, and the other side pampered as much as possible. Standing behind, Min Hee-soo didn't seem to like Shin Junseo. The jealous expression on her face was obvious. She must have never seen the president of her family have to beg someone like this. Time, how many years have you been with him, and yet she has never been honored like this guy. I really hate it. Yoon Taehyun tried to convince Shin Junseo, although he didn't like this at all, but Shin Junseo also wanted to confirm how much his rent payment skills could affect Yoon Taehyun. Oh well, if it worked for him, he wouldn't have come here to meet you. It's true to find a reason to nod here. You can't hide me. I wonder a little, will the first date tonight be accompanied by Min Hee-soo? I hope not, but if the two men talk to each other, the cake will be very disinterested. Okay, so let's wait a minute. Shin Junseo finally accepted. Yoon Taehyun's brother smiled happily as if he had met his girlfriend for the first time. These two were really too difficult to understand. Meeting Shin Junseo, Yoon Taehyun was happy as meeting the true love of his life. Shin Junseo went first. He must have gone home to prepare, and he was handsome, and Yoon Taehyun still turned his head to follow him until he walked so far, which made Min Hee-soo extremely uncomfortable. She began to be afraid that her venerable president would be bent at any time. At that time, dozens of girls will be angry to death. The appointment time finally came. They met in a rather discreet place. It must be a fancy restaurant. You is heaven, my worries have come true. Look, Min Hee-soo is also present. Well, that's right, I guess I've thought too much about it. Hi, people go to talk about work, don't they go on a love date? Irrelevant, but the three of them coughed and ate something that looked so delicious. Without going around, Shin Junseo also went straight to the point. So, what does the Overkill Guild leader want from a D-rank support like me? I'm sure it's because you're too free, so you just want to confide in me. Shin Junseo started to probe the opponent, but the kind of exploration is a bit unpleasant. Just tell people to be free. Who is free to confide? Yes, you see, my profession is a warrior. I have overwhelming attack power, but there are very few weapons that can withstand that power. Yoon Taehyun also really shared his own problem. Whenever I pick up something to fight, then it will also be damaged and useless. I collect and sell bottle ticks for a lot of money. So the most important thing for a warrior is to find the right weapon supplier. Naturally, I have traveled everywhere in the desire to achieve that goal, at home and abroad, from blacksmiths who are said to be at the forefront of the field. As for the rare weapon craftsmen hidden in the mountains, as long as there is a small chance, no matter how much money I will spend on weapons. But all the weapons I have so far, none of them have enough power. I feel sad. None of them could withstand the full power of my ability, or when I applied some of my firepower, it would also dissipate. Yoon Taehyun has tried a lot of different weapons, but they all share the same fate. However, there was one exception that had happened so far. During the faulty dungeon raid that day, there was something that was not broken or crumpled by Yoon Taehyun. Yoon Taehyun met that person, an ordinary young man, a little clumsy but with a very good weapon crafting ability. He created something that was not destroyed by Yoon Taehyun's firepower. It was the sword that Shin Junseo had made, and it helped me unleash all my strength, and even the weapon itself was many times more powerful than other weapons. It was as if there was more internal work. At this time, Shin Junseo is sure that his skill of paying the rent has no effect on Yoon Taehyun. I don't think that a warrior like him has a skill that completely nullifies his skills. This time it's my subjectivity. I'm so scared. Stop eating a few bites to be less afraid. Next time, when I use that trick with high-ranking hunters, I have to be more careful, but in order to be found out by them, I have to spend time having dinner with them like this. Shin Junseo thought about it, and worried about eating. Well, the food here is number one. It's been a long time since I had the chance, but an assistant like you can't eat in luxurious places regularly. Suddenly, Yoon Taehyun also directly stated his will and started negotiating. Do you want to join my guild? The question is brief but enough to make the little next-door howl. Min Hee-soo didn't think that the guild leader would be so devalued. Out there, people were competing in line to join the Overkill Guild and they didn't even notice, and the uncle Shin Junseo is just a D-level assistant, talking carelessly, but he is personally recruited by the chairman. He continued, I know that you are not in any guild. If you join my guild, I promise you will get the best treatment. We will pay you a contract fee of 10 billion won, in addition, we will pay you separately for working expenses and dividends. The contract term is 1 year, and every time I re-sign, the contract fee will increase by 10%, to heaven and earth. It sounds too attractive. I'm Min Hee-soo, I'll be very jealous to see how many years of work. Isn't the salary equal to this corner of a new soldier? In the details of the contract, my secretary will discuss it more carefully. Yoon Taehyun didn't finish the sentence when Shin Junseo stood up and refused. I'm sorry. But at the moment I have no intention of joining any guild. I apologize for your good intentions. Do you hate it? People have prioritized and given many attractive opportunities in front of you, but Shin Junseo still resolutely refused, making Yoon Taehyun feel extremely sorry, and Min Hee-soo rolled his eyes. He couldn't believe it, but why did Shin Junseo refuse to look at Min Hee-soo's face so happily? If you've already spoken, then I'll go first. Thank you for the meal, I'm full, the food here is quite good. After speaking, Shin Junseo turned his head and left. No matter how handsome he stayed, Shin Junseo didn't come back. Min Hee-soo wondered why Bucho had made such a bargain offer to him. I know that whatever the president does has his own purpose, there must be some reason for him to make such a proposal. But even so, those terms are too high for him. Is it worth it? Hearing this, Yoon Taehyun was a little annoyed and cut off Min Hee-soo. If you had seen what me and him were doing back then, you wouldn't have asked such inanimate questions. You know, it's been a long time since I've known what it's like to hold a healthy weapon in my hand, but Shin Junseo himself has done what others can't. He created the sword. It seems to be very simple, but it seems to be able to withstand all the power I have, and it can withstand it very well. Holding his weapon in my hand, I will have the power to destroy the world without spending much energy. The weapon he created could also enhance the power of the user. Taking a sip of tea, Yoon Taehyun continued, and of course, it's not just because of the sense of touch that I did it. Do you know what the total number of high-level weapons I destroyed this year was? You collected them to sell the bottle ticks the other day. The amount of money collected was only 1/millionth of the original purchase value. If it stays like this, the association will be poor because of my loss. Min Hee-soo muttered in his head, and he saw that it was true. The cost of the guild president to buy weapons was terrible. It's one thing to talk about the amount of money to buy weapons, the other thing is that even if they are broken because they can't withstand the pressure, they can't help Yoon Taehyun unleash the power of his ability. Only high-level weapons, created from abilities, can withstand his abilities. Min Hee-soo also had to admit, yes, if it was that possibility, then the contract fee he gave him was not worth much. What gives Yoon Taehyun a headache is that Shin Junseo is a rare commodity. No one can do that now, including those who are considered the top creators in this field. He is unique. That guy really has a different ability. Definitely he can do it. I don't think Yoon Taehyun will give up so easily. He has found the right piece of the puzzle. As long as the right time and add a suitable reason like a catalyst, then Shin Junseo will come back to him. Losing one glue, let's show another. Min Hee-soo finally understood, but these days she thought that the president was dumbfounded, and she went to rely on a D-level support. This time you have to be more determined, no matter how much you have to give him, at all costs. Yoon Taehyun must also recruit him to the team. With such a talented person, just one invitation will not be right away. Remember in the past when Liu Bei recruited Jia Cat Liang, he also had to put in 3 times to be a genius. Or rank VU also had to work hard and face Pham Tang to invite someone to join the army for the country of So. On the way home, Shin Junseo also couldn't stop thinking about the date he had just had with Yoon Taehyun. Unexpectedly, one day he refused the offer of a top 3 guild. Others know that they will say they are delusional, but they know what they are doing. It's true that the Overkill Guild and he helped me a lot, but it's too early to decide. If something goes wrong, it's considered a toad all the time. Well, just wait patiently, he will definitely come to find me again. Shin Junseo is very confident. I know you have a price, so I want to make a price for it. These days, it is not difficult for us to look for the dark dungeons and the battles within them because they are always going on everywhere. This place was the same. They must have fought fiercely for a while. The corpses of the monsters were lying on the floor, bleeding all over the floor next to the scattered piles of weapons. But in front of me is a warrior who is extremely afraid of the death of his comrades. He held the sword tightly and asked who you are. Oh strange, no one went to conquer the dungeon and asked this monster or boss. There must be something else, let's see more. Chu Choa, that's impressive. Usually at times like this, people will moan and beg for my life as it fades, and you are also a little brave. The voice of a stranger. He killed the other warrior's comrades with his big sword. Why is it so strange? Why don't you kill monsters, but you kill people? There must be a new change. He continued to mock. A person who was about to become a hero was really different. Who was this blue-haired guy who he knew in advance that Hunter would become a hero in the future? Could he be a person from a secret organization, who didn't come here for the purpose of killing future heroes? Why did you suddenly kill us? You are going to take all the weapons and ammunition. You are a robber, a warrior. No matter how much he knows how much he will be killed by that guy, but he still has to say, it's not as simple as he thinks. What are these ordinary weapons stolen for? That's right, the mysterious blue-haired man also said that of course it wasn't for that stupid reason, but he didn't want to explain anything, because explaining to a dying person would only take a little effort, unless the other person was able to defeat him. Fortunately, he will tell me a little. If you don't want to die, hurry up and rush in here. The obnoxious blue-haired guy is constantly challenging. It seems that he has the power to overwhelm the hunter, so he can kill them all and still raise his voice like this. He was not an easy opponent to play. From such a vague distance, he would die anyway. The ill-fated hunter also knew the worst situation, but he also had no other choice at this time. I have to rush up, and the water is still slapping. Even though I know that I can't escape its blade, it doesn't mean that I will stand here and wait for death. He rushed up and fought the evil guy with a few moves. Oh my god, the hunter's sword compared to the evil guy's sword is really a heaven and a place. It's too fragile, friends. And he was also too strong. The move was very dangerous. It seemed that the hunter was about to lose his bearing. I've only been playing with you a little bit just now. The skills of a future hero. You're too incompetent. Now I won't waste any more time with this incompetent person. The blue-haired guy will take action right away. With one hand, he threw up the hunter's sword. Losing his weapon was like losing his life. Oh my god, it's really gone. I'm so angry. If I die, I'll die. But at least I have to know whose hand to die in so that if there is a ghost, I will still know the way back to it. Looking at this scene, the blue-haired man looked like a real executioner, ready to wait to slash the enemy's head at any time. One of his masters who had the power to attack the basement was just an ordinary hunter. He was injured and couldn't get up anymore. The other guy was disappointed again. He raised a voice that sounded really perverted. I was very excited because this was the first time in the year that I had the opportunity to kill a future hero, and yet you were just a poor bastard, and your swordsmanship was like scratching an itch, and your skills were nothing special. But anyway, his courage to rush forward is very commendable, the other man said as he held the sword in front of the hunter, facing the imminent death. He began to say sorry and beg for his life. But think about it, will this plea be accepted? No way. I will let you go away in peace. This is like the last consolation that the demon gave him. After speaking, he raised his sword and slashed without hesitation. There was blood everywhere. I could imagine the terrible smell of blood that enveloped the dungeon. Human blood mixed with the blood of monsters, the smell of death and sin. The pervert after killing the hunter showed a puzzled attitude. His expression was not sympathetic, but he regretted something. Damn, I thought I would be able to fight again after a long time, but these guys are useless. Fighting with these guys isn't even enough to warm my body. I can kill them as easily as turning my hand. The game is too easy, it's not fun. This stupid hunter, he even showed an unfair expression on his face when he died. Don't worry, then people will tell you that you fought fiercely against the boss and heroically sacrificed. Ha ha ha. This is also common in the fault rank dungeon. I'm just helping you see you off for a while. Admittedly, this blue-haired guy with sharp teeth is really perverted. He is happy to kill people and even gloating because of it. That's good. He just took out his phone to take a picture of this place, looked at his phone and talked to himself. So there's one more person in my collection. I'm living to collect these guys who, oh my gosh, look really horrified. His phone is full of the dead faces of the victims all this time. Some people have been cut in half, and recently the picture he took after killing that hunter. Suddenly he felt something that made him uncomfortable. I hate smelling that damn energy so much, so either you throw it in completely, or at least you should give an hour's notice and then come. Okay, Pastor. Oh sorry, I came here in a hurry because I heard that there is such a precious ingredient. The purple priest from top to bottom, from the inside out, must be the blue-haired man's accomplices. What kind of precious materials? There are a bunch of fools here. A snap of my finger is enough to send them off to the western heavens. It's all useless. That's why I told you not to believe him and wait longer. I'm a little worried, but from the way this purple-headed bluehead talks, I think they belong to some dangerous secret organization. The blue-haired man's mission is to destroy those who have been, is and will be a hero-level hunter, and the purple-haired lady is under the order of the boss to collect energy from those corpses, like sucking energy back to feed some kind of monster. Do you mean that you want me to go against his will, you executioner? You're too brave. Do you believe me to report back? Then I say that, you take care of cleaning up. Yes, just let me worry, this is my forte. And don't forget that promise. The blue-haired man mentioned the previous promise that the pastor had told him. That she would let him fight with an S-rank hunter. He also said that was the only reason why I went back and forth with her. Is this guy really that good? Isn't he afraid that fighting an S-rank hunter will be more disadvantaged? I'm really curious about this guy's background and skills. Because of this damn thing, I have to kill them, and I can't even use my power kindly. The pastor listened to him and worried about cleaning up the bodies of the hunters. Yes, don't worry, I'll contact you soon. Under her strange magic, the corpses disappeared and a new energy appeared, what she was creating here. As a very big monster, it was forming its head, body, arms, legs. It looked like it appeared in the purple of the priest's magic. I couldn't see what it really was, and I couldn't imagine how bad it was. I just knew that it would be aggressive and very difficult to deal with. Could it be that the monsters in the catacombs were created by this faction? Oh my god, it's so cute. This baby is so beautiful. You are heaven. That hideous monster that she compliments is beautiful and cute. Her eyes look at it as if she wants to rush to hug and kiss it because of its cuteness. It's really the Black Pastor. The dark evil faction will be excited and have a strong love for monstrous and disgusting things. She stood in front of the monster she had just created and said that what she said was not wrong, but I don't know who she is. What she said, someone should explain it for me, and I think the end of the movie will be clear. In another place, the gate also opened. At this time outside the gate, everything was normal. Everyone thought this was a faultless dungeon because the mana line was still blue. Journalists, fake awakeners also gathered there to watch. Hope nothing will happen here, but it must be a dangerous monster inside, so the journalists surrounded it like that. And of course, it is indispensable for the assistant to walk Shin Junseo. Where there is a dungeon, there is him, but why is his expression so startled, as if he has just met a ghost? Hello, you're here. Who's that? Why are all the handsome guys looking for Shin Junseo? This guy wears a mask, but I still see him exuding attraction. But why do you feel so familiar? Why did you come here? Shin Junseo asked him. He was none other than Yoon Taehyun. From the beginning when he saw Yoon Taehyun was Shin Junseo, he already knew, no need to guess, those charismatic eyes, unmistakable. Your eyes are starry. I disguised myself like this and you can recognize me right away. Do you haunt me a lot? Yoon Taehyun is also good at joking. Not to be outdone, Shin Junseo scolded the president again, saying that I only know that a person who carries an arsenal of weapons everywhere goes. I probably want to do it to be cool but it looks really good. But why are you here? Carrying weapons, of course, going to fight. Shin Junseo was surprised because he didn't know why a high-ranking guild leader like Yoon Taehyun would come to conquer at the D-rank gate like this. He also explained that it was because the guild members were supposed to enter today, suddenly got sick, so he went instead. Didn't I? Or did you play a little trick to get a chance to go to this dungeon to meet Shin Junseo? Do you think those words are reasonable? But even if it's not reasonable, stop it. Just consider that Yoon Taehyun deliberately follows Shin Junseo to have a chance to stand side by side more, have a lot of close contact, get affection, and it's easy to talk to later. Over there everyone started calling Shin Junseo to come to the gate. It's time. Come on, Yoon Taehyun walked in first and called Shin Junseo to come with him. He knows what kind of butcho is as tough as a leech, but why is it so fast? That's it. I just have to change my plans, but like this, I'll be thought of as a pair of swords with him, others will think I've joined overkill. The whole team entered the dungeon gate and began to look around. Yoon Taehyun went ahead and it seemed like he was eager to talk more to Shin Junseo. Suddenly, he turned to ask Shin Junseo why didn't he join the guild, not to mention that he had already mentioned this case. He couldn't defend the guild president this time, everything had to be taken slowly, and the porridge had to be cooked slowly. Oh, I remember rejecting you, but if you keep talking about joining the guild, I won't play with you anymore. You see, I knew that Shin Junseo would show this attitude. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Shin Junseo resolutely refused harshly. Look at his face, he talks like he's angry with Yoon Taehyun, like you don't have anything else to say to me other than the 4 words to join the guild. Hey, did you hear about the C-Class gate auction this morning in Chuncheon? Yes, the 2 people in front of me were talking about something that I thought Shin Junseo would be more interested in than joining overkill at this time. He began to listen to see what was interesting about the story of the other 2, to beat the story with Yoon Taehyun at this time. I heard that the Hyunmoo Guild has achieved it. That's right, my friend is there too. I also heard that they made a bid that no one can follow, so they won the auction. That side played really big. I don't know how long I have the money to play like that. Caught up in the gossip of the other 2, Shin Junseo thought that the Hyunmoo Guild had bought a C-rank gate. Could they have discovered something there? Should I mix to be an assistant for their conquest of the C-rank tunnel, to get enough unclean mana? Engrossed in the thought that Shin Junseo forgot, Yoon Taehyun was in the background staring at him. Hey, you're thinking of buying a gate? Oh my god, how can Yoon Taehyun know what Shin Junseo is thinking? Startled. If you join our guild, then I can easily buy a gate of B rank or higher for you. Yoon Taehyun is really money is not lacking, just a lack of weapons. Haha, anything can be taken out for Shin Junseo. Continuing to lure Shin Junseo, Yoon Taehyun began to argue, for False Awakens, their guild name is extremely important, the kind of party you join for, whether that party has a reputation or not, you are also greatly affected. If it is a big guild, it is very good. You can get envy and respect from the community, because not everyone gets into the big guild. Not only is there a stable job, you can get more rewards and income than other pseudo-free awakenings, and on top of that, with the benefits you get, you will receive a multitude of things. For example, if a special gate appears, then you will have a pass to enter it without asking anyone. This does not depend on talent, but depends on the relationships you have. Whatever you do, relationships are very important. Sometimes it is more than ability, having relationships is having money. And with it, you can earn countless rare treasures that are held by the great guilds. Yoon Taehyun added, it doesn't matter what it is, with the backing of Overkill, it will be very easy for Shin Junseo to achieve it. I don't understand why you declined such an offer, yet Shin Junseo bluntly said that it was not his problem. And I think I can guess why you're doing it. It seems like no one has turned down Overkill's offer before. So let me clarify this, no matter what, I won't join any association. Listening to Shin Junseo's iron words, Yoon Taehyun felt like lightning struck his ears. His hometown couldn't get anywhere. Finishing his words, Shin Junseo left first, and Yoon Taehyun was still thinking about why he was so resolute. Could it be because Shin Junseo is still obsessed with the destruction of the Dawn Guild that year, the event that I read about in the report? Shin Junseo is afraid that he will repeat that unfortunate incident with his guild, or is there any other reason? But whatever the reason, I can't give up on this special guy. It seems that Yoon Taehyun has already lost 2 times, I hope to successfully recruit Shin Junseo for the 3rd time. Returning to today's main mission, the team of 5 people entered the dungeon. This place is really dark, the whole group is guided by the magician torch of the leader. This piece gives me a little opinion, not much. Yoon Taehyun can take off his hat and mask, but I feel too suffocated. After all, when you make a move, everyone will recognize you as the Overkill chief. Halfway through, a person was caught in the head by a spider web. So they had actually come to the monster's territory. It was like a silk cave like that. There was nothing strange, the spider's cave must be full of spider webs. The guy who supported the blow quickly stepped up to take a look and said, it seems that the hunters here are all new, so I'll summarize it to you. You are doing it like an old photo, but among the 3 people in the team, he is probably the most experienced. Though I'm sure you all received the reconnaissance report earlier, that the monster that appeared here was the Spider Legion. Each of them is very weak, but they live in groups to increase their strength. According to the report from the scout, there are about 50 of them here, not very much, but you should also be careful. If they gather and attack at the same time, the strength will be multiplied. Since they have paralyzing venom in their claws, so be careful not to be bitten. At that time, Yoon Taehyun began to open his mobile arsenal to prepare for battle with these spiders. They'll come soon, come close to me, I'll protect you. Listening to Yoon Taehyun's words, it's scary, like the eldest brother is ready to protect the youngest, but Shin Junseo doesn't want to. Don't worry about the assistant anymore, just focus on the battle and take care of yourself first. Really daring to speak that voice to himself, Yoon Taehyun began to pull out the rules of the game to bully Shin Junseo, that every member who can fight must protect the team's supporters and assistants. It's a mandatory rule to follow for hunters, no matter what the ability and situation, whether you want to or not, I will protect you, you understand. See, there are no hunters according to the law, who borrowed you to come here to protect me. I need toads. Admit that these two people always sneer at each other whenever they meet. Oh no, to be more precise, Shin Junseo just likes to scorn Yoon Taehyun. At that time, hey, they're coming, everyone gestured. At this time, everyone had only heard the noise around them, but they had not seen any spiders appear, and the group began to enter the position. The sound of spiders scratching their claws on the ground and heading towards the group of hunters, they were roaring like swordsmen dribbling their swords to the ground as they approached the enemy. These sounds were truly haunting. They had appeared, each one was big, with red eyes, teeth that could tear apart their prey in an instant, and their 8 legs were all covered in sharp claws. When he saw the spider legion come out, one of them was already a little scared. He reassured himself that he had to regain his composure. Although he was holding a sword, his whole body trembled. He must be a new soldier, so when he saw the monster, he would be a little nervous. Rest assured, young man, this is just the beginning. A little bit inside will be more fierce. Besides, during your life as a hunter, you will see even more terrifying and barbaric things, so don't worry, but enjoy this moment. Our group can take them down as long as they follow what they have learned. And now let's learn a little about this type. The Legion Spider has an individual danger level that is only level E, but the group danger will increase to level D, and the spider-type monster that lives in the Legion will have a danger level that varies according to the size of the Legion. The larger group will have greater strength than the small group. Everyone is paying attention, focused, about to fight. They had already started to attack, and they rushed together as fast as they could to release the silk and inject venom into the prey. The guy at the head raised his sword, slashed first, and tore the spider in half. Quite a bit, brother, let's just promote it. Although he had defeated one, he complained that he also felt chills in his body. He was really scared, and he looked really dead. Its blood was blue everywhere. I had never seen a spider so big. They came in more and faster. In front of the number of the spider legion, the attacker rushed up to erect a shield to protect the team. The shield was erected, its power began to work, and the spiders in front of it were thrown away. At this time, the mage also began to launch her moves. Her moves were long-range attacks, so that's why the mage always waited for the shield of the attack to be activated before starting to cast her moves. This mage looked quite similar to the secretary Min Hee-soo. Do you have any friends here who feel like me? Come on, let's see how they fight. While the 3 of them are fighting, there seems to be no obstacle. One by one they are slashed to death. Is it because these spiders guarding the door are weak or because the team is well coordinated? I guess both of them. Yoon Taehyun stood behind and watched and saw that this team was not bad, and he didn't have to worry much about them. The skills of these hunters were also fine. Hoping that everything was normal, then they would be able to win easily. Kweo, I'm not sure. Shin Junseo noticed something behind him. He looked up at the spiders in a daze. Not only are they attacking the front, but there is a bunch coming from behind us. I don't think this is a lot. Who said it was 50 animals, spying for wrong information right from the parking round? It must be about his first cup. A flock of this size must be about a few hundred. They will make meat for the whole of them. I'm just waiting for that. The spiders have already flown to Yoon Taehyun and Shin Junseo. Am I very evil? I don't know. When you go to fight, you have to pick up your sword and fight, but if the opponent is too weak, as long as your teammates do it all, Yoon Taehyun must be very sad. After all, he is a famous president here. But he is afraid to go to the dungeon and not be able to contribute anything. He pulled out his sword and used his power. The sword has already burned. Remember to inject the skill just now, lest it will be shattered before you hit it. I just told you in advance. But anyway, I will break at least 1 or 2 trees today. See, Yoon Taehyun is also too used to this. His sword slashed back and forth a few times. The whole silk cave was already on fire. The fat spiders were cut into small pieces. This claw, this silk release, this sneak attack, to dissolve the bodies of all of them. Wherever Yoon Taehyun goes, he should probably change his name to Weapon Destroyer Warrior Sword God Tomorrow, or something like the Destructive Fire God. That sounds cool. Each Legion spider was weaker than the monsters of the same rank, no need to use a sword, as long as he released a little sword chi, he could slash them to death. Just like this, Yoon Taehyun will be able to quickly end the conquest without losing his weapons. I'm just guessing that, but it's very unlucky. He's happy to break it. Please help us with OC, who is crying like that. It was the three of them. At first they fought fine, but when the Spider Legion pulled out too much, it was no longer okay. They dragged the whole swarm to surround them. You're getting angry. What kind of 50 mother spiders? This bunch has to be a few hundred to be right. Who did the reconnaissance? Given the number of, I'm dead, what's left? At this time, I thought that when the reconnaissance team investigated, it was really 50 spiders, but after a few days, they were in the cave eating, resting, and playing so much that they probably gave birth to dozens of more children. It's hard. The magician is about to endure it anymore. I don't dare to imagine if any child flies around, scratches her face with her claws, it is considered finished. Even if she escapes death, it will probably cost a lot of money to re-beautify. Just thinking about it makes me afraid. At this time, Yoon Taehyun observed that the spiders were dominant, and those three people would not be able to last long, so he decided to come to their aid. Shin Junseo, hurry up and go there, follow me quickly. Yoon Taehyun ran to support the other three people, and called Shin Junseo to come along, but that strange guy turned away without even looking at people. He also said that you just go there and help them. When I'm done here, I'll follow you. What? If Yoon Taehyun left Shin Junseo standing here alone, then he was afraid that those spiders would carry Shin Junseo back without even knowing, and this guy was really weird. How could he leave his teammates without worrying like that? But no, I already thought about him. Right behind me was another group rushing over. Shin Junseo alone wanted to fight them. Shin Junseo, quickly lie down, I'll deal with them to help you. Oh my god, he'll get involved if I release the sword chi carelessly. I can't let him get hurt. Oh. And now Yoon Taehyun is going to protect the other three, or just worry about protecting the stubborn Shin Junseo. Whichever side calls for help first must give priority. But Shin Junseo doesn't seem to listen to him, refuses to lie down, but closes his eyes and looks up as if he's enjoying it, the kind of breathing the smell of the sea like he does every time he travels. Haha, but are you smelling the spiders here, or is he kind of calling the spiders to come here and eat me? But no, he closed his eyes to prepare himself for the new skill. Have you seen Shin Junseo's eyes? Normally, Shin Junseo always wants to hide his skills, but why does he want to show off so unnecessarily this time? Because in this situation, I believe that Yoon Taehyun can take on both sides. Shin Junseo must know that the president is very hungry for him, so he wants to show off his talent to play with his eyes, promote his desire to recruit and raise the contract price. Only you know, to see what you're going to do with these legion spiders. Sharp mana streaks appeared, surrounding the spiders as if they were lost in a laser trap area. Without using a sword or anything, Shin Junseo can also tear the spider apart as bait. Oh my god, Yoon Taehyun looked at it and couldn't believe it. A D-rank assistant, no one can do this. Shin Junseo's mana is too strong. The spider's corpse fell next to Shin Junseo's feet, hoping that it was dead, but the kind of thing that was dying. If it lightly touched that sharp claw on its leg, it would be considered finished. Looking at them, Shin Junseo thought that among the weapons he could create, the best and fastest artifact is a sword. So this time he wanted to increase the effect by summoning countless swords and launching them down once. This way was the fastest. But if that's the case, Shin Junseo's mana won't be enough with such a large number of spiders. Count it, there are nearly 100 of them here. It must cost the same number of swords. If that's the case, there's nothing better than this. One finger makes it all. Quayo, this trick is new. I haven't seen Shin Junseo use this kind of yang thread since the day of the meal. It turns out that he is not the only one, but he uses a sufficient amount of mana to create the sword and can control it from a distance. Only in the east, the sword does not dare to go to the west, and soon the whole area will be a pile of spider corpses. This trick is also fine. Let's start the war. Opening the sword, right, left, front, back, on the head, on this side, on the other, Shin Junseo began to point at his sword. The sword flew everywhere, tearing apart the spider swarms. They must have been terrified by this mana chi sword. The spider legions seemed to break the battle, and each one was cut to death. Remember to avoid me. Tomorrow when you see him pointing your finger, you must know the way to hide. Forbidden to get close to him. Just one finger, literally using one finger to make things happen. Shin Junseo looks so cool right now. Hey, don't point at me like that, buddy. No, Shin Junseo is just painting a charm for this whole silk cave. The glow makes people dazzle. This mess is really more and more dangerous than spider silk. If you don't believe it, touch it and try it, but I only pay attention to each one you wear that hat. He was scratching his head, a move that he must have done before in front of a D-rank support. I don't know what Yoon Taehyun is thinking, but maybe he's kind of at this time. His cheeks, he's good at menstruation, I've underestimated it a bit, but I thought he only had super artifacts and the ability to pay the rent. Who would have thought that he would be so beneficial? I swear to get Shin Junseo back to the festival at all costs. Done, feel healthy, no need to swing the ball, or burn this cave. As long as Shin Junseo takes action, the spiders are already lying down, damn, supportive, but also capable of damaging enemies, the top of the peak. After Shin Junseo defeated those dozens of spiders, Yoon Taehyun came to see what kind of weapon was so earth-shattering. He touched Shin Junseo's sword with his sword, but didn't dare to use his hand. He must have been afraid of losing his hand. Tap lightly to see what it is. He looks really stupid. Parents, Shin Junseo attacked on a wide range with this thing. The minimum combat time was 10 seconds, he had killed dozens of legion spiders in just that time, and the sword, after completing the task, would release its own mana to its owner. He's already used materialization. It's impossible. The fact that a support can participate in battle is already considered a great talent. Few people can do it, and Shin Junseo is different. He's too top-notch. Soon he'll surpass me, too. Look at Shin Junseo's face, you know, the kind of baby who lets his parents see that he is making a joke, is proud and wants to hide it, but wants to show it off to get a little compliment. Hey, what are you doing? I'm not going to help those people. Oh, I forgot about the other 3 people just now. I don't know if I'm still alive. At this time, Yoon Taehyun turned to them, and his position was already bruised. He was so absorbed in Shin Junseo's eye-catching performance that he forgot that he had something to do. The situation doesn't seem to be good, although Shin Junseo only took 10 seconds to easily destroy the spiders behind him, but 10 seconds to fight in the middle of the spider circle of the 3 of them is not easy at all. Yoon Taehyun, are you hurrying up? They are about to die. Looking at this scene, you can see that there are also people who are awakened, people who are bad and good, people who only need one finger to defeat a bunch of enemies, and people who struggle with no way to resist. But they dare to take on the task of conquest. They really don't know how to write dead words. We have to go to the rescue, but for now, Yoon Taehyun takes action, so I'm going. We'll talk about it after we settle this matter. By the way, please ask me to handle this case for me. These spiders are all for you. Because people don't believe that an assistant can do something like this, Shin Junseo points to the pile of corpses, and it seems that he doesn't want to take this achievement as his merit, but wants to push it all to Yoon Taehyun to avoid the other 3 people from having a lot of problems. Okay, buddy, what's wrong with this Yoon Taehyun that he didn't promise you? I'm also familiar with these 3 reputations. It's normal to get a few more compliments, as long as you're happy. And so Yoon Taehyun came to save the other 3 people. He brought the fire to burn the spider legions. Lu moved, so Yoon Taehyun didn't want to wear a mask anymore. Just now he wanted to die without daring to speak. Now he took off his helmet to breathe, but he was afraid that he would inhale a smell that was not very fresh. The whole swarm of spiders burned to death. I don't know what they smell like when they are grilled like this. Someone bring a cup of green chili salt to try it to see if it's delicious. Haha, stop leaving. It's so disgusting. Thank you, you saved our lives. Thank you very much. The other 3 escaped death and thanked the hero. After it was safe, everyone sat down to rest. The assistant had to say a few words from the bottom of his heart. I was surprised. At first I thought I was delusional. Who would have believed that you were really the president of the Overkill Guild? Why did you come here with us? The escort recognized Yoon Taehyun. Sorry for not telling you beforehand. I came here to quietly investigate the dungeon. Oh my god, you're handsome. What's the fault? It was you who saved our lives, the girl spoke up. Looking at her admiring eyes for President Yoon Taehyun, an endless admiration for his handsomeness, talent, and fame, she said, it was amazing to see you fight with the spiders. Can you take a picture? My gosh, it's not just me who loves boys, this girl is too. We're back. Where did the other 2 go? The little one was about to give an opportunity to approach the handsome guy when he was attacked by the other 2, angry, and in his heart, Yoon Taehyun was thinking, luckily, they're back. I don't want to take a picture at all, but I don't know how to refuse. Sorry for the time it was. Along the way, we collected the items that fell out. After me and this friend searched for a while, it seemed that there were no other monsters in this area. Hey Hunter, are you sure? do you think there are only spiders in this cave? With all of us finding out that there is another road right ahead, I think we can go deeper. Wait, buddy, do you see that this road is something familiar? Does anyone remember Shin Junseo's mission to join the Dawn Guild that year? There was also a secret path in the cellar. The path was hidden behind dangers that no one could predict, and that time even the magician couldn't detect any signals. The swordsman seemed excited to go on, but the swordsman didn't. Oh my god, a different path. I don't think we can go on this dungeon, I'm sorry, but let's stop the conquest here. Didn't you see that the three of us were just surrounded by spiders? Because of the number of spider legions I saw earlier, and the terrain of the dungeon, it's all far from what I read in the reconnaissance report. Don't you see a problem? Let me tell you. Dungeons, separate worlds through portals, are a term used to refer to a place with many strange creatures, and geological events, that do not exist on Earth. Right now, the concept of dungeons and false awakenings has not been fully defined, so the most important thing for false awakenings is information about dungeons. Not many pseudo-awakeners are able to adapt immediately to the world of the dungeon, which they have never experienced before, including monsters that you have never seen on this Earth, and they are very harmful. When they are not capable of fighting or lack information about the dungeon, then they will fail, and in the worst case they will have to make sacrifices. That's why the concept of scouts. Who are they? Scouts are pseudo-awakeners with the ability to detect or conceal traces very well. They gather and begin to receive orders to scout the dungeons, and then send a report to the association, which disseminates information to the respective groups that conquer the dungeons. The rate of successful dungeon conquests has increased significantly since the concept of reconnaissance was born. And those who do that dungeon information reconnaissance mission, we call those people scouts. Normally, the accuracy of the reconnaissance report can be up to 98%, so this must be just a small error, but we also do not rule out the possibility that this is a prison with a level of fault. There have been several cases of faulty dungeons in the newspaper, and some groups have died. Some groups are lucky to escape death. What's the matter? Hearing the 4 faulty prison words makes my hair creepy, but we already have the president of the Overkill Guild here, so it's okay to go on. Brother Yoon Taehyun is very good. He has a lot of experience in conquering high-level dungeons. This guy is weird. He's relying on Yoon Taehyun. I'm scared myself, but I want to continue because someone bears it. Whenever he can't fight back, he will call for my help. But the guy who supported the blow prevented that thought. President Yoon Taehyun helped once was enough. If you are not careful, we will all most likely be in danger. Don't be too aggressive. I really want to finish this dungeon. I'm already getting bursitis. There's no other way. So he's looking to increase the bonus. Not only him, but the other girl also wants to move on. Maybe he also has bursitis or just because he wants to be with Yoon Taehyun a little more. Seriously, that was more important than your aunt's life. Once you clash with the boss, there is no way back. Although I also want to continue, but our ability is limited. We should leave first and report back to the association first. If the ability is not enough, it will be sabotage. Do you understand? I don't think it's okay to keep going in. But I feel fine. Oh, who says it's okay? Yoon Taehyun spoke up. Even if I'm here to study, I'm still a member of the team. If I can make a decision through the incident just now, there's no reason why we should abandon it. And if I wanted to continue my research, I had to go to the boss's lair at all costs. Shin Junseo thought to himself, oh my god, I also want to keep going, because if I stop here, I won't gain anything. So I had to stiffen my face thanks to you. Thank you very much. Pleasure wants to die, but this guy keeps pretending. Ah, then who will be the captain? Can't we re-elect now? Let Yoon Taehyun be the captain, everyone, but how can we be his captain? No need. Yoon Taehyun still wants to keep the same as before. Please continue to lead the way like before. I see, so let's go. So everyone walked together into the road ahead to look for the boss. The girl didn't forget to turn her face and sneak a peek at Yoon Taehyun, but he didn't care. His face was facing forward, but his heart was always for the person behind him. I don't know where they found a very reasonable lamp, why they refused to use it at first, but now they are willing to take it out. The 5 people went deep into the cellar together. They suddenly stopped because there was a large gate in front of them. I think we're standing in front of the boss's cave, so I'm going to summarize the information. Wait, give me a little opinion, but I see that this midwife talks a lot, a belly of theory and lectures continuously. First of all, the boss of this dungeon is the Queen Spider Legion. The danger level is above D. Here I draw a conclusion. As long as you love spiders that are beneficial, it will be like a female. Gentlemen, that's right, in spiders, females will be many times more evil than males. He even eats the male after having fun together. I heard the Animal World channel say that, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. In its burrows there will be a lot of silk and cocoons, and in those cocoons they are poisonous spiders and we don't know how dangerous they will be and how many they will be. The queen spider legion is very large compared to the others. The detective report describes its characteristics as similar to the ones we have encountered, but it is many times larger. But its fighting ability is a little underestimated, because it is basically only good at eating, sleeping, and giving birth to baby spiders. But unfortunately, that's just the initial information I gathered, and in fact, we don't know what's behind this door. Are you ready? If you want to turn around, it's still in time. Seeing that the group didn't seem to want to turn around, he also started to push the door in. So, let's go in. At this point, I imagine, after he pushed the door in and came back to the back, he saw that the other four were hiding. At that time he must have peed in his pants, but who in the world would do that? Teammates have to stand side by side, right? The gate is open, it's really big, friends. Everyone went inside. This place was gloomy, full of spider webs, no light came in, and then the lamp he was holding just now must have left it outside, and now he is lighting the way with the magician's magic wand. These people use terrible waste, magic wands to fight, not using this type. Yoon Taehyun was the same as before. He would pay attention to his surroundings first. This time he didn't feel any special signs. Without a sign, but you should still be on guard and ready to fight, because maybe something will appear suddenly. Everyone prepare, get into place. See, it's coming, the enemy is in the dark, I'm out in the morning, so it's going to ambush in a flash. He's the boss, it's too big. Everyone, there are other legions of spiders around him. Spider Queen, is it exactly the same as what we've been told? There's nothing wrong with that. Then I'll attack first. The sorcerer goes forward and starts a battle with the boss. The girl created magic rays into a huge spider web. Then attack the spiders in front of you and aim directly at the boss. Success, great. The girl was confident and excited when she killed the boss with her own hands in just the first move. Really, she herself didn't dare to believe it. She thought that the boss would be very beneficial, but why did she die so easily? It must be because she was motivated behind it. Oh, I thought the boss must be 100 times harder than the gatekeepers. Why didn't he beat his hand and died like that? The guy who supported the blow was shocked. The boss was dead yet. I hadn't heard of this. Why was he so weak? Everyone, retreat, watch out for that uncertainty. After that, everyone seemed to stand in the picture when they saw the scene happening in front of them, knowing right away that it wasn't that simple. What is this? Oh God. That claw, it was 100 times, 1,000 times bigger than that boss. The body of a human being, what kind of strange thing is it? It looks more like a human than a spider. It has cultivated into a star, or it has entered someone's body. Oh my God, this is really the boss. I was just a nanny. He took care of my spider, Spider Queen, with a danger level above B rank. The queen can control all spider-like monsters. It is very smart, an old fox. It has a very high fertility. It often invades the territory of other spider monsters and expands its legions by looting. If the enemy is female, it steals and kills, and if the enemy is male, it kills it, and it can also share its power with its subordinates, and vice versa. It can suck out the power of its subordinates to nourish itself. I was so scared, he grinned, and I was about to cry. The hunter group is like a tiny microorganism at its feet. Couldn't wait any longer. The fairy defeated the mighty defender. Whoever made the first move would have the upper hand. Yoon Taehyun had already issued a sword. The queen spider went mad. It bared its fangs, and its eyes, oh no, its 3 pairs of murderous eyes looked at that glowing prey. This one looks so horrible, guys. An ordinary monster only has 2 eyes and has fought hard, and this one has up to 6 eyes, so there is no way to run away from it. The right size is an advantage for the boss. The group of conquerors is like an ant, a mosquito like this. The damage won't have a strong impact on that big thing. I wish there was a magnifying flashlight or Doraemon's miniature flashlight to play at this time. It would be more interesting, like to make the boss smaller, or to zoom in on Yoon Taehyun to duel with him. Stop kidding. Who would have believed that a monster bigger than AB rank would appear in this dungeon? But this is exactly what both Yoon Taehyun and Shin Junseok want. You say, these two people naturally don't like boring normality. If you want to obtain high loot, you must have the courage to face things that others cannot bear. With the advantage of this boss, a swordsman can't even leave a scar on his body, so Yoon Taehyun needs to deal as much damage as possible in just this one move. He began to launch a series of moves to slit out the boss's abdomen. But before anything, his corn pulp sword has broken into 80 pieces, it's really my hometown, I haven't been in battle and the goods have been damaged, what can I do with this kind of witty sword? The sword was shattered, so the sword move just now had no effect, just made a slight incision that made the fat boss come out hoo-hoo, the weapon was broken. Yoon Taehyun also rushed away lest the boss come and kiss him and log out of the earth immediately, looking at its belly, it's too terrible, gentlemen, this boss probably doesn't want to exercise, so it's a little fat. Shin Junseo, hurry up and come up and create something good, this is the time when Yoon Taehyun needs you the most. Fortunately, I saw a familiar light, mana emitted from Shin Junseo's body, that's right, he gave Yoon Taehyun a sword to use temporarily. Hopefully, this temporary thing can also damage the monster to control the situation, but I think the two of you will bear it all for the other 3 children. Yoon Taehyun, grab this thing and try to hold on a little longer, while you fight, I'll make you a suitable weapon. Shin Junseo throws the sword to the president in the surprise of the team, it's normal, this scene is familiar, when Shin Junseo reveals his crafting skills and a cooler expression than a gourd, every team gasp, and after the game is over, they will forget all these memories. When he saw Yoon Taehyun losing his position, the boss was calculating how to preemptively attack the prey to lose the battle, it was very cunning so it definitely wouldn't be the right type, look at his face enough to understand, come on, boys. At this time, Shin Junseo began to gather his mana to create a new weapon for Yoon Taehyun, he would probably make a sword, since Yoon Taehyun was more used to using swords than other weapons. But, what the hell is grandma, it seems that something is wrong, he can't throw the mana out. Could he have used up all the mana? There was only a few scattered mana left in Shin Junseo's hand, it wasn't even enough to make a tiny needle, let alone create a sword or something else more powerful, it's gone, it's gone, it's gone, it's over right when the oil is boiling like this. Shin Junseo also really couldn't believe that he could endure it for so long with this small amount of mana. From his pocket, Shin Junseo took out a vial of mana water medicine, but there was only half left inside, this is how he replenished the mana. The amount of mana he had was significantly more than before, remember that time, he had placed a lot of mana medicine, but he must have run out of money after ordering. Mana water potion, also known as mana supplements, currently, Shin Junseo can only drink 1 bottle a day. This morning before going to the dungeon, he drank half a bottle, and it was probably about to run out of effect by the moment he created the sword with a spider web-like trajectory to defeat the dozens of spider legions out there, because I just said, I don't know what the talent did just now. No one borrowed him to do it, instead of spending mana like that, it's better to let Yoon Taehyun handle it. If he drank more than 1 bottle of mana a day, Shin Junseo could become addicted to the drug, and when he was addicted, he would be very tired, and he would not be able to use mana naturally, or his existing skills would be affected. Let's ignore that, I'm not addicted to it now, because I just drank 1 bottle today. After I finished drinking, the medicine had already worked. Shin Junseo began to feel the amount of mana burning all over his body, his hand was able to gather the mana into the desired entity. I'm late, Yoon Taehyun ran to grab the sword but was a bit late. At that time, the queen's claws touched the sword and caused some mana to be thrown out, but it was probably okay. Our enemy is the Spider Queen, a high-level, B-rank monster, the old boss must have been chased away by it and taken over the territory here, it's really troublesome. I deliberately chose this dungeon to look for more unclean mana, so you have to work hard, there is nothing delicious that is easy to get. Fortunately, Yoon Taehyun is by my side today, but looking at these D-rank people, if I only combine with them and fight the Spider Queen, I will definitely lose my life. I am not afraid of strong enemies, I am only afraid of witty teammates. Once the danger level reaches B level, this boss will be extremely difficult to deal with. The strength of Shin Junseo and the other 3 people is definitely not his opponent, unless he has terrible energy like the fight with the monster that destroyed Dawn, otherwise it will be like a fighting egg. While Shin Junseo was making weapons and thinking about whether to fight eggs or something, Yoon Taehyun was carrying the handcuffs on his back, and the boss was controlling his crooked children to heat the air first, saying that it was just a child, but each one was as big as an elephant. But it's not small, Yoon Taehyun only stands up to its hooves, just dealing with these fat spiders is a sword and he is tired enough. And the boss was happier and more leisurely, he just stood there, looked at it and smiled. Thick and hard to give birth to this group of baby spiders, there were a lot of children, so it was also asked to be here. It controls but its poisonous claws to attack Yoon Taehyun from many sides. Although this queen spider is B rank, its attack power is equal to that of 5 ordinary B rank hunters. Meanwhile, now only Yoon Taehyun is fighting it, and soon he will collapse, his strength is unbearable. Thinking of this, Shin Junseo began to worry. The skill of the Spider Queen cannot be underestimated. Then no, I can't put all the trust and lives of 5 people into each Yuntihian. If he has any destiny, isn't there no one to follow me tomorrow for me to scrutinize? Shin Junseo has decided to call those 3 shy useless children to go out to fight for the handsome man. Lest you die, you are handsome, it is a waste. Hey, you get up. Now you can stand up and move, because the Spider Queen's goal has changed, it has calculated something and is not just fighting like that. Who are you? The strike hunter asked Shin Junseo, but I found this question terribly inanimate. Right now, who Shin Junseo is no longer important, the important thing is that the whole group must work together. But why are the 3 of you hiding behind people's targets? The assassin guy and the magician girl behind him also followed. That's right, how could a person with the highest ability like you participate in the conquest of the dungeon as an assistant? Did you come here with President Yuntihian? Right, these are superfluous questions. Now if you want to fight, tell me. What is more important, and more important now, is not who I am, where I am from, who I am with, but those spider legions, that cheeks. They are crawling over. Where are there so many? Every one has 6 eyes. His mother gave birth to a caste. It looks like you know your mother and the queen right away. The spiders here are even more beneficial than the outsiders. This is what is worth paying attention to now. Immediately, Shin Junseo threw out 3 types of weapons and told them to choose. Say it's just a choice, but each of them has one thing. Sure, but where is the point of making many choices now? The assassin will use the sword. The mage uses a staff and supports the blow with a shield. Take up the weapon in front of you, stand up, bravely conquer the dungeon and destroy all the baby spiders. Or just hide, and do nothing until they have done it all, and then come out. Choose to go. I hope everyone is able to make the right choice. Mr. Yuntihian and I are only here to support, not to hug this dungeon to protect the 3 of us. How embarrassing it is to be cursed like that and not even fight him. It's better to die honorably than to live in shame, right? The hunter picked up the sword, swiped a few ways to play, but it made him extremely excited. The sword chi could slash the spiders around him to death. Amazing, this weapon has such incredible power. He had never had such a powerful weapon. Naturally he felt full of strength and confidence. He was truly a beauty thanks to silk, a general thanks to weapons. Ready to be excited, he slashed a few loud slashes. Every blow was sweet. The spiders of the legion cut off their heads and legs, spat out blood. I wish the spiders didn't die at all. Just let me slash my hands forever. I like it too much. The attack was very sharp. Killing monsters had never been so easy. They were fighting to the death in front of them. Oh my god, I naturally find myself so handsome and talented. Come on, hunter, you are less bitter. Now it was the turn of the magician girl to perform. Her thunder staff was formidable, several hundred times more powerful than the one she used to use. Just hold it up and point it at the enemy. They would be burned dry by lightning. Look at me, see, it is disgusting, disgusting. The lightning god descended. This electricity must be as strong as Pikachu's 100,000 volts, but jokingly, a jerk is a spider that no longer knows who its mother is. As for the counterpart, he gasped because of the sudden advantage like the ghost of the other 2. Normally they would just fight temporarily, if not a little banana. Now the only thing that has changed is just a weapon. But why has the strength and skill increased 7 times? Even when I just touched my shield, I felt a surge of power in my body. A weapon that instantly boosts the stats. I'm dreaming. He still doesn't believe what he's seeing in front of him. Maybe this scene is only seen once in a lifetime. Who is this person? Why can he make such high-end weapons? He also looks normal with that sick, weak appearance. His face is not very handsome, just temporary. It's really impossible to look at his face and catch the picture. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuntihian's sword was also stained blue by the boss and his henchmen. I'm afraid this sword won't be able to bear it, because it's just a sword made for temporary use. If it stays like this, it will break. It's just sooner or later. Yuntihian is also getting tired, and his body is also covered in their blood. It must be stinky, but it doesn't matter. Let's see what he thinks and how he thinks about this monster. Just like I think of a B-rank monster, winning it is not easy. He was beaten just now, but he can still grind his teeth. Why do I hate monsters with these smiles? I want to slap him in the face. After laughing and making an angry face, this one is really so erratic. This time he screamed and wanted to attack Yuntihian. Standing next to him, he looks so small. Yuntihian needed to finish off this thing as quickly as possible, but it wouldn't be enough to defeat it for a long time. he started to burn his sword and prepare for action. It seemed that the Spider Queen was dazzled by the energy light of the sword in Yoon Taehyun's hand, so it narrowed its eyes. Yoon Taehyun rushed over, and the monster wouldn't stand still and wait for death. He stretched out all his claws to scratch a few shots at the sluggish prey below. His face was now like a jealous woman, looking fierce. But before he could scratch Yoon Taehyun's face, he was hit by his sword that was too fast and dangerous. Nearby, there were several baby spiders that were also hit by his sword line and had their heads cut off, lying dead at his feet. The sword is still fine, it probably won't break, but I see that it is also slightly cracked. This time I don't know why Shin Junseo is taking longer than usual. Is it because he is running out of mana, or is it because he is trying to create a super product, so it takes a lot of time? Oh no, these spiders are killing forever. The spiders come out of nowhere, they have hundreds, thousands of them. The whole cellar was dark, only to see thousands of red-eyed crawling on the ground at a dizzying speed. These spiders were terrifying. It seemed that they were heading towards Yoon Taehyun. The whole group panicked and didn't know how to fight. I knew that just now I didn't wish that the spiders would fight all the time. Now you see, may you wish. Too miserable. Good is not spirit, bad is spirit immediately. Yoon Taehyun turned around and told them to be careful. Yo, you have to be careful. The spiders are dragging the whole swarm towards you, and now you are also worried about others. Then the boss hid these baby spiders to wait for the opportunity. It's hard, now the Spider Queen has activated her skills. Earlier, they thought that the spiders were coming to eat Yoon Taehyun, but unexpectedly, they crawled to the corpse of the queen spider. My god, what is it doing? The baby spiders slammed into the mother spider and were swallowed by that corpse. It sacrificed its own child to be revived. This meant that unless the baby spiders had to be killed, they would be the resurrection charm for the queen spider. It has the ability to recover endlessly. Oh my god, who plays this kind of game? But how do we know where its child is hidden, if we finish killing this group and then the others come out? How could the queen's belly be so big? Because she must have so many eggs to give birth to such a large number of children. She also knows how to create opportunities for her children to repay the grace of birth and nurturing, and when you die, you remember to feed your mother with meat, so that she will continue to live and give birth to many brothers and sisters for you. Actually, I think, with this amount, there must be a terrible energy the size of an erupting volcanic lava to burn this Silk Cave. But life is not like a dream, this is not a crater, so Yoon Taehyun only knows how to rely on himself and his weapons to fight or get there. He needs to increase his firepower and finish it all in one blow. Both mother and child have to die before the 5 of them can come back to life. Yoon Taehyun used almost all of his power on the sword. But trouble, the sword cracked, as expected. Damn it. At this time, Shin Junseo can still laugh. His sword is broken. Why is he laughing at people's faces like that? He laughs because he thinks that Yoon Taehyun is better than he thought. He can hold on for a long time. Even if Shin Junseo created that sword with a little bit of mana left, he didn't think that Yoon Taehyun would be able to destroy it, because now that the weapon created by Shin Junseo is indestructible, Yoon Taehyun's power is indeed terrifying and bizarre. But it's okay, considering that it's enough to play with the boss just now. Now it's time to really fight. The new work has been completed. Shin Junseo launches a new weapon right in front of Yoon Taehyun. Use this. Oh my god, why is it so big? At first I thought it was to create a thin and light sword as always, but this time Shin Junseo made a great sword. Its width must be bigger than the user's thighs. It must be very heavy. This size sword, the person who lifts it must be as strong as Guan Gong or Zhang Fei get. Listen to the author's introduction to the product. This is not the kind of single-edged sword that you often use, but it is the most durable weapon I can create at the moment. You is the sky. This thick and big sword is not durable, something that can be slashed. Yoon Taehyun held the hilt of the sword and he could feel it immediately. The sword seemed to send out a signal because it had found its owner. It was a hunch that with this weapon, Yoon Taehyun could destroy them all in one move. And looking at him holding the sword, I also felt a terrible sin. Too heavy, sir. This is not called holding anymore, but called carrying, dragging, shielding, or roughly carrying something very heavy. I'm not very familiar with the type of sword that has to be held with both hands, but it seems that this thing is reasonable in the current situation. I tried my best to increase the firepower of this huge sword and let this whole cave shoot fireworks, but hold this sword and force myself to dance in the right way, then you will break your arm and break your spine. You guys stay away. Sword accidentally. If you get hit, go see your grandparents. Look at me, obnoxious spider. I'm looking at you. Your sword is pretty good. You've dazzled me, but I'm not afraid because I have a revival charm, ha ha ha. The Spider Queen looks down on her opponent because she has a rare move. Just as promised, Yoon Taehyun gave the whole dungeon fireworks. The sword was raised, illuminating the face of the Queen Spider. At this time, he was already afraid. The power was so strong that his 6 eyes seemed to explode. He gritted his teeth, determined to die one more life, and then revived a little, because maybe when Yoon Taehyun uses all his firepower on his weapon, this weapon will also be shattered. At that time he will have time to eat his cubs to revive and fight in the 3rd round. The sound of slashing at the boss couldn't be heard clearly, but the whole group saw the blood splattered on its body. It was terrifying. It had miscalculated something. Yoon Taehyun's sword had not only slashed it to death, but the firepower had also killed the queen's children. Shin Junseo looked up at his comrade using the explosive skill. It was the skill of a natural warrior, hey, super healing, but when you encounter the destruction of heaven and earth, it is determined, if there are 10 lives, the boss will also die 10 times. It is highly likely that this is the first time Yoon Taehyun has used this skill properly. Oh my god, what else is there to cry with sorrow, what else is there to return to life? The boss was torn in 2 from top to bottom. This explosive skill makes Yoon Taehyun overwhelming power, but it can make him unable to control his reason. Type will be furious and attack the enemy like crazy. If he can't control himself, he will be able to hurt himself. Hearing about the explosive skill, I think it's similar to a coalition game. The explosive inflicts strong damage on the enemy, but you will lose blood. If only Yoon Taehyun had another monster punishment skill, it would be number 1. Especially when fighting enemies, that skill can instantly shatter the user's weapon. Fortunately, Shin Junseo created a super good sword to prevent this situation, but imagine the scene when Yoon Taehyun uses all his firepower on the sword and it is not of good quality. This fight will end immediately, that is, whoever wins, and who loses, you understand for yourself. The explosive skill helped Yoon Taehyun increase his firepower by multiplying, plus the automatic enhancement of the weapon that Shin Junseo had created, all of which created a special move that shook the entire tunnel, the power of destruction of heaven and earth. But this skill also has the opposite effect. It can cause damage to the user. If you can't control its power, Yoon Taehyun is gritting his teeth to restrain himself to stop the power, not to harm himself or his teammates. The heat of energy is radiating all over him. He looked like a torch nerd burning and waiting to explode everything. Just like this, it would be very dangerous. Yoon Taehyun was releasing all his energy so that it wouldn't be counterproductive. Just looking at it from a distance could see how terrible that power was. Probably not many times in his life, Yoon Taehyun had this feeling. Finally, the flames gradually subsided, and it seemed that the guild leader had been able to regain control of himself and his firepower. Fortunately, while Yoon Taehyun released all his energy, Shin Junseo's sword was not a problem at all. It was still healthy and like the original. The good stuff is really different, worthy of 1,000 likes. I didn't expect Shin Junseo to progress so fast. In just 1 year he can be so top. It was really dangerous just now. Yoon Taehyun thought that if he didn't use all his strength for that move, he would have almost been killed by the boss. In just one move, he had to kill all the baby spiders and throw a fatal blow at the mother spider. It was really not easy at all. If you make a mistake, you will go a mile and there will be no second chance. Thinking back and feeling scared, Yoon Taehyun thought that maybe this was the second time since he started to awaken, because he never thought that he would use this explosive skill without thinking. If it wasn't really necessary, the first time Yoon Taehyun used it was when I don't know, but this time, I guess it's because the situation at that time was too dangerous. The enemy was very strong and numerous, and it could be revived endlessly. If it didn't explode on this sword, there would be no other way. But there is another possibility, that is, when the sword itself has the ability to strengthen its power, resonating with Yoon Taehyun's maximum increase in firepower, then he will unleash his full strength, to the point that we look at it and mistake it for a burst skill. No one can determine whether he was intentional or passive at that time. Anyway, it made Yoon Taehyun see Shin Junseo differently and think of another way to recruit him. Since Shin Junseo is a rather special pseudo-awakener, he is not like the other artists. He has a mysterious, anomalous ability and its power is undeterminable, and he deliberately hid it, because if that ability was exposed, the attention of the whole world would be focused on it. At that time, other guilds will also look at and recruit Shin Junseo, or there is a possibility that he will be noticed by another force. Yoon Taehyun pondered for a long time, thinking about what Shin Junseo really needed so that he could change his approach, and by doing so, he could make him voluntarily join Overkill. Not Yoon Taehyun himself, who watched over and over again, blocked the way. Then Tang suddenly made an offer, and finally was flatly and mercilessly rejected by Shin Junseo. The boss is dead, so let's do something roughly like cleaning up or something. Why do the two guys keep standing there like that? It was because the two of them were thinking about their own problems and goals. Yoon Taehyun had defeated the boss. Shin Junseo must have been thinking, how did Yoon Taehyun come to ask him to join the guild? But no, he was staring at what only his eyes could see. It is unclean mana. Under the eyes of Yoon Taehyun and the others, the big corpse in front of him was just a spider queen, who was torn in half, and blue blood flowed all over the cellar, and under Shin Junseo's eyes, something special was floating on that corpse. It was a huge flow of magic energy. This flow of magic energy was so terrifying that even the bosses of the other dungeons couldn't compare. In the previous conquests, the magic energy that Shin Junseo obtained from the dead boss couldn't be this much. But to be sure, Shin Junseo also tried to check with Yoon Taehyun once to see how it was. Hey, look, Shin Junseo told Yoon Taehyun to look at the monster's corpse. Did he feel anything special from the corpse of this boss? Shin Junseo pretended to ask the guild master if he had detected the magic chi he saw, but Yoon Taehyun said no, he only saw it as an ordinary corpse. Moreover, Yoon Taehyun has also dealt with all the remaining dangers, so he definitely won't be able to do anything anymore. The baby spiders are all dead, don't worry about it coming back to life, so Yoon Taehyun can't see the magic energy emanating from the monster's corpse, or he saw it and deliberately said that so that Shin Junseo could rest assured. But hearing that, Shin Junseo was also relieved, because it seemed that even high-ranking hunters like the guild leader couldn't feel this magic energy, so it was fine. Shin Junseo freely absorbed it without fear of being exposed. Activate the passive skill to absorb magic energy. The beauty of this skill is that the person who owns it does not need to make any movements to absorb magic energy. As soon as the boss is dead and emits a flow of magic energy around him, this skill will automatically open for the owner to absorb, and the people standing nearby didn't even know. So at those times, everyone around him didn't feel that Shin Junseo was suspicious. This skill helped Shin Junseo look at the horror, and was able to hide people for the past year. He stood watching the Spider Queen and the flow of magic began to move from the corpse to the area where Shin Junseo was standing. The passive skill absorbs magic energy. The player will absorb and accumulate the source of unclean magic that exists in the dungeons. Currently, the amount of magic energy that Shin Junseo has accumulated is 150 units. The total amount of magic energy at this time is 150 out of 100%. When the accumulated value of magic energy exceeds a certain level, then Shin Junseo will unlock new rewards, which will unlock many energy accumulation bars without being limited to 1 or 2 rewards. This new reward is that Shin Junseo will learn the skill of crafting magic tools instantly. This sounds terrible. The current Shin Junseo can be considered the main faction, but what he is collecting passively is magic weapons and magic tool crafting skills. It sounded too scary, afraid that Shin Junseo would be controlled later when the dark skill took over the majority. At that time he would transform. But maybe thanks to these skills, somewhere in the future it would come in handy when Shin Junseo attacked some relevant dungeon. Speaking a little bit about the magic tool crafting skill, this is an active skill. It uses 100 units of accumulated magic energy to create magic tools, also known as magic weapons. The current accumulated magic weapon is 150 units. The reserve magic weapon is not yet available. After being created, they will be stored and can be used without consuming any additional magic energy. This weapon can be used once a day, and the continuous use time of each time will be 10 minutes. The magic tool is the weapon of the demon world. I don't know what kind of weapon it will be, how it does damage, and how to control it. Shin Junseo doesn't remember the exact concept of the demon world, but is this a magic tool from the demon world that he knows? At this time, everything is still very confusing. What Shin Junseo needs most right now is mana, and the reward has nothing to do with this thing. Disappointing, but come on, I'll probably have a chance to use it, isn't it better? Admittedly, this boss's magic energy was so much that it filled up the old energy accumulation bar and also accumulated half of the new absorption accumulation bar. Shin Junseo thought that the reward would be more and waited ahead. Not only this time it was the end. If he continues to destroy other dungeons and absorb more to continuously replenish the unclean mana, he will receive a continuous reward. Hey, Mr. Shin Junseo, President Yoon Taehyun called and there must be something to say. I have something to say to you, that, you know right away. This guy also knows how to take advantage of opportunities. What's the matter? I'm annoyed. I have to find a way to refuse this leech tough person. Shin Junseo is sure that he invited me to the Overkill Guild again. Hearing what Yoon Taehyun would say this time, to see if he could shake Shin Junseo's will to refuse, Bucho approached and said, "First of all, I want to apologize. I defied your intention to refuse, and continued to invite you to my guild. It wasn't the courtesy of a guild leader." Shin Junseo began to find it strange because Yoon Taehyun's actions were not what he had just expected. Yoon Taehyun bowed his head. "We're sorry for this, I'm really sorry for you." Did he take the wrong medicine? Why did he suddenly apologize and still bow his head like this? Shin Junseo also felt a little worried, because after all, he was the leader of the top 3 guilds in Korea, but he bowed his head to apologize for the incident. For everyone to see, what would people think? Yoon Taehyun was quite careless in this matter. First of all, the O-shaped eyes, the A-shaped mouth, then you will think that you are hallucinating, your mind will spin when you see the reverse scene in front of you. What am I seeing now? The hunter must have thought that he was looking at it wrong, and the other was that Yoon Taehyun had an abnormal problem after killing that harmful monster. The kind of aftershock of energy made his mind not sober. How could an honorary president like Yoon Taehyun stand bowing his head in front of such a D-rank assistant? Thinking about it over and over again, strung together the events in the tunnel just now, no, he was definitely not just an assistant, a D-class support, but with the ability I saw earlier, he was not an ordinary person. Those artifacts couldn't be from a mediocre D-class support. There are 2 possibilities. One is a hidden master, with a hidden ability, so the Overkill Guild needs to recruit him. Or the second possibility, he is the son of some kind of grandfather, which makes no sense. It's suspicious. Hey, can you save a lot of things? Is it believed that Shin Junseo will wipe out his memories in this cellar? While the captain was gasping because he saw Yoon Taehyun bowing his head in front of Shin Junseo, although he tried to listen to the conversation, but because he was standing at a considerable distance, he couldn't hear anything, so he was disturbed by the other 2. Report, I went to look at the whole back. I don't think there are any monsters left here. It seems that all the baby spiders from now have come to support the boss and have been burned and killed, Captain. Look, this weapon is really great. Even if you don't use any strength, the monster will still be slashed to death simply, so it looks shiny again. Where can you buy a sword like this? This trip, I said. When I picked it up, it felt like I had just been promoted in power. That's right, my staff is also very good. I've never had a weapon so powerful. I don't know if he gives me these things. Besides, I've never heard of an artifact who can create such a powerful weapon. It's a rarity. Oh, but does this person have anything to do with the Overkill Guild? The 2 of you are talking to each other and are also very curious about the background of the guy who created the assistant label. But before things got far, the captain rushed to the block and told us to get out of the dungeon first, and also to report to the Fake Awakening Association about what happened here today. Why? There's no need to go in such a hurry. First of all, I also want to thank the president for helping us. Why do you keep stopping? It's disgusting. The red-haired girl wants to come and say a few words to the beautiful guy that this guy is doing to block his nose like that. The 2 of them didn't know why the captain told them to go out in such a hurry, as if he had just met a ghost. Hurry up, let's get out of this terrible place and thank you tomorrow later. He just pushed the 2 comrades towards the gate out, making them angry. Let's go slowly. What's wrong with pushing and pushing? As he walked, the captain turned to look at Shin Junseo and thought, no matter what, that assistant is definitely related to the Overkill Guild. I should just know about it. Knowing a lot and getting involved or interfering with the affairs of a big guild is very useless. Safety comes first. But no matter how urgent the situation was, he shouldn't be so easily exposed to his full strength. It wasn't the same as the image of a large guild that usually did it to promote safety like the Overkill Guild. There must be some kind of mystery. Ignore that guy who supports the blow. The 3 of them are already out. Returning to Shin Junseo and Yoon Taehyun's conversation, Shin Junseo sighed and said, "Okay, let me talk first. No matter how much you pay the rent, or no matter how much I help you, the president shouldn't bow down to others like that. It doesn't look right. Hey Shin Junseo, from now on, you won't see any invitations to join the guild from me anymore, and of course I won't follow you like this anymore." Yoon Taehyun is going to give up. It's normal that Shin Junseo doesn't feel comfortable when Yoon Taehyun watches and keeps looking for an excuse to approach him, but naturally now hearing him say that, Shin Junseo felt sad again. Maybe Yoon Taehyun didn't want to continue recruiting him, so his plan had failed. Yoon Taehyun continued, "But that doesn't mean I'm going to give up my desire to have you join the guild, because this is a good opportunity for me to cooperate with you, so I always cherish it. The contract I have prepared and just wait for your nod, but I won't pressure or force you to join anymore. Whenever you want you can become an Overkill member, and there will be no coercion here." Judging by Shin Junseo's expression, he must be considering the offer. This soft and tight trick of the president might work. Yoon Tae-hyun continued, please consider the contract and sign it. I think you'll really like the new conditions in this contract. Yoon Tae-hyun made Shin Junseo curious about what he could offer in the contract if Shin Junseo agreed to join. Accept it, don't accept it, whether Shin Junseo joins Overkill's guild or not, they are still friends, and can help each other when needed. So at the end of the Spider Queen's dungeon raid, on another beautiful day, at the Overkill Guild headquarters, something happened, and I was sure that this was a good thing that Yoon Tae-hyun had always hoped for. It was Shin Junseo's presence here. He agreed and went straight to the headquarters to discuss the terms of the contract. It was unbelievable. Min Hee-soo was welcoming Shin Junseo on behalf of Yoon Tae-hyun, and the two of them were sitting in a sizable room. Hello, I'm Min Hee-soo, assistant of the Overkill Association. I'm responsible for making the signing of the contract today, looking forward to your cooperation. Yes, I hope you can help, Shin Junseo added. That day when I agreed to the president's offer, he said he would contact me immediately. But I didn't think it was so fast. The next morning there was an appointment from the Overkill Guild. Shin Junseo kept pretending to be naive. Hearing that he agreed that Yoon Tae-hyun was happy to show up, he had to proceed as quickly as possible, because it was not easy to convince Shin Junseo to join the guild right now. Choose the person you have to choose right away, don't leave it for a long time, the other guild will take it here. But looking at this place is so luxurious. Where is this place? The interior is all brands, the layout is also delicate and comfortable, and it is also quite quiet in this place. This is the special reception room of the Overkill Guild. Not every guest who comes here is invited to this room. Shin Junseo, this is one of the rooms where security is always tightened. There are guards and there are even cameras. Everything is secure, so you don't need to worry about information leaking to the outside. The entire conversation between him and the Overkill representative today was kept secret. After that, Assistant Min Hee-soo put the contract sheet on the table and handed it to Shin Junseo. Here, you read it. This is the contract that summarizes the terms and conditions of the agreement that President Yoon Tae-hyun mentioned to him in the dungeon. It may take a little time to read it all, but if you want, you can completely propose to change the terms of the exemption contract. It is reasonable, then I will report back to Yoon Tae-hyun. If he approves, I will edit it. If you have any questions, please let me know. Shin Junseo picked up the contract sheet and looked at the contents inside, item by item, item by item. Shin Junseo was also happy about this. Kwayo, that's exactly what Shin Junseo heard Yoon Tae-hyun propose when he was in that dungeon. The condition said, they have rearranged it like this. It looks trustworthy, they are professional and prestigious, but I don't know what the conditions are that can make Shin Junseo change his mind and decide to join the army for Overkill. I believe it's definitely not trivial. Shin Junseo finished reading the contract and saw that the terms were fine. Okay, no problem, let's just proceed with it, let's sign it. The pen is a greasy chicken, there is no reduction in the agreement. To know the story behind this contract, let's listen to Shin Junseo tell us about his agreement with Yoon Tae-hyun in the dungeon that day, and he agreed. When Bucho said that Shin Junseo would definitely be satisfied with the new conditions in this contract, he asked what the conditions were, and Yoon Tae-hyun said, one of the attractive things is support. That's right, this is an informal support to be exact, although it's just my speculation, but I think I can roughly understand what the reason why you don't want to join the guild is. For some reason, you have to hide your identity. If the reason I guess is correct, then I think my suggestion might be useful to you, Yoon Tae-hyun affirmed and was sure that what he was about to say would make Shin Junseo interested in signing him. That is, we will secretly provide you with all the items you need. It can be anything, from equipment, materials, to the right to enter the gates. Yoon Tae-hyun added, we will proceed in the form of a contract, and of course it will be secret. No one knows that you joined Overkill, except for a few people involved, and they also have to commit to keeping this matter confidential. Hearing this, Shin Junseo is starting to like it very much, but in life, no one ever gives anything to anyone. Why is Yoon Tae-hyun so well-intentioned? Maybe it's just because of the artifacts that Shin Junseo creates. Of course, nothing is free. A good piece of cheese is only available on a mousetrap, but Shin Junseo can rest assured, Yoon Tae-hyun won't see you as a rat and trap like that, because compared to the support mentioned earlier, in return, he will help solve some of the requests that Yoon Tae-hyun personally makes, is too reasonable. In the contract, there are no coercive or binding clauses with Shin Junseo. Even if he doesn't like that request, he can completely refuse. Right now, Shin Junseo crossed his arms, laughed and said, so what if I just accept support and don't help you? Shin Junseo joked again, everything must have a back and forth, but if it's just unconditional support for Shin Junseo, I really don't know what this contract is for. I didn't think Yoon Taehyun would be as upset as me, but no, he remained calm and said, "It's okay, you can refuse if you don't want to, because in the first place, the purpose of this contract was to establish Shin Junseo's predestined relationship with the Overkill Guild, which prevented him from joining other guilds. If you accept Yoon Taehyun's request, it will show Shin Junseo's sincerity, otherwise, no one will do anything to Shin Junseo." At that moment, when he saw someone coming, Yoon Taehyun quickly ended the agreement exchange to ensure safety. "Well, I'm just talking about this. The steps into the dungeon, do you know who they were? It was definitely not the three of you just now, nor the people of Overkill, but this must be the investigation team of the Hunter Association. They got some information from the reports of the other three, and now pull in here to record more information or investigate something. Hey, hello President Yoon Taehyun, but he doesn't seem to care much about these people. Basically, he didn't want them to know much, and if he went in to see the corpse of the boss, it would be natural. I guess I have to go see if there's a problem, and I'll wait for your answer." And after saying that, Yoon Taehyun quickly left. But when he left, he didn't forget to come back and emphasize that I hope to get a positive response from him. If you feel pressure, then you don't need to approve the request at all. Because his abilities were much more valuable than this, Yoon Taehyun's words were indeed a standard blow to Shin Junseo's thoughts, making him seriously consider the offer. Returning to the special reception room, Shin Junseo began to put pen to paper on the contract with Overkill and the agreements that Yoon Taehyun had mentioned. Shin Junseo himself didn't think he would join at this time, because according to his original plan, he just needed to make a solid impression on Yoon Taehyun, but who would have thought, the impression he left was so strong, making the joining process significantly promoted. Thinking back, it's true that Shin Junseo had a broken plan, just to impress, not to join the guild, but now, he has signed a secret contract with them. But anyway, it's a good thing for himself. In the past, he really needed equipment, items to support the training process, but it was very difficult to buy it. From now on, that would no longer be a problem. Overkill would take care of everything. "That's it, when can I start receiving support?" Shin Junseo asked assistant Min Hee-soo. Min Hee-soo also affirmed that right now, if you want anything, just say. As she spoke, she took a small box from her bag. As for this is a gift from the president to him to celebrate the signing of the contract, Min Hee-soo gives the box to Shin Junseo. "Do I have another gift?" Ngoc held the gift box in his hand. Shin Junseo must have been very moved. "I want to open it, but it's strange to open it right away." Seeing that, Min Hee-soo continued to say that she heard that he found something useful in the room of the Spider Queen boss, but President Yoon Taehyun is sure that this gift is even more useful. "Please open it and see if you like it." "This is what you cried out, so I just opened it. Where to see?" "Kwayo, what glows purple?" That surprised Shin Junseo so much. Maybe it's something related to magic weapons, condensed magic weapons, right? How did Yoon Taehyun know that he had obtained something from the Spider Queen's vault and gave him this thing? It was unexpected. Although he likes the gift in the box very much, Shin Junseo is also very good at hiding his emotions. He just gently thanks Min Hee-soo and puts the gift box in his backpack. And then she gave her a long list. "This is the list of support items that I want to request, isn't it? It's the first time I've asked for such a long list." Shin Junseo was also eager to know when he would be able to receive this cow's good equipment, so he also asked Min Hee-soo frankly. Looking at that list, Min Hee-soo also wanted to get dizzy. She said that within a week she would send Shin Junseo enough, but her face didn't look very happy. Min Hee-soo must be thinking that Shin Junseo was trying to take advantage of Overkill, or roughly if she saw a good item, she would ask for it, so she also added, "This may be a remark that is too confident, but I don't think these devices will help you in any way. Can you take a look at it a little?" Immediately Shin Junseo said, "No, I don't use these things, but things I will give to others." "What, is there a mistake? Bring a whole request and say that you will give it to someone else. You are too much." After speaking, Shin Junseo stood up and left. He would wait for the day the guild contacted him to come and get the requested item. On another day, Shin Junseo arrives at the headquarters of the Fake Awakening Association. Standing in the lobby of the Hunters Association building, it seems that Shin Junseo is waiting for someone to come. Yes, everyone is still passing by, and the people who come to this place are definitely not civilians, but they are all Fake Awakens, with different levels. I heard that this place is the place to manage the Hunters' records and also manage the information about gates. Always the procedure for registering to enter the dungeon to conquer groups of hunters as required. Waiting forever to see that person, Shin Junseo took out his phone to see what time it was. It's 2:47 p.m. That person should have arrived now. I don't know if there's anything wrong, actually. Who is Shin Junseo waiting for? Is it that blonde girl? A gentle look, not very confident, she just walked into the gate. That girl has finally arrived. See if Shin Junseo is happy. Maybe this is the one who made Shin Junseo put on the whole equipment list to ask for Overkill's support, and bring it to her. This girl must be very important to Shin Junseo. It's an A-level hunter, Mess, Han-ji-ah, a girl with blonde hair and glasses. She also looks quite pretty, but there is something that makes others not think she is an A-level hunter. A-level hunters usually exude a very confident and shining aura, but this girl is the opposite. This girl is not simple, but right now, she herself doesn't know what her own abilities are. Shin Junseo knows, one day, maybe in the future, this girl will make a difference, when she raids the dungeon at the energy gate. She will attack the monster with her powers, critical attacks with extreme energy. Not a single monster would survive standing in front of Han-ji-ah. One of her moves caused the monster to pierce a hole as big as a cosmic black hole and burn brightly. She was a genius hunter, and she was also beautiful. Han-ji-ah, an A-rank marksman with fast archery. But that's Han-ji-ah of another time, not of right now. Compared to Han-ji-ah's appearance when attacking the monsters, there were many differences at this time. The girl was more shy when she came to a crowded place. Her right hand kept clenching her left arm without letting go, as if she was clinging to herself so that she wouldn't have to be embarrassed by the place where so many hunters gathered. She slowly walked to the front desk to meet the person in charge, not knowing what she needed. "Hello, how can we help you?" The two people in charge also started talking to Han-ji-ah like other ordinary guests. "Yes, hello, I want to sign up for the hunter training portal." She was so shy and lost her confidence that she didn't dare to look directly at the two receptionists there. "Yes, here it is." Han-ji-ah showed her fake awakening card to the receptionist to check. "Ah, so you're an A-level hunter. Do you want us to choose to help you with the C-level training gate?" The other girl happily introduced Han-ji-ah to a gate worthy of her current level. But Han-ji-ah refused and said embarrassedly, "No, I don't want the A-rank gate, please choose to help me with D-rank." "Why, you mean D-class?" The two employees were also surprised why an A-rank hunter would want to enter the D-rank gate. Is there a problem with her? No A-rank hunter would do this because it makes almost no sense. The accumulated experience and achievements will not be improved if you practice like that. This hunter has only recently become a fake awakener, and has only recently been rated A. Looking at the achievement report, there is almost nothing. In the record of the number of times she has entered and exited the gates, she has only seen it twice, and she has not broken the dungeon gates significantly. While the receptionist was entering Han-ji-ah's information to register for the training gate, they thought this was really strange. They had witnessed low-level pseudo-awakeners give up their awakening life due to insufficient strength, and this was the first time they had seen an A-level person choose to break the D-level gate. But come on, according to the customer's request, they will go through the procedures for registering the D-level gate for Han-ji-ah. The girl gives the application form for Han-ji-ah to fill in the information and sign it for confirmation. With this momentum, Han-ji-ah will definitely be demoted due to insufficient strength. And who is the one who judges this, and how the level of the hunter will be determined? The first level of the false awakening is determined by the absolute amount of mana that the false awakening possesses. In the past, when a crack appeared in the sky for the first time, the miraculous blue energy that flows down from the crack is called mana. The mana will be absorbed into everyone's body naturally. Depending on each person, the rate of mana absorbed is completely different. Some people get little, some people get a lot, some people don't absorb it. The concept of false awakening was also officially born. The higher the amount of mana in the body, the better the talent develops, and vice versa. At that time, the False Awakening Association was formed and started analyzing the amount of mana in the body of the citizens. People who absorbed more mana than prescribed and were able to realize their abilities were pseudo-awakened. Moreover, they began to divide the ranks according to the amount of mana. Some of them were level D, C, B, A, and S. And, of course, the rank will not be fixed as it was originally, but it will also be affected through related activities. For example, even if the rank is low, if it is recognized by the association by accumulating achievements through dungeon attacks, it is also possible to level up. Of course, there is also the opposite. If hunters do not have enough achievements, they will be demoted. Returning to Han-ji-ah's registration desk, she finished filling out the form and handed it back to the two staff in charge. They said they would help her register, and also asked if she had any partners to accompany her and wanted to register for the same gate, but it seemed that Han Ji-ah had no friends at all. Since you don't have any partners with you, we'll put you on the recruiting list. The rule is that there are at least 2 people in a group to enter the dungeon. We'll let the other hunters sign up with you. Since the D-Class dungeon training portal has not yet had anyone registered, please wait for a few more days to help me. Hearing that she had to wait for someone to register before she could enter, Han Ji-ah didn't seem to like it and asked the staff again, "Yes, I don't know if I can go in there alone. If you have your own entrance permit, you can, but it seems that you don't have your own registration, so I'm sorry, but if you pass the test, you can go in there alone," the employee added. "Do you want to pass the test? I can help you register." Han Ji-ah continued to be shy. She didn't know where to hide her face. Yes, so I can wait. Actually, Han Ji-ah has repeatedly failed the test before, so I don't know what to do but wait for someone to register to join her. Otherwise, the attack on breaking the D-rank dungeon would also become far away for her. Han Ji-ah turned away, but the receptionist called back, "Miss Han Ji-ah, I have something to announce. A month later she will be renewed for the first hunter certificate issued and evaluated by the association, but it requires certain conditions, otherwise I am not sure." As through the message, in order to renew her A-level hunter certificate, she needs to accumulate attack achievements at the gate of the C-rank dungeon or higher. Or there is another way to pass the A-level specialized practical exam. I think Ms. Han Ji-ah should take the test, and soon she will receive a letter related to the test. Hope that you will pass the exam. Yes, I thank you. Shin Junseo stood by and witnessed Han Ji-ah's registration process and also saw her embarrassment, probably because she was not as competent as the original assessment. Just like this, it is impossible to pass the exam, and even the destruction of a C-grade dungeon is more difficult than going to the sky. Han Ji-ah left and muttered, "Just registering for the training gate is really complicated. I know that I just stay at home and register online. I'm crazy, or why did I come to this crowded place?" In a confused mood, Han Ji-ah stopped and reassured herself. Didn't she make up her mind that she couldn't be demoted? Come awake, Han Ji-ah, come on. What came to Han Ji's mind was the previous dungeon break, when she fell down and couldn't do anything, only an extremely scared expression. Since that time, she has been obsessed and has not dared to register for any dungeon breakage until now, or maybe for some other reason no one wants to join her, but this time, Han Ji-ah comforted herself, because it was a D-rank gate. It wouldn't be as dangerous as it was then. I'll start doing it again gradually. At this time, there was a message coming. The girl immediately opened it and looked at it. I don't know who sent the letter. She adjusted her glasses and looked closely, and saw that it was a letter announcing that someone had registered as an associate, conquering the D-rank gate with her. They said that they had to wait, but nothing had been announced. It was indeed a D-level fake awakening. That's right, because it's a D-rank gate, there won't be any hunters B, C, or A registered. But it doesn't matter because Han Ji-ah is going to go in there alone anyway, but she herself is not qualified, so she has to quickly accept this person into the group. Wait, who is the D-rank pseudo-awakener? Is it Shin Junseo? And then the day the D-class training gate appeared in an area near the center, so there was a guard there and there were also many curious people who came to see. Everyone gathered and was also eager to know what was inside. Han Ji-ah came, still the same expression, and worried. It's been a long time since you put on this combat uniform again, so it's embarrassing. Since she didn't know who the person who had registered to participate was, she didn't care. Then, Han Ji-ah approached the gate to talk to the guard and declare her full name, when there was a voice behind her, a man's voice. "Sorry, you're Han Ji-ah's hunter, right? I'm Shin Junseo, register as a supporter, please take care of me." Shin Junseo walked forward, introduced himself as in the registration dossier, and was also very humble to Han Ji-ah. "Hello, I'm Han Ji-ah, very, looking forward to your help." The two of them greeted each other. It seems that this time there were only 2 people and no one else in the group joined them. That's right, D-rank is the worst rank. Hunters are competing to destroy high-grade dungeons to quickly have a chance to level up, but no one wants to stomp on the spot with a low-grade gate like this. Shin Junseo apologized to her for being late. "Come on, let's go in quickly." Han Ji-ah quickly went to the security guard to check in through the gate. Before that, Shin Junseo must have learned a lot about this special girl, Han Ji-ah, who was previously a high-end hunter who received the first A-level certificate after becoming a false awakener. However, due to constantly failing the test, she was the only false awakener to be demoted to sea level. The reason why the girl later received the stage name of Divine Arrow was because after being selected as a pseudo-awakener recognized by the association as gifted, she also discovered her hidden talent. And Shin Junseo knows what kind of talent it is. Even if Han Ji-ah hasn't become a pseudo-awakener recognized by the association at the moment, that talent will also be discovered by him, and mostly by herself. And it is on this day that Han Ji-ah's talent will be unlocked. Han Ji-ah had finished registering, and the two of them entered the link gate, leading to another dimension, where the monster was dwelling, which was a forest on a mountain on the outskirts of the city. I don't know what the monsters are this time and how beneficial they are. The scene this time has a few differences. It is not a dark dungeon like the other times Shin Junseo participated in the conquest, but it is right in the jungle, where there are blue dwarf monsters frantically looking for prey. Han Ji-ah hid in the bushes behind her to observe. She saw that the monsters had begun to come, but she didn't dare to move for fear that they would find out. Perhaps Han Ji-ah had a plan to attack. It's true that there are many monsters here. It's true that she bought it. Before that, she had ordered a special device to detect monster signals, avoiding unexpected raids. This device can detect the mana of monsters, looks like a clock, and it allows hunters to detect monsters around within a certain distance. As the monsters get closer and more numerous, the device will warn the faster. Shin Junseo was also hiding behind Han Ji-ah. She turned around and wanted to say something. "Hey, I'm sorry, but I'm actually going to go here alone, so can you let me take down the monsters by myself? I'll give you all the loot and personal rewards." Han Ji-ah doesn't even care about the rewards. What you need is to simply pass through the dungeon to record more attacks. Shin Junseo also agreed and said it's okay, don't worry about me. If you need help, tell me, I'll add more arrows to you. Thank you. Finished speaking, Han Ji took the bow forward alone. It seems that she doesn't need a comrade. Shin Junseo's application is just a condition for her to participate in the gate this time, but for her, it doesn't mean anything else. Han Ji-ah stood up, aiming the arrow in the direction where the monsters were focused. Taking a deep breath, "Okay, don't be nervous." Han Ji-ah was trying to calm down so that she could hit the target. At this time, she shot out the first arrow, thinking that it was not harmful, but it was unimaginably beneficial. The power of that arrow was very large. Because he was ambushed from behind, the monster couldn't guard against it. And that arrow flew into it. She took down one very easily. Seeing this, the monsters turned around and started attacking her again, and the war officially began. Among the monsters, there was also one who shot Han Ji-ah back with a bow and arrow. They must be quite numerous. If they attacked, how would she resist alone? Han Ji-ah raised her bow and prepared to shoot the second arrow. This time she aimed at the crowd, but she didn't know if she hit the target or not, only to see them dodge to the sides. Shin Junseo sat and watched. It had been a long time since Han Ji-ah fought after becoming a recognized false awakener. The pure destructive power of each arrow she shot was far beyond the strength of an A-rank hunter. But no matter how high the destructive power is, if it misses, it will become meaningless. One of the 3 shots that hit the target is Han Ji-ah's highest record. Isn't this rate too bad for an archer and arrow shooter? The highest record is that 3 shots will only hit 1 shot, so normally it will not hit any shots. Is it because of the glasses that Han Ji-ah can't hit the target? She kept going. Just like this, could she shoot at least 4 more shots? Try to finish off the monster in 2 arrows, each one will be shot twice. This time she continues to aim at the monster that just missed the target. But it wasn't that simple. Han Ji-ah was startled when she saw something unusual in front of her. A monster blew an alarm to signal, gathering his companions to surround the prey. It was the siren. They would come immediately. Han Ji-ah had not had time to regain her soul when the sound of footsteps rushed over. Everywhere the sound of monsters was heard. Immediately afterwards, a large number of monsters came from all sides. Han Ji-ah raised her bow to shoot down, but she really couldn't shoot, and the arrow was not enough for her to shoot even if she hit it, let alone the hit rate was so low. The monster mana detector in her hand had also warned of a large number of them, everywhere, around where she was standing. And then Han Ji-ah realizes that she is surrounded. Standing in the middle of that noisy monster encirclement, she was really distracted because she didn't know where to shoot and the number of arrows was limited. "Oh, now I have to shoot here, in front or behind, what should I do?" Just when Han Ji-ah raised her bow to shoot the monsters in front, the people behind her attacked, causing her real trouble. Even though it was only a D-rank tunnel, it wasn't as simple as she thought. Fortunately, at that time, another power appeared, a familiar stream of blue light. It was Shin Junseo's help. He created a lot of swords that surrounded Han Ji-ah, making the monsters not dare to come close. Han Ji-ah, I need your help, Shin Junseo from where the bush is moving forward. Han Ji-ah saw Shin Junseo's artifact for the first time, so just like everyone else, her first feeling was surprise. Oh, it's obvious that you're just a D-rank artifact facilitator. Shin Junseo also said yes, I'm really a D-rank artifact facilitator. But since I can't fight these monsters alone for long, I desperately need your help, and the hunter is also confused. At this time, there was no other way, although there were many questions. Han Ji-ah had to quickly coordinate with her teammates, so what should I do now? Shin Junseo pointed in one direction, and wanted Han Ji-ah to shoot a hard shot in that direction, so use all the strength she had left and shoot at the monsters over there. Okay, the hunter raised her bow and concentrated all her strength to make the decisive shot, although she didn't know what Shin Junseo was thinking, but just follow it. An arrow seemed to tear the whole forest in half and the monsters there must have already flown away. It was true that there were no survivors in that direction. If any of Han Ji-ah's arrows hit the target like that, then she was indeed a very useful marksman. I'm done shooting, now what do I do next? Before I could finish speaking, Shin Junseo grabbed Han Ji-ah's hand. After clearing the road, he had to run away immediately. What's more, Han Ji-ah didn't have time to understand anything, but if he didn't run, he would surely die, and the monsters had already started to rush over. He grabbed her by the hand and pulled her away from the encirclement of the monsters. The support guy managed to save a life for the female gunner. The two of them ran and ran until finally Han Ji-ah was tired and was about to lose her breath when they both stopped in front of a cave. While Han Ji-ah was standing panting, Shin Junseo turned on the flashlight to shine into the cave to see what was inside. Han Ji-ah seemed to have just experienced a tribulation. She was overjoyed and said that we are alive, so lucky. But she unconsciously found that she didn't know where this place was. Had she escaped from the goblins just now? Were they still chasing her? No, it wasn't. She began to think about the scene where she and Shin Junseo ran away from those goblins together. They were right behind. But strangely enough, they just chase and can't do anything. I don't know what it is. But it's a feeling, they can't reach me anymore. After all, what's going on here? There were so many things that happened that made Han Ji-ah's mind become uneasy, but there was something even more strange. That's why he's so calm. He doesn't have the slightest fear of monsters. He doesn't show any signs of fatigue or anything. A D-class who has such bravery, it's a rare case. But anyway, we have to leave here quickly, so Han Ji-ah suggested to Shin Junseo that we will finish training here today. Now that it's safe, we should go out and rest. No, you can't leave yet. Shin Junseo stopped, not letting Han Ji-ah go outside the gate. He added, since the monsters are on high alert, we will have to stay here for a while. The monsters are still searching, so if we leave now, it will be very dangerous. They will detect and attack again. At that time the running path is over. It seems that the rescue flares provided fell when we tried to escape. I think we will have to stay here and wait for the elves to leave before we can get out. Why, if that's the case, when will she be able to get out of here? Han Ji-ah began to worry. But Shin Junseo was calm and assured to stay for about half a day, or maybe longer, depending on the situation. Huh, what are you saying? Are you kidding? Half a day, I'm sure I'll die. Han Ji-ah seemed to collapse because she had to wait so long, and she couldn't do anything else, but Shin Junseo didn't care, because in fact, half a day or something was just him talking to her, at most 30 minutes to get out. So what is Shin Junseo's purpose? Why did he deliberately make Han Ji-ah so scared and demoralized? Shin Junseo also said, because these monsters are not united with each other, they just chase after their prey, but they are very numerous, and there are only two of us. I am not capable of fighting, only Han Ji-ah is carrying the whole team, so if you show your face now, you will definitely die. Shin Junseo found herself making up a bit of a far-fetched excuse, but fortunately Han Ji-ah now seems to believe in whatever he says. She's also really naive. Shin Junseo is lying, and what do you want to do after all? Looking at that dark cave, everyone will associate scary things. Ordinary caves are enough to scare others, let alone this cave is located in a test gate. There will definitely be something inside. The problem is, if Shin Junseo now tells Han Ji-ah directly that she has to go to this cave with him, she will probably run away and lose her slippers. She will definitely not go anywhere, and the plan will fail. While Shin Junseo was thinking of a way to lure Han Ji-ah inside with him, she said sorry to him. It's all my fault, I didn't handle those goblins, I really don't deserve some kind of A-list title. I should have gone alone in the first place, but I dragged you here, I'm really sorry, now we're both stuck, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't be like that. Han Ji-ah held the bow in her hand and trembled, she blamed herself for causing so much trouble. I can't believe that something terrible like this could happen in a D-class dungeon, no matter how hard I try, I can't resist anything in this situation. I shouldn't have led you into the dungeon, just like that, she stood and cried. Han Ji-ah looked so poor, she was surrounded by negative emotions, because she thought that she herself had implicated others, it was her incompetence, that she had harmed her teammates. Shin Junseo stretched out his hand to pat Han Ji-ah's shoulder to comfort him, but in retrospect, he didn't. If you want to apologize, please help me with something, Shin Junseo snapped his fingers and said that to Han Ji-ah so that she would feel like she was about to have a chance to make amends for her teammates' mistakes. The girl held back her tears and immediately asked what was going on. Shin Junseo said there was plenty of time, and he entered the cave by himself. Let's talk slowly, Han Ji-ah didn't think about it, but also naively followed Shin Junseo inside. The cave emits a familiar light, which is mana stones, which the assistants often collect for the team after the team successfully kills the boss, and wins. The two of them went deep into the cave by the light of Shin Junseo's flashlight, and the scene looked quite creepy, because there were only two of them, and the cave was terribly big. Do you really need my help? Han Ji-ah didn't think she could help Shin Junseo at this time, she felt the opposite. Even though I'm rated A, I only have a few experiences in dungeons, if not too little. I don't have the same combat experience as other hunters, I didn't even understand what Shin Junseo said when fighting, I really didn't even have any experience in facing monsters, but only knows how to plant it from the sky, it's too embarrassing. This is the first time she has broken the chest vault by herself, so she doesn't understand what I say is natural, not everyone understands right away. Shin Junseo tried to comfort Han Ji-ah, she seemed to be very self-conscious about herself. That feeling of low self-esteem was so great that she was used to it, and always think that they only bring trouble and risk to everyone around them. But why did Shin Junseo dare to bring Han Ji-ah in here? Does this cave have any bosses? Of course not, there are no boss monsters in this dungeon only has one monster below the boss level, it is called Elite, and this cave is a hiding place for elites and monsters, ordinary D-rank tunnels only stop at that level. Shin Junseo made up a story again, saying that for personal reasons, I had to defeat these monsters, but I couldn't afford it, you know, so far, not to mention conquering the dungeons, I was constantly rejected when I wanted to join the guilds. Shin Junseo blatantly lied, the fact that he had conquered hundreds of dungeons, and was also a secret member of Overkill, and yet in front of Han Ji-ah, he proved to be a very poor person, probably so that the girl would feel that she could help and protect a supporter like him. Shin Junseo continued, she was the first person to accept to break the dungeon with me, so I was very happy, but no one wanted to go with me before. He said that to make Han Ji-ah feel more comfortable, but it seemed that this lie made the atmosphere too awkward. But that's why Han Ji-ah decided to do something to help this D-rank support in the meantime to get out, at least it would make her feel less guilty about her own abilities, and also a thank you for helping Shin Junseo get out of the siege just now. So Han Ji-ah stopped and told Shin Junseo her decision. Okay, I'll help you, I'll get better soon. Although I was a little worried, I had to help him, thanks to Shin Junseo, I was able to get out of the dangerous situation at that time. Moreover, Han Ji-ah was very sympathetic to Shin Junseo, because she knew how painful it felt to be rejected from joining the guild, she must have been rejected before, so it was like that. She said to herself, if I can help Shin Junseo in some way, I will try. At this moment, the monster mana signal detector called out again, they have arrived. A monster has appeared in that dark cave, it must have just discovered that someone broke into its lair, this foot is quite big, it must be the elite monster that Shin Junseo just talked about earlier. Shin Junseo kept that calm expression, and shined a flashlight inside to see what was coming out that shook the cave like this. It was indeed that thing, it was an elite monster, it looked quite big and powerful, in its hand there was a very sharp mace, which one would be faster, this mace and Han Ji-ah's arrow. Very quickly, Han Ji-ah stepped forward to protect Shin Junseo, he stepped back, let me, although it is an elite class monster, but this is only a D-rank dungeon, you think you can handle it, and there is only one, so there should be no problem. Han Ji-ah raised her bow and prepared to shoot an arrow at the monster. She thought she could take it down with just one accurate arrow. The bowstring was stretched, and sword won. The arrow rushed out as fast as lightning with terrible power, seemingly able to penetrate the monster easily and take it down in an instant. But no, it was still okay. How could it be like that? Han Ji-ah could have missed. No, Han Ji-ah didn't miss, but it was the elite monster that was very beneficial. The arrow didn't lose anything to it. It used the mace in his hand to support the arrow so that the arrow couldn't touch it, and it fell to the ground. This monster is so beneficial. Han Ji-ah was surprised to see that the monster still didn't take any damage, but also made her arrow useless. It's a shame, it's been a long time since it was aimed accurately, but it turned out like this. It can stop that arrow. It can't be, it can't be. I had to try again and use all my strength with this arrow, so Han Ji-ah pulled out the second arrow, determined to shoot with all her strength, so that the monster couldn't help it. But at this moment, her hand trembled again, making her unable to hit, and she couldn't even stretch the bowstring. Oh, why does it have to be now? Han Ji-ah, shoot it, she's under something, psychological pressure, and it seems like this has happened before. Han Ji-ah was still standing there, her arms shaking, her legs shaking, sweating and not being able to aim. The mace-wielding monster was about to rush in, and she herself could do nothing but tremble with her hands trembling and being extremely scared. Oh no, it will kill me and Shin Junseo. At this time, Han Ji-ah can only wait to die, thinking that this will never be able to come back. But fortunately, Shin Junseo quickly pulled her back. But it seems that Shin Junseo was too strong to make her fall down in pain. He alone went forward to fight that big elite monster. Oh no, just to go forward to stop the monster from killing Han Ji-ah. But Shin Junseo has no intention of showing off his skills right now, in front of her. As for Han Ji-ah, after falling down like a person who lost her soul, she could only watch her comrades being attacked. She couldn't even move. Just this one mace is enough to make both of them lose their lives on the spot. Is there no way to help their comrades? She was worried and regretted calling Shin Junseo's name as her last call, before Shin Junseo was beaten to death by the elite monster. Han Ji-ah suddenly remembered the scene last time, when she conquered the dungeon with another team of hunters. It was also in this position. She fell, trembling and feeling helpless. Her teammates kept scolding, "What are you doing now? Are you joking with me? You can't even shoot the arrow accurately, and most of the arrows you shoot are flying towards me. Because of you I almost died. You have to make amends. What a useless thing." Han Ji-ah tried to explain to them, "It was true that I missed, but the arrow was not pointed at her." But Han Ji-ah's other comrade still deliberately criticized her mercilessly, and even let go of the threat. Didn't apologize, but also justified. "You thought you were very good at A level, thought you were the navel of the universe and did whatever you wanted. You wait and see. I'll let you feel who you're touching. See if anyone would dare to go with a useless child like you." And then, after that time, Han Ji-ah was repeatedly rejected from the guilds. She went to the big and small guilds to apply to join, but she only heard one sentence correctly: "Sorry, even if it's A level, but I don't think you can join our guild." The whispers around, all pointed at the poor girl Han Ji-ah. It's that little girl, it's just A rank on paper, she even almost died in a C rank dungeon. I heard that even a mediocre monster, she can't kill either. Even the D rank guild rejected her. It's really embarrassing. What the hell is A level? If that's the case, why would she be a hunter? Why not find another profession to do, set up as a hunter without doing anything? What an insult. Obsessive about her past experiences, and realizing that her abilities are too weak, Han Ji-ah feels guilty and thinks that she should have quit her job as a hunter, or she should have died. She herself harmed Shin Junseo. She still sat there and watched as the monster was about to attack her teammates. Shin Junseo is pretending to be in pain, struggling against the monster's power. It's also very miserable. Shin Junseo gritted his teeth and told himself that acting is not his talent, and if he keeps being attacked by monsters like that, and he has nothing to resist, he will surely die. Thinking so, Shin Junseo created a small sword, and controlled it to attack the monster, but of course he wouldn't show all his strength like he did when he was with Yoon Taehyun, but he was weak, mainly to dodge its blows. But it seems that it is impossible to stand like this. Shin Junseo has to urge his teammates to do something. "Listen carefully, just follow my instructions, we can win." Shin Junseo was sure that Han Ji-ah would be able to do it because everything was already arranged by him. In this emergency situation, the trap would work without any problems, and Han Ji-ah didn't know it, what Shin Junseo needed to do now was to buy her time. Look it straight in the face, you'll see something, shoot your arrow at it with all your might, hurry up. Han Ji-ah trembled and stood up, standing between the boundary of life and death of herself and her kind comrade. She had to fight with fear and just stand up. Suddenly she felt something strange in her body, a feeling like her whole body wanted to stand up and attack the monster. As a hunter, she felt extremely uncomfortable not being able to defeat this monster. Dying in its hands would be a humiliation, and fear would haunt her even after she died. Listening to Shin Junseo's words, Han Ji-ah focused on looking at the monster to find the exact target, and then, her eyes flashed with light. She had already seen it. Han Ji-ah could clearly see where she needed to shoot the arrow. Her whole body seemed to be full of power. One hand she raised her bow. This time, the energy power of the arrow was not blue as usual, but it was yellow. It was a completely different kind of energy. She stood up, grabbed the arrow and stretched the bowstring to prepare for this fatal shot. Never before had Han Ji-ah herself been so full of confidence. She wanted to finish it off instantly. With just one shot, Han Ji-ah closed one eye to aim. Then she opened her eyes, and from the bright eyes that shone with confidence in herself, and the desire to take down her opponent more than ever, she seemed to see the monster and its critical weakness clearly even without wearing glasses. When it was over, Han Ji-ah shouted and shot an arrow towards the elite monster. From that arrow emitted a terrible energy, which she had never had before. The monster stood and watched the arrow rush forward. It seemed that it was trying to stop it like it had done earlier, but no, it was so frightened that it was standing and unable to move. Perhaps it had been in this D-rank cellar for a long time. It had never thought that such a powerful energy would attack. Shin Junseo sighed. Fortunately, it seems that everything is fine. The activation conditions are unnecessarily strict. But at the time of life and death, it worked. The trap activated the moment Han Ji-ah's arrow touched the monster, causing it to die instantly. Shin Junseo did everything as if Han Ji-ah's own hands had done it and saved both of their lives. This result, it was also worth it. Appearing on the faces of Shin Junseo and Han Ji-ah was joy and a very indescribable feeling. Han Ji-ah couldn't even believe her eyes. How did she do it? She killed the monster. The entire dark cave became glowing with Han Ji-ah's energy. She was indeed very strong, but she couldn't use it in battle before. The monster had severed a left arm. It was even shot through the whole body, just a tiny arrow, and the hole in the monster's body was 100 times that much, which was enough to see that this girl's strength was not simple. She did. The monster died and lay down right in front of the hunter. Han Ji-ah still couldn't believe that she had knocked that big thing down. While Han Ji-ah was mixing emotions, Shin Junseo said, she probably hasn't gotten used to it yet. The feeling that all the senses of her body were exploding. Actually, this was an extreme measure to help her activate the skill. Shin Junseo walked over and explained. But to help her awaken, it was necessary to awaken the feeling in this way, not in the usual way. Who are you after all? Why do you seem to have anticipated all this situation? You even said to wake me up. What does it mean? You don't need to be in a hurry, we still have a lot of time. Don't beat the drums, tell me clearly. Han Ji-ah was annoyed that Shin Junseo kept opening up and appearing mysterious. How could you know me so well, and what your purpose was? If you don't tell me, I will. Han Ji-ah threatened and rushed to Shin Junseo. But before she could say what to do with Shin Junseo, Han Ji-ah suddenly felt dizzy. She couldn't stand up. It was dark in front of her and she was unconscious. Shin Junseo carried Han Ji-ah out of that cave step by step. At this time, I'm really tired and want to break my breath. Oh my god. It's so hard to get to know new colleagues. But more or less solved one thing. Han Ji-ah must have fainted because of the reverse effect of the trap that Shin Junseo had prepared. Shin Junseo finally carried Han Ji-ah out of the cave, and after a while, she woke up, and as soon as she woke up, she kept saying sorry to Shin Junseo. I also don't know why I acted like that. I felt like I wasn't myself anymore. The poor girl just fell down and cried, while apologizing to her comrades. Anyway, you saved my life twice, and yet I was rude. I'm sorry for doubting you. I'm also sorry for fainting naturally. I'm sorry. I'm really fine, Shin Junseo comforted, but it's okay for him to hear his daughter cry and say sorry. None of us are injured, and you've caught a monster too, so please get your spirits up. That's done. Now can you show me the necklace I gave you earlier? When did Shin Junseo give it to Han Ji-ah? It was the bracelet I gave to you just before entering the cave. Wait for me for a moment. Hanji rummaged in her pants pocket to take it out. Strangely, the necklace was not worn around her neck, but put it in her pants pocket. Here it is. Hanji handed the necklace back to Shin Junseo. Surely this thing was not a coincidence that Shin Junseo deliberately gave it to Hanji. It must be something that helped her defeat the monster just now. He picked it up and looked at it over and over again, and saw that the color of the jewel had faded. It was indeed used. This is a rare item. It is the sense of meteorites, rare items, which can only be obtained in the A-rank dungeon, the shelter of the extremely burning harpy. It is very difficult to collect this thing. The power of this item is a sensory explosion. When certain conditions are met, the power will automatically explode and make the owner's senses extremely sensitive. In this way it helps the possessor to go beyond the realm of man in an instant, and then he will be able to use the transcendent senses, which he would not normally have thought existed. When Hanji had used it earlier, it was rather that the meteorite itself had taken effect, after meeting certain conditions. But the difficult problem here is the condition for bursting, that is, to push the owner's emotions to the limit. If that condition is not met, it will not be able to work. Shin Junseo returned the necklace to Hanji while thinking about her case in the situation just now with the elite monster. With the same personality as Hanji the most common way to activate the item is extreme fear, so Shin Junseo deliberately created that horror situation, so that she felt extremely scared, although it was a bit excessive, but if it succeeded, it could definitely make her awaken. However, it is not easy to own this precious item, because not taking into account the price, this item is actually almost not sold on the market. In fact, that is one of the reasons that Shin Junseo originally planned to give this item off the wish list when giving it to Min Hisu. But come on, it's better to be better. Shin Junseo keeps asking for big and hopes that Overkill will find it. Who knows, in less than 2 days on the Overkill side, they have found this thing. Thanks to that, everything is also much easier. However, this is just the beginning. The next part of the road is also very difficult and challenging. Just awakening and killing monsters once is not enough to say anything. The current Hanji has only experienced a little bit of the taste of awakening with items, and it is necessary to practice more so that her talent can develop to the top, without any support to activate her emotions. Miss Hanji listen to me. Creating a situation so that you can fully focus on the monster is your top priority. You have to practice more to progress and be able to pass the upcoming exam. If you want to do so, you must first change the bow and arrow. Since your shooting power is quite good, the current bow may not be able to withstand it if you use the power many times. It also reduces the shooting power and accuracy rate when finishing the target, so change the short bow to the long bow, and stand a little further, then she will bring out her inner strength. Standing farther away, she would be less attacked by monsters, which would also reduce the situations where monsters scared her like this time. When she heard Shin Junseo speak, Hanji was still wide-eyed in surprise because she really didn't understand much, and the biggest thing that made her not understand was what motive Shin Junseo wanted to train for she, because the two of them basically didn't know each other, nor were they friends or anything. Hanji was still staring at the kind guy Shin Junseo. Her lips were tightly pursed as if she wanted to say something but she didn't dare to say it. Shin Junseo continued, and there are some things I want to tell you. But before she could say anything more, the girl softly thanked him. Shin Junseo. Why, thank you, Hanji said, just thank you for everything, for what you did for me, and this necklace too. From the beginning, when I was about to enter the gate, Shin Junseo gave it to me. He anticipated everything. Today, thanks to you, things are better. I didn't think I could be so lucky. Just when I thought I was going to die, because I couldn't do anything, it seemed that this bracelet felt something. It urged me to stand up, to bravely face all the difficulties in front of me, something I had never dared to do before. At that moment, I felt that everything around me had stopped. I even felt like I was going to hit anything I wanted. My mental strength and inner strength had increased terribly. I don't know what to do, but very naturally, I saw where I needed to hit. My eyes suddenly flashed and began to see the focus on the monster. It's like there's a target steel carved into the monster. Hanji was extremely confused. Her hand said it all. Actually, I am nominally A-class, but my personality and experience are only the same as D-class. No matter how hard I want to change, it is not easy at all. Then all the feelings of disappointment about myself kept accumulating, and growing up, making me lose faith in my ability. I thought I was useless and didn't do anything good. Only good at harming myself and my teammates, really inciting anyone who went with me. But in just a short time of meeting with Mr. Shin Junseo, I felt that I had grown much more. I realized that I was also a capable person, I could do it, and this was the first time I dared to set expectations on myself. Han-ji said while hesitating, and was embarrassed by Shin Junseo. I said a bit at length, actually, I mean. The guy supported the girl, so that she was less shy. It's true that it's hard to do anything alone. I'll give you the phone number, in case you need it, you just contact me, don't be afraid. Han-ji was overjoyed. Really, if that's the case, I'm so grateful to you, thank you, let me give you my number, thank you for your help. At this moment, Shin Junseo's phone suddenly received a message. It's a message from Yoon Taehyun. Shin Junseo, if you see this message, call me back immediately, there's something urgent. But now that he's still in the gate with Han-ji he's going to have to call Yoon Taehyun right away. At the Hunters Guild headquarters, Yoon Taehyun was there. Shin Junseo called Yoon Taehyun back, the two of them talked about something and ended the call. The president thanked Shin Junseo. So I'll get back to you after the meeting, I'll tell you more, thank you Shin Junseo. Yes, of course I have to help you, because the last time you gave me was very useful. Yes, fortunately you find it useful, thank you for agreeing to help, see you later. After speaking, Yoon Taehyun hung up, and it seemed that he was quite worried about something, and he stood looking out the window thoughtfully. While I was thinking about that important issue, someone came and knocked on the door behind me. Yoon Taehyun turned around and saw that it was Min Hee-soo's secretary. She walked in and told her that the president of the association had returned, and that he should go. So the two of them left. Min Hee-soo followed and still wondered what was going on, that even the Overkill Guild leader like Yoon Taehyun had to go to the Hunters Guild headquarters in person. It must not have been easy. Min Hee-soo was suspicious and somewhat worried. It was an unusual situation, because as usual, the Hunters Association had sent an official letter beforehand, and this time it was so urgent. The president of the association made that decision for himself. Normally, the requests sent through dispatches to the guilds were difficult enough, but now he himself called the president Yoon Taehyun to talk. Could there be any S-rank gate again? Hearing Min Hee-soo's worries, Yoon Taehyun said it's okay, since Shin Junseo has promised to cooperate with us, he has anomalous abilities and hidden powers, and now with our equipment aid, I am sure he will be very useful. If he can fight like he did then, it's not too dangerous. Yoon Taehyun smiled and felt that choosing to hook up with Shin Junseo was the right thing. As for the secretary Min Hee-soo, he saw that since he came back from attacking the Spider Queen's dungeon, Yoon Taehyun's mood seemed to be very good, indeed because of that artifact, but something kept going wrong and whatever. What is the unlimited allowance? I never thought that he would give such a condition to that D-level supporter, he deserves it. Now Yoon Taehyun is at the warrior level, with a lot of experience, he has controlled his emotions quite well, he is more rational and calculating than anyone I have ever known, but what? He judged him to be more capable than I thought. I see that Shin Junseo is also ordinary, he just knows how to make some weapons, there's no way Yoon Taehyun is satisfied with those D-rank artifacts. He doesn't mention him very often, so I must have learned more about Shin Junseo myself. Min Hee-soo still can't believe why the president values Shin Junseo so highly. Also, only insiders, who know how to observe and have fought side by side with him, can properly understand his ability, but if you haven't seen with your own eyes how Shin Junseo fights or supports his teammates, everyone will only rate him as D. Finally, the two of them arrived at the Hunters Guild president's room, and there was a guard outside. He greeted the special guest. It's nice to meet you, President Yoon Taehyun, you only came alone. Yoon Taehyun asked the guard in surprise, alone, do you mean that there is anyone else who is coming besides me? Well, I heard the president of the association say that he has called the two guild presidents to come. If you don't go together, then you can just go in first. Yoon Taehyun asked curiously if I could tell who it was. Ah, there's it, he's here. The guard was overjoyed to see that the other guild president had also arrived on time. You're Yoon Taehyun, right? The other person raised his voice from behind. Yoon Taehyun and Min Hee-soo turned around. I heard that you have been active a lot lately. The guild president of something, with purple hair, raised his hand to greet him, and hurriedly walked over. But it seems that the secretary Min Hee-soo looked at him with an unsympathetic expression. That person is the only one who makes the chairman uncomfortable. I didn't think we would meet here and there again. He walked over and closed his teeth and smiled. What does his face look like? His hair is already purple, and his eyebrows are dyed purple, really. Not only did Min Hee-soo not have sympathy for him, but Yoon Taehyun also wanted to go back when he met him here, really feeling uncomfortable meeting this guy at all. Looking at whether I wanted to laugh at him, looking obnoxious with a terrible noisy voice. This guy also opened his voice in the sky and mocked him. Oh look at who's like this. Isn't this the president of the Overkill Guild out of time? You were also invited here, Yoon Taehyun. Kim Lee Hyuk, this obnoxious noisy name, came here to provoke Yoon Taehyun. How could he say so much? He continued to speak. Forgot, the members of your guild are all capable, so I have to be honest, it's not that the Overkill Guild is failing, it's that the problem lies with the guild leader like you don't have the ability, so the whole guild is going down, always asleep ha ha ha, and I'm different, I'm brave like this, why isn't Shinhwa famous? Although he was very crazy in his body, Yoon Taehyun didn't show any attitude, but he just pushed him away and said, we don't have time to be here to listen to your nonsense. The purple-haired man smiled again. Well, you guys are too busy exploring low-level dungeons, you don't have time to listen to a high-ranking person like me talk, right? It seems that defeating the monsters in the low-level dungeon is enough to make you excited. Admit the poor thing, Min Hee-soo can't stand it anymore at this time. She bullied Kim Lee Hyuk. Hey, what kind of are you talking about? I'm telling you the truth, although it's been a long time since I stumbled upon a faulty dungeon, but I think you're lucky enough to conquer it. But what kind of talent, is that right, huh? Just when Min Hee-soo was about to rush into a verbal fight with that purple-haired man, Yoon Taehyun calmly stopped her. She left. Leave him alone, dog muzzle can't grow ivory. Let's go inside first, leave him alone, and after speaking, Yoon Taehyun turned to ask the guard to open the door to help them. He opened the door and informed the chairman who was sitting inside. Yes, chairman, there is overkill and Shinhwa's president, the president is waiting inside, he said. I heard the two of them arguing all the way here, invite the two of them to help me, they are still friends who always quarrel, they haven't gotten along for a long time. This is the president of the False Awakening Association, Mr. Han Cheol-min. They were invited into the room and had a meeting with the chairman. The secretary Min Hee-soo sat outside waiting. She looked terrible, she couldn't give a decent chair, but had to squat on the floor like that. At this time, the security guard turned to ask her if she wanted to drink some tea. She said yes, thank you, maybe it's just a dry throat, but I haven't been invited to anything just now. I guess this place should review the way it receives guests. Inside the meeting room, the president said I have an important matter to entrust to the two guilds, for 3 days ago an unknown gate appeared near the suburbs. Yoon Taehyun asked him, is this a fault-ranked dungeon, sir? The chairman shook his head and said, that hasn't been confirmed yet, we can't even measure the amount of mana that forms the gate, so I'm not sure if it's wrong or not. What the hell, is there a mistake? Kim Lee Hyuk also panicked because he heard what the chairman just said. And Yoon Taehyun was also sweating. How strange, a gate is so powerful that the association can't measure its strength. Because normally, the dungeon gate rating is determined by two ways. One is to directly measure the mana of the gate itself with a special measuring device. That result determines the strength and weakness of the mana outside the gate, and usually it will be equal to the level of the monster inside. For example, the amount of mana measured outside the gate is rated as D rank, then they will determine the level of the boss inside is also D rank, unless the rating is faulty for some reason. Or the second, more complicated and dangerous way, is that it is confirmed by combining the information reported by the scouts, who are sent by the association, to carry out investigations and probes of the dungeons, but sometimes the results of reconnaissance cannot be 100% accurate. I remember the time I went to the Spider Queen's dungeon and was also misreported. Chairman Han Cheol-min continued, as the two of you know, the faulty dungeon is when the amount of mana of the gate increases rapidly. It is completely different from the current situation, we can't even measure it. Yoon Taehyun continued to ask, so have you deployed reconnaissance to explore that dungeon? Of course, I even sent 5 people to investigate. However, at this time, the chairman Han Cheol-min suddenly darkened his face. Because none of those 5 people returned alive. Kim Lee Hyuk was still sitting cross-legged, swinging his feet when he heard the chairman speak. But when he heard that none of the 5 scouts came back alive, he was surprised and asked him, what, there is no information about the level of the dungeon, you must have told me that in the first place, this is not an ordinary dungeon, playing all the time. I don't know how long its danger level will last, the situation now, if we leave it like this, then it's no wonder that the monsters will spill out when overloaded. It's not like that's unheard of before, they'll tear up the bunker and go out into the outside world. At that time, I really didn't dare to imagine the outcome, all the people would be attacked and killed by them. Every time like that, I feel so bad. After all, we have to get involved in it, we can't just sit back and wait. I understand that this is not good for the guilds, but as you said, this is an emergency situation. This time, no one has the right to refuse. The two guilds, Overkill and Shinhwa, will attack this unknown level gate together. Hearing this like lightning hitting his ears, Yoon Taehyun has to attack the dungeon with the same name Kim Lee-hyuk. While it is impossible to determine the level of the monster inside, the number of monsters is unknown. There was no information other than 4 particularly dangerous words. Chairman Han Cheol-min continued, he originally planned to call the Hyunmu Guild to attend, but because the guild leader on that side suddenly had to go abroad, he couldn't join them. This is such a serious problem that you have to call all 3 guilds, you understand. No later than 2 days later, the support and bonus will be prepared to the maximum. Of course, if people need anything else, I will do everything in my power to help. Yoon Taehyun sat and thought for a while. Then he asked the president if it was necessary to be a member of each society to participate in this work. He also said that it didn't matter. However, the existence of the gate could cause confusion and anxiety to the public, so if people who were not on the list of members of the guild, only a small number of people who were guaranteed their identities would be allowed to participate this time, to avoid rumors from spreading, leading to many other things coming. At this time, Kim Lee-hyuk was surprised, because he didn't know why Yoon Taehyun asked like that. Did he have any plans or intentions to let people outside the guild fight to die on behalf of the members of the guild? He only saw Yoon Taehyun smiling incomprehensibly. Yoon Taehyun didn't pay attention to him, but just focused on talking to Han Cheol-min. Hearing him say that, he was relieved. This time he could let Shin Junseo join him. After concluding an emergency meeting with the association's president, Kim Lee-hyuk returned to the Shinhwa Association's headquarters. He was very urgent and a little annoyed. So while taking off his coat and throwing it behind his assistant, he loudly ordered the guild to form an emergency battle team, which should only be used by the members of the guild. Summon the A-level or higher pseudo-awakeners, who can move here in 2 days. He thought of Yoon Taehyun's smiling expression when Mr. Han Cheol-min agreed to let outsiders participate. Damn Yoon Taehyun's name, what's that laughter? It looks so unpleasant. It's really damn, I have to take this opportunity to humiliate him, see if I can still be arrogant. Then, call that person into the team. He ordered the assistant to call someone outside into the team. Bucho wants to call Kong Yuran into the team. The 2 assistants stopped him. Hey, Bucho, the hunter Kong Yuran is not part of our guild, and with that personality of hers, she will definitely refuse. But the guild leader Kim Lee-hyuk didn't seem to care. He still walked into the room and was still angry. Who doesn't know that she doesn't belong to the guild? But the 2 of you please somehow, bring that person over tomorrow, and let him sit in front of me, and if you can't bring her here, then the 2 of you have to prepare to end this life, you know. Hearing that, the 2 of them were also afraid to turn pale, so they just listened. But I don't know now. He added, at the moment, Kong Yuran doesn't belong to our guild, but we must look for an opportunity to invite this person. Kim Lee-hyuk is determined. This time he will show Yoon Taehyun that Shinhwa's level is the peak of the top. 2 days later, at a mountain in the suburbs, people were approaching that unknown gate. Its swirl of mana looked very strange, not blue like ordinary gates, or red of faulty gates, but it was a mixture of blue, black, purple and various styles. Looks mysterious and genuinely dangerous. The 4 members of the Overkill Guild have arrived, or rather, 3 official members and 1 external support member, who are guaranteed their identities. One of them spoke up impatiently. It's been a few hours, and that side hasn't arrived yet. The tall, black glasses man replied, there are still 5 minutes left. The Shinhwa Society is always like this. They are the ones who will arrive on time according to the regulations, usually the last seconds of the 59th minute, and never arrive early to waste time like us. Huh, really? That's why I hate such stubborn people. They are not polite at all. Coming early is also a way of respecting others. He let us wait like this. They'd probably get a valuable lesson in how to behave politely, if I gave each of them a hole in their heads. Boom boom. Sung Jae-hee, I told you to be careful with what you say. Shut down your mouth. The tall man punched Sung Jae-hee on the head with a clear pain in front of Shin Junseo's surprise, but Yoon Taehyun felt normal, because he must have gotten used to this. His team always quarreled like a meal, but when they entered the game, they coordinated very well. Ah, it hurts so much. Oh my god, Vice President, you're so cruel to me, evil like a dog. Huh, what are you still saying? I'm going to punch you to shut up. It turns out that the brother with black glasses is the Vice President. He's hot-tempered, and he meets his teammates who talk like Sung Jae-hee. It's really the same pair of cards. Where to go is noisy. So they chased each other like children, and Yoon Taehyun and Shin Junseo were still standing there watching. Shin Junseo sarcastically, "The guild members seem to get along." Yoon Taehyun said that even though they looked like that, they were solid in battle. "Anyway, thank you for coming. In fact, I thought you would refuse to come. Who would hesitate to agree to it?" Shin Junseo laughed. "I said, the items you gave me, I used them very well. I am very grateful to my brother for being shameful. If you receive your things, you have to come to help him. How can you use the temple?" And of course, that's not the only reason. Because actually, Shin Junseo had already received this mysterious mission notification before. Hidden mission, open the dungeon. The dungeon has been formed, conquer it and get the reward. The dungeon opening time is 168 hours, with an unspecified reward. 5 days ago, a system window suddenly appeared in front of Shin Junseo. Don't know who chose him, it's obviously a mysterious quest, which only a few players receive. The secret mission had not yet proceeded to select players, so Shin Junseo had no reason to refuse. Instead of feeling uncomfortable about the difficulty, then pay attention to its rewards. If you complete it, you will receive a good loot that is highly desirable. There are also people who have developed completely new abilities by participating in this type of dungeon demolition. But it's true that Shin Junseo never thought that a dungeon like this was simple. Fortunately, the other day Yoon Taehyun called and asked for his help to join the conquest team, so Shin Junseo agreed immediately, because both sides benefited. Suddenly, Yoon Taehyun called Shin Junseo, and told him, "The rudeness that the guy is coming may make you uncomfortable. I will apologize to you first." It turns out that Kim Lee-hyuk has arrived, and wherever he goes, he is bragging and putting others down. His voice rang out, "Oh, everyone came so early." At this time, the two people of the Overkill team who were chasing each other also stopped and looked at the Shinhwa leader who was walking over. "Sorry, I have a lot of backlogs, so I'm a little late. But the Overkill guild seems to be too idle, coming so early, while I don't have a minute to rest here." "That's right, there's probably nothing busy going around the low-grade gate, ha ha ha." At that time, Sung Jae-hee, even though he had a few bumps on his head, wanted to run out and punch Kim Lee-hyuk in the face, but the vice president stopped him. "Let him go, he's always been like that. What is Han doing?" "No, but these people are too much." Sung Jae-hee still wants to rush out, but how can that little body escape the power of the vice president's buffalo? "I told you not to worry, don't worry." From a distance, Shin Junseo observed, and saw that it was true that the Overkill and Shinhwa guilds were still feuding with each other after so many years. It wasn't a mere war between the two guilds, the entire mass media was debating the power of the guilds now. And when Shinhwa's president, Kim Lee-hyuk, saw Shin Junseo, he pretended to be surprised. Someone." Then he laughed so loudly that he spat out. It was extremely rude. "Ha ha ha, what, he is the trump card of those people." Kim Lee-hyuk smiled at Yoon Taehyun. "My god, I thought you could invite someone better, but that's it." Looking at his clothes, it's like going on a picnic. It's really hard to say, Overkill is so bad. These guys, take a look. You guys think the dungeon raid is a joke. It's an insult. Shin Junseo already knows why Yoon Taehyun has to say sorry before he comes, opening his mouth to demean others. Insulting others is his pleasure or something. It's true that there is no hope for you Overkills. While he was busy talking, his teammates pretended to admonish, "Come on, President, you're angry again, calm down, let's see who's coming." Kang Yuran has also arrived. She was also quite grumpy when she saw that the whole group was standing in the middle of a conversation. "You have a lot of time, aren't you in a hurry, but also stand here and talk. We don't have time to argue, but instead let's go into the dungeon quickly." When he saw Kang Yuran coming, Sung Jae-hee of the Overkill team was panicked and shocked. Is it Kang Yuran? Why is that party's lineup so terrible? Kang Yuran is the most powerful spiritual master in Korea. She can use all 6 elements proficiently, and there are also S-rank female magicians, Kim E-hyuk, and guild leader Kim Lee-hyuk. It's really an all-stars lineup, isn't it? All the hardcore hunters are focused on one team. They're too strong. Yes, the strategy has been put in place. I guess I'll have to execute it. I don't know what the strategy Sung Jae-hee is talking about. But this dungeon will definitely not be so easy to conquer, because there was a team that failed in the previous conquest. Last time, out of the 8 people who entered it, only one person survived to come out. He said that he used his stealth skill to escape, and soon after, the tunnel gate also disappeared. This time, although the two teams cooperated, they didn't know what the opponent inside was. It is difficult to predict in advance. It was also reported in the press with the title of the association's silence when the 7 false awakens disappeared in the dungeon. The cause is unknown to none of us. It is still an unprecedented incident in history. 7 high-level false awakens have mysteriously disappeared. Due to the association's complete silence in the past, there is still not much information about this dungeon. Yoon Tae-hyun is also very worried because he can't guarantee the winning rate this time. He can only try his best and count on luck. The 8 of them had entered the gate of life and death, and the inside looked like a creepy dark castle. "What is it?" one of them panicked. What was going on like this? No one knew, only saw a streak of power emanating from Chairman Kim Lee-hyuk's fist on something in front of him. As for Shin Junseo, I don't know why everything is so easy. Sometimes it's a trap, or it's all just the beginning. The mysterious dungeon gate brought 8 people inside. The scene this time was a very large mansion. Everything here was extremely magnificent. No wonder the young hunter couldn't help but exclaim, "Kwayo, such a beautiful mansion. I've never been to such a luxurious place before." Seeing that my comrades are so homesick, Myungwon reminded me, "Junseo, just keep quiet." The whole group walked on. Everyone was attentively observing the lobby, the surrounding passages and upwards, but not long after, the door to the dungeon gate was suddenly slammed shut. Deputy Myungwon was startled to turn around, and saw that the door was closed and stuck tightly. He tried to pull it out with his hands, but no matter how strong the buffalo was, it didn't work. He called everyone to find a way together. It couldn't be opened, it must have been forced. Jae-hee also rushed to help, although she often quarreled with the vice president like a dog and a cat, but when her teammates needed support, she would be there immediately. And the way Jae-hee contributed was to stand and shout 3, 2, 1, boom, creating a highlight and morale for Myungwon's punch. It seemed that the power could break the door open, but no, it didn't work at all. The captain of the Sinhwa Guild, Lee Hyuk, was also surprised when he saw this. It should have had some effect. I don't know what the hell happened. The door didn't even move, so he pushed everyone aside and said, "Get out of the way so I can try it. The big child is too weak." Just as he was confident, preparing to unleash his strength for the whole group to admire, something that looked like a human but not human, rushed out from behind. "I didn't expect those puppets. Didn't he slash them to death with a sword when he first entered? How could they stand up and heal like nothing had happened? What kind of nonsense is this? I thought there would be horror monsters in this faulty dungeon, or some giant boss, but it turned out that there were only these dolls. It's a small matter, just stay there and look at me. How can you make it difficult for me?" Lee Hyuk rushed up and attacked those puppets, a move that killed them, so he was already arrogant and even more upset. The girl and his team followed the flattery. It was true that the captain was different, the skill was at the top of the top, because just said, the whole overkill group on the other side only got the famous one without a piece. Everything had to go to their team. They followed just to make a scene. It doesn't make a joke at all. But it wasn't long before she came to the next business. The girl shouted, "Bucho, look. The monsters are reborn, they're all back to life. What should we do?" "Why are you screaming so loudly? The ability to be reborn, then what can I do?" "Take a look at my skills." Lee Hyuk unleashes a double move to knock out the monster puppets again. "But they are too numerous, and they are as tough as leeches. We can't kill them. Is there any other way for you?" Originally, Taehyun's Overkill Guild was going to give up to the Sinhwa faction to perform the fight here, but the situation didn't seem to be good. His 1,000-pound punches didn't do much good. The puppets fell down, and then stood up again, and they didn't look hurt or anything, because they weren't living creatures. Myungwon and Jae-hee also stepped forward with one hand, but with this monster, even if they used a gun, a sword, or any other weapon, they couldn't completely defeat them. While the other 6 people were fighting with the immortal puppets, there were 2 people who were free to talk about 8 things. They didn't join in, but just stood and watched from a distance, some with their arms crossed, others with their hands in their pockets, looking extremely calm. Junseo spoke up first. "You didn't go out to fight them," Euron replied. "You're different from me. I'm different. I'm just the one who assisted in the creation, not a magician, or an assassin who came out to kill you. It's weird to have you." "I don't have any excuses. It's just that I don't want to put effort into a miscellaneous guild like this. They look so stupid. I haven't reached the boss yet, but I've messed up the whole lineup." At first, when the Sinhwa team invited me to participate, I was hesitant, because I didn't like the name Lee Hyuk, but after hearing the other person's name, I changed my mind. I was a little excited to hear that one of Korea's strongest hunters was coming, Taehyun. I've been hearing the name for a long time, and I don't know what kind of talent it will be, but at this moment, it seems that I am disappointed. Standing and watching just now, I finally didn't see that person showing much in this mutated dungeon. He must have an unreal name, only an outer label, and yet the hunters hailed him to the blue clouds. If I had known it would be like this, I would have refused in the first place. Euron had high hopes to watch the hunters battle with the dungeon monsters, but look at what they were doing. The 6 of them were struggling to fight the inanimate puppets, with no other direction. Seeing that she was disappointed, I was also very sympathetic, but let's put it aside. Something more strange was appearing in front of me. The amount of magic energy that enveloped those monsters was completely unusual. It's the control rope. The puppets are linked to the magic wires, and their every movement is controlled by the magic power transmitted from that purple rope, and I'm sure only I can see it. What's up there? A hanging shelf, hooked mana threads to control. Could it be that all magic chi was connected to that object? It was the center of the star connection. Maybe I just need to destroy that thing. The links won't be able to control the puppets anymore, but I really don't want to show off my skills to others at all, because that will reveal everything. It's probably okay, I have a way. Juncio turned to see Euron using mana to do something. It seemed like she was killing the bugs flying around this area. They weren't monsters, they were just flies, or butterflies or something. Looking so distracted, he told Euron that, if she had enough mana to destroy those nonsense, why not try to go to war to help everyone? I have already given a reason just now. I don't have enough time to waste my energy on those people. You have too much free time, go help them, don't ask me. Besides, I only kill what I want to kill. I don't like these things. Bugs, what's dangerous about them? What damp dungeon without them? You're afraid of bugs. I don't think a famous hunter like you would be afraid of those little things. If that's the case, does it have anything to do with you? Why is it so pretentious? And I feel quite uncomfortable, so you don't talk to me anymore. I feel a little disgusted. Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to interfere in your own affairs. I just thought there was a bug lord there. Look up there. Juncio pointed to the puppet control center, and just now, he deliberately created a bug right there, to borrow Euron to do what he wanted to do. After seeing what he hated the most, Euron immediately got bloody, without paying attention to his true purpose. It's really troublesome. Without waiting any longer, she launched a move aimed at the fake bug. The flames flared up, burning it instantly, and thanks to that, the thing that controlled the puppet's magic power was also affected by her power and lost its effect. Suddenly, the puppets lost control. They froze and stopped attacking everyone, but everyone was watching what Euron had done, so no one saw the puppet suddenly fall at the same time. Li Hyuk was still stupidly wondering, why did that kid use his skills on it? Didn't play with the whole team, played a nonsense game, didn't understand why he had the title of Hunter Queen anymore. But wait, what's wrong with these puppets? Why have they all fallen? Their eyes are no longer red. After a closer look, Li Hyuk gasped and realized, what the hell, this thing can't move. Just now we all went to focus on beating this useless doll. I'm fighting very hard, I'm feeling very excited. I thought I was beaten with my hands today, but in the end, they are just trivial things. All of them are easily defeated by me, because I say, it's too talented. Li Hyuk was busy praising himself, not knowing that Juncio was the one who discovered the key point of this scene. If it weren't for his quick wit, borrowing the power of Euron to hit the center, it would be far from over. Only he could see the magic energy emanating from that place. If it didn't emit magic energy, no one would really be able to detect it, and would gradually lose strength when fighting with those puppets. This was the reason why they could regenerate indefinitely. Was this the cause of the failure of the previous attacks, which the hunters in the guilds had encountered? But after all, I can't ignore this magic weapon, I have to take advantage of it. Juncio quickly absorbed all the magic energy from the central control, without anyone knowing. Meanwhile, Tihian looked around, saw that everything was fine. He told the vice captain that the lobby seems to have been guarded in a sketchy way, but we can't be subjective. In order to prevent uncertainties, we need to check the entire first floor first. Myungwon volunteered to take the lead. Now please follow me. So he rushed to the first floor first and paved the way for the team, and the others also followed to help in time. There were also puppets on the floor that looked like the lobby. But before anyone had time to do anything, that three-flowered guy interrupted, wanting to show himself that I am the most advantageous, the bravest. He pushed Myungwon aside again and demanded to open the way. Stay away, I will go first. He pulled the whole team along. This action seemed to want to bully overkill, but Sinhwa always tried to show that he was above the other guilds. Jae-hee was pushed back. At this time Juncio pretended to be inanimate, came to the side and asked her, is the location of the magic energy concentration inside that shelf? Can you please shoot in that direction? What, that, Thanks to Jaishi's shot, the monsters were once again defeated in an instant. She herself didn't expect all the monsters to be killed in one go. It didn't seem like they were anything special, and again, no one had discovered the key point was to destroy that control center. It was obvious that by attacking like this, the sweep on the first floor had been completed more smoothly than planned. Junseo saw that, so he started to separate the group. He planned to go around observing the remaining rooms just in case. Taehyun saw that there was nothing unstable, so he gestured to the group. I think we're done with the first floor, so now let's go to the second floor. Lee Hyuk is arrogant, he doesn't like the other team, so he curses as he goes. I know, bastard, don't act like you're the leader here. But even if he came up, or won the captain's position, Taehyun didn't even notice. Just treat him like a crazy guy talking bullshit. He only cared about what was on the second floor and turned to call his teammates to follow. Jae-hee, Myungwon should go this way. The two of them heard it, so they quickly ran after it, leaving the good-looking soldier Lee Hyuk behind, making him go home, and the word E lasted for a long time. What an unlucky person, who is always troublesome to go with him, that bastard, he dares to humiliate himself like that. Okay, let's wait. I'm going to humiliate you, I'm the leader here, and you, don't dream, go and carry my slippers. He was angry because he was jealous of Taehyun's demeanor, when he suddenly found that his hand had a little problem. What's more, it seems to hurt a little. Naturally it hurts, I just fought a little, but it's already too much. Come on, just keep going, climbing the stairs is really tiring. Meanwhile, Junseo turned in the other direction on his own and didn't go with them. One thing, he seemed to notice something special in Lee Hyuk's name, but it wasn't clear what it was. Although the whole team managed to stop the puppets, and Taehyun also said nothing, but anyway, Junseo was a little worried about this dungeon, and he felt that something was not very secure. In the end, he decided to go directly to check this room alone, to see if there was anything suspicious. It seemed that the whole group had forgotten about his presence, so when the group separated, no one found out that a member was missing. Junseo opened the door and walked into the room, and saw that there was a lot of dust in this place, and also saw that thing, the familiar purple ropes. It was spread all over the room. Could this room be filled with magic energy? I don't know what this terrible magic energy is controlling out there, but it looks creepy. At that time, the hunters on the second floor were facing a new problem. Everything was messed up when they couldn't use their skills here. Something was constantly attacking them from many sides, but they couldn't see what it was, only that it launched many physical attacks, making the whole group spin like a whirlwind. Overkills are relying on each other to form a triangular formation, each member using his or her weapons and powers to counter the monster's unknown attacks. Captain Taehyun thought this was an invisible monster. He guessed that it was quite high level. Everyone was fine. Although they were a little worried, they were still able to hold on. It was okay, but Jae-hee suddenly found out that she hadn't seen the person that the guild leader had led to anywhere. Why, 1, 2, 3, our team only has 3 people. Dead. Junseo has disappeared. I didn't pay attention because I was too focused on fighting. Taehyun began to worry, not knowing what happened to his new member, not knowing if he had been arrested or lost somewhere. Meanwhile, he was in a room full of magic energy and secretly absorbing as much as possible. Hearing Taehyun's voice calling him repeatedly, Junseo had just finished absorbing the powerful magic energy. Now it was time to quickly go there and gather with everyone, because the battle was getting more and more intense. He stood up and was about to run out, but he found out where this strange staircase was, and it was dark in the room, so he couldn't see very clearly. Where will this place lead? I don't know what's down there. Maybe it's the enemy. When a flickering light appeared, he saw a head rise. Someone was stepping up from below. This scene was no different from the horror movies he watched. Blonde hair and that body. A little girl. Where did she come from? Why is there this baby in the dungeon? Where are his parents? In his arms is holding a doll with the same face and hair as him. He is a human or a ghost? Junseo was confused with dozens of questions, but the little girl smiled again, happily running to start a conversation first. Brother, you're a hunter, aren't you? Hurry up and follow me, hurry up. After speaking, she hugged the doll, turned her head and ran downstairs quickly. I didn't know who it was and wanted to take him anywhere. Junseo was a little hesitant. After all, this child was very suspicious, but since he was a child, I couldn't behave so aggressively. Wait a minute, kid, how did you know you were a hunter? Yes, there is a sister down there who told me. She said that a hunter will come here to rescue me and her. We have been waiting here for almost a month, but no one has come. I only see you. If you had come all the way here, you must have been the hunter who came to save our sisters, right? She also took the trouble to run and explain, but Junseo didn't seem to understand anything. Sister, who is your sister? What's the matter, don't you know my sister? She said she was acquainted with hunters. It's strange, I can clearly see that you look like the hunter my sister is talking about, even though Junseo is skeptical, but Junseo still follows her and sees a girl sitting unconscious at the bottom of the stairs. Sister, wake up, the person you mentioned has already come here. It seems that she has been mentally hurt by something, she looks dazed and a little panicked. Hello, something, you wake up, I'm the one sent here by the Hunters Guild. Hunters Guild, is it true, you are really from the Hunters Guild? Yes, you must be panicking, but please explain the situation to me, I don't understand what's going on, and why your sisters are stuck here. Hearing that, the mysterious girl regained her composure. Oh, so lucky, thank you. The beginning and end of everything is like this. Not long ago, there was a group of 3 scouts who went to sweep this dungeon, however, they did not come back. After entering here, no one came back, so I was ordered to search this inside and look for them. But as soon as I entered the dungeon, strange monsters rushed at me from all directions. I was so frightened and scared that I tried to get out of the gate, but when I came back, for some reason, the door suddenly closed so tightly, I couldn't open it, so I ended up stuck here. What she was describing was very similar to the situation the team had encountered earlier. So do you know what happened to the scouts who came before you? Yes, I checked and searched around the entrance to see if they were there. But suddenly something strange happened. Those monsters, they looked like they were falling into an unconscious state, as if they were being controlled by someone. Then suddenly they came and attacked me, so I ran away, and then I met this child. Fortunately, I got a lot of help from her, otherwise I don't know what I have become, but I haven't found the other 3 yet. She's here with me, she's been playing with me so much. Junseo turned to the girl and asked, boy, what's your name? My name is Elizabeth, you can just call me Beth. Well, Beth, let's go out first, it's dangerous to be here alone. It's dangerous, I don't think so, isn't it much more dangerous outside than here, you look at them. Thinking back, I saw that what she said was also reasonable. At this time, there was a very fierce fight outside. It was still that invisible monster, it attacked the hunters from many sides, but after a while, it seemed that its strength was gradually declining. Taehyun noticed that his stealth technique was gradually losing its effect, the details on his body began to appear, it looked like us. Was it a human-like monster? Suddenly, a card fell out of the monster's pocket. Is there any mistake? The monster also has a name tag. No, it was clearly the scout's ID card, it matched the face on the missing scout document that Taehyun had received from the guild president. Jae-hee was startled when he realized the face on the card, which was Han Chulsung. Meanwhile, Myung-won was still working hard to counterattack, but luckily Captain Taehyun stopped it in time, because in that blurry movement, it seemed that he had seen something. Wait, don't attack, it could be the scouts who are missing. Everyone held back. He used his stealth skills to cover and attack us. As long as we can get through another 10 minutes, it will be clear. When the stealth expires, he will not be able to use the skill for a few minutes. On the other hand, his movement speed will be greatly reduced, and that is when it is his opportunity to act. Just wait a minute, and we can easily defeat the opponent. But I still don't feel good. Why have they become so violent? Was it really a scout who had gone missing before? In addition to that body, I also felt something else, as if there was some kind of monster hiding inside his body. Taehyun watched carefully, and finally saw that his speed seemed to have slowed down. But before he and the team could do anything, the rash name Lee Hyuk interrupted. This is the first time he has shown such a thing, and everyone no longer remembers. He rushed up, intending to raise his fist at the scout who was being controlled, probably wanting to make a big achievement, so that he could boast about the association. He was always like that, although he also had talent and courage, and he carried a large guild, but that unpleasant attitude really made people feel extremely hated. As he rushed up quickly, he didn't know that something had suddenly flown by, causing his nose to bleed. At that time, he didn't even know what had happened, who attacked him, so he turned to shout at all of them, "What is it?" It turned out to be the bullet that flew out of the muzzle of Jae-hee's gun, and the bullet was just in time to stop the obnoxious noisy guy. "Bucho Lee Hyuk, you're crazy, these aren't monsters, these are our colleagues, they're the people we need to save, not the ones we just did. I can have a method to bring them back to their original state." Colleagues, what a method. At the present time, if I want to live in this monstrous place, I have no choice but to kill them all. You don't have to be there and be holy, fools. Those beasts have been hostile to me. Attack me first, I will have to kill them all. I warn you, if your team continues to stop you, you will end up dying just like those monsters. We're not a team, and you're not the boss here. I'm just here to cooperate as the president of the association requests, and the mission is to defeat the monsters and completely destroy this demonic place. So if you or your comrades stop me again, I will consider you an enemy, then don't blame me for killing you first. Damn, that bastard, I wish I could give it a fight. Taehyun frowned. Lee Hyuk, I don't have to give orders or anything, but first I hope you follow this opinion of mine, please stop. You also want to have an opinion, if you want to die, just die and drag the two of you to die together, don't stop me, if I don't kill them, then we will all die. Seeing that he seems stubborn, Taehyun makes a suggestion to the Sinhwa faction when he says, this is not a request, it's an agreement for you, as I promised to hand over all the strategic rewards and support funds I received in this match to the Shinhwa Guild. I think this is a condition worth considering, what do you think? Hearing that condition, Lee Hyuk was willing to let go, because it was too bargain, what was left, considering that this attack, Taehyun went to attack, although he agreed, he still did not forget to pay the price. Okay, but let me tell you first, if you bother me even a little, then I'll change my mind right away. I know, thank you very much. At this moment, Jae-hee felt that she was terribly guilty. She thought that maybe she had to negotiate with that bastard, and lose her own reward to him. Was it worth it? Hoo, President, I'm sorry for my shot, I didn't think it would cause something like this, I just wanted to stop him, that's all. That's later, let's focus on the current situation. Finding a way to save them is an urgent priority we have to do. The difficult thing is that we have to try to endure until the stealth skill loses its effect. While the oil was boiling like this, the team couldn't see Junseo anywhere. Anyway, 3 people were short, 4 people were long, at least he was very smart, and when he needed it, he couldn't see it. It turned out that Junseo was in the room, observing the situation with the little girl. She asked, did you see the dolls outside? I guess there was a really scary doll, among them it was the boss, the others were just adding to the puppets of the enemy formation. I'm not sure, but I've heard that every centimeter of their body is wrapped in purple threads, which are also very strong, and don't break easily. If those things don't disappear, they will never fall, and they can continue to stand up and attack the enemy, making the enemy exhausted to death. How do you feel? Are you afraid? Do you hear it? How do you know that? Then do you know how to bring those dolls back to their original state? They are my friends, I want to bring the friend who has become my doll back to normal. Well, let's see, it can be done if the control thread is stopped, they say then, just stop the device attached to the doll's body, but if you try to remove those threads, by slashing or cutting it, then that person's body was also broken, like being broken into small pieces. I felt very chilled. How is it? Can you help me? Just say, do you want to ask me anything else? Junseo observes her attitude and finds it to explain sincerely and accurately, even to difficult questions. To be sure, he wanted to try it again, this time trying to ask another question to see how it would react. On the other hand, it was still like a melee on the outside. I don't know if Taehyun had thought of a way, but they were all struggling to endure, because after 20 seconds, the stealth technique would expire, but it was not okay, maybe they couldn't stand it until then. People started to get confused because they attacked so hard, the physical attacks were so strong. They saw me, but I didn't see them to be evil. Damn, what should I do? They're so aggressive, I'm about to take it all. Jae-hee turned to tell Euron to come forward. Can you help us? You can stop their movement with ice magic, hurry up. But with this girl's temperament, what she hates most is being spoken out loud by others. With that kind of commanding voice, not only did she not do anything, she also glanced diagonally and said, the situation now is not annoying enough, but she also shouted, can you believe that I slapped you? It was indeed a handcuff. While the men were trying to resist the puppet's bizarre attacks, the 2 women were able to look at each other in a tone that was incomprehensible. But it doesn't matter, the important thing is that there are only 8 seconds left. Come on, everyone. 7, 6, 5, the body of the scout has already appeared clearly. 4, 3, 2, it's almost right. At the last second, when Lee Hyuk was about to take it all the time, he was about to unleash a move to kill them. Because this is the time, when those dolls will not be able to become invisible, and when they lose their strength, as well as their movement speed. At this time, Junseo had already appeared. He thought that if he used this skill, he could destroy them. Running out of the room, seeing the scene of his comrades fighting the monsters, reminded him of the old days. That pain was truly unforgettable. By following the girl's instructions, he did it, and fortunately, the control power stopped at the right time. Just now, when they were about to fall, I was almost unable to save them. Thanks to this little girl, she helped change everything. From now on, leave it to me, I will protect everyone. Junseo and the mysterious girl appeared. At this time everyone was able to relax a little, because he had made the monster stand still. It couldn't hide for a while. Captain Taehyun asked him, naturally, where did he go? I need to verify a few things. No problem, so don't worry. Fortunately, nothing happened, but this is a dangerous dungeon, so please limit your personal actions, don't split the group anymore. Well, I know. The whole group rested not long before something happened. At this moment, the reconnaissance puppets were active again and prepared to attack. The time of losing effect seemed to be faster than they thought, and they had restored their stealth skills again. Jae-hee warned, the chieftain, the scouts have started to use stealth again, be careful. They were very fast, transforming and attacking the people who were standing. As a habit, the captain stood up to support and protect the people around him. Quickly step back and hold your position. Taehyun slashed through with his large sword, but it didn't seem to hit the target. Those shadows had already passed him. They were going to fly over and attack the others behind him. Everyone was careful, everyone was worried because they were about to fight this invisible thing again. They were too strong and revived very quickly, so they couldn't see the enemy clearly, so they couldn't attack accurately. Thankfully, Junseo had a special ability, thanks to the filthy mana ropes wrapped around their bodies, which he could see very clearly. It's time to contribute to your teammates, let's cooperate. Brother Taehyun, I can see the weakness of these dolls, now I'm going to mark them for you, please aim at them accurately, so as not to harm their main bodies. I understand, act quickly. Junseo quickly marked the blue on the puppets' bodies. The weakness, he said, was the blue pieces. That's right, he just aimed at the right place and hit, just a single blow. Taehyun had complete confidence in his teammates, so he quickly punched the blue spot in front of him with the hilt of his sword. The result was as expected, and the puppet immediately broke when it was hit by that weak point. It works, it turns out that we can attack them this way. Everyone, aim for the blue dot. The circular device in the center is their weak point, attack it. Listening to Taehyun's words, the whole group followed and saw that it was really effective, and finally fought back after only knowing how to help and support. Soon, they had completely destroyed those hidden dolls. Lee Hyuk shook his face because he didn't know why they suddenly broke apart like that. It wasn't like that before. I don't understand what's going on. Where is that green spot? Why didn't I see it just now? He must be lucky, but he is not better than me. Everything seemed to be fine, there was no danger on the second floor anymore, and at this time, the whole group gathered together and asked Junseo. Taehyun spoke up first, I can ask if you did what you did downstairs when we went up here, you must have discovered something, right? Let me tell you, this is the story. Actually, it's nothing special. After everyone finished passing through the first floor, I decided to split up the group and go around to check the situation. While I was researching the dungeon by myself, I happened to meet a surviving scout. She was one of the 4 missing people in the report, but because her condition was not good at the moment, she did not accompany us. She also told me about the situation. From what she said, I also discovered the weakness of the dolls here. At this time, everyone found out that there was another girl next to him. Taehyun asked, so who is this girl? This little girl helped me find the scout just now. It seems that this baby's parents were trapped here, he hid here, and accidentally saved her. Lee Hyuk glared at her with a skeptical expression. This little girl is very suspicious. Is it sure that she is not an accomplice of those dolls? Where is the child? How can she live in this monstrous place? She must be a demon too. Jae-hee interrupted, hey, President Lee Hyuk, where do you say it's suspicious? It's just a child, don't think everyone is as bad as you. What's the devil? Don't you think it's very cute? It's also helping us. What am I saying wrong? You are really an idiot. Think about it, logically speaking, how can an ordinary child be here? Brainstorm, don't tell me that you believe he is lost here. That gate was a hidden secret, even though it seemed to have been forgotten. The association was watching this place every second, minute by minute, so there was no way for the others to sneak in. So how could this kid sneak in safely, and still in this dungeon, fool? Jae-hee stiffened his throat, he couldn't say any more words, but he was really scared when he heard him. Taehyun was angry, Lee Hyuk, I understand what you mean, but you shouldn't jump to conclusions so quickly. Moreover, you don't have to be open to calling this idiot, that idiot like that. You like to pick up every sentence of my words so much. Damn, I'm so gentle that now you like to pretend, right? I can beat the dolls, so I should show up. Should I kill all the people in your guild on this occasion? Every name is obnoxious, stupid and pretentious. You can say whatever you want, but don't talk about my comrades like that. Lee Hyuk, I'm telling you, I especially don't like useless fights, but it seems that you need to be taught a lesson, you're too much. Waiting for the president to say a reasonable sentence, Myung-woon and Jae-hee were happy to show up, because the name was so prickly that he didn't have a chance to bounce back. Just now he just stood there acting like he was not equal to these guys. By the way, at this time, let him know what politeness is, give him less trouble with talent and go to the boss. Lee Hyuk's side didn't fit in, so he also shouted loudly, "Oh, Aloe, we're obviously on top of you. Instead of standing here and saying such inanimate words, why don't you stop your guild leader from going? What if he dies?" So the two daughters rushed into a verbal fight again. "What, you said who died? You mean that my president Taehyun will lose? What's more, hurry up and stop him. You said to stop him, you bastard, you dwarf and cunning. In a moment your president Lee Hyuk rolls out to die. Will you be able to bring his body back, or let me go find a stroller, pick up the bodies of the people with you, and push them out to help? What are you saying? You've reached your number, dog." When it comes to work, from the mouth to the mouth, the two of them have been fighting with dust bags. Why did it turn out like this? Normally Taehyun wouldn't get angry so easily, he wouldn't fight with people like that. Junseo was sweating, he was most afraid of these scenes. The cellar became noisy because of the sound of their fights and quarrels. Women were more terrifying than monsters, they fought and cursed tirelessly. Why did their angry emotions burst out so fiercely? What's going on? It turned out that it was her, that girl. Junseo saw her standing there grinning sinisterly. Hee, I just pushed their emotions up a little, and yet they were already asking to kill each other. Too pathetic, but I like it, ha ha ha. After gloating, he turned to thank Junseo. Thank you, thanks to you, I was able to use brainwashing on those intruders. I need to get close to them without suspecting myself, thanks to the eldest brother. At this moment, Junseo was startled to remember. It was clear that at first I thought it was a monster, with the appearance of a child, but since when did I start to believe that it was just an ordinary girl, or that I had been brainwashed by it from the first time I saw it? Damn, it's too late, I need to stop him before he brainwashes everyone here. This time, I have already reported to my teammates, I have to quickly save everything. Junseo rushed up to stop the brawl and tried to do something, but it was no longer in time. The filthy mana threads were wrapped tightly all over his body. Not only that, but everyone else was the same. He brainwashed people in this way. That little devil, she used unclean mana to control, not only her body but also her mind, all because I couldn't recognize that lie. I believed she was the poor girl. It had calculated very carefully, however, it had missed one thing, which was its passive mana absorption skill. He has chosen the wrong opponent. I will absorb all this mana, consider this as a free buffet meal. After Junseo sucks up all the mana in those purple threads, they start to break off and lose their effect on everyone. Everyone didn't know what had just happened after they woke up. Oh, why did I fight that bastard? It looks like I just hit someone. Yes, it's weird. Quayo, so you know how to absorb unclean mana. It's starting to be fun. That child is the enemy, we need to focus on attacking him. Don't let it control you anymore. When the whole group was about to attack her at the same time, out of nowhere, two people appeared and she called them parents. In front of the whole group, two streaks of light appeared, and two dolls came out of it. When she saw them, she behaved like a poor child, being bullied by bad people when she said, "Parents, those people dare to tease you, they bullied you and want to beat you too, hoo. Parents, take them back." Lee Hyuk was furious again. You see, I told this demon to be suspicious, just at the stupid bunch of us, his mother. I'm going to kill you all at once. Oh, that brother, it's time for you to shine, come on, my parents will spank whoever raped me. After the snap of Beth's fingers, the two puppets began to attack each of them. Lee Hyuk rushed up frantically and threw his fists. He was going to hit her in the face once, and with his muscular strength, he was sure that he could bruise her like a piece of music in a note. But life is not like a dream, not to mention that he has been left motionless. Taehyun panicked. What are you doing, Lee Hyuk? Because at that moment, his body was stiff and surrounded by unclean mana, it seemed that everything was wrong. He couldn't control his power anymore. She used mana thread to control it. She didn't expect it to be so strong. In fact, he had been invaded by it since his hand felt abnormal just now. Junseo was startled and recalled, then the amount of filthy mana I felt from Lee Hyuk's hand was what it was. I should have discovered it earlier. Captain Lee Hyuk has been completely controlled by a boy's spirit. Now, he will follow his instructions and go back to bite his teammates. This will not be easy, because people will not harm him, but if they don't fight back, they will be killed by him. Haha, your comrades have been turned into dolls, what will happen to me? It's so funny, this is the scene where you have to confront your own comrades, you guys just slowly destroy each other, I'm going to play with dolls. Taehyun couldn't ignore this anymore, a strong hunter like Lee Hyuk was also controlled by it and turned into a puppet, now, he will stop it, not allowing Lee Hyuk to harm everyone. But the difficult thing is that I can't hurt his main body, I wish I could shoot a few shots into his mouth. When Taehyun rushed over, a strange energy suddenly enveloped Lee Hyuk as a protective barrier. What's this? We can't touch him, he's frozen in this sphere. That was a skill, it would be activated when guild leader Lee Hyuk felt that his life was in danger, it created a magic shield that could not be pierced for a certain period of time. It's really lucky, thanks to that, the whole team has one less reluctant opponent, now we just need to fight the other three. She was a little disappointed, she didn't think she could borrow her brother's hand to fight these fools, who would have thought that he would be so useless. Come on, it's too boring, let's end this quickly. Although they only have 3 names, it is really not a simple stage. Because at first glance, it is completely different from the puppets we have seen so far, each of these puppets carries the power of a boss of a dungeon. This was a situation that was too dangerous, when facing almost 3 bosses at the same time, fighting them head-on could be the safest option. But right now, Taehyun feels that the situation here is not very good, because if you attack in a messy way, it won't work. He thought, maybe it was just his feelings, but there was really something different from what he had confronted before, there was something that he didn't know how to describe it, and then he gave orders to the group. Myungwon, Jihee and all the others, let's deal with the female puppets. The male puppet is for me, we have to concentrate, put all our strength into a quick fight and win quickly. Clearly, Captain. The puppet immediately rushed to attack Taehyun as if venting his anger on behalf of his little daughter. Taehyun bravely rushed up and aimed at the target puppet, the person the child called the other father. The rest of the people surrounded and attacked the mother puppet, not knowing how to beat the council like that. As for Junseo, because he doesn't have the skills to participate in battle, he just stands and observes and reflects on everything to find loopholes. The ability to manipulate others by turning them into puppets, was that the reason why this dungeon couldn't measure its ranking. Maybe it was this high-level ability that caused the hunters who came here to be turned into puppets one after another, but the more I thought about it, the weirder I felt. Lee Hyuk's defensive ability can take effect instantly when controlled by it, but why didn't it activate at the right time? It seems that this rope is quite special. The situation where everyone was turned into a mess, it could only be resolved when I used my ability to absorb magic energy. But while I was concentrating on using my ability to absorb magic energy, everyone, including myself, was tied to a magic thread, and Beth took advantage of that opportunity to act. This is the point I need to pay attention to so that the situation does not recur like that again. As for the others, they were still working hard to strike at the enemy. Jaehee's bullets rushed towards the puppet. But strangely, they didn't have any special tactics to counterattack, other than just standing there to take a hit. Perhaps it was Beth's intention, and while her parents were attacked, she just stood by and laughed inexplicably. Junseo was also surprised, he didn't attack and destroy everyone, but was simply teasing the whole group, wasn't it? If that was the case, why didn't he show up in the first place, but had to play a lot of tricks like that? It not only directed the way to the scouts left behind in the dungeon. Not only does he teach Junseo to find out the weaknesses of those who are turned into puppets, and after gaining trust, when he comes to the other members, he immediately shows his true nature. This bastard was quite cunning, he wanted to catch it to control the whole group, he took advantage of him. The more he thought about it, the more strange it became. It was the behavior of a monster, not only intelligent but also extremely cunning. That body and the cunning in it are not the same, it looks like it itself is being controlled by something else. On the other hand, Taehyun is still very focused on confronting the other puppet. It is hypnotized and has quite a lot of power. He repeatedly hit it head-on, as well as using quite a few skills. The durability of this weapon is quite high. It's not like the things I broke before. If this is the weapon that Junseo has created, then I can use all my power without fear of breaking anymore. In this action, I was able to fight freely, but in the previous times, due to the unsatisfactory weapons, I had to restrain my strength too much. The enemy seems to have been overwhelmed by us. Now it was time for this Jaehee to give the puppet a gift. Vice President, you hit it that much, now it's more to promote this thing. Anesthesia bullets. Guaranteed that it will be in a daze until this dungeon collapses, boom cross. His bullet flew to the top, piercing through her. If I do it, there is only a standard. Let's see how the other puppet is. Bucho Tihian used his power on the sword and put the final blow on it. It was not unexpected, the puppet was destroyed. But is it really that simple? Tihian was bewildered, as its structure was more complex than he thought. Surprisingly, it didn't have any variants, or any other attacks other than simple physical attacks. Now there is only one thing left to worry about. Although I was quite worried about the attacks on that boss's mind, as a veteran warrior, I would definitely have some way to fight back, and I had to finish it off before it played a game again. Everyone, be prepared, unless otherwise instructed, beware of mental attacks on the mind, and entrench yourself in your current position. Beth was left alone at this time, her face changing when she saw that Tihian was about to end everything. Oh, my parents, they're all damaged, hoo-hoo. Although he looks a little ruthless when attacking a child's form, Tihian is forced to do so, because he is a real monster. Don't falter because of that innocent appearance, President. Before she died, Beth smiled sinisterly, great, great. Tihian swung his sword, slashed decisively, and flew the boss's head in the blink of an eye. This scene was really too barbaric. Even Vice President Myungwoon felt creepy, and Jae-hee felt that it was right. There was no point in worrying, just attack. Our Vice President was at the top. Euron felt a little strange, the boss looked very dangerous, he acted as if something big was going to happen, but he didn't expect it to end in such a trivial way. A slash to death was easy. Junseo was extremely uneasy, but he still hoped that this was true. Only when the boss was killed would the whole group escape from this place. But, after all, this thing is disgusting. Even if it is a monster. The corpse of a child is a very unpleasant sight, but come on, he is a boss in a dungeon after all. Seeing that the boss was dead, Tihian breathed a sigh of relief and called everyone to come back. But the moment later, the most unexpected thing happened. The bodies of the top 4 hunters stiffened. It was not the effect of any magic or mental attack. It was an overwhelming feeling. In this dungeon, even a person with a lot of experience could hardly calm down when it appeared. From Beth's corpse, a body had come out. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. At this moment, Junseo's stat window appeared. The main target was Elizabeth. Defeating her would receive a reward of demon chains. So this was Elizabeth, the real demon of the dungeon, not the girl's body, and she stepped up and said very strange things. Thank you, I have been waiting for this for a long time. You are the ones who will stand on my behalf against my parents, who have betrayed me. It is not enough for me to use my life to ensure eternal life for them. Those mediocre bodies have limited my strength too much. Well, now that I know what real life is, I have to thank you for killing that weak appearance. I'm tired of living in that useless body. Jae-hee and Myungwoon were still standing like the heavens, not understanding how this was, but they knew for sure that everyone would have to fight again, and this time it would not be easy. Euron was finally impatient. She saw the danger in front of her, so she was ready to use freezing magic to attack it. You don't look so stupid anymore, prepare to fight. I know that the leader of your guild is a capable person. But with monsters like that, it was impossible to handle it alone. Chu Choa, you guys are so cute, rats. There are 8 delicious mice, but only 7 are edible, and 1 is trapped in the protective layer. If that's the case, I'll absorb the spirit of the 7 of you first, and it seems that I'll be able to have a meal to my heart's content today. She was a bloodthirsty vampire, but just standing from a distance and raising her hand made the whole team of hunters suck blood. There was no one left, all of them vomited blood because of its absorption force. Even Euron's freezing magic couldn't do anything to her. She underestimated it. I heard that vampires are very good at blood-absorbing magic, but from this very distance, a lot of people have taken precautions, and still get caught up in that move. What kind of monster was that? Even though he was injured, Tihian still tried to use his strength to attack the monster. But he was able to control them all, and with one hand he grabbed his sword. It seems that I almost got into a big trouble with this trick of yours. If only I had used all my power before, the result would have been different. But it's okay, now watch your sword turn to dust under my hand. The power of the boss was terrifying. It not only supported Tihian's move, but also crushed the sword. Now the weapon that he considered invincible had actually turned into a piece of scrap metal. How could it be so strong? Junseo, you should be careful. You quickly recover and make a new weapon for me, otherwise the whole group will die in this place. It's already raging. My artifact weapon was completely destroyed after that squeeze. I didn't think it could do such a terrible thing, but you can rest assured, I will quickly recover my strength and create a new weapon for you right away. Tihian began to be afraid. Last time, when he defeated the Spider Queen, he thought that Junseo's artificial power had not yet been fully developed, and was too subjective. I didn't think that this time, even the sword that Junseo said was the strongest, was broken. Moreover, with this state of my body, I don't know if I can use my full strength anymore. Taehyun planned to extend the time so that in the meantime, Junseo could create a new weapon in time. But it seems that he was overly worried, as with the power of the unclean mana absorbed, the blacksmith recovered quickly and was able to create a new weapon. At this time, the vice president saw in Junseo's hand was not a simple mana, but an unclean mana, because they would be together for a long time through many battles, so he showed Taehyun his mysterious ability. I think showing you my progress is essential for mutual trust. I'm going to craft you a super magic tool. The body is consuming 100 stored magic energy, the system is automatically looking for the right weapon, based on the identification and understanding of the enemy. Finish crafting, magic sword Levitine. Grab it now, it's your turn, warrior. Taehyun didn't think he could create so quickly, and this sword was very different. It has magic power. I have held many swords with various special abilities, but this sword has a very strange feeling. But if it was a sword made by Junseo, then I will completely believe in it. A sword imbued with magical energy, based on the energy he sensed, it must have a special ability of the fire system. At this time, the boss also saw that the sword had a terrible magic power. When the magic weapon was combined with firepower, the compatibility was not that bad. But it's a pity, no matter how beneficial it is, it can't defeat my magic blood. The domain of slaughter swept away all the living targets in the dungeon. The river of blood poured out made everyone unable to stand. It is a light field spell with a large area, allowing it to absorb and cancel part of the enemy's damage. At that time, its mana absorption power and vitality are greatly increased. In addition to absorbing the enemy's magic power, it also paralyzed the enemy's recovery process. Every nerve and vein is melted. After a while, that pain will keep increasing and take their lives. But one thing that was surprising was that Taehyun was not knocked down by the boss's 2 consecutive moves, he still stood firm and approached it. You take all the damage of the slaughter territory, and still be able to move normally? No. What made his body move was not consciousness or willpower, but the power of that sword. Do you think that because of that sword, you are stronger than before? Wake up, I will show you what true power is. This guy is also interesting. But rest assured, you will also die in my magic blood. The bloodthirsty magician made a move. The boss almost used all the power he had accumulated for a long time. The magician covered the entire vault and was ready to squeeze the things in the palm of his hand. But with Junseo's magic sword, Taehyun has done something that even he himself did not expect. Just one slash could burn the magician, making the boss unable to catch up. What is the power just now? It can stop my magician. That sword was much stronger than the first one. Junseo was excited. Well, that's a miracle. Xianxing rushed forward, Taehyun swung his sword and slashed with all his strength. The boss was defeated. That tremendous energy had been suppressed until now, perhaps he himself did not know that he could exert such power. The main task was successful. The hidden boss, the vampire Elizabeth, was killed. Conquer the dungeon successfully. At this time, Junseo has received a reward in the form of a new item, but it has not fully appeared and does not know what effect it will have. He wished it was an item related to increasing mana or healing, because those things were very expensive. At the same time, the system also began to cancel the magic sword incarnation of Levitine. The data of the magic sword was recorded for the next crafting. That allows Junseo to automatically create artifacts, without having to search individually, to determine the right weapon, saving a lot of time and effort. When the magic sword was withdrawn, Taehyun was like a soulless person who had just regained consciousness. It seemed that he didn't know that he was affected by the boss's unique move, thanks to the power of the sword, so Junseo reminded him. Don't think about getting up, you just stay there. Even if you get up, you can't move. I'm not sure if you'll be able to recover right away with the amount of damage you've accumulated so much, and to be honest, it's surprising that you're still conscious. You just take a break, and they're fine, at least their lives aren't threatened, and they'll wake up soon. You've defeated her, congratulations on this feat. Although the boss is not completely dead, why does the system say that the conquest was successful? I have to find out. Junseo approached Elizabeth and asked her about her relationship with the dolls, the man, the woman, and the girl. I feel that they have the same magic energy as you, but you don't have the right to control them. Even so, their actions still prioritize protecting you. after all. Of course, they are the energy that I have worked so hard to accumulate. A long time ago, there were changes within us. I did things that weren't the same as I usually do, a vampire who went to save people who were almost eaten by monsters. One day, I met her family, and it was also the beginning of the incident, which I couldn't have imagined. If only that was it, but no. The people I saved that time were not the same as the previous ones. They are indeed a little different, when they show their gratitude to me and want to repay them in a very sincere way. I hear that from a person, I think that's the first time I've felt happy. Perhaps that is why I was strangely attracted to that family, who invited me to the mansion and gave me special hospitality. They have a lot of machinery in their house, and we don't know exactly what those things are. The magic orbs, the huge dolls they made, I don't know what they're used for, and I've been there for a long time. And when we wake up, we become part of their family, not a guest anymore. It was the happiest time of our lives, but it didn't last long. Until we realize the real reason, why those evil people accept us as members of their family. Of course, they took advantage of me. It's my fault, for being stupid and trusting them too much. The truth is that all those false happinesses, they created to enchant me. That made me much weaker. They locked my body in the puppet's body, sealing most of my abilities, to protect themselves. Protect them from what? You saved them. I don't know, but have you ever looked out the window? After entering this mansion, it was a wonderful view. A desert stretched endlessly, perhaps there would be no end, no matter which direction it went. Perhaps she used our power to make it, so that they could protect themselves from the monsters that spilled out of the cracks. Looking at your reaction, it seems that your world also has a crack, right? I guess you also came here through that crack. Both of our worlds have experienced similar things. A crack appears in the sky, and man can feel his mana, then become a false awakening. Starting with 1, 2, and then many holes like that appeared. What appeared from inside that hole were also blood-sucking demons like me, but they were much more cruel. As for you, how can you save the world of mankind from destruction? Junseo also answered him honestly, this is also strange, since the first crack appeared until now, a few years have passed, and our world can still withstand those monsters. You guys are holding back, then there will come a time of destruction. Unfortunately I didn't get to witness that moment with my own eyes. I'm about to die. Remembering that dark time, after being trapped in the doll's body, I spent a long time unable to move. Perhaps my world has collapsed at this moment. This villa is what remains. But somehow, one day, fortunately, I was able to move. That thing appeared in front of me, the index window. It gives me a hidden mission in this open dungeon, which is to fight off invaders from another world. I have to defeat a total of 100 invaders, and the main reward is to escape this world. Hearing this, Junseo was stunned. It turned out that she was also a player. I didn't think I would encounter such a case here. It seems like you still have a lot of questions, but forgive me, I can't answer all your questions anymore. I'm running out of time. Elizabeth is trying to say the last words of her life. It turns out that death is not a bad thing either. At this time, her body had begun to decay and was about to break into small pieces. Suddenly, the item in Junseo's hand reacted. The demon chains are ready, players can use them. After thinking about something, Junseo discovered the hidden meaning of this item. Just as the vampire was taking his last breath. Then Junseo has decided to act. Hope we do it right this time. What are you doing? The devil's shackles have been activated, an item of the forced restriction type, which can be worn on monsters while it is in a dying state, and then the monster will be subdued. Elizabeth's body began to glow. The light no longer carried the evil aura as it was originally. Junseo felt that he had done the right thing. We have a destiny. If you don't use this item, you will be dead. The monster was cured, and became the player's magic beast. It's unbelievable, there are so many players who have been able to own magic beasts, but this is the first time I've done it, a miracle that I never thought of. I didn't expect that I could turn other players into my own magic beasts. The Elizabeth monster is in the process of being conquered and packed. The covenant process is complete. Elizabeth has been listed in the pet category of player Shin Junseo. This form of yours is something that I didn't expect. It also looks pretty cute. Are you a cat? Although you are a little black, but you are also chubby. At first I thought you were a blood-sucking bat monster. And the necklace is also beautiful. What? Cat, monster. Don't laugh at me. An ordinary person like you who dares to call me a monster, don't think that this necklace can control me. I can't ignore this humiliation. Do you believe that I will scratch your Lotus's face? Oh my god, it's a pity, even now it's too much for you to maintain your human form, but unfortunately now, you don't even have the right to refuse what a master like me ordered. Because by using magic energy and magic power, I can temporarily disable your ability. A monster that even ordinary transformations can't do now, what do you think you can do to me? Come on, let me take care of you for a while, come here. That guy, leave me right away, I'll slap you in the face. Elizabeth doesn't seem to be very interested in this appearance, so she gets angry with her master. Meanwhile, Junseo feels very interesting. Cats can also talk, too darling. And I ask, have you really been betrayed by the people in this house? What the hell are you talking about? I told you all about it just now. But to tell you the truth, I still feel that something is wrong here. You said that humans stole your power, so that they could survive, didn't you? However, they lived like that, in the form of dolls. It really didn't make any sense. Although I don't know exactly what happened here, your family seems to be too complicated. To be honest, I still have a lot of doubts about what you're saying. Instead of living as a normal entity, they live like dolls, moving according to a pre-programmed program. Elizabeth was still very angry and hated humans. She screamed, no wonder, it's just hard for you to understand, they're inanimate entities, with human brains installed in them. Because they use magic by force, not their own, it turns out that their ego and human reason have deteriorated, and gradually disappeared over time. Then I should feel sorry for them, but if it were me, and most ordinary people, no one would accept such a hard life. Those inanimate corpses. Wait, in order for that body to be able to move, you said earlier that there is a brain inserted into it, right? I'm going to find out this. I don't think it's that simple. Because as humans, no one wants to live so lifeless. I think they have some reason. It seems like this thing will say it all. With the brain storing all the memories of their lifetime, Junseo approached the corpse of his father's doll, and took out a pink orb. Hey, you come here for a while. Elizabeth is still stubborn, so she hasn't listened to her master, so Junseo has no choice. He pulled the stubborn cat towards him. Such a simple order, you have to let me force it. It must be too bad. Let me show you this. Do you know what this thing is? It is a crystal. In the black magic world, this crystal is the one that stores a part of the mana and soul of its owner. Maybe they put this thing in a doll, and implanted their own soul into it. I don't know what their strength is, but this crystal seems to be machined by very sophisticated technique. So what? They're a bunch of evil people who deserve to die. But wait, Elizabeth saw something inside that purple crystal. She was caught up in the world of memories in it, and went back to the circumstances of the old days. Still in this castle, she was listening to her parents and brother talk. The whole family is very worried. There is really no way. A few days ago, I tried prophecy hundreds or even thousands of times, but the result was the same every time. Conflicts between worlds have occurred in the past few years, and in the future, the frequency of conflicts will increase uncontrollably. No matter how we prepare, it will take up to 5 years to complete. It is too late to deal with what will happen. Looking at this scene, Elizabeth felt very strange. Could this be a hallucination? Was it because of her father's memory orb? They must be discussing these evil things, trying to harm themselves. Listen to what they say. So how do you see that method, that other dimensional hypothesis that you are researching? If it is available, at least our family can survive. He believed that with Beth's help, the grounds around this mansion might be separated from the dangerous world. Mother's face was so tense right now, she was crying. Mother objected to my father. She said that when our world perishes, this mansion will drift endlessly between different dimensions, until someone from another world finds us. But that's not certain. Maybe hundreds, thousands of years, or even longer. Maybe we can only wait for death now. They were talking about the end of the world, and it seemed that all solutions were not feasible, and he was desperate, until his brother stood up and mentioned him. Beth isn't going to die, Mom, as she said. We can only live a few more years, but Beth is different from us. She can live a long time. We have to depend on Sister Beth again. It shouldn't be. Our family has survived to this point, thanks to Beth's protection, but if this is an inevitable ending, then we will try it at all costs. I thought at least one member of the family would survive, but there was no way Beth would cooperate, because it would be too far-fetched, but there was no other way for her to live. They had taken her and tied her up, but didn't tell her why, so Beth had misunderstood them all her life, because they didn't want her to worry. It must have been a great repayment they had given her. They just looked at her with pitying eyes and said apologies. After that, Beth no longer knew anything. She had her soul transferred into the doll's body, and after that, the whole family did it to herself. Mom, I'm so scared. After transferring the body into a doll, will we still be conscious? Perhaps we will be able to maintain the consciousness of a human being, for tens, maybe even 100 years. But then consciousness will gradually fade, and in about 200 years, we will forget who we are. But we will still exist in the form of a doll. There is even isolation from the outside world, and we don't know how many dangers will lurk. But now, the only thing my family can do is protect Beth from these monsters. I don't know how long it will last, but until someone from another world shows up, takes Beth out of this place, and takes her away, the truth is clear, a secret that Beth has not known for a long time. It is very sympathetic. Junseo also couldn't hold back his compassion, so he decided to use 50 monster magic weapons, to temporarily activate Beth's ability, for her to do one last thing. Meanwhile, the monster that was aggressive just now sheds 2 rows of tears, knowing that he has blamed his whole family. Why didn't you tell me? If you had told me that in the first place, I wouldn't have hated you so much. Junseo understood that when they faced the final end of destruction together, so that you could live, they chose death, so you should try to live. Hurry up and get up, don't sit there crying anymore, there is no time. What time? I have to spend 50 magic energy just to give you 3 minutes to recover your power. I don't want to waste energy with someone who just sits there crying. At least the end is your mission. For those who have protected you, who have spent their lives just to live in the form of a doll. At least end it, and take care of the rest with your own hands. No, it is impossible, how can I do that? You calm down, no matter how much death has been arranged, they should have been able to live their lives, and enjoy the rest of the time happily. But they didn't, they chose to lock themselves up because of your uncertain future, and sealed themselves with an indefinite life sentence. Now not for you, not for me, but for their sacrifice, at least you have to do something to repay. That is your minimum obligation. It seemed that after being scolded by Junseo, Beth came to her senses. She understood the meaning of everything. My father, mother, and brother loved me very much. They really see themselves as relatives, family members. Although she didn't want to, this was the last thing she should do for them. In the end, Junseo also accidentally completes an additional task, which is to learn about Elizabeth, and the treasure box reward. The dungeon of indefinite has also been conquered, and the mission is complete. Everyone has returned to the gate. Everyone was seriously injured. And it must have been that while fainting, they had missed something very important, which was the story of the hidden boss. Junseo was the last to come out. It was a conquest that took too much time and effort. He turned to Beth and said, "It looks like we've been in it for a while. Oh, I forgot. It looks like you've been in there longer than we are, maybe 200 years, and what do you see the world like?" Beth walked with strange steps. This was a different world, a different dimension from where she had been before, but in comparison, the amount of mana she felt here was extremely weak. However, she knows that she has no choice, because it is my duty, no matter where this place is, I will try to live the rest of my life happily. Through everything, the ending was finally happy for the special conquest group. The hunter Euron also returned home more sluggish than ever. She was sleeping when she suddenly heard a noise downstairs, and then smelled the smell of wine, which was so attractive. But why did that thing appear in the house at night? Why are there rats here, intending to destroy the heavens? Euron turned on the light, and spotted the impolite mouse. What a mouse, you said a little too free. Here I am, a high-level hunter, hunting hunters. Have you forgotten me? Please understand, I'm just waiting for you to come and have a drink. Enough nonsense, what did you come here for? If you were going to pay for the bottle of wine you just opened, your life would not be enough to pay. You're so petty, drinking a glass of wine makes you feel disgusted. Of course I didn't come here for personal reasons. I heard that you fought in that dungeon with those hunters. Did you report on that unknown dungeon? You know, it's full of people who are interested in unknown dungeons. I'm just here to see how interesting it is. Can you reveal a little information to me? So I didn't watch it all from the beginning to the end of the battle. Oh, wasn't the proud warrior queen like her who also fainted pathetically in the middle of that battle? Shut up, bastard, because the situation changes naturally, and even if I lose consciousness, I have seen the result with my own eyes. The Tehian had eliminated that boss with just 2 swings of the sword from the assistant given to him, even though he had burst into power at that time, but the power to defeat that boss was too terrible. I see, S-class is different. It turns out that he's also worth my hunting. The next target seems interesting. It's short-sighted, even though Tehian is very outstanding. But we need to focus our attention on that weapon crafting assistant. The weapon that could withstand Tehian's complete strength, and not shatter. if you held that sword, then you could feel how terrible it was. It's true that if he knows how to create hard-level swords, he will also be useful, so we should also recruit him to follow him. But in the end, a weapon is just a weapon. If no one grabs the hilt of the sword, then the sword is just useless. The ability of the fighter is important, the rest are all messy. She cares about what to do to make her tired. Yes, you said it too well. If you let him recruit that artifact, then that scumbag will make you fail, you idiot. Then, I know, a D-rank assistant who has won the queen's heart. He has intrigued me, though not as good as Yun-Tihian. Stop worshipping, see you later. I must have killed both of them by then, Tihian and that bastard. A few days later, the mysterious dungeon gate was solved. Juncio has regained consciousness in his own home. I've been sleeping for a few days, but I haven't recovered yet. Maybe it's not because of the weapon artifact, but because of Beth's absorption skill. Juncio got out of bed and was about to ask her cat, "Hey, I asked just in case, but is there any way to avoid the side effects of her skills?" Oh, where did she go? She must be very curious about this new world. It's probably okay, if she's my relative, then I can forcibly summon her to go home. As long as you don't mess around, or do some weird things to make people scold you. Ah, I'm looking at the demonic treasure chest too. I didn't expect to see it in real life. This is a random reward, which is usually collected by players after completing a mission. Although the chest is random, it is not 100% random. I heard that the things given to people will be limited to their needs, but that feature also has a big flaw. Not everything is perfect. For example, a sharp sword, which can only attack without blocking the attack. Or like a shield, it can withstand all impacts, without being counterattacked by the user, but also causing a random person to be affected by that counterattack. The fatal weakness is that, it is not a useless item. I heard that there are many cases, people deliberately use equipment, and it also coincides with the conditions, but they still have to shed blood. I was too scared, but right now there was only one item I needed, which was the ability to restore mana or increase the total amount of mana that could be stored in my body. I had a rough guess and knew what was in this chest, but I was worried. Don't know what its weaknesses are. Juncio nervously opened the treasure chest, and now it was automatically selecting items for him. I don't know what it is, but with the blue color flashing from that apartment, it must have a huge amount of mana. It turned out to be a ring, which allowed the wearer to use the skill of draining mana. Juncio wasn't very familiar with this thing. What was the mana draining effect? What was the ratio to the target sympathy for the wearer? I need to read the user manual. I was annoyed. While he was having a headache over this confusing item, Beth had gone out. "Hey son, why are you so angry? But I have this news to tell you. I guarantee you will be more angry. You have a guest, the stupid guy from last time is down there." "What kind of idiot?" "Then look at it and know, he came to find you in a car." It turned out that the idiot Beth and Son were talking about was Lee Hyuk. He got out of the car and immediately looked annoyed. What kind of neighborhood is this? The bastard Yun-Tihian let his assistant live here. He's always been generous, but after all, he's just a stingy evil bastard. Oh well, that idiot is right. I didn't think that Lee Hyuk was here today to do this disgraceful thing. But his skills are also worth recruiting. Although there was no report from Euron, I felt the situation at the end of the game myself. At that time, Juncio created a weapon for Tihian. The energy radiating from him was enough to pierce through the shield and reach him. I don't know why he's a D rank anymore, who's to blame, but he definitely has the potential of an A rank assistant or more, so it's not natural that Tihian hired him. If he's still not a member of the overkill side, and even then, I'll be able to steal it back, hee. Lee Hyuk was about to recruit talents when the talent walked down to the welcoming place. "How do you know I'm here?" Thinking about it over and over again. "You have no way to find my address." "Oh my god, it's not difficult for me, it's important what you'll get from me." Normally, in this situation, everyone will jump up because of that impression. It's not easy to be sought after by the best guild president like Sinhwa. "You must be very impressed to come here to meet me like this." "I'm sorry, but I don't plan to go out to see you. It's just that today is the day to renew the assistant's practice certificate." Juncio coldly walked away, glanced at him, so angry that Lee Hyuk offered 3 times the price. "I don't care how much the bastard Tihian paid you, but I'll pay you 3 times as much. I know what happened in the dungeon last time. In your eyes I'm a shameless bitch. But for people with abilities like you, I treat you very kindly. I will provide you with the best treatment, which is unparalleled. You know you're ungraceful, but no matter what you say, my answer is the same. I told Tihian the same thing, I didn't join any guilds, and you didn't give me anything. Lee Hyuk got mad, damn, that arrogant guy, angry, even Euron yesterday, I went to recruit him, and he showed that attitude. Putting on a soft trick that binds him tightly, you guys think my Shinhwa guild, and I'm an idiot. I can't give you anything, just wait and see. Euron and you, I'm going to make you kneel down and beg to be hired for me, fool. No matter how much Lee Hyuk is desperate, Junseo ignores it. He was walking to the Hunters Association, originally planning to take public transportation quickly, but it was strange to do so, since most hunters drive their own cars, it's really troublesome. Junseo was walking on the road when he accidentally bumped into a mysterious man. Oh, I'm sorry, my eyes and nose are somewhere. I accidentally bumped into him, but he didn't react at all. Who was that person? Why did he cover his head in such a strange way? Standing dumbfounded for a while, Junseo was stunned when he found out. That face was very similar, impossible. He's dead, no, I'm not mistaken. Perhaps, Mr. Doyun is still alive. As soon as he realized that his old acquaintance, oh no, he had to call the former President Doyun, Junseo immediately wanted to chase after him to ask about everything. But very quickly, the person managed to escape into an alley not far from the main road. A few days later, Junseo registered to participate in conquering another gate. After gathering all the members and checking everything, the captain ordered, if there is no problem with the preparation, let's go. From the C-rank gates that fall, even high-level hunters may be injured or die when they make a mistake, you may already know, but it is not superfluous to mention it to ensure safety. The magician hunter standing next to Junseo looked nervous, but no less excited. Oh my god, I'm so worried, this is the first time I've stepped into that C-rank gate. Well, after all, that fighter is a veteran, so if we follow his word, there won't be much of a problem, although it's not something that an assistant like me can guarantee. But you still seem to have a lot of experience, you've participated in a lot of raids like this, right? Hey, it's just rudimentary. Junseo enters the dungeon with the girl, and behind him is a mysterious hunter who will join the team this time. He learns the identity of the young man who created the weapon, and seems to have investigated very thoroughly. Shin Junseo, a D-rank assistant with the aptitude of a crafting master, has been active as a hunter for 2 years, but has only had about 1 year of practical experience. Since the beginning of that year, he has joined a guild called Dawn, which is the guild of his brother, Moon Doyun, and it happened. Remembering that before he went to destroy the dungeon, I was arguing with him, why did you bid for a D-rank gate, with your level and your guild, shouldn't you aim for C-rank or higher? I don't know that, maybe it's just a D-rank gate, but it's quite large inside, and there are a lot of resources, and dungeons like this have huge profits, compared to the human resources that have to be invested, so the big guilds often accept them. It's really cheap, especially when they've already amassed a bunch of wealth, and D-rank dungeons for the big guilds are probably just pocket money. Yes, but for new guilds like us, that's not the case. If we can get half of them, we can do a lot of things. He can equip hardworking members with additional weapons, and can train them in exclusive buildings, rather than renting a common training ground with other guilds. It won't be long, Dojin. Just wait, soon, the whole world will know the name of our Dawn Guild. He had such a big idea, but it didn't happen, when one day, I got a terrible call from the Hunters Association. They informed me an unbelievable news. They said that my brother was dead. No way, my brother is a B-class hunter, and a recognized veteran. There is no way he could be killed by a monster in a D-class dungeon like that. But they told me that he had entered an unidentified dungeon, and the preliminary investigation showed that it was a very dangerous place. It was not an ordinary dungeon. An unidentified dungeon, fault graded. Back then, I only thought my brother's death was simply an ordinary accident. He said he had bid for that gate through an official auction. I don't know what the others are like, but he's not one who would lie to me. There must be something mysterious here. Who manipulated this auction? I thought that something out of common sense had happened. My brother's death was still a mystery. I almost fainted when I heard them say that. Fortunately, we were able to find his remains. His brother's body will be returned in 2 days after the investigation is over. Because there was one survivor in the team, we were able to easily collect the bodies of the warriors. That survivor, it seems like he's very lucky, and today, I'm going to see if he's really lucky, or if it's the same person involved in Doyun's death. If I find out something, I swear to kill him. Everyone has arrived in large numbers. Let's start entering the gate. We will conquer this gate without causing any injury, if possible. You guys, come on. The whole group followed the captain one by one to prepare to confront the new boss, and Dojin was still walking and thinking, looking back and forth. It was still strange, a B-rank hunter and all the veterans of the guild were all dead. So how could a D-rank assistant recruit survive by luck? If he was involved in my brother's death, then I would find out the truth at all costs. When they had all been in for a while, the security guard saw a hunter approaching. Please stop, hunters who are outside the conquest of the gate will not be allowed to enter. It turned out to be this villain hunter, who pretended to be a member of the team, and even showed his permit to go inside. He used the excuse that he remembered the wrong time, so he asked the security guard to let him in. Besides, no madman would be armed and come all the way here while it had nothing to do with it. Seeing that there is a license and it makes sense to speak, the security guard has approved. This time the evil guy targets the target hunters again. He received the order to attack one of them. If he didn't go in there to carry out the mission, he would have to die. And the name of the prey was none other than Moon Dojin. Well, to see which hero candidate's competence. Inside the gate, the group swept away almost everything. This place used to be the grave of quite a few small groups of hunters. Because the main boss was a headless duke, the danger level was B level. After so much effort, everyone finally caught him. We really defeated this monster with our own abilities. The captain was happy to have done it. Although he had succeeded, Dojin kept feeling that something was wrong here. It couldn't be just a C-rank dungeon. Even if I underestimate it, it should at least be a B-level challenge, and if I hide my abilities until the end, it will be very dangerous. Hey, Dojin, it's all thanks to you. I never thought my team would have such a talented person. No, I can only help half of it. Everyone's work is great, and we coordinate quite well. Dojin approached the corpse of the boss to draw his sword. But it seems to have been overworked, so unfortunately, it broke. Even the captain's hammer had the same fate. Fortunately they had caught and killed the monster in time, but if the weapon was damaged while the two sides were fighting, it would have been a bad fate. Although the two broken swords weren't Dojin's favorite weapon, at least they felt quite dangerous. Damn, if I had carried the weapon I used to use, I wouldn't have been like this. I didn't expect this monster to be so hard. The blacksmith Junseo saw that his teammates had broken weapons, so he came forward to offer to help. He still used the old rules, crafted weapons and returned them with memories of it. Looks like you need a new weapon. I can make you a better pair of new ones, if you forget about my abilities after we get out of the dungeon. As I said, he just created a new pair of swords for Dojin on the spot, which is more sophisticated, more durable, and much more beautiful than the old one. To Dojin's surprise, the strength and cutting force and also the weight, these were many times better than the weapons he used to use. A person who has the ability to transform into a super-level material like this, is he just a D-level assistant? This is really suspicious. I have to ask for a reason. Hey, Shin Junseo, you stopped. Hearing Dojin call him, Junseo suddenly turned around, because he remembered that he had never met this person before, but he seemed to know him so well. I think I'm the one who should ask you that question. We should introduce ourselves a little. Because I don't know your name, and I've never told you my name, so how do you know I'm Junseo, who you are? At this point, Dojin decided to get straight to the point. Then let me change the question. Do you have any impression of Moon Doyun's name? It was my brother's name, the owner of the Dawn Guild, where he had joined about a year ago. Junseo was startled when he heard this, and he almost stood up. When Dojin took off his face mask and hat to cover his head, the brothers were exactly the same. Dojin continued, to be honest, I don't care about your identity, but I just want you to tell me everything that happened to my brother a year ago, what happened in that dungeon, and if you had anything to do with it. If you know but don't tell me, or have anything to do with the cause of that death, then don't blame me for not giving in. Before Dojin could finish speaking, he didn't know that something flew in from outside, carrying an energy source of incredible power. Although they were in an unwary posture, but with their sharp skills, the two of them were able to dodge the enemy's sudden ambush. Dojin threw his twin swords to knock out demonic attacks, and Junseo instantly created a solid shield to protect himself from being hit. What the hell is going on? Are there still monsters here? But no, it was the attack of the evil hunter. The blue-haired man with the sword walked in, with a posture as if he had firmly grasped the victory and raised a contemptuous voice. Quayo, it was also unexpected. Although a rising star like our Moon Dojin is at its peak, it is highly appreciated by hunters. But I didn't expect someone to take over that aura, and it could deflect my attack, but unfortunately for him, it was because he didn't know that the sky was high and the earth was thick, so I sent him to the graveyard already. He walked over the corpse of the captain who supported the blow, and saw a huge and sturdy shield in front of him. Gua, even more unexpectedly there was another one who survived. You were also quick to see it. You created a shield to block my attack, that's fine. Dojin was worried when he saw that the captain of the team had died on the spot. I don't know where this bastard came from, but he was very strong. He was a black warrior. Even so, he was still very talented, even a few steps ahead of me. Seeing Dojin's face change, that guy was even more happy. AI, well, you have nothing to be afraid of, relax and leave, it will be less painful. What kind of death do you want? I will let you die like that, it will be fast, don't worry. And when I walked in here, I saw that the flow of magic was quite good. I heard that there is a D-class corn leper assistant in here. What is the name? That Junseo is something, is that miscellaneous name of your house? It's also a bit of a pity, because at first I thought I needed your support, which made defeating Yoon Tae-hoon more interesting, but I changed my mind, and it was so unpleasant to look at your face, so I won't let you live anymore. What, this bastard, does he know Junseo? He came here to kill me and him. And that evil guy started his hunt by launching an attack on Dojin first. Look, if you really have some ability, this hunt will be more interesting. Don't let me kill you in one move. Resist, you rats. If you will kneel down and beg for your life, then perhaps I will give you a lighter death. He continuously launched slashes with extreme force, with Dojin's strength definitely not his opponent. The force is too strong, that weapon of his is terrifying. I can't fight him head-on like I did just now once or twice. With my strength, if I get hit by his attack, I will definitely die. If that's the case, then I can only defend. So I had to dodge at all costs and find a loophole to counterattack. I don't believe that this evil guy has no weaknesses. Dojin has changed his tactics, but it seems that he also has a lot of difficulties. When that guy is too advantageous, it must be so, because if he was just a mediocre hunter, he wouldn't have been a henchman for the dark forces, to hunt hero players like he has been doing. Looking at Junseo standing still, he laughed heartily and thought that bastard was really useless, that Blacksmith is just a blacksmith, because he just said that combat skills are the important thing, but I thought it was very beneficial. I came here to hunt you too, but I didn't even bother to consider it a 2-on-1 match, because that Blacksmith was no different from a lump of clay, miscellaneous lava and corn pulp. At this point, Junseo spoke up. He didn't think he was going to show any anger or anything, but no, he lowered his voice and admitted. Yes, he wasn't wrong. The blue-haired man didn't even understand why Junseo said that. It seemed that he was so scared that he had lost his mind. Suddenly, he felt that his whole body was stiff, and he couldn't control himself anymore, as if something was wrapping around his body, but even if he tried to look, he couldn't see what it was. The main reason was that because the unclean magic wires had bound all over his body, Beth appeared beside the master and unleashed this move. Where is this bastard? What the hell is it? I forgot to tell you, I have a close friend who is always with me wherever I go, and this match is 3-on-1, not 2-on-1, bastard. Elizabeth Bathory's words were followed by Dojin's frontal attack. The direct attack surprised the other person quite unexpectedly. He staggered as if he wanted to fall, and his expression was blank. Dojin gained momentum and went straight towards him, continuing to unleash. It must be said that Elizabeth Bathory's appearance was short-lived, but it was actually an important stepping stone for Dojin's immediate attack. The proof is that the enemy has almost fallen. It seemed that she had completed the task. The notification system, the summoning of Elizabeth Bathory was over. Before leaving, Elizabeth Bathory smiled and praised herself. Well, it's not bad. Although the ending was not very complete when only one of the opponent's arms fell along with the rushing blood, because what needed to be lost was not only his arm, but his life. Faced with that situation, Dojin thought to himself, although it was a little difficult for me to kill him, but at least I injured him. However, my skills and him were so different, but in such a situation, I would definitely have a chance. If you want to live, I advise you to lay down your weapons and surrender, and with your crimes, the result will be the same. The other party was injured. He gritted his teeth, his eyebrows furrowed, and put down his weapon. He certainly knew that laying down his weapon was an expression of surrender, but only when Dojin's words were finished. He didn't hesitate to put down his weapon immediately. But Dojin knew that this guy must have other intentions. The person who took the initiative to attack would not be able to let go of the surrender weapon so easily. Not unexpectedly, the person who had just surrendered put his hand in his pocket. The thing that was emitting light in his hand was an item. Shin Juseo knew it was mana pollution just by looking at it. Suddenly, the person holding the contaminated mana in his hand threw it up. To Dojin's surprise, the light quickly enveloped him. This was followed by a series of explosive magic lights and a provocative goodbye, see you later. He hugged his arm full of blood, and successfully escaped. After he escaped, Dojin realized that the magic circle that surrounded him just now was teleportation, and Dojin grunted angrily, damn. Just as Dojin was still angry, Shin Juseo spoke up, still quite lucky, because it was simply an item used to escape. But if it was the kind of thing that was used to attack or increase power, no matter what the outcome was, he wouldn't be completely dead. Dojin turned around and said, Shin Junseo, you. Immediately Shin Juseo stopped Dojin, I'll tell you about what happened a year ago, with the Dawn Guild, and especially with his brother, because after all, he had the right to hear about it. Outside the tunnel, security guards were always on duty, and when Shin Juseo's group walked out, it was already sunset. Bandages were brought, corpses were carried out. The bodies were wrapped in black bags, put on a bandage, placed on a trolley, and one by one they were pushed out. Seeing this scene, Dojin still couldn't forget his anger. I felt very uncomfortable, those people, even though they were all killed by that madman, but, even so, we have to lie that they were killed by the monsters in the dungeon. Shin Juseo ran out of options. Now we have no choice. According to the security staff, they think that our group has 7 members. Just a few minutes after we entered there, someone had brought a pass to enter the gate. Dojin felt that what Juseo said was very unlikely, because forging a passport was not easy. Shin Juseo agreed, yes, it was impossible. However, that unbelievable thing actually happened, a certificate that was prestigious enough to fool even the security guards. No, maybe it's really a real price travel document. Like I said earlier, a year ago, too, because there was also an unidentified dungeon that had been put up for public auction and the Dawn Guild had successfully acquired it. Now that I think about it, I can see why it was so easy. I don't know what their purpose is, but this is not something that a small organization can do, because things like travel documents or gate auction confirmations that are forged, once caught by the association, any organization will fly away. However, what is there no exception, assuming that those dirty tricks are carried out by an important person, even if they are found to be deceiving the association? Well, no, maybe it's a character with such big ears that, if they are caught, it doesn't matter. Surely you also understand, the bastard we are facing is not trivial, is it? That is why they lied to the families of the members of the guild, including him, because there would probably be some of them who could not accept the truth. After Shin Juseo didn't hesitate to say what he doubted, Moon Dojin didn't go around anymore. So, you mean, if we report it to the association, those people might get hurt, right? I understand what you mean. If that's the case, I'll ask you one more question. That ability of yours, you obviously know, it's ridiculous to say that you're just a D-class weapon crafter, isn't it? Why are you hiding it? Shin Juseo didn't expect Dojin to ask so directly, but he still calmly replied, I don't need to hide from you, but if I tell you in detail, it will be very long. But until a year ago, my power was still very useless. I could only create 12 swords. It's a bit too much to call me a D-class. However, in an unknown dungeon a year ago, on the brink of death, I somehow awakened a new power, and thanks to it I was the only one who survived. Of course, what I just said sounded very fanciful. I completely understood why. If you sounded so suspicious, even if I were in your position, I wouldn't believe what I just heard. But when the main culprit of this case is revealed, I intend to reveal everything to the world and especially the families of the victims. But even so, that couldn't excuse me hiding the truth. I'm sorry. Finished speaking, Shin Juseo immediately bent down to Moon Dojin's surprise. And one day, I will definitely find out who is responsible for Mr. Doyen's death. I will do it as quickly as I can. Finding them, Moon Dojin thinks that it shouldn't be done alone. He turned his back to Shin Juseo, who still hadn't straightened up, and said, don't act like it's your business alone. Excluding you from the suspect list is still not an answer I accept. And now I'm no different from you. Because even though I have seen the truth with my own eyes, I still need to keep my mouth shut in case someone hears it. I will never stop, until I catch those who caused my brother his death. I will arrest them at all costs. So, until then, thanks to you, Shin Juseo. No matter what, from now on, we can only look at each other, because we are on the same path and have the same goal, at least until we catch the person behind the death of my brother and the Dawn Guild members. It was already dark, and in another development, the person who had just used the item to flee was silently cursing. Beneath the magic circle was a gloomy light. The fugitive teleported elsewhere with his bloodied arms. He couldn't swallow the pain and anger, to the point of cursing out loud, damn. He grunted, I will definitely kill you, that's for sure. At the same time, a mocking female voice rang out, I don't know who you're talking about, who you want to kill, but if you say that, I can understand that you must have been defeated and fled miserably. Well, it would be nice if you were just a cold corpse, or even if you were alive, you could live and die. If that's the case, can I use you as a sacrifice? In front of the ridicule of the woman in front of me, who has lost an arm is even more angry, he gritted his teeth, you dare to say that. Seeing that he was excited, she smiled, come on, there's no need to react like a dog trying to struggle in the cold rain, after all, he still expects a lot from you, even if I don't understand what to expect from him. At the same time, the man with only one hand seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes flashed. What was it, that red creature, and that sharp fangs, what was it? Ah, don't refuse, eat it, that child will become your new arm. Don't be kidding, do you really think I'm going to take this thing that I don't know where it came from and eat it as you say? The woman smiled teasingly, okay, I understand, because we don't trust each other very much, right, but I see, let's just be picky at any time. If it wasn't your dominant arm, then losing an arm, I don't know what it would feel like, because I don't use a sword, but you can overcome it on your own without using it. Looking at the strange creature in front of him, the person who had just lost his arm seemed to have made a decision. If something happens, yes, you can do whatever you want, I mean if you can. As soon as the woman finished speaking, the one-handed man swallowed the creature full of fangs in his mouth, and his face immediately turned red when he could clearly feel it running down his throat. Along with that was his muffled scream. What, the two of you are more compatible than I thought, but I thought it would take the whole night. Come on, don't open your eyes like that, it's just the original shape, wait a while and it will find a suitable shape on its own. At that time, if you don't like that appearance, don't be afraid, just come and tell me, remember, because that child is like my child. So I can do whatever I want, including changing my shape as you please. Looking at the person who is joking, he gritted his teeth and said to himself, I'm going to kill them all, you grinning bastard. And Moon Dojin and the bastard cut off his arm too, and still. That's Shinjuseo. Again, and the sun covered the outside of the airport. Inside the airport, there were a lot of people waiting for someone at the exit of the plane. There must be some celebrity coming, look at the reporter and the camera, well, it's not a celebrity, the reporter you said was waiting to take a picture of the famous hunter. It's the Hyunmu Guild, one of the 3 largest guilds in Korea. Ah, the Hyunmu Guild, I think I've heard of it, but why go through the airport, they're our country's guild. Oh, I'm reading this, they're getting a special invitation from the UK right now, there must be a dangerous and difficult gate there. At the same time, a brown-haired reporter shouted, look, they're here, and a camera is pointing straight at the airport door. Woo Hyan, the commander of the Hyunmu Guild, walked out. The reporter immediately practiced, Ms. Hyan, how she felt after the success in the conquest of Dawn City, heard that she had received a huge amount of money from the British government. Do you think that the top 3 guilds of our country can also fight abroad? But Hyan just glanced at the reporter without answering, only her representative spoke up, we did not accept interviews, this time we will respond through the official press conference later, I hope you understand and give way. The car carrying Hyan sped quickly on the road, and the conversation inside the car began, very good guild commander. I've already cleared up your schedule from now until tomorrow, the other day you had an interview with the representatives of the Sanha Guild at 11 a.m. and 2 days ago, someone witnessed an executioner. Hyan frowned slightly, turned to ask, where did you say? 2 days ago in a prison with a rank defect in Bupyeong. According to witnesses and the testimony of the guards, one person appeared later than the others, and the appearance was very similar to the report of the government. According to the association, there are 2 survivors, one of whom is a B-class assassin. The other was a D-class support. Hyan thought she had misheard, frowned slightly, and asked again, what did she say? The survivors were a D-class support. How could a D-class support survive the executioner's hands? Right, that B-class assassin's ability is really very special. Hyan's assistant didn't know either, so I didn't know about it. Now, the testimony of both people who witnessed the death of their comrades is, all just an accidental incident that occurred during the conquest. Hyan felt that it didn't make sense, she touched her chin and thought, why, no way, after all, there must be some possible explanation, maybe they were on the same side as the executioner, or they were threatened to live. Or suddenly something flashed in her mind. Hyan turned to say to the assistant, add this to my schedule, I need to meet both of them, I'm curious what they're going to explain to me. In another place, in the dormitory. Shin Jusio was sitting on his bed, he was using the computer to search for something, his expression was full of thought. I didn't think it was here again, as I expected, I couldn't find any news in the Hunters Guild's records about the great swordsman. First, he may not be officially recorded in terms of background, and second, he has a different appearance. What I could be sure of now was that he was involved in accidents that occurred in unknown dungeons, or rank errors. Moreover, the existence of the rank dungeons itself, most likely the product of the organization to which he belonged, even the territory that Beth was in, could have destroyed all the hunters involved, including Yoon Taehyun. Based on their abilities and potential, then all the people there could have become heroes, regardless of their personalities. If they were really destroyed, this would be a great loss to the future of the world to come. The fact that they were constantly faking the ranks of the dungeons and sending an assassin meant that these assassinations could also happen outside the dungeons. So it means that the danger at this time is. Suddenly, the phone rang, interrupting Shin Jusio's thoughts. Shin Jusio quickly answered the phone. Yes. On the other end of the line, a woman's voice said, "Hello, this is Shin Jusio's number, right?" Evening came, at a high-rise building. The bright room with a neatly arranged row of tables shows that this place is quite luxurious. Ms. Kang Yuran, hearing someone call her name, the woman sitting on the chair at the bar immediately turned around. Miss Yuran's face looked a little disappointed. "Hey, I thought you could dress more properly when I said the address, maybe I was expecting too much." Shin Jusio frowned slightly. I had never been or thought of going to a place like this. Anyway, I was losing faith in society more and more. Well, I remember that my phone number and address were never publicly accessed in the association's database. Yuran heard Shin Jusio mention the address, and asked him back, "The address?" So it turned out that Kim Yi-hyuk, that idiot, had come to look for you. That's clear, that guy must have come looking for you with a confident expression. Don't worry, I didn't say anything hard to sound like that idiot, I just invited you here because I was interested in you. Didn't you come because you were interested or had something to say to me? Sit down, I'll tell you, order a drink. Jusio was a little surprised by Kang Yuran's words and expression, so he reminded me, "You and I are not a relationship that can be comfortable to sit and drink together. If you don't have anything to say, I'll make my business clear first." But as soon as Shin Jusio finished speaking, Kang Yuran immediately said, "I was very curious, I fainted last time so I couldn't witness the final dungeon conquest. No matter what method he used to defeat that monster, even if it was Yoon Taehyun, he wouldn't be able to do so at that time. You have to ask Yoon Taehyun. Why are you asking me? I'm just a D-rank support, I'm not capable of fighting. When you faint, how can I grasp the situation? All I did was use the remaining strength to create a sword, and I didn't know anything else." Kang Yuran smiled when he heard that, and didn't ask to the end, but just said, "Oh, well, I see. Okay, so what do you want to say to me?" Suddenly robbed of his words and suddenly asked the same back, Shin Jusio momentarily forgot what he was going to say. Kang Yuran swirled the wine glass in her hand. She thought to herself, although it was a little silly, but also interesting, a nervous bastard, using a sword and walking around to hunt hunters. She looked at Shin Jusio's hesitant look, she asked directly, "And it seemed like that nervous bastard's next target would be me, and you came here to remind me. If my prediction is correct, then entering a rank fault dungeon means that you will become their target, and among them, you are the only hunter who is not affiliated with any guild, so they're going to target me, who isn't protected by any organization in the first place. It sounds reasonable, but you've forgotten an important thing. There, it wasn't just me," Kang Yuran said while putting the heel of his shoe on the brick floor. She stood up, faced Shin Jusio, and said, "There is also a D-rank support there who is not affiliated with any guilds. Moreover, her combat ability is much weaker than mine. If what you said was true, then weren't you the one who was in danger? What do you think? And if I can, then I can protect you." Shin Jusio didn't reply to Kang Yuran, but directly turned to leave. "I said everything I needed to say, I asked for permission to go first." Before leaving, he turned his head and reminded Yuran again, "Though, think carefully about what I just said, your life is in danger." Kang Yuran stood against the bar, watching the shadow of Shin Jusio's back leave. Immediately afterwards, she took out her phone and called someone. The other person seemed to be waiting, so she immediately answered the phone. "Yes, he just left. Try your best, this is an opportunity that you have to accept to be in debt to trade." After speaking, Kang Yuran immediately turned off the phone screen displayed, she had just called the person with the nickname, the Bastard Mouse. "Okay, then let's sit and watch the play." Shin Juseo enters an alley that leads to the dormitory. Suddenly, from the darkness, a voice sounded, "If you haven't seen each other for a long time, isn't it too much? I don't know about other things, but I have to admit, you're really brave, and I don't think you've dared to go out alone in just a few days. Or are you really an idiot? I told you first, running or screaming doesn't help. You probably didn't realize it, but I told you that you had fallen into the trap, that you had entered the dark domain. After all, I have to admit that the bastard who set up this realm is also quite talented. When this realm is set up, no one will know what's going on inside. Until you die, or I die, even an ant won't be able to escape this black realm." Shin Juseo had always been silent, listening to the damn executioner's nonsense, and at this time he spoke up. "Oh, that's not bad. It not only blocked the entrance, but also on the principle of creating a virtual space that simulated reality. Forget about the filthy mana, I'm also a little worried that I can't feel any presence. Maybe you've killed all the people who have lived here. It's really a relief, you're so good, so it seems that your organization is also too good." The executioner was bewildered by Shin Juseo's words. He asked back, "What nonsense are you talking about? Why, don't you understand, that is, I knew beforehand, that you were aiming at me, and that could happen tonight. As someone said, I'm a perfect person to target." Hearing this, the executioner gritted his teeth. He was angry because he couldn't see Shin Juseo's scared face to death. How could the bastard who couldn't do anything alone dare to do it? He clenched the sword in his hand. Then pulled it out, ready to give Shin Juseo a fight. He shouted, "How could a person like him dare to ramble so casually?" Before he had time to rush towards Shin Juseo, a powerful stream of energy erupted. Witnessing this scene, the extravagant executioner couldn't help but be surprised because he didn't understand where that energy came from. At that moment, Shin Juseo reached out his hand, pushing the glowing sword in his hand out in front of his eyes. It was obvious that the executioner was shaken. He thought to himself, "This guy, he didn't hit half-heartedly like last time, a blow that almost all those who were inclined to fight would die instantly." Shin Juseo spoke up, cutting off his thoughts. "This was the first time in the year I can fight one-on-one with the enemy, without worrying that anyone will witness it. A supporter, can't you do anything on your own? What you say, is not completely wrong. Just try it." Finishing his words, Shin Juseo immediately unleashed his first move, skill, Earth Net. A black car had just parked in the residential area where Shin Juseo and the executioner were fighting inside the black domain. The car door was quickly pushed out from the inside. The person who stepped down was the commander of Hyunmu's team, Woo Hyun. She rolled her eyes and looked everywhere and was extremely curious about what she was feeling in this residential area. She didn't see any traces or directions to a gate. "However, I can feel the unclean mana." The reason Hyun senses the unclean mana is because her hierarchy is holy. That hierarchy is considered to be upper intermediate, for the support position, and they often use normal mana as well as divine power. Divine power, which is considered to be the complete opposite of unclean mana, so this rank, may not be able to see the unclean mana, but can feel it. Hyun's assistant was quite panicked when she heard about the unclean mana. She asked, "Should we report this to the association?" The unclean mana appeared in the middle of the neighborhood like this. Hyun thought for a few seconds and then said, "Temporarily wait for the report." Saying that, Hyun immediately took out her staff, and said to the assistant as she walked, "Within 30 minutes, if I don't come back or contact you again, then you should report back to the association." Hyun's hand clenched the staff, and the light of power quickly lit up. Her whole body was covered with a powerful energy. The assistant lazily looked at Hyun's back and thought to herself, it looked like a transparent wall, but the guild commander sensed something. But soon after, the assistant gasped when she saw the scene in front of her. Hyun had found the exact location of the black domain gate, and she reached out to touch it and quickly walked through it. The assistant still couldn't believe what she had just seen. She just stood there with her eyes strained. Not only her appearance, but I also couldn't feel her presence anymore. "Please, I hope nothing happens." In contrast to the quiet scene outside, inside the black domain, the fiery battle between Shin Juseo and the executioner was taking place dramatically. The clash of the two swords sounded faintly, followed by the strength of both of them. The executioner seemed to be struggling to defend himself as the tip of Shin Juseo's sword rushed towards him. While responding to the attack, and trying to dodge at any time or at that time, he was the one who initiated it. If he was injured first, it would be like a joke. But inside he was constantly cursing Shin Juseo, "This damn bastard. All use trivial tricks, and even have no effect at all." Suddenly, he stared at the thing that was rushing at him from behind. Shin Juseo used the KM-38 mana grenade to attack the extravagant executioner, which is a weapon used by the military, for large monsters. Ordinary grenades had great destructive power, but now it was thrown by Shin Juseo himself, so the destructive power was multiplied many times, successfully forming an explosion. In this black realm, Shin Juseo did not hesitate to use his abilities to teach this guy a life lesson. The executioner's comrade was a priestess, who always stood on the roof of a house to watch the battle. Her lips pursed slightly, and she wondered, not knowing how talented he was, which could make the queen bow her head, but she was sure that he was an opponent who would bring her a lot of trouble in the future. The weapons he made didn't have any great functions, they were simply powerful, so he could only use his special power when he used it himself, so surely those weapons were created when he focused on resistance. In short, what surprised others was not those weapons at all, but the person who was using them. He didn't just throw out the weapons he created, because the speed and angle of power and tempo all reached such a level that even the experienced executioner had to struggle. Moreover, he also created a handgun, and knew how to use it in the right place at the right time. All of this proves that he is not just an excellent blacksmith. Through the use of his skills, it can be seen that they are all experiences drawn from actual combat with someone of the elder rank. A monster like this, who has been hidden for so long, after all, who is he really and where he came from? From the dust caused by the grenade, the executioner was still coughing incessantly. Seeing this, Shin Juseo spoke up, mana bullets are not too effective against monsters above C rank, but for humans, it is different, as the strength and stamina of the two subjects are a completely different story. Not to mention, if you're attacked from behind without defense, I really don't want to imagine it. It's not that I don't have experience with it. So, I mean you're going to surrender and let it end here, right? The executioner covered in bleeding wounds from Shin Juseo's words was so angry that he frowned and clenched his teeth together and scolded Shin Juseo for being a bastard. But Shin Juseo didn't want to joke with him for too long, he quickly ended the story. Okay, that's just asking you politely. As soon as Shin Juseo finished speaking, the executioner immediately looked up at the sky with a panicked expression and seemed to have begun to be frightened by Shin Juseo's performance just now. Above his head was a battle technique that Shin Juseo had just created with knives that carried powerful energy. Seeing the scene as if Shin Juseo's last move, the executioner momentarily stood there without knowing what to say. Shin Juseo wanted to end this quickly, so he put his strength into his hands. An extremely large source of power burst forth brightly in Shin Juseo's hand. Immediately, Shin Juseo threw it directly at the executioner. But as soon as he attacked, Shin Juseo immediately felt that something was wrong. From the rooftop, a person was preparing to land on the ground. Seeing that the situation seemed to be starting to be unfavorable, he was a supporter, and he would definitely not be able to sit still anymore. The arm that had been grown by drinking the executioner's multi-fanged creature, suddenly expanded to a large size, and he looked at the thing that was gradually growing. His expression could not hide the pain. His support appeared in time. She landed on the ground. There was no other way. I didn't want to. But since my comrades are in danger, I have to help. If I had known this was going to happen, would have gone to find out beforehand. Well, I must have been too greedy. Come on. Looking at the executioner's strange arm, Shin Juseo thought to himself, though, his right arm, which had been severed, why was it completely intact? This looked quite suspicious. But with this amount of unclean mana. Immediately followed by an attack by Shin Juseo. Their attack power doubled when the executioner had the help of his teammates, and now the situation seemed to be quite unfavorable for Shin Juseo. Shin Juseo realized that he was about to face a sizable attack made up of their many unclean mana, and there was a high possibility, with only the weapons available, that they would not be able to confront them. Not beyond Juseo's prediction, the unclean mana complex created a barrier in front of him. First of all, Juseo needed to prevent him from getting too close to him, and at the same time, he had to quickly think of a way to handle this situation, before he actually swallowed him. It will not be easy, because creating powerful weapons is not enough. Well, it's not that he doesn't have it. What else is he going to do? Just before the pastor had finished her thoughts about Shin Juseo, then, from her pants pocket, Juseo took out an item that she had never seen before. This is a gift I gave to congratulate you on signing a contract with the guild master. I heard that he was looking for useful items from the land of Arachne. A gift. That's right, this is Arachne's blood stone, the blood stone that contains Arachne's last tear. Remember, When using this item, he will have the same rank as the person who finished off Arachne within a minute, and his skills and activation level will be the same as the user. And when the time limit ended, that is, 10 minutes later, he would lose 99% of his current stamina. Shin Juseo never thought that he would use this thing again, not to mention, using this executioner, he didn't feel that it was worth it. If only dueling, Shin Juseo believed that he could save his life and step out of the black territory. However, the situation was different now. He has teammates, and if he doesn't make a decision before his physical strength wears out, he'll be in real trouble. Looking at the madman who was still raising his ghostly hand to attack him, Shin Juseo knew that he had to act decisively. At this moment, it is not the time to hesitate. Shin Juseo decides to use Arachne's blood stone. The executioner with a face full of wounds was attacked by the powerful energy from the activation of the blood stone, and he shouted with his mouth wide open. Activates Arachne's blood stone effect successfully. In the next minute, Shin Juseo's rank will be the same as Yoon Tae-hun's. At this moment, Shin Juseo suddenly understood something. So, a true warrior would feel like this. Okay, then let's start the second half, activate the explosive skill. Impossible, the executioner's comrades gasped in surprise when they saw that Shin Juseo was not injured and turned the situation around in the blink of an eye. From the flames blazing with fighting spirit, Shin Juseo gripped the sword in his hand. At that time, he was truly a warrior and would definitely fight hard. The item he had just swallowed, I couldn't guess what it was. It was an item of bloodstone that changed the player's hierarchy, and his current stamina and energy were probably only the temporary energy he gained from swallowing it. However, that weapon, how could I feel her mana from that weapon? He couldn't get that person's power. Why would an ordinary hunter use unclean mana? This guy, who was he after all? Of course, the priestess wouldn't be able to understand why an ordinary hunter like Shin Juseo would have that power and ability, let alone use unclean mana, because, after the conquest of the Death Spirit Land, even though Junseo didn't have any unclean mana left. However, the small amount of unclean mana in Arachne's blood stone that had burst out was what she saw, which was not obtained from Junseo's mana absorption skill at all. In other words, as soon as he swallowed the blood jelly, Shin Juseo activated the passive skill of absorbing mana. Collect 100 unclean mana, while his mana reserves are only 20, and the current mana is already 100. Once he had obtained the required amount of mana, Shin Juseo began to activate the dark weapon crafting skill. In order to do this, he had to consume 100 unclean mana, and Shin Juseo's purpose was to find a weapon suitable for the demon world to use in this battle. Soon after, the process of crafting the dark weapon was completed and the demon sword Fragarak was the item that Shin Juseo obtained. The executioner opened his eyes and looked. He didn't know what specifically had happened. But looking at Shin Juseo's sword and sparkling attack, he knew that he was about to heal a little less evil. Along with the demon sword Fragarak, Shin Juseo unleashes fatal sword paths. He must quickly finish off the opponent before time runs out. The increase in rank and also the hierarchy thanks to the swallowing of bloodstones helped Shin Juseo's attacks to be 10 times more destructive than they were at the beginning. Being hit, the executioner clenched his teeth in pain, and although he had anticipated it, he probably didn't expect Shin Juseo's attack power to be so terrible this time. Thinking about it for no avail, the executioner began to counterattack Shin Juseo. He used the energy generated from his giant arm to respond to Shin Juseo. His blade-like arm kept reaching out, rushing towards Shin Juseo. But very quickly, his expression showed that his counterattack seemed to have failed. Shin Juseo was not only unfazed by him, but was even preparing to go with the second attack. The moment he plunged down in front of him, an explosion erupted, illuminating the surrounding space. Shin Juseo is determined to take down this guy as soon as possible. For his part, although the executioner had begun to worry, but with the experience of a professional executioner, he still knew how to survive, at least to keep himself from more than just 1 or 2 blows that had fallen down like that. The pastor who had been watching the match felt that something was too strange. Even his rank had changed. Wait, what about the problem of skill and agility? He seemed to have been used to using a sword for a long time. This is completely unsuitable for a D-class supporter. The priestess' suspicions were perfectly justified, remembering that, while Arachne's bloodstone was an item that could help change the hierarchy, it could not increase the experience or proficiency of the person who swallowed it. In addition, Shin Juseo in his previous life was not in the melee class, so he should have no combat skills. However, that was the reason why the Fragarak demon sword could shine. compared to the Leviathan that Yoon Taehyun had used before, this sword was inferior in terms of destruction. However, unlike Leviathan, who specialized in fire power, Fragarak had the power of a demonic sword. At the same time, Shin Juseo himself noticed the change in his body. He felt like he was being caught up in something, although he was still completely awake and his senses were still working normally, but somehow Shin Juseo couldn't control his body as he wanted. Even if Shin Juseo had the thought of swinging the sword, it would be difficult to do so. In other words, this sword was controlling him. Based on what Shin Juseo felt, it could be seen that a demon sword could control the user with its own will. However, ironically, at this moment, the weapon is the most compatible with the user. This can be simply understood as, once the compatibility occurs, the demon sword will control the user to attack the person he really wants, only the difference is in the way he strikes, such as this fiery slash. The executioner couldn't guess what Shin Juseo would do next. He frowned and was extremely frustrated. It seemed that 10 minutes were about to pass, and the energy that Shin Juseo used was gradually depleted. He had to finish this quickly. Realizing Shin Juseo's intentions, the executioner began to turn around and want to run away like last time. Unexpectedly, when he had just turned his back, before he had time to run, the demon sword in Shin Juseo's hand rushed towards his back. Immediately afterwards, Shin Juseo focused on that attack, and the demon sword successfully slashed at the executioner's back. He screamed in pain and blood gushed out of his mouth. The echo of the attack just now was a scene of fire burning in the sky. The executioner fell face down to the ground, his back was slashed in a long and deep line, and now he was bleeding incessantly. Hey, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to escape from the door of death. Even when his opponent was injured, Shin Juseo still clenched the sword in his hand, but then, something began to change in his body. In other words, Shin Juseo knew that he was about to lose his position. 10 minutes were about to pass. The sword in his hand fell to the ground, time was running out, so even Shin Juseo's strength was no longer enough to hold on to it. 1 minute, there was only 1 minute left until the time of the bloodstone would run out, and Shin Juseo's physical strength was gradually depleted. He knelt on the ground, trying to prevent the executioner from seeing the weakness of his body. Although he was hit by one of Shin Juseo's swords, the executioner still tried to get up. He wanted to counterattack. Even though he was almost exhausted, Shin Juseo still tried to stay awake. He thought to himself, based on his condition, he would be able to inflict a fatal wound on him in one more slash. Thinking of doing it, Shin Juseo raised his hand to grab the sword on the ground and put all his remaining physical strength to finish off the madman in front of him. But at that moment, a golden light appeared. Shin Juseo was surprised, and he looked up. That light was not aimed at him, but rather helped him overpower the injured executioner. From the top of his head, the golden light that had just now suddenly became stronger. It covered his whole body, and the executioner shouted. That dazzling light made Shin Juseo have to block his face with his hands, and he vaguely guessed that this energy, yes, was holy power. Behind Shin Juseo, Woo Hyun, the leader of the Hyunmu Guild appeared, and the energy just now, which was not wrong, was the holy power created by her. Hyun raised her voice. It's Shin Juseo, right? Hearing someone call her name, Juseo immediately turned around. I have a lot of things I want to ask Shin Juseo, but it doesn't seem like the right time now, since your wound seems to be severe. Don't move, just stand still and wait. I'll make sure that we don't lose. While watching the executioner bound by the holy power, Hyun assured Shin Juseo. Feeling that his body suddenly couldn't move, the executioner momentarily lost his soul. He didn't understand why this was the case. At the same time, Shin Juseo also clearly felt the change in his body. In Hyun's ears, the Dafu man was constantly calling out to his teammates, "The pastor, that bastard, what kind of situation is this? Do you hear? Hurry up and do something, you stupid bastard." Not only did the pastor hear it, but she also witnessed everything that had happened just now, but she was helpless. Hyun had arrived. Well, there was no other choice. Bear it, say that, and immediately the pastor put the executioner's head into the guillotine. Both Shin Juseo and Woo Hyun were all surprised, thinking that she had come to rescue her teammates. But the extravagant executioner was the most surprised. It was obvious that he had called her to save her life. How the hell did she go to this extent? Without giving him any more time to think or curse himself, the pastor decisively lowered the guillotine, followed by the executioner's muffled scream. Juseo and Hyun didn't need to finish him off, they just watched as they dealt with each other on their own. The pastor had just dealt with her comrades, and then spoke up. Well, it was not very surprising. I had already predicted that this would happen, but I also thought that this pathetic person might suffer a little more. Unexpectedly, until the end, he was still so useless. But because I've gotten rid of the useless thing enough. Hyen pointed her weapon at the pastor and ordered, kneeling down and putting her hands on her head, "If you move." Not only did she not comply, but the pastor laughed and asked what you would do if I didn't kneel. Hyen was angry at her insolent provocation. She didn't reply, but directly pointed her weapon at her, creating a visual attack. "Wow, you're so scary, so this is divine power, if I can't dodge it, I'm already dead." The reason why the pastor dared to say such insolent words was because she had already created a barrier around her to protect herself. She continued, "It seems that I am lucky that I didn't hit your move." Hyen was quite surprised that the priest was able to dodge her attack. The divine power, how could it? So there was another character besides the executioner and that woman. "Okay, I'm here today, I'm just following the bastard standing next to me, but I'm not going to waste my energy on a battle that he doesn't command. See you next time, I'll come and dress up much more gorgeously," while saying that she made something with her feet. Immediately, a magic circle appeared. Hyen easily recognized that it was teleportation, which rats usually use to escape, and at the same time, beside her, someone collapsed. It had been 10 minutes, but Shin Juseo had been holding on until this moment before he fell. He frowned, his expression exuding fatigue when his current physical strength was only 1%. Looking at Shin Juseo fainting, Hyen didn't know what to say for a moment, so she waited for him to wake up and then had a nice conversation. After a coma, Shin Juseo finally woke up. In front of him was a ceiling with bright electric lights. Looking closely at the current scene, something is not quite right. Shin Juseo was lying on the sofa and immediately sat up. He looked around him. Looking at the room he was in, Shin Juseo thought to himself, "Where am I? I was moved here while I was unconscious. How long has it been? I feel like I'm the healthiest I've ever been, whereas before, I was so weak that I was bedridden for a week without being able to move my fingers, but now I feel completely refreshed. But strangely, my hands were tied. Who did this?" Just as Shin Juseo was still thinking about it, a female voice sounded that made him turn his head to look. "I don't know how he is doing. So I prepared as carefully as I could, but, if you are uncomfortable, just tell me," Hyen said as she walked in. Shin Juseo looked at her, and immediately replied, "I think that thanks to you, I'm completely fine. First of all, thank you for helping me and healing me. But why are you tying me up?" Hyen put the cup of coffee in her hand on the table. She also sat down and said seriously, "From now on, I want you to answer my question, answer as honestly as possible. Shin Juseo, why do you call those people? After that question, you can ask anything." Shin Juseo looked at the woman in front of him and silently assessed. She already knew her name. Well, okay. So today, Shin Juseo didn't need to know his name to be able to recognize who the person in front of him was. He clearly knew that Wu Hyen was an S-rank saint who was very popular with the public, not only among the hunters and the commander of the Hyunmu Guild. But that was also a problem, because in the memories from the past, the Hyunmu Guild was not one of the great guilds. But in the past, there was no such thing as the three great guilds. There was only a war between the two guilds, Overkill and Shinhwa. And there used to be a guild called Tai Lin, but instead of becoming an equal opponent, it is one step inferior to the Shinhwa and Overkill guilds, but the current Hyunmu Guild is very different. Even though it has to fight against Overkill and Shinhwa, it is still very worthy of the name of the three great guilds. The difference between this world and my memories was so great that I had to find out why the Hyunmu Guild was able to go so far and become so famous. The main reason was that this woman, noticing that Shin Juseo was still silent and contemplative without answering her, Hyen continued to ask, simply put, did he just return home from his mission? This woman, the best treatment support, so she has risen spectacularly from C rank to S rank. Thinking for a while, Shin Juseo decided to answer the second question. "Yes, I'm not on the same side as them, I was attacked while walking home. But in her previous life, not to mention the guild commander, she was just a normal B-level support. I don't know her, but we also met a few times when the guilds worked together. And according to what I remember, although she is not weak, she is a rather gentle girl, completely different from the current cold look." Hyen heard Shin Juseo answer like that, and crossed her arms to observe him. She silently assessed the sincerity of the other person's words. "I'm also not sure why her personality and abilities have changed so much, but this change is definitely beneficial for Wu Hyen. That is, I have reason to doubt her, allied with heroic hunters, but she rescued herself and put them on their heads. Then let me ask you one more question, why are you familiar with that executioner? It's not a question I can't answer, but before I answer, I want, Miss Hine to answer my question first, okay? It seems that you know that executioner better than I do, looking at the way you didn't report me to the association and tied me up here and interrogated me, it seemed that you were going to find him yourself, right? Why did you do that? Hine heard Shin Jusio ask her the opposite, smiled slightly and said, you're interrogating me, oh ho, while I just saved Shin Jusio's life. Shin Jusio raised his bound hands and said, ask me, you see, I'm not that stupid either, I can't use magic right now because I'm tied up like this, I don't know when you're going to kill me, and yet I'm interrogating you. Hine immediately reacted uncomfortably when she heard that, hey, I made it clear to you that I didn't intend to kill like you said. Contrary to Hine's annoyance, Shin Jusio calmly replied, I can't believe what you said. It's true that you're sparing my life now and fighting that executioner, but that's not enough for me to tell you all I know. I mean, you've seen it with your own eyes, right? Maybe the ruthless murderer killed his comrades, I feel that things aren't going well. And you fought him back to rescue me in order to save me, or maybe all of this was arranged in the first place to leave the executioner alone, so that you could get information from me. Somehow, she was able to pass through that barrier created by the executioner, while they said, no one could pass through that barrier. If you really knew about the executioner, then you would know that my suspicion was not simply paranoia. If you didn't want a superficial answer, then, now, prove to me, you have nothing to do with what I just said. Wu Haiyan was told such a thing by Shin Jusio, but she didn't know how to say it for a while. From a healer, now she was suspected of being an accomplice to the executioner and the priestess. Haiyan smiled bitterly, oh my god, you said I was the same person as those people, it sounds very uncomfortable, but it's okay, I'll tell you about myself first. I have a younger brother, her name is Wu Jiyon, unlike me, she is very talented. Wu Jiyon is, Shin Jusio heard that person's name whispered and remembered. Unless someone has the same name, wait, that's for sure, Wu Jiyon of Lianhua, in her previous life she was one of the players called heroes, so she was Wu Haiyan's younger brother. Countless guilds wanted to get her talent and recruit her, but it rejected all of them. Definitely because of me, I was a burden to him, because he always wanted to be near me. One day 2 years ago, Jiyon excitedly returned home with a piece of paper in his hand. If all goes well, we'll be able to set up our own guild, she said we're lucky and pushed out a piece of paper for me. That paper is the gate auction. It was a trap that took the lives of many people. The information on that paper clearly stated, B743, Taepyeong Avenue, Sejong District, Gyeonggi Province, South Korea. The gate bears the code, 56728098762. This was like Shin Jusio's inverted scales, so he immediately spoke up, that bidding was definitely fake, that gate was definitely an unknown gate. Haiyan frowned a little when she heard that. How did he know about it? He was right, it was an unknown gate and even a very risky gate. Even so, if it was simply an ordinary dungeon, then she would have been able to get out. Speaking of which, Haiyan involuntarily lowered her voice. But when the whole situation turned messed up, Haiyan slowly reminisced about the past. Oh my god, why do you have to make each other so tired? I don't know. The executioner appeared with the sword still dripping with blood. He said in a mocking voice, at least you have to be loyal to the members who left before you can't decide that. Nervous bastard, go on, do it if you can, do what you think. I'll let a bastard like you do whatever you want, Jiyon snarled at him. Look, it looks like you're brave too. Finishing his words, he clenched the bloody sword in his hand. Jiyon was also willing to rush forward to fight him. But unexpectedly, the person the executioner wanted to attack first was not Wu Jiyon, but her sister who was standing behind, Wu Haiyan. He laughed and said, get rid of the mustaches and let's get started. Along with that sentence, Wu Haiyan was knocked back. She begged herself to catch the unexpected attack from the damn executioner. And that was the last time. Haiyan saw that her sister was still alive. Jiyon saw that her sister was beaten and was about to fall down the mountain and hurriedly stretched out her hand to help her. And then, below the mountain, somehow, Wu Haiyan coughed up blood and suddenly survived. In the deserted forest, Haiyan called out her sister Jiyon's name. She looked for her sister everywhere. And from a distance, she saw someone lying motionless. On a piece of land surrounded by trees, the sunset shone on the body lying there. Wu Haiyan quickly rushed to the person lying there, because she realized that it was Jiyon. When she arrived, Haiyan sat down on her knees. She supported Jiyon's head, grabbed her sister's hand, and blood flowed from her mouth. Hyen sobbed in pain, tears flowing down one after another. And after that time, I did everything I could to get stronger. I have been frantically cultivating my abilities, I have joined the Hyunmu Guild, and I have been striving day and night to rise to this position. At that time, my power was too pathetic, but then on the brink of death, something awakened inside me. The reason I survived after being pushed off the rock was because of the skill that had awakened in me. Whether it was a wound or a death, it wasn't long before the healing skill pulled me back. It gave me unimaginable status and wealth, but it didn't give me what I had always wanted. The executioner who killed my sister and the identity of the organization that backed him, must have been behind it all. Hearing this, Shin Juseo began to feel sympathy for Wu Hyen. He thought to himself, it turns out, she is too. Just like me at that time, I couldn't do anything, I could only stand and watch my comrades sacrifice one after another. Thinking back to the doubts I had for Hyen just now, Shin Juseo felt guilty in his heart for a moment, and asked her, after she said that, it didn't seem like it was the right thing to do, so Shin Juseo didn't say anything more, but just replied, I understand. Okay, now it's my turn to answer your questions just now. It's over, this is all that happened to me and also what I know. Once again thank you for saving my life, and also apologize for being ungrateful to you for expressing your doubts and questioning her, saying Shin Juseo while holding out his hand in front of Hyen. She quickly grabbed his hand and said, no, after hearing what you said, if I were you, I would be just as vigilant, and I know it's a bit urgent to do so. But brother Juseo, why don't you join our guild? Of course we are also in a fair position with each other, so I think, we can become comrades who can easily work together. Just when Shin Juseo was still confused about how to answer Hyen, suddenly, a man shouted, no, you can't let that happen at all costs. Hyen and Juseo remained in the same state of shaking hands, simultaneously turning their faces to look at the man who had just shouted with surprised eyes. The three of them just stood there looking at each other after the fierce protest of the guy in the suit. He stood there, breathing heavily. Shin Juseo looked at the person who was still breathing heavily. Why did a human suddenly come from there? As he breathed, the guy called Hyen, sister. I don't know exactly what this situation is, but you can't do it, Hyen replied. I never thought you could run here, you're really serious. Seeing that Shin Juseo looked dazed, Hyen explained, Yoon Tae-hyun and I are coaching the alumni center, we were assigned to the same group, so I received a lot of help from him. And in 1 year there are 4 classes where new awakens join the training center, where they will learn the basics of using their skills to control mana and the rules, which all false awakens must know. We didn't see each other much before at the centers, but after I joined Hyunmu, we met in many places, and the Overkill Association and Hyunmu have always had a long-term cooperative relationship. The executioner said that he had been seen in the previous disaster and since then, he has always targeted Shin Juseo, because he is the only survivor. While investigating the whereabouts of the other survivors, Moon Dojin as well as you, I learned that the Overkill Guild had targeted you. As she spoke, Hyen showed Shin Juseo her phone. She texted Yoon Tae-hyun, do you know about Shin Juseo, can you share information about him? But Yoon Tae-hyun said, I've never heard of him. I was a little surprised to hear that. Usually, oh no, this is the first time Tae-hyun has lied. He must have found it quite interesting, so that's why I took the initiative to contact him. If Tae-hyun's side had been spying, oh no, to be precise, to follow his every move, then I would have done it my way. So, after bringing Shin Juseo here, I sent a message to Tae-hyun. I picked up Shin Juseo and I will take him to his office, so, come tomorrow, Tae-hyun. Hearing Hyen say that, Tae-hyun touched his forehead and complained, it seems that there has been a serious misunderstanding. I don't follow Shin Juseo. More importantly, please explain this situation to me, why Shin Juseo is here at this time. Hyen didn't hesitate to get straight to the point. Does Tae-hyun remember the conspiracy I mentioned earlier, which I told you and Kim Yi-hyuk some time ago? At that time, I gave you a summary of information and requests for your cooperation. A certain force is targeting hunters for many purposes, and we have to investigate them by mobilizing all 3 guilds. Remember, that's the main thing I said. But neither of you believed me. I understand why Kim Yi-hyuk did it, but even Tae-hyun said, I think we need more evidence. Hearing this, Shin Juseo began to gradually understand the problem. Yoon Tae-hyun and Kim Yi-hyuk. So, the information has been shared with all the presidents of the 3 major associations. Hyen continued to speak, but after thinking about it, I think it is reasonable for him to need more information, and that's why I called him here. That certain force attacked Shin Juseo here, so I intervened and hindered them, so the fact that Shin Juseo is here is to support and prove what I said. Hearing Hyen say that, Taehyun immediately looked at Shin Juseo and asked, Mr. Shin Juseo, is what she said true? Shin Juseo didn't hesitate to answer immediately, yes, it was true. These men had attacked me in the dungeon before, and the attacker had come to find me, along with his colleagues tonight. Dungeon first, if that ever happened, then why didn't you tell me? Shin Juseo hadn't answered Taehyun, then a voice asked the opposite, I don't know why, so why did you ask? And it was none other than Hyen. She continued, I'm used to you and I told you that I experienced it myself, but what about you? You still react like this kind of thing is unbelievable. Hey, now let's put aside the fact that you won't believe him, you must know that he could have almost been marked by the association or treated like a madman, so the risk must have been too great for Shin Juseo, and it's not necessarily that the two people have a relationship close enough to be able to talk freely, let alone trust each other. After all, I know that you have been in contact with him regularly lately, but today, seeing how you haven't been able to lure him into your guild, I think it's obvious that, being exposed by Hyen, Taehyun stiffened his throat for a moment, unable to say a word of kindness. That's it, I'd like to hear your feedback on the previous day's proposal. What do you think about joining my association? A scouting offer, not simply a cooperation. Within 2 years, Hyen has investigated countless missing cases that she has assessed to have been completed by the executioner's team. Sometime after I started investigating, I realized a rule that was quite simple and also quite obvious. In the case of the Overkill and Shinhwa guilds and a few other guilds that met the conditions, not to mention the missing persons, there were no fault ratings, or any accidents about the unknown gate. Hearing this, Shin Juseo immediately made his judgment. According to the conditions, I don't think it's simply the size of the association, even the people who have influence on the organization of the association, I'm sure they will be interested in the size of the associations. Hyen immediately replied, so it must be related to the density of the guilds. Yes, it is the density of the guilds. In the case of societies that simply have a large number of people, mysteriously missing persons, there will be a higher percentage in the congregation, compared to those who are not part of the congregation. When missing people appeared, they would often cover up for the sake of the society's honor, so they were easy targets for them to target. However, apart from those cases, there were no goals. Shin Juseo wondered and asked Hyen, exactly. Societies that do not have missing persons possess a healthy organizational power with a president who ranks high among the hunters of the center. Places with healthy organizational power, which have created a strong bond between them and where they have meticulously cared for each other, places like this will not overcome the mysterious disappearances of the members of the society. Even though I often follow them, probably because I operate under the symbol of Hyunmu, but I get the feeling that they are avoiding me. Even Kim Hyuk, his personality as you know, he will definitely take good care of his people, which is why he can lead the Shinhwa society. And anyway, I can be sure of one thing, they are avoiding the merger. Of course I doubt that they will continue like that forever, as if it were the last thing on the list, but only then I suppose you can have a temporary security guarantee. I agree with what you said, Nunim, Taehyun replied to Hyen. However, even with what she just said, it didn't need to be Hyunmu to be able to do it. When it comes to combat power, Overkill is still on a level with Hyunmu, and to make Shin Juseo safe, it would be much more reasonable to go with Overkill. Hyen heard that and immediately retorted, our fighting power, forget it, but, you really don't look like yourself Yoon Taehyun, I can see your conceit a little. And is it weaker already, because Shin Juseo didn't tell him about the executioner? Hearing the executioner, Yoon Taehyun, what, the sword, the executioner? Yeah, for example, if Shin Juseo joins your guild, how do you plan to explain to the guild members with his fighting power, as a supporter of other guilds that I really want to have? For me, I always want to recruit him into the guild. In my guild, he can promote his strength. Saying that, Hyen turned her head and said to Shin Juseo, and of course, this is my thought, it's not a simple thing that I can make an impulsive decision. Shin Juseo replied, now I understand, thank you for Hyen's invitation to recruit. But what I want to make clear is that I still have no intention of joining any society. Why? Hyen asked immediately, since you think I'll limit your behavior, I'm just saying, your official contact will be Hyunmu. Think about it. In exchange for your own safety when you belong to our guild, you will be as safe as I have just explained, at least during this sensitive time. Not so, I mean, in exchange for safety, for me, at the moment, is unnecessary. I'm just afraid that by then more people will be targeted. You've already told yourself, Hyen, that it's simply an uncertain guarantee, which means that Hyunmoo can guarantee my safety, but it doesn't mean that they're going to stop them from targeting me. When they can't target me, there will be other temporary targets and there will definitely be someone killed in their place for me, and I myself don't want that to happen. It may just be a distraction on their part. Besides, what do you think about letting me be the center and then attracting them? With that, at least they will focus on me, and from there, the others will be a little safer as well. Taehyun reacted quite harshly to what Shin Juseo had just said. He meant that you would take the risk on behalf of others. Well, you can think of me as a bait for you to catch them. Even with the ability of the Hyunmoo Guild, they couldn't catch a single tail of these bastards in 2 years, and we are currently lacking the evidence to expect cooperation from the Hunter Guild. But when we let me be a decoy, we can at least guess their next move. You two are right. If there were another attack like tonight, we might catch them, and worse, we would still be able to gather evidence, which would cause the society to move and make a decision about their existence for the world. But let him suffer like that alone, I'm afraid. Shin Juseo looked Woo Hyun in the eye. He asked, "What is Miss Hyun saying? Even if I have told you so much, is it possible that the two of you, as the two presidents of one of the 3 largest associations in the country, would refuse the invitation to cooperate and sit still and watch me plunge into danger? The fact is, we don't know in advance when they'll come, but with all we've just said to each other, I'm confident that the two of you will run as soon as I make contact." Hyun looked at Shin Juseo. She thought to herself, he was talking about it, as if he was implying that, even if he agreed to cooperate, Shin Juseo would always be the one who took the initiative and took the lead. I don't know how Taehyun is, but he must know that he can't refuse. At the same time, in another place, where high-rise buildings began to light up. Inside the building, there was a figure of someone standing looking out of the glass door. "Chairman," that person's call rang out. "I came to report on the executioner's work," and the pastor led the executioner, who had lost his head under the guillotine. "He's exhausted by that artifact." "No, even though the creator's abilities were greater than I thought," Woo Hyun intervened, "and after the executioner battle, it became unusable. And importantly, because I had judged that there would be a danger of leaking information from him, I arbitrarily destroyed him without permission. But as soon as I had destroyed him, I began to reflect on the usual uncooperativeness and impulsiveness in him, and I thought that it would be better if he was groomed and that it would be more reasonable for me to use people like him." "I see. Okay, if that's your assessment, prove to me that you're right." The pastor with the president's permission smiled and replied, "Yes, obey your orders. I will entrust you with a concealer, and it is your duty to use him to fill the void left by the executioner." The pastor replied hurriedly, "No, I can do it alone. It's not that I can't believe in your abilities, but because hunting is such an important task, so I want it to be done well without any mistakes. I trust and demand this from you." With just those words, the pastor immediately felt that her responsibility was very great. The president was asking for this from her, so she immediately raised her hand to perform the ceremony. "Yes, I will do my best." But except for the interference from Woo Hyun of the Hyunmoo Guild, did that artifact have any special abilities? "From what I know, the executioner is only actively approaching targets that he finds interesting." "Well, Chairman, I'm sure that the information I got from the association is inaccurate. He's not an ordinary artifact. Because the quality and realization ability of his weapon were at least grade A. And with that, he was able to overwhelm the executioner in battle quite well." "So you mean that, considering the fundamental difference between the support profession and the gladiator, he is at least 2 ranks above the executioner in both experience and combatability?" The pastor replied without hesitation, "Yes," and so on. Although that match took place quite quickly, but he used unclean mana. And worth mentioning, the way he used it was very different from the filthy mana usage I had ever known. Hearing this, the person who had been reported by the venerable pastor immediately walked in front of her. His voice seemed to be stiff. He said, "Once again, bring everything that has happened, from beginning to end, to tell me, not to omit even the smallest detail, immediately." A few days after the previous conversation, today there was a character who was scheduled to go to Overkill's headquarters to meet the president, and as soon as he arrived, Junseo's phone rang. "Allo, that's right, Junseo, I'm at the door. I'm coming a little earlier just in case. I also have a lunch date with the president of the Yoon Taehyun. He said that it was the most free time, so it was okay to eat and interview." Junseo then told the other friend to order as expensive as possible, because the president of the Overkill Guild is not a person who likes to eat cheap food. "Expensive food? It's not that I don't like it, but I'm afraid that I was shaking so much that I couldn't eat anything. I knew I hadn't officially joined because I was just cooperating with them to fight those bastards, but with one of the 3 great guilds, I was forced to worry about their name and reputation. Hearing that his friend seemed to be inferior, Junseo hurriedly comforted him. It was okay, with his ability, there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, don't be afraid to contact me if any problems arise. The conversation ended. Junseo held the phone in his hand and thought about many things. Moon Dojin will be safe with this now. I don't know what he will think, but he is talented enough, so if he joins one of the 3 great guilds, it won't be surprising. Moreover, that person still had a lot of room to improve. He was like an unpolished gem. Although he was not personally instructed by Yoon Taehyun, there were still many talents who could be teachers in the Overkill Guild. Compared to when he acted alone, this would be useful for enhancing his skills. I don't know what they want, but now I'm going to be a bait until they make a move. Junseo takes a sip of coffee and thinks about a few days ago. During his conversation with Woo Hyun, he had some controversy about his role in the group. What are you saying? What are you doing? As I said, just like before, I will continue to act like a regular assistant, as if I hadn't told you my true strength. Both the chairman and she shared the same worries, since Junseo and another person had disappeared at the same time, so they would think that he was related to the guild. On the contrary, he thought that what would those bastards do if there was a possibility that we had nothing to do with each other, which made Woo Hyun stunned. Since my abilities have been exposed, it has also become the biggest unknown to those bastards, in the rare event that if I am not related to the guild, they will want to find all kinds of ways to destroy me. Moreover, if the next few weeks or months pass without hearing from me and you, they will definitely try to examine me by following me, and once they are sure that I am completely alone, they will show their faces immediately. What should I do then? It's okay, I'll handle it myself. They're used to hiding, and in the end, they won't let go of their doubts. At first they will want everyone to reveal themselves, and if they don't show up at the last minute, they will be relaxed and go outside fully equipped with energy. And that's when she should show up. I just follow you. This idea seems reasonable and the best way to deal with it. Woo Hyun handed Junseo a locked box and said, instead, you should take this thing, you have to prepare a little. She knew that the boy had something to hide now, but that's it. As long as she gets revenge on Jiyeon, she will defiance. Returning to the cafe scene, Junseo thinks that he hasn't told Woo Hyun about his memories from his past life. He still hasn't put them together properly. I don't know how much she trusts me, but I just happened to find a pretty specific career, and became a target after appearing on their radar because of Taehyun's concern. She was a good ally, but now that she knew that was enough, today Junseo had an appointment with an old ally named Han Ji-ah, and she finally came. Hello Junseo, I'm here. She's so gentle in that soft dress. Hello Han Ji-ah. Just seeing her again, he seemed surprised because she wore glasses before, and outside the dungeon, her demeanor was really different from the last time we met. Han Ji-ah, the future is a prodigy. Last time he wiped out the dungeon with me. After helping her awaken her skills, she and I became close enough to be in constant contact. The only person who took the initiative to contact or ask others was still her, but even if she didn't keep in touch, it wasn't difficult to find out how she was now. Because last time after awakening her skills, Han Ji-ah started to make herself stand out. Instead of falling into a passive position like before, now she is almost risking her life. Participating in dungeon demolition activities everywhere, even though there are so many activities, she still sweeps the prison continuously without getting tired. In just a short period of time, the good reputation spread far about her skills and buoyancy, so she was reborn as a promising rookie. I read many of her new articles ranking the best ranged hitters was amazing, and the girl was a little embarrassed to hear that, because she didn't think the strange press flattered her like that. You read it? Well, I somehow got an interview request from that newspaper, so I accepted it, but I didn't know that it gave me such a great honor, thanks to the eldest brother Junseo. Even if it wasn't for me, it would still happen, but was he there with you? Junseo was talking about someone, when suddenly a boy walked in with a look that couldn't be more crouched. He lowered his face, clenched his hands, and trembled as if he was about to be eaten by someone. Ji-ah spoke up, well, I forgot to introduce it, this is Kwon Sion, a C-rank human slayer. It turns out that this is a human exterminator cooperating with her. Junseo had given Han Ji-ah some advice before. Several advantages related to her rank and abilities, who have the ability to attack at ranges instead of just attacking at close range. If that is possible, then they will be able to play solo without a team member. But to play solo, it will take more experience to be able to choose a safe place to fight, and also be agile to escape. But for her, a hunter who is still apprentice, that is not the hunting method I recommend. She needs a member who can participate in melee combat, and instead of resisting, it would be better to choose someone who has the ability to be flexible when fighting. Someone who can immediately attract monsters, definitely protect the safety of the main force. Those people will be better than a person who takes a blow and only knows how to stand still. If they practice hard and coordinate rhythmically, after a period of time, they can attack without worrying about the safety of their teammates. In this role, Moon Dojin is blameless, and I also intend to introduce the two of them together, but when it comes to him, I also have to mention safety, so I don't dare to rush yet. Well, it's nice to meet you, I'm Shin Junseo. It's a pleasure to meet you, I'm Kwon Sayan. The boy approached to shake Junseo's hand and seemed to be trembling, his palms pale and sweaty. This guy is afraid of socializing, his charisma doesn't have any confidence. So the three of them started talking, and the girl said that after seeing that his advice was useful, she began to use the palace according to his suggestion. I had to adapt to everything from pulling the bow to aiming, but, luckily, after using it a few more times, I got used to it. Besides, at first, I was worried that no one would dare to cooperate with me for the two of us, but Sayan was just in need of someone who could fight at a long range, so the two of us cooperated. His teamwork skills weren't very good, but he was still improving day by day, wasn't Sayan. The other friend still bowed his head, stammered in reply, stared at him, and grabbed his coffee cup as if it was the only thing he could hold on to at the moment. After talking all day, he didn't even dare to look others in the eyes. This was even worse than Han Ji-ah in the past, confident and unmarkable. Junseo then talked about the main issue, the reason for today's meeting. What was the fact that she wanted to meet me to ask for help? Yes, at first, it was true that I would ask you first, but in fact, I want to officially hire you, not really something that I can ask for out of my mouth. Because I'm thinking about joining the guild. Actually, I haven't decided where I want to go yet, but right now I'm thinking about getting a certificate report from Infinite Heaven Island. Wutian Island, just like its name, are large and small islands floating in the endless sky, although they have been successfully occupied by hunters, but this is a special case when the gate is not closed and is still intact. Even if every monster in the dungeon has been defeated, there are still monsters that appear from one-way gates on each island. The South Korean government and the Hunters Association are both very concerned about this dungeon, and they have finally come up with a practical solution. That is, instead of trying to close the gate, they will build a center with several layers of security. Created to be a licensing organization that can evaluate the capabilities of hunters under the management of the association. Actually, because it is a competency test, it will still be more correct and authentic to do it yourself, but there is also a limit to team members. A ranged hitter, a close-range fighter, and a support person to have 3 people in a team. This is the minimum number of people to qualify for the Infinite Heaven Island, so I hope you can take that position, Junseo. Han Ji-ah was very sincere. In fact, this was really desirable, as Moon Dojin had a lot of opportunities to learn just by joining the guild. But the reason I didn't mention any guilds in front of her was because of my memories from my previous life. In my previous life, this girl was a solo player even after she woke up as a player. In my memory, she was quite friendly and relaxed, a confident hunter, but other than that, her personality was not suited to working together. But that Han Ji-ah is trying to join the guild. Can I see that the way has changed, even though she is still almost the same as Han Ji-ah that I remember, Junseo is pondering. The girl thought it wasn't okay for him, so she didn't mind if he refused. No, because I was just thinking about something else. Junseo finally agreed. Okay, getting an endorsement certificate is also useful for me, so a group has been formed. A few days later, the 3 of them went to the registration center to participate in the space portal on the heavenly island Infinity. A girl introduced the information to the players who were held the box. Before entering, I will explain a few more rules to everyone to grasp. The bracelet on my wrist and everyone else contains mana, and it is a ticket to enter Infinite Island as well as a safety device for everyone. This girl is Yujun, the security of Infinite Island. Only when you enter while carrying this bracelet with me can you be taken to the right island where everyone will take the exam, and you must keep the ring on your body after you enter so that you can receive my protection in case of emergency. I'm retired, but I have the same experience as an A-class supporter. I have specific skills like shielding and rescue, so if there is an emergency on Infinite Island, I will be able to shield you without a problem. These things need your coordination and communication. If there is a problem during the exam or if you feel that you cannot complete the exam, please let me know immediately. After listening to the instructions, everyone was ready for the exam and followed the Infinite Security Island to go inside. However, his friend Sayan was still trembling and his hands gripped his sword tightly, his head still bowed, showing a great lack of confidence for the battle that was about to begin. Juncio turned his head to look and thought, even though he had accompanied Han Ji a few times, he could tell from the outside that he was indeed a newcomer. Besides, that sword had a shape that I had never seen before. This was a specialized sword designed to stab the target judging by his appearance, but with this appearance and expression of his, I was too uneasy. Come on, let's go in now. The space portal was opened, and a red mana portal rotated. It takes us to Infinite Island District 12. Ms. Yujun walked in first and said that in 5 minutes, the first wave of monsters would come. Each wave will have a certain number and type of monsters appear, and the difficulty will increase with each completed wave. You must defeat all the monsters that appear in each round to pass the round, and the number of completed waves will be immediately updated in the guild's database. Han Ji was a little nervous, so how many episodes are there at most? Ms. Yujun pointed inside and said, as far as I know, there were exactly 100 raids, but that was the time when this place was still a dungeon, and it was the result of the hunters using all their skills to fight. As for today's test, the maximum at this time is 73 rounds, and the team that holds the biggest achievement so far is the 3-person team consisting of the president of the Overkill Association, Yoon Taehyun, the president of the Hyunmoo Association, Ms. Woo Hyun, and the member of the Overkill Association, Sung Jae-hee. Heavenly Island District 12 is not a heartbreaking test, even if you think about the fact that Mr. Yoon Taehyun can't perform his best because of his weapons. Who would believe that the most balanced team in this country can only fight the 73rd wave of the Tide of Monsters? This must be more difficult than I thought. At this time, Ms. Yujun was about to leave in the mana stream. She said, I will stand in one place to supervise everyone until the end. If I think that people can no longer continue the test, or if everyone gives up, I will immediately intervene. And 3, 2, 1, the first wave of monster tides opened the exam. A swarm of red monsters spilled out. The 3 players were ready for their positions, and Han Ji was about to raise the first arrow. The first batch consisted of 30 gremlin monsters. Gremlin, with Han Ji's ability, this place wasn't even enough to warm her hands, but why did I feel something burning behind my back? Juncio turned around and saw that both the person and the sword in the timid boy Cyan's hand were bright red. What was this bloodthirsty aura, almost equal to a monster? He rushed quickly and that sword could pierce through these monsters in an instant. A sword bathed in blood. And he was like a mighty god of war when he had already fought the 3rd wave alone. This terrible thirst for blood, it seems that I have felt it. Juncio remembers the previous time, when one day, the players woke up randomly, among the players raiding the dungeon and only hunting monsters. There is a mysterious guild that specializes in hunting illusory guild players. They are a crazed murder organization that is extremely secretive, and no one knows who their owner is, or what their purpose is. They survive for long periods of time and hunt down underdogs. I've even met them a few times when players have realized the end of the world is coming, and they join forces to create a grand alliance. I'm curious why you did that. At that time, he went crazy and swore in my face, his mother, it turned out that you got the task. The hidden mission is to hunt down other players. I rushed in and grabbed him by the neck and shouted, how big is it that you guys go around slaughtering other people, bastard? But he laughed like a madman. After that, I wish you good luck living to the end of your life. And at that moment, a notice appeared in his eyes that the mission to hunt the player had failed. If the hidden mission fails, you will receive a penalty for failing to perform the task. He exploded in front of my eyes, blood splattering. The feeling of witnessing that moment was extremely disgusting. This time, I must find out the truth. While he was busy thinking about it, it seemed that his comrade had been fighting non-stop all this time. Han Ji was also quite proud to say that. He must have been a little surprised, his fighting style was a little special. At this time, it was the 5th attack, 10 null monsters, but didn't she say that the 2 of them were on the same team, the 5th attack, and only he fought? Han Ji sighed, it was because of Cyan's occupational ability, because he was a warrior, so when he fought, his temperament changed a little compared to normal. He didn't like me interfering, so I just had to wait. Juncio wondered, what kind of warrior profession? Looking at him, I thought his profession was an Italian murderer. The fast movements and stabbing-focused attacks are different from most ordinary fighters. Like a kind of violent murderer. He ignored the attacks on the blind spot, but only focused on attacking, so he was caught by one of the last monsters and attacked from behind. Fortunately at this time, Han Ji was able to raise his bow to destroy the monster, but it seemed that Cyan was not very comfortable because of this support from his teammates. Junseo thought that he was definitely better suited to a one-on-one match than a team match with a bunch of monsters like this. Han Ji-ah squinted and smiled and also agreed with Junseo's assessment. Even so, he didn't look as shy as he originally looked. The discomfort shown when the arrow hit the monster made him cold, as if he wanted to rush into a solo fight with Han Ji-ah because of the sin of daring to intervene in the middle. After a while, Cyan bowed his head and apologized to us, but my attitude earlier, I'm sorry, because my rank is still low, so I'm not very good at managing my emotions. I'm quite sensitive when someone intervenes during a fight. Han Ji-ah is used to this, she added, so after the 5th attack, the whole team will have about 30 seconds, so I'll explain a little. You see, Cyan's fighting style is quite weak when facing attacks targeting blind spots. So we always hunted the way I would go as far as I could to deal with the monsters he missed, or the ones that targeted his blind spots. So what can I do to help the two of you? The girl told me to use the skill you used when summoning that weapon. It sounds quite reasonable, but I can't use it for a long time. It's okay, you just need to observe Cyan and use it when the situation is critical. Okay, then let's have fun cooperating, let's move forward. Oh my god, she looks strangely excited. A few seconds later, the 6th wave of attacks began, this time with 20 wolves. In the 7th attack, 7 lizards. The 8th attack, 24 skeletons. The 9th attack, 13 orcs. And it was still the same situation from the beginning of the exam. It was still the boy Cyan who confronted the monsters alone. He slashed and killed frantically. The more he fought, the bolder he became. Until Junseo used his skills to assist in destroying a monster from behind, Cyan fell into a state of uneasiness because he was watched halfway through, and he was very annoyed. So it's been 9 waves of monsters. Han Ji-ah is still full of energy. She's very excited. I've reached the 10th wave. This time I guess it's going to be a transcendent monster. Junseo wasn't very good, because the move just now had consumed more stamina than he thought. I was already lacking mana, but if I didn't distribute it properly between attacks, I would soon reach the limit. Pause for a few seconds to observe the situation. Junseo noticed that Gunner Han Ji-ah was okay at this time, but Cyan was quite tired from having to deal with the attacks alone. He was kneeling on the ground and breathing heavily. They really lacked proficiency and experience. This was definitely not a good team, and the distribution of combat power was unbalanced. Suddenly the monsters spilled out again, and they came again. In the 10th attack, 2 supermuscular giant troll monsters. Everyone was surprised why there were only 2 trolls. There must be something wrong here. After each level, of course, the difficulty increased, but this time, those 2 monsters were not very difficult to deal with. As long as Han Ji-ah shoots the arrow in their head, I can take down the trolls. They will die instantly and have no chance to regenerate their bodies if they are shot in the head. The question is whether Cyan can lure both of them. This situation seems a bit tense. Since he had lost a lot of strength, when facing a giant troll, just one punch from the monster could make him so stunned that he couldn't get up. He only had a way to dodge the blow as quickly as possible. Of course, he couldn't withstand their attacks and had to dodge the blows, but like this, Han Ji-ah would have a hard time hitting. Cyan is in danger. I need to distract at least one of them for the time being. While saying that, the girl raised her bow to aim at the monster. Junseo stopped but couldn't catch up. Because she was in such a hurry, her arrow did not aim accurately at the troll's head, but flew to the left. Han Ji-ah thought she had shot accurately, but now it wasn't good. Her arrow flew through the monster's arm. Did I miss the shot? Oh my god, you have to calculate, you idiot. By the time Junseo makes a move, I'll prolong the time. The trolls can regenerate limbs, so next time you aim at their heads accurately. Okay, I'll do it. Han Ji-ah is starting to feel more nervous. After speaking, Junseo started using the crafting skill. I needed to save mana, so I had to create the most effective weapon. Networking skills are covered. I threw over here. A troll was tied tightly in the mana net. The more it struggled, the tighter the net tightened. At that time, Cyan didn't know where to stab the monster because he heard that it could regenerate its body except for the head, but this troll was too tall for him to jump up and slash at its head. Now aim at his head, Han Ji-ah. Okay. While she was aiming, something went wrong. The other troll, he's galloping towards us, runs away. Damn, the troll monster should only have normal instincts and no intellect. How can it run to help its teammates? This difficulty is weird. Do we need to kill him? Hurry up, he's coming. Junseo was confused when she didn't know what to do to overcome the monster, but fortunately, Ms. Yu-jun rushed out in time to relieve the team. Her move can temporarily seal monsters for a certain period of time. The other monster was also tied up in her mana net. She hurriedly said that if you leave it to me, I will move everyone to the waiting hall and evacuate quickly. These monsters shouldn't have appeared in the 10th attack. There was something very strange in all the gates on the Endless Sky Island this morning. I just received an urgent notice, a gate outside the building has opened, monsters are rushing in, from now on this place is considered a bug-rank dungeon. When I heard it, the whole team panicked. What, the Endless Heaven Island has become a bug-rank dungeon? But I didn't see mana being contaminated. Han Ji-ah suddenly remembered that I still have a member trapped inside. Wait, one of my team members is there, we have to save Cyan again. Not in time, I'll save him, the two of you go first, just said. Miss Yu-jun uses the emergency summoning skill, which is able to immediately move the target within a certain range to a predetermined location, even if it takes time to change the predetermined location, but you can use it at the same time as other skills. At that time, the center was still constantly sending out emergency notification signals, notifications from the security department of the Endless Sky Island. On the island there were gates that were outside the predetermined positions, and we were handling the situation, urgently. Please stay away from the building, I will save your comrades. We ask all hunters and people in the evacuation lobby to evacuate immediately inform. Unable to do anything else, both of them quickly ran away from this place. On the screens of the security room that constantly warn of emergency signals, surveillance cameras show hunters rushing to evacuate from dangerous areas. The security personnel panicked when the situation became so bad. There were gates on the island that were outside the intended location, and they broke out more and more in a short time. At this time, that girl was also here. She was excited about this incident. Oh surprise, I met familiar faces again. I came for another purpose, but I didn't expect that assistant to be here too. You're also happy, Executioner, you still have a lot of old things that haven't been booked with him, right? If it weren't for us, you would have gone to see the Pluto King. There was a guy who raised his finger and motioned for the other girl to keep her mouth shut. She was a little quiet. What if she broke the law? Xia, whatever, what is wrong with saying a little? Meanwhile, Yu-jun is still running around the island of District 12 to find the remaining member. Cyan, where are you? It's strange, the trolls have disappeared. What happened in such a short time? What kind of fate does he have? After walking for a while, she finally found Cyan. Fortunately he was safe, but he was pointing at something with a red light. She came over and asked, Brother Cyan, are you okay? I'm Inspector Yu-jun who came to rescue everyone. You get out of here quickly, the gate is already broken, your two friends left earlier. Before she could finish speaking, Cyan turned to look at Yu-jun and asked, did she see this inscription, hidden mission? It was unknown what would happen to the two of them next, but at this time it seemed that the emergency signals had been widely sent to the Hunter Association, at which point Secretary Min Hee-soo ran in to inform Yoon Tae-hyun. The president, the association has a message. There has just been a big shock because the gate on the designated area on the Endless Sky Island has appeared. The Conqueror team who signed a contract with the association will come to the rescue, but they are asking us for help in case of an emergency. Yoon Tae-hyun appeared calm. The Sky Island was endless, it happened often. There must have been a security team and supporting equipment there, but Secretary Min said that this time the situation was a little different than usual. Communication with the Endless Sky Island management team was cut off, and the evacuees reported it. They had lost their initiative and couldn't control it, and when they heard this, the president saw that the matter was serious. The secretary asked again, should I set up a team to send there to help? At this moment, he suddenly remembered that Junseo said that he would also be there today, so he hurriedly took out his phone and checked the message to be sure. After Moon Dojin finished interviewing, Bucho texted Junseo and they talked about his plan to participate in the Endless Sky Island exam today. Bucho also offered to help by sharing some combat tricks, because his team had won the highest achievement ever, but Junseo refused. Seemingly he didn't want him to interfere in this. So Yoon Tae-hyun had to find another way to help. He wanted to summon Mayan Gun and Jae-hee, but the two of them had already gone out with the vice president. At that time, among the people who could be sent immediately, there was only 1 A-class, 5 B-class, and 3 C-class. If that's the case, there aren't enough people, but according to Junseo's plan, I can't go, so I think the only way to fight the fire right now is with the help of the 3 flowers on the Shinhwa side, even if I don't want to. He asked Secretary Min, I guess the association has already contacted that bastard. Who is it? Kim Lee-hyuk of the Shinhwa Association. Well, I heard that they have already contacted him. They said they need people who can go there immediately. Okay, so let's set up a support team and leave that gate to Shinhwa to take care of. This decision of Yoon Tae-hyun surprised Secretary Min. Why let Shinhwa be in charge and not Hyunmoo? After all, Hyunmoo is better and more pleasant. The reason why the president did this was because he knew that Wu Haiyan's side couldn't participate, so he could just let Xinhua go to support and report the situation to him. At the same time, the fake awakeners were also gathering to prepare for the emergency situation, and the same was true of these two. The girl sitting next to him asked him if they should make any more preparations, but the boy said that he didn't need to. Since the two of them only needed to follow the dungeon conquest team to write a newspaper, the girl wondered, because they were fake awakens after all, why did they only go to do something as simple as writing a report? He laughed, "Oh my god, what a fake awakening, we're both ordinary people and haven't even registered as hunters yet, and I've never met a monster before, let alone fighting or coordinating." Wait, Seal, did you bring the staff? She had never fought with the team before. If she participated this time, she would only entangle their hands and feet, but to prevent danger, at least some measures were needed. Seal had forgotten to bring her staff, but she had prepared a stun gun for herself, and while her friend was talking at length, she pulled out her stun gun and teased him, "Well, should I throw this stun gun away?" "Hey, when did you bring it with you?" "I brought it with me." He was embarrassed and sweating when he saw the barrel of the gun pointed directly at his face. "If you say something wrong, please ignore it for me." After driving for a while, the two of them arrived. A middle-aged man came out to introduce and shook hands. "Hello, you are the captain of the maintenance department, right? I am with the conquest team, my name is Li Shinte. It was a pleasure to meet my grandfather, Hunter Li Dongju, captain of the maintenance department, and Hunter Shin Seal, manager of the maintenance department." Seeing the girl bowing her head and showing great enthusiasm, Mr. Shinte laughed, "My god, looking at you reminds me of my daughter. She's about your age, she's married and living in the United States. Oh my god, it doesn't sound like anything to do with it. Put that aside, but we have contacted the three big guilds. It seems that they haven't arrived yet." Li Dongju looked around and still didn't see anyone from the three great guilds coming to help. At this time the other man was surprised. Why did he call another guild when it was just a small raid mission? "Yes, we asked them to prepare for an emergency. We won't know what's going on inside." "Oh my god, you don't need to take things so seriously." Since this wasn't the first time Endless Sky Island had a problem, it was just a small matter. It seemed that the man was quite subjective, but Li Dongju thought that it would be okay if it was just a normal mistake, but this time they had lost contact with the Endless Sky Island management team. Based on the testimony of the inspectors, they said that the Endless Sky Island was turning into a faulty dungeon, so shouldn't this be notified to the Intervention Association? That's why it's problematic. The association should have had the information, but up to this point the association hasn't received any notice. I think someone has used the association's certification. Based on the report, we see that there are people who cannot be evacuated who have entered the gate. They should have come out now, so he wants to act immediately and always. There is no need to wait for the big three groups to come. Now, let's go quickly. Let's just do that. Let's explore the inside first. If someone is missing, we will find them first. And if there is a problem, we will get out immediately. Li Dongju felt that this was a bit unreasonable, but the captain still insisted on doing so. Even if they are the big three guilds or the A-rank pseudo-awakening, if they don't work well as a team, they will only get in our way. We're the Skeleton Guild, and this prestige and experience are more than enough to conquer those monsters. You guys say it's right. Yes, that's right. I keep seeing what is wrong and wrong. Why do they do that? They don't want to share the rewards. Usually mid-level associations that sign contracts with the association have to make as much money as possible for the duration of the contract. Li Dongju added that they are veterans, and she has seen how they hold guns. Normal guns will have no effect on monsters inside the gate, but they are less effective when applying magic power to each bullet. The Skeleton Guild still wanted to use guns, and they used a proprietary enhancement machine, which was the skill they used in the army before. "Quayo, how do you know so much?" Shin Seal admired his friend's understanding, but he wanted her to remember all those things quickly, instead of being dumbfounded like this. Even if she didn't remember all the hunters, she should at least remember the guilds and hunters who met regularly. She needed to learn a lot. And there is one more important thing. She had to observe carefully and make sure that they wouldn't take anything out of here. Why? Shin Seal didn't understand why he asked her to do that. That chief, he had been forced to retire and worked as an illegal hunter since he was in the army, and after becoming an official hunter, he was found to have conquered the dungeon illegally many times. Okay, I'll pay attention to him. Inside, the associations are also actively preparing and meeting to discuss coping plans. The Skeleton Society and two members of the security department entered and began to search, taking notes, and from above, someone was watching their every move. "You look, I knew this was going to happen soon. We shouldn't have kicked them out, but we should have killed them all silently." The girl's accomplice was sitting idly eating hot dogs, and he replied casually, "How many times have I told you, do you think it's easy to kill people silently in public? And I'm just an infidel who is helping with your plan. If you want to kill people, don't call me. I'm not a loyal dog like you, or a pervert who likes to kill everywhere." Provoked madly, the girl gritted her teeth and was about to rush in to give the other guy a lesson. These two bastards are tired of living. You should remember carefully, if you don't support his plan the second time, you know what the consequences will be. You'll end up like the executioner if you keep babbling with that stinky mouth. Remember, okay, I understand, I'll remember, you calm down. If you already understand, then hurry up and lure those bastards. And after hearing this, the bespectacled man showed a lack of cooperation when he told the girl that he had just finished threatening and wanted to give orders, and I said that I would not help you in killing people. This time, real life was over. The girl turned around and grabbed his shirt immediately. It seems like you think we're on the same level, but I still need more magic power for my child to be able to close the gate, just as well as you. If you don't want to die, do as I say now. Her voice is serious and that look makes him have a terrifying feeling. However, he will only do it on one condition. They have already agreed and wait for the troubles to happen to the hunting teams. What the hell is this? In front of the group is a room. The scene is terrifying with blood and corpses. It was the security office. Hurry up and check around, Mr. Lee Shinte divided the group into two directions. Some people would enter the security room, and the other group would go with him to another place. Since we don't know what the internal situation is, it seems that we will look elsewhere first. Then Lee Dongju took out his phone to record something, and Lee Shinte turned around and asked, "Why did he take out his phone at this time?" "I only recorded a video to report. There is a loss of signal here, so we have to record what is happening inside." The captain began to look around, and everyone also urged the group to move forward. "We're starting to look for Captain, and how many people do we need to save?" According to the information they received, they had to rescue an inspector, 5 security guards, and a C-rank hunter who was about to be certified, a total of 7 people. Mr. Lee Shinte further asked where the inspector and the hunter were last seen. The boy said the inspector was last seen in a building near the control room to save the hunters who were participating in the test. He picked up the walkie-talkie and asked about the situation of the group on the other side. "Have you been to the security office?" And there was a reply that we were heading to the 3rd floor of the office. Shin Seal wondered, "Hey Dongju, the inspectors on Endless Sky Island are retired hunters. Has she ever been hiding somewhere?" He didn't rule out this possibility either, because he heard that she used to be an A-rank support before retiring, so they are also very brave. So it would be easy for her to fight monsters. It should be fine. But before the two of them could finish their words, the group was standing in front of a terrible room. Blood was splattered everywhere and corpses were scattered on the floor. Everyone was stunned. Why did they die in this place? Weren't they the ones who were reported missing? Based on their inspection and security uniforms, I think that's right. Mr. Lee Shinte hurriedly picked up the radio and wanted to confirm the information with Group A. "I'm the president. Are you sure I'm in the security office?" The other party replied, "That's right, our president is looking for us in the security office. Report everything. It's obvious that someone has played a trick on this and distracted them." So Mr. Lee Shinte decided to go to the security office to find a clue. "The two of you will protect the maintenance department staff. We will go to the security office. Leave quickly." He pointed at a person and assigned a task. He was watching behind. "The other party is not a monster. I think someone has already taken the radio of the person we sent to spy on. They will act unexpectedly." Shin Seal was still dumbfounded. "What's wrong?" "I heard a strange voice on the radio." The voice was still the same, but we didn't use a radio like that. "I don't know why, but someone who knows how to use a dam is trying to trick us." Lee Dongju is shocked. "There are not only monsters but also bad people here. Who did this?" "I don't know yet, but there's something in this building besides us." At that moment, Bucho saw something flying down from the ceiling very quickly. As if it wanted to surprise this group of people, it was a giant red monster with enormous magic power. The guild leader quickly grabbed the monster's fist with his weapon, but it seemed that his strength would not last long. "What the hell is this, damn?" Meanwhile, 2 more hunters had just arrived outside. The girl got out of the car, stretched out her shoulders and exclaimed, "Hoo-hoo, it's finally here." The red-haired boy also got out of the car and teased the girl. She wasn't driving, she was tired. "Well, I'm the first to drive. I'm a driver without a license and a heroine to protect this country. Do you feel proud to accompany me? It's been a long time since I've been to the Endless Sky Island. Remember the last time I was certified, I fought to the 47th wave." The boy didn't believe it, and criticized that the 47th rank was still too low. The girl said that was when she had just reached the A grade, but then she was too busy to take the certification exam again, until now. So how much did you go to criticize my 47th rank? The two were busy talking when Junseo and Han Ji-ah, who were standing nearby, heard it. Those two people were very familiar. It seemed that he had been in contact with each other. Junseo came forward to greet us. Did we meet in the dungeon before? Ah, I remember, you're the support of the Overkill Guild. Oh, what's wrong with you here today? It seems like they've recognized Junseo. But Han Ji-ah didn't know who they were, and Junseo had a hard time explaining what this acquaintance was like. Returning to the situation in the security room, the monster was attacking the skeleton society. The president shouted loudly, "What are you guys doing standing there? Hurry up and shoot him." Shots burst out continuously, aimed at the monster. The monster was hit by bullets with magic holes, so it was injured in many places. When he couldn't take it anymore, he tried to run away. "President, he's running away. Let's chase after it, it's in the other direction. It's already at the forefront, in this direction." But the monster moved so fast, and so cunningly, that it hid to ambush the group. The president warned everyone, "Be careful, it's in the back." The monster raised its hand to pull the two soldiers towards it, but suddenly the guildmaster slashed it in half with his axe blade. Damn monster. Its blood was splattered all over him, but before it was used again, something else rushed out in a flash. Is the headless name, the other girl's accomplice. He had a right arm as sharp as a sword, and he rushed to slash at the target. When the shields were about to become unbearable, Bucho Lee Shinte used his skills. His axe was absorbing mana power to create a powerful mana wave paint. It was the ice elemental enhancement skill. The axe created the ice prison and ice arrows rose from the ground, quickly spreading to the headless executioner. The people behind him were surprised. It turned out that the guy who had just attacked them, he had no head. Thought that she could overpower the enemy, but now the ghostly foodie girl appeared with her ghostly laughter. "Ha ha ha, the executioner is really too useless, because I have a reason not to hand this thing over to him. He can't even kill that retired old man with just one move, let me do it." This situation seemed dangerous. That girl's magic was so powerful. Mr. Lee Shinte thought that he should take Captain Dongju first. As for him, he will stay to fight. I don't know what is happening, but two people have died. This is not a monster hunt, this is a deliberate attack. Get out of here and seek help before we all die, hurry up. Saying that, his skeleton team rushed to fight for the other two hunters to escape, but she showed contempt and mocked these people. "My God, you guys are so brave. But alas, no one will be able to get out of here, because we've already closed the gate, ha ha ha. I don't know what will happen inside. At this time, I still don't know that the situation has become so bad on the outside." Junseo is standing there telling the other two about the unfinished exam. Oh, so those two people have been inside for a while. He was forced out because of an unexpected incident, but now he wants to go back inside. It sounds wrong. Is there any other reason? Tell me quickly. Junseo thought, if he just said that simple reason to ask to re-enter the gate, he wouldn't believe it. Even if I am not sure that my judgment is correct. But the Endless Sky Island is a place where abnormalities often happen, and I didn't take on any missions, nor did I see any contaminated magic power there, so why did it become such an abnormal fault gate? Intuition tells us that something is not right, as if something important and terrible is inside. Han Ji-ah quickly continued, since the members of my team hadn't come out yet. Junseo happily said, "Yes, there are people who haven't come out yet. You guys let us in, we don't need anything, just let us go find our team." Even if you try to plead, the Shinhwa hunter friend doesn't agree, because this is the mission they were given, which is why they came here now. However, the girl who came with him said to help Junseo, "Hey, let's let them come along, we know him anyway, we went through a lot of things together last time, and there are many things we want to talk about. You want to be scolded by President Lee Hyuk for being a fool, aren't you afraid that he will punish you?" "Xia, who cares, he's going to cut me down or something, I'm not bored." "Well, if you dare, just try, he'll do it, I won't say a word for you at that time." "Well, whatever, if you want, let's go in." After listening, both Junseo and Han Ji-ah happily bowed their heads to thank them. "So the four of you got to know each other. Hey, last time because of the president, we couldn't greet you properly. I'm Young Hyun from the Shinhwa Association, and I'm Myo Harang. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Shin Junseo, I don't belong to any guilds, and this girl is Han Ji-ah, who is also a freelance hunter." As soon as the greeting was over, someone inside ran out to report the emergency. "Oh my God, you are the Shinhwa Society, right? It's a big deal, the gate is getting smaller, you guys hurry up and support the people inside, they will be trapped in it. Fong Trong was preparing for a fierce battle. On one side was dark magic and on the other side was a retired hunter and his supporters. The mage girl had taken the first step. She wanted to use magic to attack Li Shinte first. I don't know who you bastards are, but don't look down on others, don't try to touch this place, he said as he raised his axe and made a move. When he saw that the demon was still not damaged by icy mana. Then the president decided to use fireworks. The gun that was specially designed to attack monsters seemed to be able to work. The bullet flew at super fast speed and carried great power, piercing through that monster. It ran towards the space portal to absorb the filthy mana and then shot straight down to where Mr. Li Shinte was standing. He would use his fire elemental enhancement skill to blow up this monster. Everyone covered their eyes. His throw caused a terrible explosion in the cellar. The light of the flames made the whole place bright. In that moment, Dongjiu remembered something. The system that maintains the gate on this endless sky island has its own mechanism. Even an unknown monster cannot completely remove the portal, as long as the system still has energy. If that's the case, wouldn't the gate be able to return to normal even if it shrunk, if the magician was unconscious? And he guessed right. After the monster was attacked, the gate was gradually returning to normal. And of course, the hunters outside won't miss that moment. Indeed, the group of 4 Junxiu, Han Ji-a, Yung Hyun, and Myo Harang made good use of the opportunity to jump inside the gate. The magician looked confused when he saw the hunters. Especially when he saw him, Junxiu. Who are you? Damn, daring to destroy my plan. She was angry and her ghostly anger was overflowing as if it was about to explode in an instant. Sure enough, she struck very quickly and decisively, aiming directly at Junxiu. But of course, he didn't stand still to take the blow, but used his skills to counterattack extremely strongly. The attack force was focused on that magician, making everyone surprised by his talent. My body moved instinctively. If I had moved more slowly, we would have been hit by her. Oh my god, you're so good. She was injured and fell, Junxiu said coldly. Say, what do you mean here? Even though she was injured, she was still very arrogant, and even now she was still laughing in a creepy perverted way. Haha, I'm afraid of you too much. If I don't reveal it, you'll kill me. Yes, if necessary. The first is people, the second is action, the third is memory. At this moment, her hidden accomplice was hiding upstairs and observing everyone. He was discovered by Junxiu. Damn, I am a villain with a citizen ID, if I am caught, I will become a criminal. It seemed that this was the last time this guy would help the Dark Priest, who was using his skills and hermit rules to change the situation. Hermit will apply an unreasonable rule. With the target in front of Hermit will tell the target about the conditions and rules and the goal will be forced to follow within a fixed timeline. You can't change the goal and you can't choose multiple goals at once. But unfortunately for him, instead of choosing the Dark Pastor as his target, he mistakenly chose the hunter Yung Hyun. It seems that the righteous side has grown more wings like a tiger. That's why he said that he was not afraid of strong enemies, only afraid of stupid comrades. Return to the mystery of Han Ji-a's group test 2 hours ago, when Cyan was stuck on the island with the troll monster. Cyan hid for a while, and when he came back, he didn't see anyone anymore. They were all gone. I heard them go back to the gate, but they were too far away. I didn't hear them call in time. I wonder if I should hide, but it will remember and chase me. What should I do? While he didn't know how to escape, the troll appeared, along with the priest's magic light. What the hell? I thought that the Endless Sky Island only had a one-way gate. Why was there this gate here? That's the gate that the inspector said. So what about these trolls? The way they disappeared made me feel like someone had sent them out of the plan. Suddenly, Cyan received a notification from the system. What is this? I've never seen it before. Hidden mission has been activated, automatically accepted after 5 seconds. Cyan leaned out. Maybe it's not a game, but a mission. If that's the acceptance button underneath, I'm hallucinating. At that time, Yu-jun found him, but it seems that she didn't see the hidden mission screen, but only Cyan received it. Inspector, did you see the thing in front of me? Inspector was dumbfounded. What did you see? What the hell is this? The screen describes a hidden mission called Illusory Dream. The main goal is to kill, and that person is Yu-jun. The reward is unknown, but the player will receive punishment if the mission fails. Kill the inspector. What reward? What punishment? What kind of punishment did I suffer? What these things are, after all. Inspector Yu-jun approached. Hey Cyan, what's going on? Where have the trolls gone? At this time, I don't know where the trolls have gone, but a strange character appeared that shocked both of them. why is there still someone here? It turned out to be her, the dark magic mage. She approached Inspector Yujun and said, I've already announced a lot, why are you still here? Before the inspector had time to ask who she was, it seemed that she had already wanted to attack first, and her magic hand was ready to suck the enemy's blood. Noticing that something was wrong, Inspector Yujun reacted in time and dodged the magician's attack. Oh, that's the same statue, I didn't expect you to be able to create a barrier so quickly. Although she had never seen unclean magic power before, she was well trained, quite a compliment to an ill-fated inspector. Actually, the attack just now made Yujun almost lose her life. Who is she who is so harmful? If I had reacted a little slower, I would have died at her hands. Let's ignore this prey for now. Look at the boy over there, you must have seen my unclean magic power. If you haven't awakened yet, it must be a good dream, right? Did you get that mission? What did you say? At that time, Yujun quickly created a barrier with the emergency transformation skill. Hey Cyan, let's fight together, we have to get out of here immediately. Oh my god, look, it's urgent. This girl also possesses a useful skill. Right now, the gate is shrinking, if we ignore this opportunity, we'll be stuck here forever. Listen. That woman, I don't know what she's using, but she must be at least A rank or higher. I know that most of the hunters come here to take the test, but that woman is not on the list, she is an illegal intruder. As soon as the inspector finished speaking, he twisted, blood splattered, she was ambushed from behind by the headless executioner, his blade pierced Inspector Yujun suddenly. Inspector, are you okay? What the hell is this? Cyan panicked and swung his sword to attack the executioner. Where is this dead dog? What the hell are you? But it seems that Cyan's attacks are not at all harmless compared to the dark executioner. His sword was about to end the life of the hunter who had not yet awakened. In this critical situation, Inspector Yujun used a special skill to protect Cyan's life. Salvation skill, a skill that is activated when the user is in danger. The designated target will be protected by a strong barrier, and will be transferred to the safest location. However, the safest location depends on the user's current emotions. The inspector said his last words before he was teleported. Cyan listened carefully. When he escapes, he must immediately report to the Hunter Guild that there is an unregistered fake awakening that is killing people on the Heavenly Island. But what about you? I can't leave you here alone. I'm fine, I can still hold on. She stopped the bleeding of the wound with a barrier. You be careful, I'll come back. Inspector Yujun waved goodbye to Cyan. She felt so happy to be able to protect him alive. Oh my god, that must be your key skill. What an enviable skill that, escaping for a moment, you should have saved that trick to save yourself rather than protect that boy. You seem to be a false awakener, but I've never met you. What is your purpose? The magician said that she only needed one base, and she came here because she thought that the Endless Sky Island would be the most perfect place. Oh, well, it seems that she wasn't that lucky. I think I've been lucky so far. Come on, we should end the conversation here. Sorry for your skills, but my child is very hungry. Therefore, you should die, ha ha ha. Inspector Yu is in danger. It turns out that the teleportation location she chose to take Cyan is her home. This is the inspector's house. I had to find a way to contact the Hunters Association. At that time, the hidden mission notice board appeared. Hidden missions, illusory dreams, missions that have failed, penalties will be applied. Cyan panicked. It wasn't a hallucination. I think it's just a hallucination. Why is this? At first, everyone thinks like you. Immediately, from the hidden notification screen, a muscular man with nothing on his body appeared. He raised a punch directly at Cyan in the face, making him unable to dodge the blow. And then the second, third, fourth, and countless fists. Cyan gradually collapsed. He must have fought with all his strength after the incident on the island. That guy also warned, remember to complete the task next time. Or I will kill you. That was what happened 2 hours ago, before the Xinhua Fake Awakening team was sent to assist, and now, they are coordinating with Juncio to join forces to attack the murderer. There was something that Jung Hyun had been hit by the hidden pastor's magic, so he was turning around and hitting his teammates. Hey, dodge, he hit you now. The situation became chaotic. Juncio observes, and fortunately Jung Hyun doesn't use his skills to attack dangerously. It looks like he's just running back and forth. While we were distracted, the pastor was gone, and the gate shrunk once again after we entered. The situation is a little unstable. If you have to catch Jung Hyun, everyone should move. At this time, the whole team joined forces to capture the poor teammate, Li Shinte, using the Ice Elemental Enhancement skill. For an experienced veteran like him, a fake awakening like Jung Hyun is not a serious opponent. He enhanced the ice element on his axe. And very quickly then froze the target, leaving him without fighting power. Ice Hell seemed to be the best solution not to hurt him at this time. After that, Mr. Li Shinte turned to ask, "So are you from those 3 great guilds?" Myo-Harang replied shyly, "Yes, we came with the other guy." Han Ji-ah also spoke, "And I don't belong to any guild, but I came to find someone. Looking for people. Moreover, do you guys know who they are? Please help me deal with those bastards. The monsters they control are the ones that have taken control of this gate." In the meantime, the magic mage and the pastor escaped in time. She was seriously injured. What now? The executioner and her child are useless, and even the spearman has been discovered. I will have to go to jail like this. It's all about her. If you keep babbling, I will absorb your magic power before, and quickly shut up your rotten mouth. Until now, I still wondered, that support is so strange. How did he get in here? I have to destroy him, even if I have to use all the gates used for this test. So she used magic to control all the gates, causing them to appear one after another, and everyone was surrounded. That's the gate. How can there be so many? Where these gates will lead and what is in them is unknown. Everyone panicked. Why so much? How to get out of here? Junseo sensed that the problem wasn't just with the many gates. And the unclean magic power was gushing out of the gate in a terrifying way. There is a theory that all of these dungeons rank faulty to date. Are all caused by those bastards. The mage was convincing the priest to help her collect a lot of experimental materials. As long as they captured the Endless Heaven Island, it would take a long time. We don't have much time, and if that person knows that we're doing this, I'm afraid we'll heal a lot less. But bear with me, if there were no Endless Heavenly Islands, I wouldn't have a chance, and it would take another year for a large-scale awakening to take place. But wait, what the hell is going on in front of me? No way, how could it be so fast? What's wrong? Why is it now? A multi-trick error has occurred that caused the system to be activated urgently. It turned out that it was not a year away, but at this moment, a series of hunters have awakened at the same time. Player welcome screens appeared everywhere. Not only the pastor was shocked by that sudden awakening, but Junseo's team as well. Well, what is this? The awakening of the player in Junseo's memory should not have happened until 10 months later, and only a few selected pseudo-awakenings could do it. But his memory was suddenly denied, when everyone saw a strange window that had just appeared in front of them. Welcome Myo-Harang players. You get new missions. The main mission is to protect the Endless Heavenly Island. The goal is to defeat the waves of monsters, unlock new skills, and escape the Endless Heavenly Island. Junseo felt that this was very strange. The players had already woken up. Where was the fault? Just when everyone was still wondering about the blue screen in front of them, Mr. Li Shinte pointed to warn the monsters. They had already spilled out. Monsters are everywhere. They come out of those gates. The first wave of monsters, 100 gremlins, 80 kobolds, and 60 goblins. The devil let the ghost catch. Where is there so much? Dongju, what should we do now? Junseo quickly found a way to deal with it. He called everyone to follow him. Everyone, go to this mistake. Hurry up. Be careful behind. Soul ran quickly, waiting for me. Because there are so many monsters, Dongju and Seal are almost captured by them. Fortunately, a pseudo-awakener who had just awakened appeared in time, and a shield appeared, causing the monsters to be thrown away. It's Myo-Harang, she's very enthusiastic. She's been like that from the beginning. Hehe, I don't know what it is, but as long as we defeat them, we'll be released, right? The shield suddenly grew larger. It was the giant shield, a shield created by the giant human. Depending on the needs and physical condition of the user, its size and shape would change according to the requirements. Meanwhile, fortunately, thanks to the ice prison, Yonghyun was not attacked by the monsters. It was true that there was luck in the misfortune. Looking at this scene, it was indeed the giant who was carrying the handcuffs of the team. She alone used 3 shields, preventing hundreds of monsters from advancing and crushing them. You have to hurry up and support her. Everyone goes behind the shield and stops them. You have to narrow the passage as much as possible. Junseo said wait, he will create useful things right now. Assistive skills. In a moment, a lot of things were created from the hand of the facilitator. The shields are smaller, but their strength and materials are incredible. Oh, I didn't expect so many. He possessed such good items. How could he use so many shields? Now they can only go through this passage. Just stop them. While everyone quickly ran out of the room while the monsters were stopped, Mr. Li Shinte lingered to look at something. At this moment, Myo-Harang was the last one to run out. She reminded. Hey man, we've got enough people. If you're melee damage, try to wake him up. he's been sleeping in your ice prison for a while. He's always the most top-of-the-line large area damage, understand? Indeed, the skeleton president wanted to break the seal for Jung Hyun, but he felt very strange. His profession was a merchant, and the other girl said that he had the ability to deal extensive damage. The monsters blocked the passage, causing them to crowd in a small gap between the shields. This is the perfect time to use that skill. Han Ji Os Jin Lu Xing's skill will work well in this game. Hundreds of godlike arrows were shot out continuously, aiming accurately at those monsters. The arrows hit the target, causing the monsters to explode one by one. It looks like fireworks in a dark tunnel. Shin Seal had to exclaim, "Oh, the ability of professional hunters to cooperate is really on another level, even though they have only met for the first time and they have gotten along so well. Ordinary people like us really don't have a door, hoo." President Lee Shinte comforted, "You don't need to do anything, Soul, this is our business. There's something we need your help with, Dongju. What's wrong? Have you gone to military service? Do you know how to use a gun?" The hidden pastor and the unholy wizard were still watching how the support army would handle the waves of monsters that spilled out. The pastor was surprised. "Oh my god, the shield on the left is indeed that high-level item, and the shield wall on the right is not something that a human can create. It is all a good thing. It must be the skill of the supporter. It's the bastard who dealt with my executioner. It's the support bastard you mentioned earlier. Well, he possessed the skill of summoning weapons. There is also the ability to use unclean mana. And what are you going to do to him next? Standing and watching like this is not the way. The monsters will be killed quickly." The second wave had appeared, 300 zombies, 200 skeletons, 100 hungry demons. She didn't plan to call out all the monsters in one turn to kill them quickly, but what did she do in waves like this? "I wanted to, but as soon as the system was activated, it was too late, because my child opened the gate, so I couldn't control it anymore. Or just let them go. After all, the target is the Endless Heaven Island, not them, although I don't like that, but that is also feasible in this situation. The monsters are getting more and more numerous and of all kinds. And Han Ji was in trouble, because she didn't have enough magic power anymore. I guess when I faced the trolls, I didn't control my magic power well, so I consumed too much, and I won't be able to last long." Myo Harang quickly rushed up. "Wait a minute, I'm here to help. It sounds a little difficult because Han Ji is the only gunner here." "Who said that? It's because you don't know all my abilities." Myo Harang's hands clapped together to create a maximum sound. But the strange thing is that the sound is widely amplified and magnified many times over. "Myo Harang, what are you doing?" "Wait, the sound is getting louder and louder." She stopped clapping, but the sound was still there. This is called a pulse. After causing enough vibrations in the target environment, a final blow that accumulates long-range magic power will explode. The more vibrations and the greater the amount of mana of the final attack, the greater the power will be. Unlike the name, the attack can be activated by any part of the body. Han Ji-A's eyes were opened. It was impressive, even stronger than her attack. So this is a real A-class hunter. Junseo also wants to participate. He said, "I will also help. If you are tired, you can go on vacation. We will make the next paragraph for you." Han Ji-A suddenly got angry. "Cyan might still be here, but you're just defensive. You're not going to save him." Maybe he escaped because the inspector had already gone to save him, so that possibility would be higher. Lee Dongju said that he had seen the inspector here. "We discovered her body in the room with the gate over there." "No way, maybe she was. Did you see anyone else?" "Apart from the inspector, there is only the body of the security guard. I don't think the person you are talking about is dead, because if he dies, he will see the body, and his body is not there, which means that he has escaped." Han Ji-A was deeply sorry for the inspector. For saving the whole group, she had to die. After that, she turned to look and saw that there was already a member missing. Wait, where did another person go here? The long-haired girl holding the staff. Let's put aside the developments in the dungeon for a moment. Let's see how the outside world is going. A cat is bouncing and dancing on the wall of a certain house. And suddenly it was drawn to the sound of two men arguing, one shouting, "Do you know what you're doing? How dare you do that?" One was holding a knife covered in blood, and the other was injured sitting on the ground. The two sides arguing over borrowing money. "Where has all the money I lent you gone? How many times have I said it? It's my mother's hospital bills. Why are you the most?" "Well, it's okay. Now if you threaten me, I don't have the money to pay you right away. You're going to kill me to go to jail, and then you're going to pay your mother's hospital bills." The young master is still stubborn. "Oh, you still choose to behave that way with me? Don't worry, my mother died yesterday. I've been going to kill you for a long time, but I'm trying to see if you're still decent to me, but I didn't expect you to be like that, and now only heaven can save you, bastard. The brawl and the violent bloody scene startled the cat, and he also felt depressed and wondered if the world would be quieter, but unexpectedly more and more cases were happening. Has anyone witnessed this scene? A young man was walking and approached the place where the massacre was taking place. I don't know if he has anything to do with this. But just let it go. I have something more important, let's exercise a little, I've been getting too fat lately. Returning to the situation inside the dungeon, when Seal was found missing, everyone fought and searched for her. It seems that they have taken her away, damn I am distracted, so I didn't take good care of her. Since the monster I mentioned earlier, it uses a teleportation portal, so it's very likely that Seal was captured that way. So that's how the pastor disappeared. Han Ji-ah suggested that everyone separate and go find both her and Cyan. But it seems that Junseo still thinks that he has escaped safely from the Endless Heaven Island, when he asks, do we really have to go find Cyan again? As I said, there was a high chance that he had escaped. If that was the case, it would only take more time to find him. The inspector said that she has special rescue skills. Endless Heavenly Island is an isolated place with only a single gate, and in the past there have also been cases of unstable gates. Han Ji-ah felt that it was not so simple. Obviously she possessed the skill that could easily take her people away from the Endless Heavenly Island in case of emergency, but that was also just speculation. What do we do with evidence? The reason Junseo said that was because he had seen it with his own eyes before regression, but no matter what he said, Han Ji-ah didn't believe it, he didn't know how to explain it. And this caused them to have a conflict. The girl was angry. I thought you came to find Cyan, Junseo said. Our plan was like that originally, but the situation has changed. We are currently trapped on the endless isolated Heavenly Island. If we cannot open the gate, we will face more and more disadvantages over time. I don't know if this mission is real or not, but we can only leave once we have wiped out all the monsters. The third wave has not yet arrived. 100 orcs, 100 lizard men, 100 gnolls, and 100 goblins. According to the quest window, whether we like it or not, we have to survive 10 waves of monsters. This is a race against time. It is impossible to waste time here when we cannot know what the final wave will bring. Junseo was rational, and Han Ji-ah didn't think so. Oh, his way of thinking was effective. Yet he didn't even care about a person's life, because he had only met him, not close enough for him to go to the rescue in spite of it, or because he was afraid of death. Yes, I understand, but I'm really disappointed. I didn't expect him to do that. It was disappointing. Hearing this sentence of his comrade, Junseo suddenly had a very strange memory image in his mind. In that memory, there was a blonde girl, wearing a red shirt, but he didn't remember her face clearly. What is happening to me? What kind of memory is this? I have never seen it before. Seeing that, Li Shinte came to intervene. The two of them stopped. Don't waste time arguing anymore. The important thing now is to rescue Soul. But at this moment, a purple gate suddenly appeared, and someone's voice echoed, as long as I didn't pay the debt, I wouldn't leave. They looked at the gate. And the hidden man appeared again. He was really brave, dared to show up in the midst of the circle of star hunters. He called Junseo. Hey, support guy, if you want to save that woman, come here alone. In the room behind the space portal, the guy and his accomplices were arresting Seal, who was looking at the data on the phone that Dongju had used earlier to record a video report to the association, and he asked Seal to guard him when he used a gun to shoot monsters. Luckily, thanks to getting this phone, I deleted a few things. Relieved, I don't know what will happen if your face gets into the frame. It will be very troublesome if they can analyze the video and find us. That you just received the mission. Yes, the reward is to get out of here as expected. Then we don't need her, or let's just kill Gua. Seal panicked. Don't kill me, please, I haven't even seen his face. Then he came up with an idea, well, or take advantage of her in a different way. I thought you wanted to kill that supporter. It seemed that the internal turmoil was going on when the magician had seen the pastor's purpose, not because he didn't want to kill her, so he tried to delay it. Actually, I also have something I want to confirm with him. Currently, Junseo is standing in front of the gate, and there is no other way. He will go to save Soul alone. Dongju stopped. He thought about it carefully. It might be a trap. But we are only there. We can't waste any more time. I'll help him. Neither Li Dongju nor you need to worry. Someone was alone against the wave of hundreds of monsters alone, and the two of them had to urgently support her. In the fourth wave, the monsters have been upgraded: 80 orc warriors, 100 goblin archers, 20 knights, 150 warriors, and 100 skeleton archers. This time Myoharang is in trouble, because they are all monsters with long-range attacks. Han Ji-ah was worried about Juncio when he was about to face it alone. If it was for me, you wouldn't need to be like that. It's okay, it's not because of you. Although I was a little worried because everything was not what I had calculated, I also had to show my ability to them once. Thinking that Juncio needed the help of the Shinte warrior, but he didn't know his name. Grab this, he handed him the 2 swords he had just made, but I already have the weapon. No, this thing is for throwing at the railing. In a minute you can do it for me, and since I'm about to go, you can promise me a no. Juncio was actually playing that game again. He used his skill to pay the rental fee, that is, the people who had been made weapons until now would be forced to pay him when the mission was over. After walking through the gate, Juncio was warmly welcomed by the magician. Thank goodness, here you are. What do you want? Look, after all, they have met. You don't need to be so tough, because if he dares to move, he will crush that child's head. To see that I don't want to just kill you, so just stay there. Then the undisguised pastor was doing a spell for Juncio to obey his instructions. When the magic shifted to another target, at that time, outside, Yonghyun had regained consciousness and started screaming. What's this? Let me go, why am I stuck here? Seeing that something had changed, veteran Li Shinte knew it was time to act. It was at this moment that he threw the 2 swords towards the railing as Juncio had instructed earlier. Witnessing the hidden man executing the 3 commandments, forcing the target to tell him everything he knew, Juncio realized that he found something strange after escaping from the endless heaven island. It was as if I couldn't go back, as if I had just remembered someone important, and now he was using the network world skill. That's right, thanks to Han Ji-ah, I remembered. At the same time, 2 swords flew through the railing and entered the gate where Juncio was standing. He also remembered the face in his faint memory. The one who wore the glasses was you, Kong Yurim. The hidden pastor was revealed. He was panicked. How do you know my name? I don't know what you're planning to do with that pastor. But if you want to arrest me, it's nothing. Juncio immediately drank a bottle of rapid mana so that he could fight her for a while. And the pastor is using a new skill. She creates a network that covers her body. Because you are injured, I have underestimated you, but I still need your head to study. Oh my god, I forgot, even if I close the gate, I can still bring it back. She summoned the hermit monster to attack Juncio from behind. It uses its claws and body weight to try to break Juncio's protective network. Just a few punches can destroy this resistant weapon. The mesh shattered into pieces. While he was fighting that monster, the pastor sneaked in. A whip from the unclean mana almost stabbed directly into Juncio's head. Fortunately, he dodged in time. But 2 against 1, not at all lame. Juncio is falling into the gate where the monster is waiting to be scratched. But everything was planned, and when he was in danger, 2 swords flew in to break the siege. The monster was injured and once again, it fled. Fortunately, otherwise his body would have been torn apart by it. Not only the sword, but even Mr. Shinte's axe flew straight into this place, not knowing what happened outside. 2 minutes ago, when the most idle person in the group, Yonghyun, had just been rescued from hell. He was amazed by Juncio's crafting talent when he saw the shields that could stop the monsters. A support person can do that. Don't be surprised and help us again. The next batch is coming. Han Ji-ah rushed up and saw that in front of her were the trolls before. The 5th batch, 101 orc mages, and 2 giant trolls. Why do you know that monster? There are still a lot of them, but it's okay, I know how to defeat them. Han Ji-ah then raised her bow and aimed directly at the heads of the approaching trolls. It did work. One was shot in the head and could not be regenerated. One more shot. But it doesn't seem so convenient anymore. The 2nd and 3rd shots were fired without hitting the troll's head, because he already dodged. They even know how to counterattack. Be careful, they are very smart. He knows how to dodge. A troll picked up something and threw it hard at Han Ji-ah. Dongju rushed up with a shield to block it. I will protect you. It seems that she can't use that move to fight monsters. Han Ji-ah feels uncomfortable. How can trolls be so smart? An ogre mage was using an indestructible roar. Han Ji-ah, hurry up. But for some reason, the monster was hit by a sharp streak of filthy mana. They don't know who attacked them. What the hell, that thing flew from Juncio's direction. We have to go to help. Then everyone saw the shields glowing even more, as if they had been upgraded a few notches. It was because inside the gate, Juncio was out of danger. I told you, this is nothing. He drank another bottle of mana. This is the 2nd bottle. The magician is sarcastic, impressive, I almost put all my energy into that attack. But it seems that he has not yet defeated you. What we have in common is that we are both still erasing. Why is he showing his full potential but still hasn't attacked? My outfit is very revealing. Junseo recalled that earlier, in the item chest he received from Hyunmoo, there was a very useful thing, a double ring, a ring that contained the wishes of twins who were born at the same time. The two wielders of this ring will be connected, and gain consensus, be able to communicate remotely and teleport to the other person's place, but once the teleportation skill is used, the item will disappear. That day, when Junseo met with his contact Hyunmoo, he made his plans clear. You said you changed your plan from trying not to be found out by them to exposing yourself, right? We believe you. But the executioner had allies, it would be difficult if they suddenly raided or surprised him. Although only ring users can be summoned. A person who is strong enough to handle any situation. Although I can defeat the pastor if I summon Yuntihian, that is not enough. The two sides still stood still observing each other and guessing what the other was hiding. The magician also agreed that it would be difficult for me and you alone to defeat you. The big hermit had already fled, so he couldn't help at all. And there are too many things I have to confirm if I want to defeat you. I don't want to tell you this because it's not finished. While the two of them were standing provoking each other, the situation outside didn't seem to be very good. Han Ji-ah was injured. Young Hyun is also not much better. The magician threatened Junseo, if you don't crawl here, then after I rest for a few minutes, I'll come and find someone right away. Now what, can you defeat me, the executioner, and the gate alone? Junseo didn't show any worries, but said, I think you're wrong. The only thing that worries me is you. I want to test your ability, because I think you are like someone I know. Stupid supporter, do you think that if you speak kindly, I will let you know my ability? Don't dream. But if you want to live, you have to use all your strength. I don't care what power I use, I'm a villain, and I don't care how I use it. Seeing that the enemy was too careful, Junseo thought of a way to encourage the general. Oh, it turns out that your ability is only that, you can only do that, it seems that I have overestimated you. The reason why the priest wanted to explore Junseo's abilities was because it was one of the tasks she was assigned this time. The person who assigned that task was none other than him, a villain who terrified everyone. I'll give you a task, please just say it. Let's find out to what extent the creator can take advantage of the uncleanness mana. Star level, how? Wait, let's postpone this mission, for now our top priority is to find a new place of refuge. As for that supporter, we can determine his abilities after the system activates. Until then, you should focus on finding a separate gate, you should remember that I don't have much time. It was sudden, but I thought this would be an opportunity for me to learn more about him. But why didn't he use the unclean mana? What was he thinking after all? And Junseo also remembered a few more things, although it was a little vague, he remembered some things from his past life. Kang Yurim and Han Ji-ah, their appearance is completely different from in their memories of their past lives. But their abilities are identical. That skill of the priest, the hammer and barrier summoned by the holy power was a little familiar, but I saw it at the beginning, who used it. I should put more pressure on her, then she will have to use other skills. But if I had the chance, I would definitely kill her. The battle after the break had resumed, and Junseo created thousands of sharp spears, pointing directly at the position where the magician was standing. Then according to your will, I will turn your weapon into a pile of scrap. The pastor rushed up, about to use magic, but for some reason her weapon didn't listen to its master. Why couldn't it move? It was because Junseo used the linking skill. With this skill, you can choose the target's weapon to link and control it according to your wishes. If your actions are against the will of the weapon owner, it will cost a large amount of mana, and depending on the distance between the opponent and the user, you may lose the ability to control the weapon. Seeing that the situation was not good, the sorcerer ordered the monster to kill the hostage, Seal. As if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, the monster was very excited, and he immediately raised his fist to deal with Seal. But unexpectedly, the spear flew down, piercing his arm. And then, the spearheads fell one after another like a downpour. The monster didn't know how to fight this weapon. Because she controlled the two skills at the same time, the mage's weapon temporarily returned to work. His skill has been dismissed, I have to take advantage of this opportunity. He was distracted. She took the weapon and rushed forward in a flash, but was stopped by a large spear. If she didn't stop in time, it would probably pierce from her head to the ground. I didn't expect to be deceived by such a simple trick. Taking advantage of that moment, Junseo stabbed the spear in his hand, only a few centimeters away from the pastor. But suddenly she activated a new skill, a pair of wings sprouted, and the filthy mana on her body turned bright yellow. The surrounding things all glowed. The monsters didn't know what this was. Mana uncleanness decreases both inside the gate and outside the gate. This inadvertently made the headless executioner wake up. That skill activated in a moment of danger. I originally intended to use it, how did it turn out to be like that? She looked so surprised, it seemed that she didn't use it on purpose. If I wanted to kill her, this was my chance. But the skill just now was a little familiar. I saw where it was. Junseo was busy remembering without knowing that the executioner was attacking from behind. But strangely, he didn't attack him, but rushed straight at the pastor. What just happened? Thought it would finish off its master instantly, but at that moment of danger, a large amount of filthy mana was released, creating a sharp blade that pierces the executioner in a single move. From the filthy gate, a person walked out, and he was the pastor's master. She must have been in a hurry. Pastor, she didn't expect her to use such an incomplete skill. And who was that kid? It turned out that he was the creator you talked about. Junseo stood in the picture when he had never seen such a large amount of unclean mana. After all, who was that guy? How much unclean mana was on him? He was angry and scolding the pastor. It was true that I had ordered you to investigate that creator, but didn't I also tell you to prioritize finding a new base for us? You've even used your hiding creatures and test specimens and still lost to him. Are you so crazy that you let go of a dog that no longer recognizes its owner? If I don't save you in time, what will be the consequences? I'm sorry, sir, this won't happen again. It seems that I have to deal with this matter myself. That creator didn't even use unholy mana anymore. He walked up to Junseo, but he was still frozen because he thought that mana was so unclean, that he could kill the executioner that way. Hey kid, how much do you know about unclean mana? But Junseo still stood still and didn't answer. It seemed like this was the first time this guy felt so despised. Outside, everyone was also confused because of why things around them were so chaotic. And the trolls kept running towards them. They were tasked with destroying the hunters, so no matter what was happening around them, they would rush forward regardless of what's going on. Until they are shot dead. Dongju raised his gun and pulled the trigger, a troll dismembered. Han Ji-ah was surprised. Wow, it's really terrible, it was your skill just now. No, it's all thanks to the gun I got from the raid captain, and when he gave me the gun just now, I also received a specially enhanced magazine. The elemental enhancement skill explodes. If we only use normal enhancement bullets, we are not their opponents, but thanks to the captain of the raid team, we have survived. If it weren't for you, we would have finished our lives. Myo Harang said, if this guy woke up, it would have helped a lot. He was the happiest person ever. Dongju was carrying the team. He just shot monsters to try to hold on until the president brought Sol back. He continued to feel worried about her and ran away, hoping everything would be fine. Li Shinte entered the gate to help Junseo. Why are you here? While the trolls were distracted, I came here to help, but who was it? And Seal was nowhere. Junseo didn't have time to reply when the unclean boss spoke up. That girl, she's still alive. Where is she? You say it quickly. Sol was unconscious, surrounded by the sharp spears and claws of the monster from earlier. The boss said that as long as the spears were a little off, or if I didn't summon the pastor's child, she would have died and she would have narrowly escaped death. Captain Shinte was even more angry when he heard that his comrade had used her as a decoy. Because he had to follow the pastor's orders, the big name had no choice but to hold the woman hostage, so he became an easy target. And the pastor, who has always watched your actions, must have waited until the moment you made a mistake. With your vision limited, so that you can act quickly, you have deduced that it is the best opportunity to take back the hostages that are in the hands of the enemy. Hearing this, the captain was disappointed that Junseo risked the lives of civilians in spite of this, and the cunning man laughed happily because he caused internal conflict for the enemy. He continued, I don't know who you are, but you know how to make rational decisions, so I'll give you a chance. If the person with the copper helps me carry out my plan, I will, and before I could finish the sentence, Captain Lee's cold muzzle was pointed directly at the man's face. These crazy bastards, I don't know what you two are up to, but you dare to be right in front of Li Shinte. Before he could finish his sentence, he was slowly fading, as if he was about to disappear. That guy used his skills and made Li Shinte disappear. Now only his axe was bare. Why did you do that? Haha, what is so strange? Didn't I almost get a hole through my head? I didn't attack him, maybe he shot me first. How did you do it just now? Oh, I didn't expect you to ask that question again. Your comrade just died, and instead of taking revenge, you went to ask me such a question. It turns out that you just want to know how great my strength is. Neither Lee Shinte nor he, Young Hyun, are my teammates. He is a good person, but he is the one who acted rashly. He is really talented, but he is not strong enough to be called a hero. Junseo let go of those cold words. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything else right now. After all, it was his choice, and he was simply responsible for the consequences of his rash decision. The villain was more interested in Junseo as person. So what was your technique just now? Junseo still wanted to know that. But the villain shouted at him, enough, you should understand what kind of situation you are in. Do you have the right to ask me? It's my turn to ask. How much have you known about unclean mana? Suddenly, his face darkened and he was annoyed by the people who were making too much noise. Haha, I should have dealt with those children before talking to you. No, everyone quickly avoided. Junseo turned around. But it seemed that the guy was not only targeting humans, but also monsters being dealt with by him. The villain used unclean mana as a weapon to destroy things outside the gate. A chaotic scene was happening, as each monster was cut off by mana. Dongju and Han Ji-ah bowed down to dodge those dangerous slashes. An ill-fated soldier was unable to resist it. And his outcome is anyone's guess. Han Ji-ah was worried. What was it just now? That thing flew out from Junseo's direction. Myo Harang was horrified to see that the soldier had died tragically. Perhaps he didn't even know that he had been cut in half like this. The attack was so fast that the corpse was still standing. What's going on here? I gathered those gates because I needed them, but since I could no longer control them, I had no choice but to destroy them. At this time, Junseo was clearly worried. He couldn't even fight, and he had that ability. It is impossible to just stand and watch. First of all, the depleted mana must be recovered. Junseo has emptied the third bottle. From now on the medicinal herbs will be less effective and will be accompanied by signs of drug addiction, but I ignored it. Based on this situation, he was definitely the mastermind behind the pastor, but he wasn't the one he called Yoon Taehyun to defeat. I have to survive first. Not only himself, but Han Jia and others also deserve to be considered heroes. But how to do it? He had just gotten a little interested in me, but once I got bored, would die instantly just like Lee Shinte. The notification window, due to someone else interfering, you can't use unclean mana. If he could use the unclean mana, it would be a little useful. I don't know how Junseo would handle this situation when he was about to become unbearable. The outside is still chaotic. What is that thing? There was no such thing at first, there was none. Why did we not find it until now? Unable to stand still, Han Ji-ah decided to go to Junseo, but Myo Harang stopped her. She was injured, and with that arm she couldn't use a bow. Then this is the only way. You can lend me this. Give me the gun. Han Ji-ah took the special enhancement gun from Dongju to go to support Junseo. But before going anywhere, everything changed. What the hell is going on? The gate has been broken. It was the villain who broke down the gates so that no one could come to disturb his conversation, and the author, was finally able to speak in a quiet place. Answer my question earlier. How much do you know about unclean mana? I'm sorry, I don't know. I just got it by accident, but it seems that this answer is not what he wants to hear. He continued to ask, do you also have memories? Uncleanness is not something you can get by accident. I was suspicious when I heard the pastor say, but now I'm sure you have it. Don't worry, I'm just doing what I can to prevent this world from perished. Help me, we can be allies for the same purpose. The villain held out his hand to lure Junseo to cooperate with him. So why did you kill him? Because he's tired of me. Unfortunately, I have something that needs to be done that is more important than the sacrifice of an individual, but I don't have enough time, so I need as many teammates as I can. You'll help me, new comrade. At this time, the pastor discovered that someone had broken in. It turned out that Han Ji-ah had jumped into the gate before it was closed. She pointed her gun at the villain. Raise your hand otherwise. Damn, why did Han Jia come here too? I didn't intend to confront him, but I needed to protect her before his unclean mana touched Han Ji-ah. Junseo immediately created a small knife and rushed to attack. I had to distract him. But because his body was too slow, he was discovered by the villain and punched once. You're proficient in skill, but your physical ability hasn't developed yet. You must know that in order to increase the power of skills, you need to have mastery, but that is not enough. So far you have had no problem capturing enemies with skill alone. But if there is a lack of physical capacity, people will soon reach their limits. Let's improve our physical abilities first, you idiot. Since I have confirmed that you also have memories, I don't know if you will be my enemy or ally. It's a little interesting. My proposal is still valid, you should think about it and answer later. It seemed that time was running out, he had to leave immediately, so the unclean mana also began to be sucked into the gate. The crack has spread all the way here. The villain took off his hat. You're Shin Junseo, aren't you? My name is Les, remember what I said, that proposal is not bad. After saying that, he entered the gate and disappeared. Han-ju ran to help him. Are you okay? What just happened? In the meantime, a new window appeared. The main mission, protect the endless heavenly island. The last wave will come. The main goal is to defeat the 9th wave of monsters. The reward is to unlock new skills to escape from the endless heavenly island. It seems that there is still a monster boss, but I can't fight anymore. I don't have any mana left. That last attack I can only create a dagger. What is going to come here? There is no other way to defend it. From inside the gate, an owl monster came out. In Liu Junseo, he had seen this monster. Where did it come from? The atmosphere was tense until Han-ji said an inanimate sentence, but why the hell boss didn't look like it? It was small and its face was so stupid. I'll try to fight him. Junseo stopped him, but he had his own problem. It's not done. Why are the side effects of the mana pill bursting out now? I'm coughing up blood. Given Les's reaction earlier, there was a high possibility that this was an unclean, mana-wielding monster. If her ability was the same as Les, then Han-ji would be in danger. But it didn't seem to pay attention to her, but just stared at Junseo. He knows how to talk too. He got caught. Here. It's mine. You took my things, you said you would return them, but you haven't seen them yet. It's been a long time, now return them to me. Han-ji didn't understand what was going on. She kept following Junseo and asking him to return something. Although she didn't know what kind of creature it was, but it had a reaction to unclean mana. As long as Han-ji didn't do anything excessive, it would only target her. The problem was that it was the goal of the mission, how to suppress it. Actually, it doesn't seem to have much unclean mana, but I don't have a way to attack right away. Even though Junseo was standing and thinking, the inanimate animal still followed and said give it back, give it back. Where is the filthy mana? Mine has a lot, I have given most of it, but you don't have it, it's gone. What's wrong? This chicken has misunderstood. I don't have any misunderstandings, there must be people who have used it here, mine a lot. Return here, return now, return here. The chicken was noisy until a punch rushed in without hesitation, punching it in the head and causing it to fall and roll. What a strange monster. Junseo and Han-ji looked at Myoharang in a daze. She wondered, what the hell, I can't put it down. No, you did a good job, ha ha ha. In the end, the main mission, the endless protection of the heavenly island, has been completed, and the rewards will be distributed now. Wait, if you divide the rewards all the time, you will be in trouble. What about the unconscious people, and these bodies too? But before they could catch up, Junseo and all of them were thrown out. The guards rushed over. This scene was just as chaotic as when fighting monsters, surrounded by the sound of people asking each other, but who knows what is happening? Did you see that? I wasn't the only one who saw it. Did you report it to the association? Only the awakened person can see it. Hey, there's a window that pops up, and it says that my skill is like that. I don't know what happened just now, but it was probably Junseo who was the first to panic because the system appeared. The unconscious people have also moved here. Everyone must be rewarded even if they are unconscious. But those who have died, I am sure that the association will have a way to restore the. Thanks to the survivors returning from the isolation gate, the feeling of confusion in the lobby turned into a sense of obligation and responsibility. What Junseo discovered during the investigation was that the crack would have a slight reaction a few seconds before they returned. When the false awakener saw it, the crack quickly darkened, and a few seconds before I returned, the task was completed. After all, it was different from the previous life. All the false awakeners had become players. This was a good opportunity. I have to abandon the original plan. At this time no one knows who is behind the pastors. But anyway, there is one thing I need to pay more attention to. I can't continue this situation, I have to strengthen my body. Although the chaos caused by the status window continued for some time, most people were able to accept it. Although some people think that the crack will lead to the end of the world, they are only a minority. The Skeleton Guild also disbanded itself after the death of its owner, Mr. Lee Shinte. During the investigation, many of their illegal activities including illegal dungeon raids, unreported items, and thieves were found. The guild members testified that most of their profits had gone to his daughter and wife in the United States, and that the D-class members had nowhere to join, decided not to work as hunters. The Hunter Guild confirmed Quan Sayan was still alive and rescued him from Inspector Yu Jun's house on the Endless Heavenly Island. Sayan and the survivors told about a female awakened fake using dark energy, and the association is currently investigating her location. After hearing that bodyguard Yu Jun had no relatives, the association stopped arguing about compensation for her occupational accident, as her husband had also died. The reason for his death was also while working as a hunter rescuer. That was all that had been investigated, and everything had been told without a word by Li Dongju. His friend, the manager of the maintenance department, Shin Seal, wanted to remember everything as he was told. By the way, you just woke up after almost dying, you're going to continue to be a hunter. Working for the association is very dangerous, there is no guarantee that this will not happen again. Without us, who would do these things? Managing the list of workers, decentralizing the hunt to divide the bounty, receiving reports, writing reports on unusual dungeons, dozens of things we have done. Moreover, from the very beginning, someone had impersonated the association to wipe out the Endless Star Islands. I'm going to investigate. You don't think there's a mastermind behind the villains, it's gypsies, big corporations, or national conspiracy theories. If you want to play detective, recover completely, and then play, be overly enthusiastic. And everything happened like that, like having just woken up from a dream. Gates open from time to time. The monsters spilled out from there again. Hunters are capable of destroying them. But there are also civilians who cannot defend themselves. At that time, hidden missions choose their own targets. And the chosen ones will appear. Notification: the task has been activated. Skills are established. They wake up and rescue people. Hey kid, you're going alone. They are the new generation of false awakens.